My name is Shen Qingtang. This is my story. It was the 27th year of Jinghe, in the dead of winter. The moon was bright, lighting up the woods in Beichuan like it was daytime. There I was, swinging from a crooked tree branch, lifeless, until the branch snapped, and I crashed to the ground, coughing and gasping for air. I opened my eyes, confused, and heard a desperate voice calling, "Qingtang, where are you? Don't scare me like this." Before I could make sense of it all, I was pulled into a tight embrace by a woman sobbing uncontrollably. "My poor daughter, how could you do this?"
she cried.
As more voices joined in, a young man and an older man, I realized what had happened. I had transmigrated into the body of Shen Qingtang, the third daughter of the Shen family's third branch. My family had been exiled from the capital because of my uncle's crimes. On the long journey to Beichuan, many family members had died, and those who survived faced unbearable hardship. The original Qingtang had suffered terribly. Her beauty caught the attention of the guards escorting us, and one night, she was taken. Unlike the other girls who never returned, she survived, but her life was shattered. Months later, humiliated and pregnant, she tried to end it all. That's when I took over her body. My mother, Li Shi, clung to me, wailing, while my father, Shen Yuji, hesitated to act despite promising to separate from my uncle's family. I couldn't let this chance slip away. I threatened to hang myself again if we didn't split from the main family. My father finally agreed, but it wasn't easy. We lived in makeshift tents, the largest one belonging to my uncle's family. Our tent was cramped and barely fit the four of us. My father went to negotiate with my uncle while we waited outside, anxious. My mother worried he wouldn't agree, but I knew better. My uncle couldn't wait to be rid of us, especially me, the unmarried girl with a growing belly. He feared I'd ruin his daughter's chances at a good marriage and drag the family name further into the mud. Soon, we heard angry shouting from the tent. My father emerged, looking defeated yet determined. The separation was finalized that night. No ceremonies, no formalities, just a public announcement that we were cast out, left to fend for ourselves. In exile, splitting from the family didn't mean much to others. We were all criminals, struggling to survive another day. Even the tents we stayed in would be taken back by the authorities by sundown tomorrow. If we wanted to live, we have to rely on ourselves. And so, my new life began alone, vulnerable, but determined to survive and protect what little I had left. Here's what happened to me and my family. We were crammed into a tiny tent, sitting around a small fire, lost in silence and worry. My father, Shen Yuji, was once a carefree nobleman who spent his days tending flowers, reciting poetry, and playing games. My mother, Li Shi, came from a refined family and was skilled in music, embroidery, and painting, but knew nothing about survival. My brother, Shen Qingke, was a privileged scholar who never had to lift a finger. And me? Well, before I woke up in this body, I was a modern influencer, an expert on ancient survival tips, though none of that prepared me for the reality of this exile. The Shen family used to be powerful. My eldest uncle held a high-ranking official post, and my second uncle managed the family's vast fortune. My father, however, was expected to remain idle to keep the family balanced. Now, that same idle man had to figure out how to provide for us. He didn't know where to start, and neither did my mother or brother. I knew survival would be tough in Beichuan. The county office allowed new arrivals like us to borrow money or supplies, but it wasn't charity. We'd have to pay everything back with interest. My family debated options. My brother suggested renting a small courtyard and earning money by writing letters, but Beichuan was full of literate people. Competing with them was pointless. My parents worried about the risks of starting a small business, fearing we'd lose everything. They even considered begging my eldest uncle for help, but I wouldn't allow it. We had to stand on our own. Finally, I spoke up. Let's see how much money we can borrow tomorrow. If we can secure a place to live, we'll use whatever is left to start a small trade. I know a few ways to make unique items that might sell. I was thinking of simple things like soap or sugar, skills I had learned back in my modern life while making survival content. It wasn't much, but it was a start. My family reluctantly agreed, pinning their hopes on my plan. But when we went to borrow money the next day, it wasn't even enough to rent a place, let alone start a business. For the first time, I realized how steep the road ahead was. We were truly starting from nothing. This morning, we packed up what little we owned and lined up to enter the inner city of Beichuan. The county was divided into three main areas shaped like the character Chan. The West Outer City housed exiled criminals like us. The inner city was for officials and wealthy families, and the East Outer City was home to the local population. As we waited, we saw other members of the Shin family, including my domineering eldest uncle, Shin Chiji. My family greeted him out of habit, but I stayed put, refusing to even acknowledge him. True to form, he insulted us, blaming my unwed pregnancy for our misfortunes. I shot back, pointing out that his actions had ruined not just us, but all three branches of the Shin family. Furious, he stormed off when the gates opened. Inside the city, we headed to the county office to borrow supplies. Other Shin relatives were already there, loudly dividing up their substantial loans, 2 strings of coins and 10 bushels of wheat seeds. When it was our turn, my father came back with grim news. We could only borrow 100 coins, barely enough for a few pounds of pork. I convinced him to ask for wheat seeds and tools instead, arguing that the seeds could be eaten if necessary. He returned with a small sack of wheat seeds and a few old tools, a hatchet, a sickle, a shovel, a hoe, and a coil of rope. As we left, our relatives mocked us. They sneered at the tools, laughing that we were planning to farm when we knew nothing about it. My father's face turned red with shame, but I stepped forward, calmly countering their jibes. "Don't worry," I said, "if next year you find yourselves starving, our family will share a meal with you." Their laughter faltered, replaced by irritation. They tried to belittle us further, warning we'd end up begging in the streets, but I smiled. "Thank you for your concern. Though I wonder, with over 30 mouths to feed on just 1 string of coins, can you even afford to rent a courtyard? And who among you will do the farming? If you need advice, we'll be happy to share our experience." My words hit their mark, and they left fuming. While my family walked away in silence, I was already planning how to use those tools and seeds to keep us alive. This was just the beginning. They could laugh all they wanted now. Next year, the tables would turn. This is how my morning went. As we stood in line, I learned more about the costs of housing in the inner city. The cheapest houses were 200 coins a month, while better ones were 500. I knew my uncles wouldn't settle for anything cheap. They had their pride, even now. My subtle words about their situation amused some of our relatives, but my uncles' faces darkened. My remarks stirred tension between the 2 brothers, who were already arguing over how to divide their resources. My eldest uncle, Shin Chiji, couldn't resist trying to put us down. He mocked my father, offering to let him return to the family if he cast me out. My father, who usually cowered before him, surprised me by standing up for me. My mother joined in, accusing my uncle of sacrificing me to save his own daughter, which he, of course, denied. Then I spoke up, revealing that I had seen him bribing the officer, who took me away. His face twisted in anger, and he tried to twist the story, claiming he was trying to save me. It didn't add up, and everyone knew it. My uncle, realizing he'd lost face, stormed off with the others to enjoy a meal at a restaurant, leaving us to our struggles. We had little to work with, only 100 coins borrowed from the county. It wasn't enough to rent even the smallest house. As we walked through the streets, the smell of food made our stomachs growl, but we couldn't afford much. In the end, we bought just 2 buns, one for me and another to share. My family insisted I eat both since I was pregnant, but I refused, breaking them into 4 pieces so we could all have a share. We sat on the steps of a nearby house, savoring the small bites of the warm, delicious buns. My parents, who had once lived a life of luxury, joked that the buns tasted better than the finest meals we used to have. I knew the truth. It wasn't just hunger. It was the fact that we were still together, sharing what little we had. As we finished, we began to talk about what to do next. We had no place to stay, no money for rent, and no clear plan. But I refused to give up. This hardship is only temporary, I told them. One day, we'll have more than enough to eat, and we'll live in a place of our own. But no matter what, we'll face it together as a family. For now, we take it one step at a time, starting with finding a place to sleep that night. This morning, we realized we couldn't afford to rent a house in the city. I suggested we move back outside the city, near the mountains. We can build a shelter from trees and live off the land, I told my family. They hesitated, worrying about wild animals and other dangers, but with no better option, they reluctantly agreed. As we talked, some of our relatives showed up, flaunting their food and rented courtyard. Their mocking tone stung, but I refused to let them have the upper hand. I reminded them that their resources were stretched thin, and they had no right to look down on us. My father stood tall for once, declaring that we'd never accept handouts from them. With that, we left, determined to prove them wrong. We used part of our limited funds to grind our wheat into coarse flour, buy some salt, and pick up basic supplies like pest repellents and old utensils. After that, we headed back to the outskirts of the city. Along the way, I remembered something. When I had been desperate before, I'd climbed a nearby mountain and noticed the smell of sulfur. There might be a hot spring there, I said. My family followed me up the steep trail, and sure enough, we found a hidden valley. The sight was breathtaking. A warm stream flowed through the valley, and even in the middle of winter, the grass was green and flowers bloomed. The warmth from the hot spring kept the area alive. My brother joked about my dog-like nose, leading us to this place, but I could see hope lighting up their faces. This valley could be our sanctuary. The challenge was getting down into the valley. It was steep, almost sheer in places. With some teamwork and a rope, we managed to descend safely. By the time we reached the bottom, the sun was already starting to set. My mother looked worried. We have food and water, but where will we sleep tonight? I didn't have an answer yet, but standing in this warm, hidden valley, I felt a glimmer of hope. This could be the beginning of something better for us. We just had to survive the night and figure it out tomorrow. Have to live in a cave. So the family of 4 who just jumped down will have to find a way to get back later. The cave is winding and airtight, and it is located on a cliff in midair, so you won't be afraid of tigers or wolves, making it a perfect place to stay temporarily. The family of 4 split into 3 groups. Shin Qingtang was trying to make a fire and cook by the stream. Li was picking up dry firewood and hay nearby. Shin Qingka and Shin Yuji went to the woods to find suitable trees to make wooden ladders. The wooden ladder is made of 2 slightly thick long sticks and several thin short sticks put together, and even someone who is not a carpenter can make it. If you want to cook, you have to light a fire first. In order to save money, they didn't want to buy fire starters. The only way to make fire is by drilling wood together. This was not the first time Shin Qingtang had done this, and he knew the tricks well, so he quickly ignited the fire. I found 2 stones, placed the clean earthenware jar on the ground, and started to boil water. The 2 earthenware jars are not small. One can be used as a pot, and the other can be used as a bucket. Shin Qingtang has been deeply engaged in the field of if you travel back to ancient times for 5 or 6 years and has released thousands of videos and notes. A lot of the content has been practiced many times. When I run out of inspiration, I will read a lot of farming stories or palace fighting stories. For example, in the current situation, we should go to the mountains more often. Maybe we can find some medicinal herbs or mountain products, and if we are lucky, we can even catch some game. Shin Qingtang has made many short videos on how to get rich by traveling back to the mountains in ancient times. Many pictures and texts about Chinese medicinal materials and wild game have been published. Maybe I can't remember the whole name, but at least I know it by the looks of it. The sun is about to set, so it's not safe to go up the mountain. Let's wait until tomorrow. Shin Qingtang was thinking in his mind, but his men did not stop either. Boil the water, scald the dishes, and then put the water into the porcelain bowl. Refill the water in the earthen pot and start boiling. Shin Qingtang waited until one of the bowls was not hot, grabbed 2 handfuls of noodles, sprinkled some salt into the bowl, and started stirring. There were no decent cooking utensils at the moment and no generous condiments. I can only make geta soup, which is pimple soup without any oil or water. When the water in the earthen pot boils, use washed twigs as chopsticks to pour the thick batter in the bowl into the pot little by little and stir evenly after it solidifies. When Shin Qingtang finished cooking, Shen Yu and the others came back one after another. The father and son each came back, carrying a straight tree trunk as thick as a bowl. Li picked up some soft grass and dry firewood. A family of 4 sat around the hot spring, guarding the fire, and each had a bowl of white noodle soup. Eat, drink, talk, and laugh. Shin Yuji was so hot that he hissed, completely losing his previous habit of not eating or sleeping. Li said angrily, "Slow down, and no one will compete with you." Shin Yuji chuckled twice. "I used to be with a group of old dudes in the capital. What delicious food has I never tasted in the capital? But none of it is as fragrant as this bowl of pimple soup." Mrs. Li nodded and swallowed hard before holding the bowl and speaking. "Yes. Our family of 4 can live safely in Beichuan, and simple meals are better than delicacies. To be honest, I was quite panicked when we first separated. Now I actually feel like it's good to be separated. Don't look at it. Your eldest uncle and your second uncle's family are very happy now. They have chicken and meat. There are so many people and so much meat. Why don't they start fighting? I'm so angry that the meat doesn't taste good in my mouth." Shin Chinka said, "Yeah, not only for food, but also for housing. It won't be cheap for them to rent that house." Shin Qingtang added, "Not only is it not cheap, it's also small. For a house in the inner city of Beichuan County, you can rent a small courtyard for only 500 yuan. There are 20 or 30 people in the house, so some of them can compete." Shun Yuji sighed. "The eldest brother has always said the same thing, and the second brother is a character who will not suffer any loss. In the long run, it is really more comfortable to separate, even if your grandmother has suffered. I don't know if they will give some money to you. Mother sees a doctor." No one spoke. The answer is obvious. Won't. Shin Qingtang thought that the old lady's biggest use now was probably to be used as a to fight for the house. After dinner, the sun went down, leaving only the last glow. After making the simple wooden ladder, Shun Chinka climbed up first, then Shin Qingtang, Li, and finally Shin Yuji. After the family entered the cave, they used ropes to carry the ladder up. Li divided the hay he had picked up into 2 portions and placed one part on each side of a huge rock in the cave. Shin Qingtang and Li were on the inside of the stone, while Shin Chinka and Shin Yuji slept on the outside. Although there were no bedding, we didn't feel cold because we had 2 fires. This was the first peaceful night the family had slept since they were exiled. Firstly, it was the first time since exile that I could sleep freely. Secondly, I have been really exhausted during this period of time. When the third wife fell asleep, the first and second wives in the inner city were still fighting over money. As the third room had expected, the 2 families started arguing since lunch. How to distribute the house. As Shin Qingtang said, the yard that the first and second wives rented for 500 won was not big. It's not even a courtyard house. There are 5 main rooms, 3 east wing rooms, and 2 south wing rooms. The open door on the west wall is the street door to the third room. After arguing for a long time, the first bedroom and the second bedroom finally reached an agreement. In the 2 south wing rooms, the male and female servants share 1 room each. There are 3 east wing rooms, 1 for the aunts, 1 for the gentlemen, and 1 for the ladies. There are 5 main rooms left, originally 3 in the east and 2 in the west. This is also the biggest reason for the dispute between the 2 families. Everyone wants to live in a 3-bedroom main house. Later, the old lady said angrily, "I'm not dead yet. Is there no room for me now?" No matter what you think in your heart, you can't really throw the old lady out. So it was decided to give the old lady a separate room in the east room, which also solved the issue of dispute. There are 4 main rooms left, from east to west, 2 large rooms and 2 second rooms. After finally allocating rooms, the fight for property began. What Shinchiji means is that the eldest brother is the father, and everything will be done according to the rules of the capital, and he will distribute the servants and supplies in the family. Shin Xianji disagreed. He said that he was in charge of money in the capital, and he should be responsible for the money at home. He is also the head of the family and is in charge of the family affairs. Finally, the brothers each took a step back. Shin Xianji was still in charge of the money, but all expenditures needed to be informed to Shinchiji and approved by him before they could be used. After arguing for a long time, the brothers settled their accounts and found that there was no need to manage money at all. A total of 1,000 cash. The rent is 500 cash. The meat for lunch is 100 cash and the 2 chickens are 80 cash. I also bought rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. There are currently only 120 when left in the account. Although the rooms are well divided, there are not enough beds and no bedding. No one had changed their clothes, and they were still wearing the tattered cotton clothes issued by Beichuan Yamen. Tomorrow there will be more than 20 mouths waiting for food. These 120 coins are not enough, and whoever takes care of the accounts will have a headache. Shinchiji and Shin Xianji were silent for a while and then spoke together. Boy, you're right. You are a good money manager. You should be in charge of the family's money. Brother, you are the head of the family. You should be the one in charge. Shinchiji said and handed the account book that he had just won over with great difficulty to Shin Xianji. Shen Xian rejected the account book with one hand and stuffed the money bag that he had just tightly covered with the other hand to Shinchiji. The two brothers began a new round of brother-friend-brother respect. They both humbly let each other take charge. Shin Qingtang woke up when the sunlight hit his eyes. In winter, the sun is bright but not scorching. It feels warm on the body and makes people feel lazy. Inevitably feeling a little dazed when he opened his eyes, Shen Qingtang took a long time to remember his current situation. After a while, he laughed and shook his head. It was such a big deal that her soul traveled to another world. She didn't even have time to be surprised, frightened, or sad. The prerequisite for feeling sad about the passing of time is that you must first survive and fill your stomach. Shin Qingtang was the only one left in the cave. She walked to the entrance of the cave, looked down, and saw a family of 3 busying themselves. Li is making a fire. Li, who had never done such rough work, couldn't light the fire for a long time. She was choking and coughing, tears streaming down her face. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, but her face was covered with dust. Shin Qingtang thought that life was not easy for people, whether in ancient times or modern times. While thinking about it, he climbed down the ladder into the cave and took the wooden stick from Li's hand. Mom, let me do it. Mrs. Li lowered her head in embarrassment. I wanted to make you eat well, but I didn't expect to be clumsy and have to make you work with a big belly. Shin Qingtang raised his hand and wiped the dust off Li's face. Where is it? You are the best mother in the world. In the Qian dynasty, where women had a low status, men were not valued over women, and their family members would not abandon her because she was ruined. You girl, you've been sweet since you were a child. Mrs. Li was coaxed happily and picked up the empty earthen jar. I'll get you some hot spring water to wash your face. Shin Qingtang skillfully lit a fire and cooked porridge. Breakfast was mushy. Just like thickening water starch, thicken the flour, pour it in after the water boils, and stir evenly. Just sprinkle some salt to taste as usual. There is no way, no matter whether a caddy is 10 taels or 16 taels, 500 grams or 600 grams. No matter how you calculate it, the flour is only a little over 10 pounds, but there is still a long way to go. Before having a stable income, a family of 4 had to save money on these 10 kilograms of noodles. The money and goods donated by the county government were not meant for people to enjoy themselves, but only to prevent the new citizens from starving to death. While having breakfast, Shin Qingtang assigned tasks to his family members. Brother, you'll have to work hard to continue chopping trees today. Dad, can you mix mud? We need to build some adobe bricks. Mom, help me find some hay and grind it up and mix it into the mud. I'm going to the mountain to find something to eat. Cutting down trees is physical work. Mixing mud is a light level of physical and technical work. The Shin family has become accustomed to Shin Qingtang giving orders over the past day, and they are happy about it. After dinner, everyone went about their business. Shin Qingke grabbed the axe and went to chop down the tree. Shin Qingtang climbed into the cave and went out along the same path he came from. The valley they were in was on the back of a mountain. The mountain walls were very steep and difficult to climb, especially since Shin Qingtang was a pregnant woman. The mountain we came from was steep but easy to climb. Soon Shin Qingtang found something good. Corylus versicolor. Corylus versicolor is a traditional Chinese medicine and one of the few medicinal herbs that can be harvested in winter. This thing costs about 300 yuan per kilogram in modern times. It can promote blood circulation, stop bleeding, and is useful for amenorrhea. It seems to be useful for hemorrhoids as well. Shin Qingtang held the wooden handle of the sickle, tapped the root gently with the back of the sickle head, and a whole piece fell off. Of course, Shin Qingtang used to talk about it on paper, but when it came to practice, he still broke several pieces before he became proficient in his movements. On the way to find Felinus mulberry, I found a lot of winter mushrooms. This is also a good thing. It nourishes the liver and is good for the stomach and intestines. The main thing is to fight cancer. It's also the mushroom in chicken mushroom stew. It is actually the wild version of a enoki mushroom. In addition to these two mountain delicacies, Shin Qingtang also found some fungus and other common medicinal materials. When passing a red pine tree, Shin Qingtang picked some pine nuts and pinned a few pine needles on his clothes. Shin Qingtang had no baggage, so he had to carry it in his pocket. Soon he had a full pocket and had to return to the cave to put it down first. Shin Yuji and Li were heard arguing from a distance. Oops. I just said you added too much water. Qingtang said he wanted to mix it with mud, but didn't let you mix it with porridge. Isn't this the first time I've done this? Don't worry, I'll just get some more soil and add it. Shin Qingtang probed. I saw that Shin Yuji and Mr. Li looked like novices who had just learned how to make noodles. If there is too much soil, add water. If there is too much water, add soil. A lot of them were added. Fortunately, there is a hot spring next to it, otherwise I would freeze to death if I played in the mud in winter. Shin Qingtang smiled and greeted them. Dad, Mom. I picked up some mushrooms. We can have mushroom soup at noon. Mrs. Li hurriedly told Shin Qingtang, you are still pregnant, so be careful. No. Shin Qingtang waved his hand and exited the cave. The sounds of regret from Shin Yuji and Li were also heard below. Originally, we agreed to make a deal with the boy from the Song family when Qingtang gets her hairpin. It's only 3 days away. Alas, what a twist of fate. A beautiful young lady is now pregnant and doesn't even know who the father is. Keep your voice down. Qingtang might hear it. Didn't you say that first? Shin Qingtang lowered her head and touched her belly. She tried to find the original owner's memory. Unfortunately, my only memory of that night was when I was taken away and then woke up in the Exiled team. She doesn't even know what the child's father looks like. The only thing to be thankful for was that there was only one person who touched her that night. I made some pancakes for lunch and had them with mushroom soup. Shin Qingtang kept a little bit of the dough, tore it into pieces and threw it into a clay pot, then put it into the stream. After a while, a fish was caught. Just small fish, though. Shin Qingke said that the stream was cold and he would not let Shin Qingtang touch it, so he went to put the earthen pot in the stream. After a while, I caught a few fish. The small one can just be pinched, and the big one is as big as a palm. Li Shi was delighted. We have fish soup to drink tonight. Shin Yuji drove Shin Qingke away. Go and chop down your tree. I'll do the catching of fish. In the afternoon, Shin Yuji's task was to make adobe bricks. Use wood chips to make a mold, put the mud in and compact it, then buckle it back to release it and dry it in the sun. The temperature near the hot spring is high enough that it will not freeze, but the humidity is a bit high, so it needs to be dried for a few days. Li couldn't help in the afternoon, so she looked for some edible wild vegetables and fruits in the valley. Shin Qingtang went to look for mountain goods as usual. The busy day ends quickly. Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingke return to the valley. Dinner is fish soup and noodle soup. But the fish soup is not delicious. Because Lee didn't know how to wash the fish, the gall was broken, and the fish soup in the jar was bitter. Ms. Lee apologized profusely, like a child who had done something wrong and was about to cry. I'm so useless. I can't even make fish soup. You caught fish in the cold weather, and I ruined it. The first time is raw, the second time is ripe, and the third time is the master. Mom, didn't you realize that you already know how to make a fire? You didn't know how to make a fire this morning. You can make delicious food next time. Don't talk about you, look at my dad. In the morning it's not like there's more soil than there's more water. Will it get better later? Shin Qingtang's eyes were sincere and his tone was determined. Shun Yuji nodded repeatedly. Qingtang is right. It's not that you are useless, it's that we have changed our lives. We are starting from scratch. We need to explore and learn. Can you put down the airs of everyone's ladies and learn what the previous cooks did? Things are already amazing. Shin Chinka also advised. Mom, Dad, and sister are right. We all start from scratch and learn slowly, and life will always get better and better. That being said, there is a price to pay for starting from scratch. Shin Qingtang took off the pine needles from his clothes and gave one to Li. Shin Qingtang did not answer, but faced Shin Chinka and Shin Yuji. Second brother, father, please stretch out your hands. Shin Yuji didn't think much and just obeyed his daughter's instructions. Shin Chinka subconsciously wanted to hide it behind his back, but Shin Yuji had already stretched out his hand, and Shin Qingting stared at him with apricot eyes, so he had to take his half-hidden hand in front of him and stretch it out. The two of them had lived a dignified life in the capital before. Even on the road of exile, all he suffered was the pain of displacement. This was the first time they had to suffer the pain of labor. In the past, Shin Chinka only had thin calluses on the fingertips that he used to hold pens all year round. Shin Yu's hands were whiter than many women. The 4 hands spread out in front of me had either blood or blisters on the palms and the joints between the fingers and the palms. Especially Shin Chinka. The blisters on my palms were worn out, and new ones appeared. It was shocking to see. When Shin Yuji felt pain while working during the day, he would complain to Mr. Lee or take a rest. But Shin Chinka was a scholar, and he never mentioned a word about pain, no matter at lunch or dinner. Lee wanted to touch Shin Chinka's hand, but was afraid of hurting him, so she couldn't help crying wow. Why is it worse than being on the road to exile? Shin Qingdang had expected this situation for a long time and was heartbroken, but not as panicked as Lee. She cleaned the pine needles in the hot spring water and roasted them slightly over the fire. Pine needles are not silver needles and cannot be roasted as they will burn. Seeing that Mrs. Lee had no hope, she had to let Shin Chinka wait and break Shin Yuji's blisters first and squeeze out the transparent water inside. Otherwise it will hurt when touched. It's less painful to it a little and squeeze out the water. Then he crushed up the leaves of Platycladus orientalis and put them on Shin Yuji's palms. This thing is supposed to stop bleeding, but it's winter now and I don't know if it has any effect. Let's try it first. Shin Chinka stared at Shin Qingtang's unfamiliar but firm movements for a while, and then suddenly said, Qingtang, why do you suddenly know so much? Find a hot spring. Can make a fire and cook. Can catch fish. Can make adobe bricks. Will recognize mountain goods. Even from the wild fruits that Li collected, Shin Qingtang picked out the poisonous ones and threw them away before sharing them with them. It seemed that this spoiled sister had become too smart, calm, and capable after her failed suicide attempt. Shin Qingtang had already thought of an excuse. His hands were still steady as he picked at Shin Chinka's blisters. He said without raising his head, "How could it be sudden? These are all what my nanny told me. My nanny lived in the mountain village before she got married. In the past, when I wanted to hear stories, she would tell me stories about the mountains. It's just that it was on the road before, and I didn't need it. Anyway, the wet nurse is dead, and there is no evidence." When the wet nurse entered the mansion, the chief steward was responsible for investigating her background. The butler was my uncle's man, and was very old. He also died on the road. Is that so? Shin Chinka's doubts were half gone. Of course, not all of it was said by the nanny. Shin Qingtang swiftly pricked the blister, crushed the Platycladus orientalis leaves, and applied them to Shin Chinka's hands. Don't I like reading miscellaneous books? Some of it is taught in books. I'm not bragging, I'm telling you I know a lot more. Shin Qingtang raised his chin proudly, with "Praise me" written on his face. Shin Chinka laughed. Yes, yes, you are the best. When he was in the capital, Shin Qingtang did often read Xianshu. In the past, when he went to the bookstore and saw something interesting, he would bring her a few books. Li patted the back of Shin Qingtang's head. I won't tell you whether you are great or not. You are almost a mother, and yet you are so shameless. The tone was full of doting. Shin Yuji nodded repeatedly and said concisely, Of course my daughter is the prettiest, smartest, and most capable. The three most coaxed Shin Qingtang to the point where he couldn't hold back and laughed so hard that his teeth couldn't even see his eyes. Shin Qingtang peeled the pine nuts out of the shells and distributed them to his parents and brother. They haven't eaten meat for a long time and there is fat in the pine nuts, so it can be considered as a little bit of oil and water. I also washed some wild fruits. In winter, there are actually no wild fruits, just wild hawthorn. This thing is appetizing, and I don't dare to eat more even if I'm hungry. Pine nuts are oily and taste the most delicious. Before going to bed, Shin Qingtang buried some pine nuts and fire under the fire with only embers left. When you wake up tomorrow, you can eat roasted pine nuts, which are the most fragrant. The next day, Shin Chinka went to chop down trees as usual. If you want to build a house, you need a lot of trees. Shin Chinka is now a novice woodcutter. His tools are not advanced, and his efficiency is very low. I cut down a tree on the first day, and it wasn't a particularly thick one. Shin Yuji and Li spent another day making bricks. Shin Qingtang went to pick up wild goods as usual. On the third day, Shin Chinka and Shin Yu went to cut down trees together. Li and Shin Qingtang went to pick up wild goods. Early on the fourth day, a family of four got up early and lined up to enter the city. The reason is simply that an axe is too inefficient and has a curled edge. Furthermore, Shin Qingtang picked up a lot of wild products and could sell them at a stall. When they arrived at the market, it was still early, and there were not many people setting up stalls. Shin Qingtang asked Shin Yuji and Li to look at the stalls, while he and Shin Chinka went to the market to inquire about the market conditions. There are also unspoken rules for selling things. For example, everyone sells the same thing for 10 cents, but only you sell it for 5 cents. Regardless of whether you make money or not, you will definitely be ostracized and targeted by your peers. Shin Qingtang also asked Shin Chinka to carry felonious mulberry to several drugstores to inquire about the recycling price. A pound of Corylus versicolor costs between 270 and 291. However, Corylus versicolor is not used in daily bulk dosage. These drugstores in Beichuan either have doctors and pharmacists who go out to collect herbs themselves or have fixed supply channels. Finally, the price was lowered to 260 when before a pharmacy agreed to purchase Shin Qingtang's Corylus polyphylla. Shin Qingtang picked up a total of 3.72 gene, 1.78 kilograms, of Corylus versicolor and sold it for 983 won, 2.37 kilograms. After much persuasion, the shopkeeper made the total amount up to a round amount, which was 1,000 coins, or about one string of silver. A string of copper coins feels quite heavy in the hand. Shin Chinka was very happy. Will I go with you to pick Corylus versicolor tomorrow? This stuff is quite profitable. Shin Qingtang shook his head. It just seems to be quite profitable at first glance. I have heard that the daily wages of strong men working in the city are about 300 coins. Besides, there are only a few mountains nearby. I have found more than half of them now, and the rest can be sold for 700 to 800 yuan at most. In winter, there are very few wild delicacies and medicinal materials, so we can't feed our family. If we want to make money, we still have to think of other ways. As soon as Shin Chinka heard this, he knew that Shin Qingtang had an idea and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Grow vegetables." "Growing vegetables?" Shin Qingtang nodded. "We have a hot spring there. There are green plants beside the hot spring, and they must be able to grow vegetables. It is winter now, and vegetables are scarcer than meat." If we can grow them, we will definitely be able to sell them at a good price. The prerequisite is that it can be planted. Shin Qingtang also wants an ancient version of a greenhouse. But now the funds and manpower are limited, so there is no rush. As the brother and sister talked, they arrived at the stall guarded by Xinyuji and Li. Xinyuji stood by the stall. When he saw someone coming, he not only did not come forward to say hello, but also turned his back. Li didn't move. She just pulled her sleeves to cover her face. Shun Chinka coughed slightly and guessed, "It must be because he is thin-skinned and embarrassed to peddle." Shun Qingtang. Forget about it. The order of social status in the Qian dynasty was also that of scholars, farmers, industry, and merchants. Businessmen are last. Xinyuji and Li were able to work in the mountains where no one was around, but they still couldn't put down their airs or open their mouths when setting up stalls in the market. Shin Qingtang was speechless, but it was understandable. So he let the three of them go shopping while he stood in front of the stall and shouted. Shin Qingtang is a famous internet blogger who often broadcasts live broadcasts. Of course, he is not afraid of embarrassing himself by setting up a stall. And the hawking is different from others. Don't miss it if you pass by. 10 cents won't buy you a loss or a scam, but it can buy you mountain products. My husband and his mistress ran off with the money, so I stole the treasured mountain products from my husband's family and sold them. Not for the money, but to vent my anger. I'll sell them for money. The first sentence imitates the 2 yuan store. We are closing down and clearing out our inventory every day, but we never close. The second sentence is a joke about the bankruptcy of the Jiangnan leather factory, which spread all over the country, saying that the brother-in-law took his sister-in-law and ran away with the money. The fresh, interesting, and bold shouting quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Regardless of ancient or modern times, there are always some very smart people who believe it to be true, and there are also really smart people who question it. This is the kind of mountain product your in-laws treasure? There are so many of them in the mountains of Beichuan County. They're just trying to make a living, and you believe what they just made up. Why don't you believe it? If there is no difficulty, who would let their wife come out in the middle of winter with a big belly to sell mountain products? Give me 10 cents worth of mushrooms. That's right. A woman's reputation is the most important thing. Who would joke about their own reputation? I want some fungus. Some people watch the fun, while others actually pay. Shin Qingtang didn't have a scale, so he had to borrow a beam scale from the stall next door. She didn't know how to use Mr. Gu's weight scale, so the kind-hearted uncle next door helped Shin Qingtang weigh the items. Except for the slightly more winter mushrooms, the rest are loose goods. There is about 1 pound of fungus. The price of dried black fungus is 150 coins per caddy. There are also hazelnuts, golden berries, pine nuts, etc., but the quantities are not large and 1 or 2 people can buy them all. There are northern and southern types of golden cherry. The one from Beichuan County is of course the northern golden rose. When Shin Qingtang received the first 10 copper coins, he almost said, "Thank you, brother. Please pay attention to me." Fortunately, I stopped in time and just said thank you. Although most of the onlookers were there to watch the fun, Shin Qingtang didn't have many goods to begin with, and most of them were quickly bought out. There are still some golden berries and some mushrooms that are not in good condition left. Shin Qingtang was about to sell it at a low price when he heard a familiar voice. Shin Qingtang? You really have no shame at all. You actually come out to set up a stall to sell things. Shin Qingtang, who was squatting on the ground, looked up and saw a face covered by a veil with only the eyes left. The face and voice seemed familiar. TSK. The young man next to the masked woman gloated. I thought third uncle was making a fuss about splitting up the family business because he had hidden some priceless treasure and was living in seclusion. I didn't expect he was actually picking up mountain products to sell. It matches the number. The annoying cousin Shin Qingdan from my eldest uncle's family, and the annoying cousin Shin Qingming from my second uncle's family. Although he is called his cousin, he is 4 days younger than Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang blinked, as if he didn't hear their ridicule. Cousin, do you eat mushrooms? Since we're relatives, I'll give you 20% off. 50% off. This pile only costs 10 copper coins. Shin Qingdan and Shin Qingming subconsciously looked at the ground. There was a small pile of miscellaneous things on the unfolded torn bundle. They couldn't name many of them, but they could tell they didn't look good. This broken thing is only 10 copper coins, and it's discounted? Shin Qingming asked angrily. Without discount, it would only be 10 cents, right? Shin Qingdan glared at Shin Qingming in frustration. Is it a matter of whether or not to give a discount? Didn't the two of them squeeze over to humiliate Shin Qingtang? I heard Shin Qingtang's beautiful voice from a distance, so I came here specially. Unexpectedly, Shin Qingtang neither fawned on her like he did in the capital, nor was he as aggressive and completely unresponsive as he was when they separated 2 days ago. It was like a punch hitting cotton, with her breath stuck in her throat. This idiot from my second uncle's family actually cares whether there is a discount or not. Shin Qingming said, "Oh," and suddenly realized, right? Is this a matter of discount or not? We are a family, and you are making money from the whole family? You should give it to us for free. Shin Qingdan. He cursed the national quintessence softly. Why did she bring this idiot out with her today? In fact, it wasn't Shin Qingdan who wanted to take Shin Qingming with her. But now the first and second wives do not trust each other. They were all afraid that the other party would secretly spend the public treasury's money, or that the other party had hidden a secret stash of cash and would not hand it over. Therefore, whenever the eldest wife goes out, someone from the second wife must follow. The same is true in reverse. Shin Qingtang ignored Shin Qingdan and only reminded Shin Qingming. We have already separated and can only be considered relatives. That's right. 5 cents, no more.
8, 7. Deal.
Shin Qingdang held out his palm to Shin Qingming. Give me the money. Shin Qingming searched his pockets and looked at Shin Qingdan awkwardly.
Why are you looking at me?
I don't have money to give you to help the beggars. Shin Qingdan bit the 3 words begging heavily and said this while looking at Shin Qingtang. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze any money out of these 2 idiots, Shin Qingtang pouted in disappointment and stood up with his hands on his knees. There was no way around it because my belly was a bit too big, so I had to squat on one knee, and when I stood up I had to support myself to get up. Shin Qingtang was taller than Shin Qingdan and looked down at her. You have no money, so why are you bragging here? I pick up mountain products with my own hands to exchange for money. I don't steal or rob. I am better than some people who still think of themselves as rich ladies or officials. Besides, how can someone who earns money by setting up a stall be a beggar? Are you saying that this whole street is full of beggars? They were located in a relatively prosperous commercial street in the inner city. The whole street is full of businesses. On both sides are various shops, including clothing shops, blacksmith shops, coach houses, inns, restaurants, etc. There are stalls on the roadside, including snack stalls, grocery stalls, letter writing stalls, and stalls selling folding fans and paintings. There are also some people like Shin Qingtang, who just set up a stall on the street to sell miscellaneous supplies. With just one word from Shin Qingdan, all the vendors on the entire street became beggars. Of course, everyone was unhappy and began to attack Shin Qingdan. Where did this girl come from who doesn't know etiquette? She looks so gentle and quiet, but she's so annoying. Looking at his attire, he must have been exiled from the capital. Usually, he is an official from the capital who made a mistake and likes to look down on others when he comes to Beichuan, but he will behave himself after a while. I think so too. Covering up so tightly from head to toe, I'm afraid he's still dreaming of returning to the capital? Ha ha ha, I've never seen an official from the capital who was exiled here and was able to go back. That's right. Everyone can put on airs, but you can't make a living. It's better for you to face the reality and make a living with your own hands, like this young lady. Why are you talking nonsense to them? They look down on us Beichuan people, but we still don't like them.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
Go back to where you came from. Don't get in the way here. The chaotic sounds of condemnation gradually turned into the uniform sounds of expulsion.
Roll. Roll. Roll.
More and more people gathered around, and someone reached out and pushed Shin Qingdan's shoulder. Shin Qingdan cried out ouch and fell to the side. Unexpectedly, the person next to her not only did not help her, but pushed her instead. Before Shin Qingdan could stand firmly, she involuntarily leaned back. To the left and to the right, Shin Qingdan couldn't stand steadily, nor could she fall down. She was in pain and scared, and could only scream. She grew up in the capital city. She was the youngest daughter in the family and was doted on and admired by everyone. She had never been treated like this before. Shun Qingming wasn't much better. Those who were regarded as Shun Qingdan's accomplices were also pushed around. He was so angry that he started cursing, scolding Shin Qingdan. "It's all your fault. Is that a chamber pot on your neck?
How dare you say anything?
What's the difference between calling someone a beggar in someone else's territory and calling a bald man a monk?" After scolding Shin Qingdan, he wanted to scold Shin Qingtang, but found that Shin Qingtang was no longer there. He didn't know when he slipped away. Little witch. As an internet celebrity, Shin Qingtang knows best the power of cyber violence. After she had finished her provocation, she bent down, dragged her bag, and walked out of the crowd. She is still pregnant. She can't stand such a push. However, Shin Qingtang, who had been standing far away and watching the excitement for a while, couldn't help but smack his lips. I didn't expect that the real-life public outrage would be even more severe than online violence. Shin Qingtang still has a lot of things to do and has no time to waste on watching the fun. Turned around to find my parents and second brother. They are at the blacksmith shop. The chipped axe head needs repairing. When Shin Qingtang arrived at the blacksmith shop, Shin Qingka was about to pay. Shin Qingtang stopped Shin Qingka and selected 2 large saws and an axe in the shop, as well as a new pair of scissors and money to repair the axe, a total of 220 coins. Li felt distressed. An axe is enough, right? These are not enough for food or clothing. The government only gave me 100 coins for my debt, but it cost 200 coins to buy some iron tools. Mom, we can't save some money. We need a lot of wood to build a house. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. Iron tools are 80 cents per pound, so it's naturally more expensive for us to buy finished products. Qingtang is right. Shin Qingka agreed. Li knew it in her heart, but she was just fed up with the pain of being penniless and felt heartbroken. Shin Qingtang put his arm around Li's shoulders and said, "Mom, don't feel bad. We will have a lot of money in the future, and you will never be able to spend it all." The worry on Li's brows disappeared. You are the best at making me happy. I'm telling the truth. We've earned 1,634 coins today. That's more than 1 ounce of silver. Let's go to a restaurant. The mulberry fungus was sold for 1,000 won, and the miscellaneous mountain products were sold for 634 won. They could have sold more, but they ate some of it in the past few days. Mrs. Li began to frown again. How expensive is it to go to a restaurant? 200 cash for a meal is gone. How about we buy some ingredients and take them home to cook? Both Shin Yuji and Shin Qingka agreed to go home and cook. So a family of 4 went to buy ingredients and daily necessities. Ms. Li is a good worker, so she didn't buy any ready-made clothes. She bought some cloth and planned to go home and make clothes. I bought a piece of the cheapest linen cloth for 100 coins. A piece of white cloth costs 200 coins. Linen is used as outer clothing, and white cloth is used as lining and cotton clothing. It's cold in Beichuan, so you always need to wear cotton-padded clothes. When you have cloth, you also need to buy cotton. A pound of cotton costs 60 cents. Calculating 1 pound of cotton for 1 set of cotton clothes per person, a family of 4 would need 4 pounds of cotton. Considering that Shin Qingtang was pregnant and needed to be looser, he bought an extra pound of cotton. 300 coins for 5 pounds of cotton. In addition, a family of 4 cannot always sleep in their clothes. They also need quilts. 1 quilt costs 5 caddies of cotton, and 4 quilts cost 20 caddies of cotton and 1,200 coins. Obviously, the money Shin Qingdang had was not enough to support each of them with a quilt, so he finally cut it in half and bought 10 kilograms of cotton for 600 coins. The next step is to buy ingredients and daily necessities such as pots, pans, and bowls. The price of a pound of rice ranges from 5 to 7 cents, depending on its quality. I bought a dough of the cheapest, lowest grade rice for 60 cents. Pork was 20 cents a pound, and I bought a pound. Eggs cost 3 to 5 cents each, depending on size. I bought 20 small eggs for 60 cents. Sugar was 41 a pound, and I bought half a pound for 21. Cooking oil was 56 cents a pound, and I bought a pound. I also bought some pork fat, 10 cents a pound, and I bought 5 pounds. An iron pot costs 100 coins. There is also 10 cents for needle and thread. It costs 376 coins. The total cost of food, clothing, housing, and transportation is 1,496 coins. I have 138 coins left from selling mountain products today. There was still 44 cents left from the money I had borrowed on credit from the county government. The total amount is 182 coins. Lee put the copper coins into her purse with a painful look on her face. At least there's still some left. Shun Qingtang hesitated and said, "Mom, it may cost a little more." Lee held her purse tightly. "Is there anything else you need to buy?" The word must was emphasized. The mountain products can only be sold once at most. In order to have subsequent income, we have to buy a fishing net and some vegetable seeds. Shun Qingtang explained. The temperature near the hot springs is high enough, so we should be able to grow vegetables. There are fish in the stream, so we can catch some to sell. In this way, when we can catch almost all the fish, we can sell vegetables again. Lee really couldn't find any reason to object, so she could only reluctantly hand over the money bag to Shin Qingtang as if she were marrying her daughter. There are no vegetables grown and sold on the streets in winter. A family of 4 ran from the inner city to a village in the eastern outer city to find farmers and buy seeds for some daily vegetables. The total cost is 30 coins. I also received a second-hand fishing net, which cost 50 coins. There are 102 articles left. Shin Qingtang weighed the vegetable seeds in his hand and sighed. After 4 days of hard work, I returned to before liberation. 4 days ago, I borrowed 100 coins from the Beichuan County Government Office, and now I still have 100 coins. I'll let you settle this account. Aren't we buying these things with silver? 1,000 coins is 1 tael of silver. We are very powerful.
Shinyu said.
The thing he is best at in his life is spending money. This is the first time I make money. He felt a great sense of accomplishment, so he didn't want Shin Qingtang to pour cold water on him. Shin Qingtang immediately admitted his mistake. Father is right. We must continue to work hard and strive to earn 2 taels of silver next time. I rushed from the inner city to the east outer city, and then back to the west outer city, and almost missed the chance to leave the city. The city gates were closed every evening and open the next morning. After a busy day, we didn't even have lunch, and the 4 of us in our family were starving. Return to the hot spring and light a fire to cook. The newly bought iron pot needs to be boiled, and the pork fat can be boiled out at the same time. Shin Qingtang has to be the one to refine lard, because no one else knows how to do it. They may have eaten it, but they definitely don't know where lard comes from. Shin Qingtang was boiling lard, and others were not idle either. Shin Qingka was responsible for cutting down the wild fennel beside the hot spring and cleaning it, because Shin Qingtang said he wanted to make fennel dumplings. Fennel has a special flavor. Shin Qingtang didn't know what his second brother was thinking, so he nodded. Nanny said it's delicious. But fennel prefers heavy oil, and it won't taste as good without the oil. That's why she didn't think about fennel in the past few days. Now that there is lard, of course you have to have a good meal. Shun Yuji climbed into the cave, found a ventilated place, and hung up the pork. It's freezing cold, and the pork won't spoil for a while, just for fear of being bitten by animals. Mrs. Lee was busy packing and organizing the things she bought in the county today. To cook lard, you must first wash the white and floury lard and cut it into small pieces for later use. Put the newly bought iron pot on the fire to heat it up. After the pot changes color, take a piece of lard and wipe the inside of the pot. Wait until the temperature drops, then heat it again and wipe it again. After a few times, the newly bought iron pan became oily and shiny. The food will not get burnt or stick to the pan when cooking. This process is called boiling. After washing the fennel, Shun Qingka started to build a temporary stove. The bricks are not dry yet, so I can only use a few temporarily. Build a low frame in the shape of a triangle. Shin Qingtang placed the boiling iron pot on the makeshift stove, poured a little water into the pot, and then put the cut pork fat in to cook. The water is turbid at first, and there will be a lot of hot steam when it boils, but the heat will disappear after a while. The turbid water gradually became clear and shiny. The water at this time is actually lard. The purpose of adding water to boil is to prevent water from splashing around in the pot or suet during heating and scalding people. The next step is to simmer it over low heat. Slowly, the suet pieces of white flowers will melt. When you see the lard turn into golden residue, it proves that the lard has been refined properly. Ladle spoonfuls into the earthenware pot that served as a pot. When it cools down, it becomes solidified white fat. Boiling lard is not a necessary skill for time travel. Shin Qingtang searched for it when he was making short videos and notes. Ancient people began to eat lard 3,000 years ago. The collapse of the Qian dynasty was 2,000 years ago in ancient times. The road for pigs to enter the water is probably impassable in Dacian dynasty. The remaining base oil and oil residue remain in the pot. Once the fennel is chopped, add it to the pot and stir to make the dumplings. Shin Qingtang suddenly discovered a problem. They forgot to buy a kitchen knife. So, I could only use the newly purchased axe, clean it, and chop the fennel. Shun Qingka chops the stuffing, and Shin Qingtang mixes the noodles. Roughly processed flour has little gluten, and 1 pound of flour and 6 ounces of water are enough to make it soft. After Shin Qingtang kneaded the dough, Shin Yu and his wife climbed down from the cave. As usual, chopsticks are made of tree branches. The rolling pin is made by cutting a section of a branch as thick as and peeling off the skin. Shin Qingtang first showed Shin Qingka and Shin Yuji how to roll out the dumpling wrappers. Then he showed Mrs. Li how to put the stuffing into the dumpling skin and shape it into dumplings. Shin Qingka is young and has strong learning ability. Although the shapes he rolls are either oval or square and the thickness is uneven, his posture is correct and he is making rapid progress. Shin Yuji's limbs were stiff and he couldn't hold the small dough with his big palms. He put it directly on the wooden board, holding the rolling pin in both hands, rolling it horizontally and vertically. When he felt that the size was almost the same, he then trimmed the shape along the edge. Mrs. Li couldn't stop laughing. Although I don't know how to roll dough, I have seen how the cook rolled it out in the kitchen. Others roll it out round. How can it be like you too? Shin Yuji was unconvinced. You still have the nerve to laugh at us? What's wrong with you? It's not like we haven't eaten dumplings in the capital. They are all big and round. What is this long, flat one you make look like? Shin Qingka looked at the dumplings made by Shin Qingtang. Did your nanny teach you how to make dumplings? The dumplings made by Shin Qingtang are incomparable to those of the cook, and they are not pretty either. They are just a little better than the 3 of them. Shin Qingtang nodded. Well, my nanny wouldn't let me play with mud when I was little. If I was dirty, she would let me play with dough. Thanks to the almighty wet nurse, I can carry it wherever it is needed. Dumplings, to put it bluntly, are bread fillings. If the fillings are not exposed when put into boiling water, it is considered a success. There is strength in numbers, so the 4 people quickly wrapped and cooked the dumplings. There is almost no wind in the valley, there are hot springs and fires next to it, and it is not cold at all. A family of 4 sat on the wooden piles under the light of the fire, each holding a bowl of dumplings, eating and chatting together. The unique fragrance of fennel, coupled with the crispy oil residue, is coated with a strong flavor of oil, which is very delicious. Shin Qingtang took a bite of the dumpling and narrowed his eyes with satisfaction. It smells so good. Shin Yuji said it was a cat's tongue, and he wanted to eat it because he was afraid of burning it. Li nodded. Well, this is the best meal I've had since my exile. Shin Yuji hissed and exposed Li's shorts. You've been saying this every day since we arrived in the valley. Shin Qingtang made pimple soup, and Mr. Li said it was the most delicious. Shin Qingtang made mushroom soup, and Mr. Li said it was the most delicious. Shin Qingtang made fish soup, and Mr. Li still said it was the most delicious. The dumplings are the best today. Li was not annoyed. She straightened her neck and glared at Shin Yuji. It tastes the best every day. What's wrong? I don't know what you think, but since the separation, I eat well and sleep well every day. When I make the clothes and bedding tomorrow, This little day will be more nourishing than a fairy. I was not as happy as I am now in Beijing. Shinchika nodded. I agree with what mother said. Life is a bit harder, but compared to when we were in the capital, where the whole family lived together and intrigued all day long, I feel more comfortable now. I used to feel tired mentally, but now I feel tired physically. A wealthy family looks glamorous, but what family doesn't have some troubles? The big house, 2 houses and 3 houses compete for power and money. The mistress and concubines compete for favor. The legitimate son, the legitimate daughter, and the concubine are like enemies. Shin Yuji originally had 2 concubines. On the day of the accident, Li took advantage of the chaos and let them leave. Once you take the deed of betrayal, you are a free man and not on the Shin family's exile list. Li missed their childhood companionship and did not let them suffer the pain of exile. After all, the 2 concubines were also loyal to Mr. Li. After being by Shin Yuji, they had been taking BZ decoction voluntarily. Not having a son and a half-daughter made Mrs. Li sad. Shin Yuji knew it, but never cared. Shen Qingtang raised his head, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and said with a smile, "Where are we now? Our family's good days are still to come. Let's work hard together, earn a lot of money, and become the richest man in the future." The richest man doesn't dare to think about it. My wish now is that we can build a house as soon as possible so that we don't have to sleep in the open all day. Li's wish is very simple. Shen Yuji nodded. Yes, let's build a house and plant a few acres of fields. In our free time, we can go fishing and live a leisurely life. Shin Chinka glanced at his parents, imitating Shin Qingtang, and looking up at the sky. I am more ambitious. He gestured in the direction of the capital with his chopsticks. I want to return to the capital on my own merits. I want to take the top prize. In fact, the laws of the Qian dynasty did not stipulate that after being exiled, one could no longer participate in the imperial examination. Of course, there are no rules saying you can participate. Moreover, the conditions in Beichuan County are difficult, and most of the exiled people cannot adapt to the life from wealth to poverty, and either die in depression or are assimilated, and eventually become one of the ordinary people in Beichuan County. Shin Qingtang touched the bowl of Shin Chinka's bowl with his hand. Second brother, I believe you will definitely win the first prize. When the time comes, you will be an official and I will be in business. We will dominate the country, and let your parents accompany you. If you want to travel around, you can travel around the mountains and rivers and cultivate the countryside if you want. Shin Yuji quit. Why do you two become officials and get rich, while your mother and I have to live in the wilderness for our old age? No, I want to live a good life and be an old man. Li Shi glared at Shin Yuji. Then do I have to give you 2 more concubines? Of course. Seeing that Li's expression was wrong, Shin Yu quickly changed his words. No. Brother and sister Shin Qingtang and Shin Chinka laughed and watched the fun. Qingyue's laughter warmed the cold air. Happiness has never been related to wealth or poverty. The next day, the 4 people in the 3rd room all got up early. Li is anxious to make cotton-padded clothes and bedding. Go to Shinyu to cut down trees. Shin Chinka was busy putting away the fishing nets that had been thrown into the stream last night. Shin Qingtang makes breakfast. The fragrant rice porridge is paired with mushroom pickles that Shin Qingtang pickles himself. After breakfast, Shin Qingtang and Shin Chinka went to line up to sell fish in the city. A full net of fish should weigh more than 10 kilograms. When Shin Qingtang was shopping yesterday, he also asked the fish seller about the price. In terms of retail price, larger crucian carp costs 100 cents per catty, and whitefish costs 80 cents per catty. The fish are sold by the tail for 7 cents each. The eelfish is actually a kind of shrimp but also a fish. I don't know if it is a fish unique to the Dacian dynasty, but Shin Qingtang has never seen it before. Shin Qingtang will follow him to sell fish because he is afraid that Shin Chinka will be like Shin Yu and his wife and cannot open their mouths. This time they did not go to the commercial street to set up stalls. Because Beichuan County is poor, ordinary people do not like to buy foods that are low in satiety, low in fat, and low in calories. Shin Qingtang chose to walk and hawk in the back alleys where wealthy people gathered. The rich and powerful want to enjoy themselves, while the poor want to fill their stomachs. Their needs are different. Fish for sale. Crucian carp just caught from the river. Fresh Crucian carp warms you up and releases milk. Not long after, the back door of a house opened, and a woman came out and stopped Xingtang and Xinqinka. Is the Crucian carp really fresh? Xingtang motioned to Xinqinka to show the fish to the old woman. Look, he's still alive and kicking. Crucian carp has strong vitality. The old woman picked out 7 or 8. Xingtang didn't have a scale.
I'm sorry, Auntie.
My brother and I forgot to bring a scale when we went out. Just give me 200 coins for these. The old woman was afraid of being at a disadvantage, so she went back to the yard to get a scale. When it came out it was 2 pounds and 2 ounces, she went back satisfied. Having suffered the loss of not having a scale, Xingtang asked Xinqinka to buy a scale, while he continued to sell in the alley. While waiting for Xinqinka, he sold 2 mullets and earned 14 cents. Coincidentally, Xinqinka came back and said that he bought a beam scale for 14 cents. The main goal is to achieve a balance between income and expenditure. The scale Xinqinka bought was a 10-gene scale, which was enough for them to sell mountain products and fish. The fish were sold out quickly, and the total sales amounted to 1,005 won. Xinqinka was so happy. We made another ton of money today. Isn't it that hard to make money? Xinqinga was not as optimistic as Xinqinka. Beichuan County is so small. We can walk around the inner city, where the dignitaries live twice in one morning. It's okay to come here every few days to sell. If we come here every day, I'm afraid no one will buy. Scarcity makes things valuable. Xinqinka thought about it and realized that it was true. He sighed. It's so hard to make money. Xinqinga smiled. It's not that difficult.
It just takes time.
The 2 men went from the streets to the market and bought some miscellaneous carpentry tools, such as planes, plumb lines for straightening walls, and some cooking utensils. It cost me 370 cents in total. When we returned to the cave, Li had already prepared lunch. Lunch is still dumpling soup. Although they bought noodles, neither Li nor Yuji knew how to cook. In the afternoon, the family of 4 continued to work separately. Li makes clothes and bedding. She had cut the fabric all morning. I was thinking of rushing out a quilt to cover Xinqinga at night. Xinqinga continued to cut trees. Xinyu first cleaned up the weeds next to the hot spring and left edible wild vegetables. Plow the ground, level it, dig holes, and bury the seeds. He planted the vegetable seeds Xinqinga bought from ordinary people. There are cabbage, spinach, green vegetables, garlic, green onions, lettuce, cucumber, etc. I also need some rice seeds to plant. In short, the hot springs are surrounded by plants. Growing vegetables is Xinqing's knowledge blind spot. After all, no blogger would spend dozens of days growing vegetables. In the family of 4, only Yuji loved growing flowers and plants before, so he had relevant experience. And Xinqinga continued to look for mountain goods. Her belly is getting bigger day by day. I also felt my first fetal movement this morning. It's like there is a water balloon in the belly, and a small fish in the water balloon touches the wall of the balloon. It's very light, but you can feel it. We must scour the mountain before we can no longer move. And he also made a few hunting traps. On the way down the mountain, a pheasant was caught in a trap. The family of 4 was very happy. However, very happy and extremely sad. None of them know how to kill chickens. Li was the first to wave her hand. I wouldn't dare. Yuji and Xinqinga looked at each other. The 2 of them said nothing, seeing rejection in each other's eyes. Xinqinga sighed. When they were in the capital, they ate a lot of delicacies and game, but they never touched them themselves. Killing chickens is not among Xinqing's skills. She is just a theoretical person. After thinking about it, Xinqinga turned his attention to Xinqinga. Brother, you have hunted before, so you shouldn't be afraid of killing chickens, right? Xinqinga nodded, of course.
But
shooting chickens and killing chickens are 2 different things. I once heard the nurse say that to kill a chicken, you need to bleed it first. Stab it on the neck first, and then bleed it, and then remove its feathers. If you don't bleed, the chicken will turn black. You need to use boiling water to remove its feathers. Shen Qingtang was near the pheasant. Gestures. How cruel. Ms. Li turned her head and didn't want to look. Shen Qingtang. You don't think about cruelty when you eat in the capital. Shun Yuji quickly left the scene. You use boiling water to pluck hair, right? I'll go get the water. Li followed closely. I'll light the fire. Shun Chinka. Did we agree that the family would share the joys and sorrows together? Resigned to his fate, he picked up the kitchen knife, and under Shin Qingtang's uncertain instructions, he held the chicken down, closed his eyes, and cut the chicken's neck. As a result, my hand shook and the cut was missed. The chicken feathers were thick, and the blood vessels were not cut, but it hurt the pheasant, and it screamed and fluttered. Shun Chinka was so frightened that he let go of his hand, and the pheasant jumped up and tried to fly away. Fortunately, its wings were injured, and its claws were tied together, so it didn't run far. Shin Qingtang, who could only talk on paper, encountered this situation for the first time. He was shocked and at a loss. Shin Qingka had no choice but to bite the bullet and catch the chicken back and follow the same steps again. Fortunately, it was only twice. The second time, Shin Qingka, who had gained experience, slashed with the knife and blood splattered everywhere. By the time Shin Yuji boiled the water, the pheasant's blood had almost been drained. Throw the whole chicken into boiling water, soak it for a while, and pluck the feathers while it's still hot. Finally, burn the feathers on the fire to become a chicken that can be put into the pot. It's just a little small with all the fur removed. It's not as big as the mouth of a bowl. Heat an iron pot and add a little oil to moisten it. Then add the pheasant and stir-fry until it changes color. Heat the water, add the washed winter mushrooms, and start stewing. When the heat is about the same, sprinkle a little salt and it's ready to eat. The conditions are limited. There are no complicated condiments, just the freshness of the mushrooms and the aroma of the pheasant. Mrs. Li first gave Shin Qingtang the chicken legs in her bowl. You're still pregnant, so you need to eat more. Shun Yuji picked a meaty piece from his own bowl and put it into Li's bowl. Don't patronize the child. You've been too thin recently. Shin Qingka didn't move. It was he who filled the bowl. There were only 3 or 2 pieces of chicken necks and chicken wing tips in his bowl. Without saying a word, Shin Qingtang handed the chicken legs to Shin Qingka. Brother, you are the main labor force in our family. It's hard work cutting down trees. Eat more meat to gain strength. Seeing that Shin Qingka wanted to return it, Shin Qingtang covered the bowl and said, We have agreed that the family will share blessings and share hardships, so we should not give in. We will eat meat more often in the future. It's not too late, so don't give in to anyone. The other 3 looked at each other, laughed, and stopped fighting to give each other the meat in the bowl. Li took advantage of Shin Qingka's lack of attention and put a piece of meat into his bowl. Seeing everyone looking at her with disapproval, Ms. Li explained, The palms and backs of my hands are full of flesh. I can't be a partial girl. After saying that, he followed Shin Qingtang's example and covered the mouth of his bowl. Shin Qingtang smiled and took a bite of the chicken that was stewed until tender. It was really delicious. The soup is also thick and delicious. Although the conditions are difficult, these family members are really good. So good that she would give everything for them. For the next 3 days, the Sanfang people did not leave the valley. Li was busy making bedding and cotton-padded clothes. Shin Qingtang is still responsible for finding various treasures. Father and son Shin Yuji and Shun Qingka cut down trees together. Today's dinner is hot hand-made noodles. Li has been learning how to make pasta from Shin Qingtang for the past 2 days. Hand-rolled noodles are relatively easy. After making the dough, roll it out like a dumpling wrapper. It should be very thin and very large. Then fold them together, cut into thin strips with a knife, and sprinkle with dry flour to prevent sticking. Boil water in a pot and cook noodles. Put some lard in the bowl and add a little soy sauce to taste. So simple and delicious. The people from Sanfang were particularly supportive and praised it while eating. Shin Yuji spoke first. Madam, the noodles you make are the most delicious noodles I have ever tasted. Mainly, I rarely ate this before. He was and dreaming of life and death every day, drinking and eating too much. Shun Chinka echoed. Yes. Mom, the noodles you make are indeed delicious. I didn't expect that a bowl of noodles with lard would be so fragrant. Shin Qingtang also gave Li a thumbs up. Mom, you are amazing. I told you once that you can make such delicious noodles. A cook's greatest joy is seeing others eat her cooking and express their approval. Li smiled happily, blushing and humbly said, Just tease me, right? She paused and continued. I'm not sure if the food is delicious, but my needlework skills are pretty good. The quilt and cotton clothes are already ready. You can try them after dinner. This day is a particularly memorable day for the third room. This was the first time they had put on new clothes of their own since their exile. After dinner, everyone took turns taking a shower and putting on new cotton clothes. When I sleep at night, the soft grass is still spread under me, but I am covered with a soft and warm new quilt. Shun Qingdang thought that the next step would be to put building a house on the agenda. Before dawn, a family of four gets up.
Li cooks.
Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka collected the fishing nets dropped in the stream last night. The fish they caught in the past 3 days were kept in small pits dug by the stream. Even after removing the dead fish, there are still 40 or 50 kilograms of fish left. Shin Qingtang cleaned up the delicacies and wild fruits that he wanted to sell so that he could easily set up a stall to sell them. After dinner, the family of four lined up early to enter the city. After entering the city, the troops divided into 2 groups. Shin Yuji and Li went to the county government office to return the farm tools and 100 coins they had received. The family of four all felt that being in debt was a huge burden. Even if they borrow 100 cents with only 5 cents of interest a year, they still want to pay off the debt first. As for the tools and farm implements brought back, vegetables and rice have been planted beside the hot spring, so the farm tools are not needed for the time being. They should be able to afford it when they need it again. The main tool used is an axe. The axe I received was old, and it was too difficult to chop down trees. Besides, I already bought a new axe. Brothers and sisters Shin Qingtang and Shin Chinka are responsible for selling fish, shrimps, mountain products, and wild fruits. The brother and sister split into 2 groups again. Shin Qingtang sets up a stall selling mountain products at the market. Shin Chinka carried fresh fish and shrimps to sell along the streets in wealthy areas where dignitaries gathered. The inner city of Beichuan County is really not big, so Shin Qingtang inevitably saw familiar people again. In Beichuan County, the only people she could call acquaintances were the people in the first and second rooms of the Shin family. This time it was a concubine from the first house named Shin Yan. The eldest aunt is a powerful woman. Children of concubines are not allowed to follow the Qing generation, and they can only be called 2 characters. So Shin Qingyan can only be Shin Yan. Shin Qingtang was not familiar with this concubine cousin, and they only met during festivals or when the whole family was involved in important events. Shin Yan has 1 table and 1 chair. There is a wooden board standing in front of the table, with a few beautiful large characters written on it, writing letters on behalf of others. Shin Yan also recognized Shin Qingtang and felt a little embarrassed. He subconsciously turned his face to avoid it. Realizing that this was useless, he turned back and looked at Shin Qingtang, who was setting up a stall on the ground opposite. His mouth opened and closed several times, but no sound came out. Shin Qingtang looked confused for him, so he had to speak first. Hello, cousin. Shin Yan stood up quickly and saluted with a blushing face. Hello, cousin. This caused the people around him to look at him like a fool. Shin Qingtang wanted to pretend not to know him. Shin Yan's etiquette was perfect, but the situation was wrong. Beichuan is a remote and poor country, and the largest official here is the county magistrate, a 7th-rank sesame official. Most ordinary people are not so particular, and greeting acquaintances on the street is very casual. Have you eaten? Where did you go? And so on. Therefore, the perfect etiquette posture is like a crane standing among the chickens, which is particularly out of place. Shin Qingtang, who was the first to call for help, could only shout out, Cousin, why did you come out to set up a stall? Shin Yan was even more embarrassed, and his face, which was no longer fair, turned red. Shin Qingtang turned around when he heard the same familiar voice. Shin Qingming shouted give way and borrow and emerged from the crowd. Shen Qingtang glanced behind him and didn't see Shen Qingdan, but he saw another cousin from the second house, Shen Qingxia. Although they are all from the Qingzi generation, the last character of each of the three branches of the Shen family is different. The names of the girls in the first wife's family are related to colors, such as Shen Qingdan and Shen Qingdai. The names of the girls in the second room are related to seasons, such as Shen Qingxia and Shen Qingdong. The names of the girls in the third room are related to flowers and plants, Shen Qingtang and Shen Qingluan. Shen Qingtang raised his eyebrows and thought, is the fact that the first and second rooms don't lock the door a sign of division of labor or a falling out? Shen Qingtang prefers the latter. It is obvious that Shen Qingxia and Shen Qingming are siblings with different ideas. Shen Qingxia clearly didn't want to have anything to do with Shen Qingdang. Seeing that she couldn't stop Shen Qingming from joining in the fun, she hid behind the crowd and simply pretended not to know him. Shen Qingming pointed at Shen Yan with contempt and said to Shen Qingdang, like you, he disregards the family's face and insists on living an ignoble life. He was also kicked out of the house like you. I don't know why you people who have been kicked out of your homes like to set up stalls so much. Don't you like to keep the charcoal stove at home? Shen Qingtang has no feelings for Shen Yan, but the enemy of his enemy is his friend. He asked Shen Qingming quietly, we were not kicked out of the house. We separated on our own initiative. We eat well and sleep soundly by relying on the work of our own hands. And you, can you take out a copper plate that belongs to you in your pocket now? You don't even know how to lose everything and prosper each other, so you have the nerve to mention your family's face?
How?
If you arrange for your cousin to run against your cousin on the street, will everyone look down on you? Shen Qingming glanced around subconsciously. It was still early, and there were not many people in the market. The people who came around heard that it was a quarrel between cousins, and they all watched the fun with interest. Some people heard Shen Qingtang's words and cast disdainful glances at Shen Qingming. In the Dacian dynasty, family values were very strong, and even common people rarely saw cousins fighting in the streets. The so-called family scandal should not be publicized. No matter how ignorant Shen Qingming is, he still knows this. He glared at Shen Qingdang hatefully and defended himself. I didn't set him up. What I said is all the truth. His mother contracted an infectious disease, and the uncle wanted his mother to move to a different place for treatment. He didn't want to have to take his mother to live separately. The uncle didn't agree, so he knelt down all day and night to beg for it. It was because of his lack of conscience that the uncle got angry and kicked the mother and son out of the house. The word Zhu mainly refers to Shen Yan. His mother is a concubine, and the contract of sale is in the hands of the eldest aunt. Although all the Shen family's property was confiscated, there was still a chance to secretly hide some gold, silver, soft goods, or other important things. With the way my eldest aunt is, she will take care of these concubines even if she is dead. Shen Qingtang guessed that Shen Yan was begging for his uncle to return his mother's deed of betrayal. As for why the eldest aunt agreed, this time, that time. Now that we are no longer in the capital, one less mouth to eat means one less burden for the Shen family. You're lying. Shen Yan clenched his hands and dropped them by his side, his voice trembling with anger. My mother is not an infectious disease. She just contracted the cold. Father. He refused to use the money to buy medicine for his mother, and even threw her outside to fend for herself. But the son does not complain about the father's fault. Shen Yan swallowed the words that came to his lips and emphasized with red eyes, my mother is not an infectious disease. Shen Qingtang instantly guessed what Shen Yan's unfinished words were. Mainly, I know the uncle better. Selfish, cold-hearted, short-sighted, and disregarding the overall situation. Why is it not an infectious disease? Isn't it an infectious disease that can cause rashes all over the body? And you have diarrhea and vomiting? Shen Qingming looked disgusted. The status of concubines has always been lower than that of legitimate children. Even if they have separated and lived separately, it is difficult to change decades of habits. Shen Yan was angry, but didn't dare to argue with Shen Qingming. Maybe he was not good at arguing with others and kept saying my mother is not an infectious disease. Shen Qingtang said lightly, if it is really an infectious disease, you'll be infected if you live in the same courtyard. I heard an old Chinese medicine doctor said that if a patient with an infectious disease develops symptoms and it is useless to separate them, they may have been infected. Shen Qingming's face suddenly changed. Don't fool me. Why would I scare you? If you don't believe me, go to the pharmacy and ask the doctor. An unnatural look flashed across Shen Qingming's face. I'm not going. I'm not sick. Are you healthy or poor? Shen Qingtang bluntly exposed his shortcomings. Why don't I have money? I'll go now. Humph. Shen Qingming turned around and left angrily. Shen Qingtang shook his head. Another idiot. It's obvious that there's something fishy going on here. Seeing that many people had gathered to watch the fun, Shen Qingtang asked sincerely, does anyone need any mountain products? I picked them all myself. They're cheap and delicious. Being stared at by her with sparkling eyes, the onlookers felt embarrassed to refuse. Especially the younger people, they all bought some mountain products. Shen Qingtang's words became even sweeter when she saw this. Brother, you really know your stuff. This fungus can replenish qi and blood. It's delicious whether fried or cold. These mushrooms are rich in amino acids, which can enhance your memory and allow you to read 10 lines at a glance and have a photographic memory until high school next year. Auntie, don't worry. Each of these red fruits is carefully selected. Look at how plump they are. They can be used as snacks for the children at home or can be used to make candied haws. Soon, most of Shen Qingtang's mountain goods were bought. In the middle of winter, I was so busy working that I was sweating. Shen Qingtang looked up and saw Shen Yan standing awkwardly near the stall, neither leaving nor stepping forward. He asked in confusion, Cousin, is there anything else? Shen Yan blushed and bent down to salute Shen Qingtang. Just now I thanked my cousin for speaking up and rescuing me. It's okay. It's just a matter of words. Shen Qingtang waved his hand, mainly because Shen Qingming's mouth was too open. Shen Yan bowed his hands towards Shen Qingtang again before returning to his stall. Shen Qingtang lowered his head and looked at the few mountain goods he had left. He didn't see Shen Qingka coming back. Then he looked at Shen Yan sitting alone at the table and sighed softly. Wearing single clothes in the middle of winter, my face turned purple from the cold. I guess he sold the tattered cotton-padded clothes he was given earlier to pay for his mother to hire a doctor. He is a filial son. Shen Qingtang thought that he was a mud bodhisattva and could not protect himself when crossing the river, so he did not want to have the heart of a holy mother to meddle in other people's affairs. On the other hand, I feel that Shen Yan is well-educated, sensible, filial, and has a decent character, and he shouldn't just ignore his fate. If there is no money for medical treatment, the cold can also kill people. After struggling for a long time, Shen Qingtang picked some mushrooms and red fruits from the remaining mountain products and brought them to Shen Yan's table. I picked these mushrooms and red fruits myself. Although they don't look very good, they don't affect the taste. The mushrooms have anti-inflammatory effects and the red fruits are appetizing. You can take them back to your aunt to try. Shen Yan wanted to salute Shen Qingtang again, but Shen Qingtang waved his hands repeatedly. You don't have to be so polite. It's not easy to live outside. Besides, this is what was left from the sale. Shen Qingtang was embarrassed by being thanked and suggested to Shen Yan, you set up the stall in the wrong place. Most of the people who come here to buy things are from nearby residents. Their homes are in good condition, and they all know more or less a few words, so they don't have much trouble. There is a demand for letter writing. Even if there is a whole street of letter writing services next door. It's hard to get business here. It was already the third day that Shen Yan had set up a stall, and indeed no one asked him to write a letter. Blushing, he asked Shen Qingtang for advice. Excuse me, cousin, what should I do? Just now he was watching Shen Qingtang doing business. I don't understand why a dignified daughter of the third wife of the Shen family can be so low profile and work as a market vendor. Probably because your mind is strong enough. She could withstand the hurt caused by being pregnant out of wedlock, and she could also calmly face the drop from the clouds into the mud. Unlike some of the firstborn ladies in the first and second bedrooms, who still act like daughters-in-law. It's almost impossible to uncover the pot at home, and we have to make sure we don't leave the front door and don't take any steps forward. Shunyan was even more envious of Shin Qingtang's dexterity and eloquence. There are many vendors selling mountain products, but few can sell them as fast as Shin Qingtang. Anyway, if it had been him, he might have set up a stall for 3 days and still get nothing. First of all, you have to be thick-skinned. It's difficult to live, so why care about other people's opinions? Shin Qingtang generously shared his experience and gave Shen Yan a demonstration. Everyone come and take a look. This is Shen Yan, the Dean of Yunshan Academy in the capital. The Dean of Yunshan Academy is a man of gold, and Shen Yan is even more talented than his master. You can write letters and do paintings on your behalf, and the price is affordable and does not rip off customers. Shin Qingtang's voice was already clear and bright, which was very attractive. She made a scene again just now, and before the spectators had gone far, she shouted back. Seeing so many people, Shen Yan became even more panicked and asked Shin Qingtang in a low voice, "I haven't studied at Yunshan Academy." Nor is he a disciple of the Dean of Yunshan Academy. The Shin family has ethnic studies, and he studied in ethnic studies. Shin Qingtang signaled to Shen Yan to be calm and calm. "I made up Yunshan Academy. You have to give it to yourself if you come out to hide your identity." Shen Yan. Come on, let's take a look. This is what my cousin wrote. How about a knowledgeable connoisseur trying it first? With that said, Shin Qingtang raised the calligraphy plate in front of Shen Yan's desk to face everyone. How could Shen Yan let a pregnant woman do such a thing? He took the wooden board from Shin Qingtang's hand and held it up without caring about his shame. This word is really good. His words match his person. He should be a very decent person. Can decent people come to our Beichuan? Those who come to our Beichuan from the capital are all those who committed crimes and were exiled, right? Are the exiles still decent? Shin Qingtang heard the question and looked at the person asking. Brother, you can't say that. We are indeed exiled from the capital. But everyone also knows that exile does not only exile the criminal himself or his family. It is often 3 or 9 tribes together. Exile. When people sit at home and disaster comes from heaven, what can we do wrong? The onlookers nodded. This is indeed the case, especially for the many lateral branches of exiled prisoners. They usually do not take advantage of the main family, but they are indispensable when they are exiled. Someone in the crowd shouted. I just heard them arguing. This little guy came out to write letters because his mother was seriously ill and his father refused to treat her. So he's a filial son?
Come on, give it to me.
But I don't need to write a letter. Our whole family is from Beichuan. Shin Qingtang immediately said after hearing this. Not only can I write letters, I can also write store promotions, love letters, wedding letters, invitations, congratulations, elegiac couplets, etc. Anyway, my cousin can write any words. My mother will be turning 60 soon. Please write me a birthday. The girl I likes literati. Please help me compose a poem. Seeing that Shen Yan was getting busy, Shin Qingtang retired, smiled, picked up his baggage, and walked through the crowd to leave. Before she walked a few steps, she heard Shen Yan calling her again. Cousin, wait a minute. Shin Qingtang turned around and saw Shen Yan bowing and apologizing to the customers at his table, asking them to wait, and then chasing after him. Cousin, is there anything else? Shen Yan glanced at Shin Qingtang's protruding belly and said, You are very courageous. Shin Qingtang raised his eyebrows and came to tell her this, without making any money. The person the official wanted to take away that night was not you, but Shin Qingdan. Of course, Shin Qingtang knew, but he was surprised that Shen Yan would also know. I went there for convenience that night, and I happened to see an official come to take someone. Shen Yan explained. Shin Qingtang nodded, thank you. There was a customer behind him urging Shen Yan. Shen Yan couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said, The person who took you away was an official, but the father of the child should be from the capital. I heard them say that it was the big shot from the capital who wanted the girl, who had not yet left the palace. Shin Qingtang didn't expect that such an important piece of news could be obtained with just a little effort. A big shot from the capital? Name the girl who wants to marry the girl who has not yet left the court? The enemy Shin Qiji made in the capital? When Shin Qingka found Shin Qingtang, he saw her standing in a daze on the bustling street. Qingtang, What are you thinking about? Nothing. Shen Qingtang came back to his senses and was very happy to see Shinchinka's empty hands. All the fish are sold out? Shinchinka nodded. I met a family who was washing children, and I asked for most of the fish. However, they wanted more, so I gave them 10 cents cheaper per catty. After that, I sold some in pieces and sold them out. Now, this is the money from the sale. Shin Qingtang took the cloth bag containing the money, and the brother and sister found a deserted corner to count their income. Let's first count Shinchinka's income from selling fish. Why is there still a dime of silver? The family in Shisan wanted to have a son, but they gave birth to 5 daughters in a row. I finally gave birth to a son this time. I am very happy. Give me a reward. Shinchinka spoke with a smile, but Shin Qingtang felt that the money was a bit hot. In the past, it was Shinchinka who rewarded others. Shinchinka is different from Shunyan. He is a legitimate son. He has lived in luxury since he was a child. The biggest grievance he has ever suffered is being beaten by his husband. To work as a coolie is to rely on your own hands to earn a living, and to accept rewards from others is nothing more than a grudge and a spiritual humiliation for the young master. Shinchinka saw Shin Qingtang looking at him with a distressed expression and rubbed her head. Silly girl, didn't you say it? People can't go against money. Besides, this money is for weddings. Take it and be happy. Shin Qingtang didn't say anything and didn't know what to say. He nodded and continued counting the money. A total of 3,986 copper coins. Shin Qingtang counted out 14 copper coins from his own pile and strung them together into 4 strings of coins using a thin string. Shin Qingtang's mountain products were similar to last time, and he sold them for 1,124 won. This dime of silver is probably worth 50 cents. 5 strings of cash and 5 taels of silver. That's a lot. Shin Qingtang smacked his lips. At first glance, it's not a small amount. 5 strings of cash. If we count today, we've worked for 4 days, which is equivalent to 1 string of cash and 300 coins a day. There are 4 people in our family, so each person earns 340 coins a day on average. It seems okay? Shin Qingtang changed his words after he finished calculating. It can catch up with the average daily wage in Beichuan County. I'll take you to buy some bath beans. The last time he came to the market, he saw Shin Qingtang standing in front of the bath bean stall for a long time. It is indeed a bit hard to accept food given out of pity. But thinking that 50 cents was almost enough to buy the bath beans, Shin Qingtang calmly congratulated the host and took the change. Don't waste that money, Before Shin Qingtang could finish, Shin Qingtang interrupted him. Don't be reluctant. If you like it, buy it. Shin Qingtang shook his head. I really don't like it. I don't like you to be standing in front of someone's stall for so long. The bath beans are a bit expensive, but didn't they give me a dime today?
I can buy one anyway, right?
Shin Qingtang was very touched, second brother. You are so kind. But I see the bath beans not to buy, but to sell. Can you make bath beans?
Yeah.
Shin Qingtang nodded. I saw a so-called palace secret recipe in a miscellaneous book before. It said that it was used by the princess. In addition to bath beans and cleansing formula, there is also something called soap, which has similar functions to bath beans. I want to try it. Bath beans are also known as pancreas beans. The raw materials are pig pancreas, wood ash, and some spices. After saponification, they are rolled into the size of marshmallows. This is a skin care and cleansing product only used by wealthy people. It can be used to wash the face, wash the hair, and take a bath. Shin Qingtang was silent for a while, and then he sighed. I suddenly feel that I have wasted my time studying for the past 10 years. It would be more useful for you to learn farming knowledge from your nanny and read all kinds of miscellaneous books. You can't say that. If nothing happened to the Shin family, you would have learned both civil and military tactics, and what I know is not worthy of being mentioned in public. Can you imagine those noble ladies in the capital wearing exquisite makeup, complicated head ornaments, and sitting together discussing how to mix water and soil to make good-looking mud? Or gather in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss, in a literary way, how to kill fish without breaking their gallbladders. Even someone as professional as Shin Qingtang learned through practice that if the gallbladder is broken when killing a fish, the whole pot of soup will be bitter. Shin Chinka imagined the scene described by Shin Qingtang, shuddered, and nodded repeatedly. You are right. Every profession has its specialization. No matter how great your ability is, it can only be effective if it is used in the right place. The third room wants to build a house, and he can make the bricks and wood himself. But the tiles need to be bought. There are two kinds of tiles on the market in Beichuan. One is glazed tile, and the other is small green tile. Glazed tiles are too expensive for today's three-bedroom people. Small green tiles are cheaper and more suitable for 3 bedrooms. There are 2 sizes of small green tiles. One is square, about 15 centimeters long and wide. The other one is rectangular, about 20 centimeters long and 18 centimeters wide. 10 pieces for 1 penny, really cheap. Shin Qingtang calculated silently. If you buy small rectangular green tiles, 1 square meter will cost about 138 tiles, which costs 14 cents. 10 square meters cost 140 cents. If it is calculated as 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, the small green tiles need at least 50 square meters, which costs 700 coins. An additional 3 to 5% must be added for transportation and construction losses. It's about 750 yuan. Shin Qingtang paid the deposit and agreed to pick it up when the city gate opened tomorrow. The brother and sister left the kiln and went to the blacksmith shop, where they sold some tools such as axes, sickles, and shovels for 300 coins. We still have cloth at home, but there is too little cotton. Not to mention that the quilt is thin, and 1 set of cotton padded clothes for 1 person is not enough to change. What's more, there is no mattress yet. Shin Qingtang was so cruel that he bought 20 kilograms of cotton for 1,200 won. Looking at the big cotton bag on Shin Qingka's back, Shin Qingtang still felt pain in his heart. I worked hard for 3 days to pick up mountain goods, and it's not enough to buy 20 kilograms of cotton. That's enough. Didn't my parents still sell felonious mulberry? After returning the things to the yamen, Shin Yu and his wife were responsible for selling the mulberry huang collected by Shin Qingtang to the drugstore. Shin Qingtang. She was just describing that the income was not proportional to the effort. Shin Qingka was just teasing her on purpose. Didn't you just say that? Money is earned by rascals after spending it. It's a bit too easy to spend. Shin Qingtang sighed. No wonder people always say that it's hard to eat and money is hard to earn. No matter how sad it is, you can't be vague about the things you need to buy. After buying daily necessities, you still have to buy food. I weighed 3 pounds of pork for 60 cents. I bought 4 pounds of pork fat. Both cost 100 coins. I also bought a bucket of mung beans and a bucket of soybeans. It cost 70 cents. Bought 20 more eggs. This time, Shin Qingtang didn't buy any eggs for eating, but some big eggs for 5 cents each. She picked the hen's eggs one by one facing the sunlight. Eggs are divided into male and female. Hen eggs are eggs that can hatch chicks. If you look into the sunlight, you can see a small black inside the hen's egg. Seeing Shin Qingtang being so picky about eggs, the stall owner couldn't help but ask, Miss, are you picking hen's eggs? You can't hatch chicks in the middle of winter. The kids at home didn't believe it and insisted on trying it.
Shen Qingtang Lit.
The stall owner wanted to ask, you're a mother at such a young age? But when he saw Shin Qingtang's big belly, he swallowed his words back. Shin Qingka moved sideways to block the seller's sight. Shin Qingtang didn't really care, but since her brother was willing to protect her, she couldn't refuse his kindness. I quickly picked out the eggs and paid for them. Perhaps realizing that his gaze just now was intrusive, the seller also gave the basket to Shin Qingtang. When they reached a deserted place, Shin Qingtang counted the money in his hand. The two of them made a total of 5,174 cash today, and now have 2,704 cash left in their hands. It looks like a lot, but there are very few wild products that can be picked. You have to put business matters on the agenda. However, it is difficult enough for them to accept the transition from scholars to farmers and then jump directly into businessmen across 2 classes. I'm afraid my family won't want to do it. Shin Qingtang probed. Second brother, now that we have capital, let's start a small business? What you up to?
Soap.
As we all know, the time travel to riches 3-piece suit is sewer, soap, and glass. People in the Qian dynasty had long been eating pig offal and lard, so there was not much room for profit. Soap and glass can be used. Soap is the chemical version of bath beans. The raw materials of both are similar. But bath beans are quite expensive, and only the rich and powerful can afford them. But in Beichuan, ordinary people are the majority. The last time Xin Qingtang came to the market, he observed the bath bean stall for a long time. Not many people buy bath beans. The raw materials for soap include lard, potassium hydroxide, and wood ash. They have already bought the lard and can cook it when they get home. Shun Qingka asked, "What is soap?" "It's just a cheap version of bath beans." Shin Qingka nodded. "Of course it's no problem if you can do it." Shin Qingka asked back, "Didn't we just finish being vendors? One sells mountain products and the other sells fish." Shun Qingtang shook his head. "It's different. Now selling mountain products and fish is just for emergency use. What I mean by doing business is to keep doing business." Shin Qingka usually always talks about going to study or working when the house is built. Shin Yuji said that he would farm in the valley with Li. They can accept that being in business now does not mean they will always be in business. Shin Qingka thought for a while. There is nothing wrong with doing business. In the past, I looked down on farmers and businessmen. But now I know that whether you are farming or doing business, you rely on your ability to make a living, no worse than those ministers in the DPRK who give guidance to the country. The family of four agreed to meet at the county government office gate. When Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingka arrived at the gate of the county government office after shopping, Shin Yu and his wife were already waiting. The brother and sister showed off their joy when they saw them. Shin Yuji was the first to say, "I went to the yamen to pay back the money, and they said we didn't use the money in such a short period of time, and they didn't charge any interest." The people at the county government said that among all the exiles he had seen in all those years, we were the first family to pay back the money within a month. No interest is charged on wheat seeds. A total of 2 bushels of wheat seeds were bought on credit, 1 bushel of which was ground into flour. So, I bought another bucket of wheat seeds to make up for it. Ordinary wheat costs 30 cents per bushel. Wheat seeds are of the best quality among all wheats and are more expensive, costing 40 cents per dough. Li continued, the Corylus versicolor was sold for 576 coins. Then he handed the purse to Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang put all his money together, added the copper coins left over from last time, and the money left after paying off the loan from the county government today, and a total of 3 strings of cash. 775 coins were left. Shin Qingtang gave the 3 strings of copper coins to Li for safekeeping. "Mother, you are the head of our family from now on. You are in charge of the big money. These 775 coins are a loan from the public treasury to me as the capital for my next business." Li refused again and again. "I've never been the head of a household. You have all the ideas, so take them." Since the family split up, Shin Qingtang has been leading everyone to work and earn money. Although Shin Qingtang is the youngest, he is the pillar of their family. Shin Qingtang stuffed the money into Li's arms and said, "There was no chance before. Now you are the mistress of our family. If you don't take charge of the family, who will?" Li's eyes instantly turned red. In the capital, which rich girl doesn't learn how to manage the household from a young age? Her family wasn't big, but in addition to doing housework, she also had to learn how to read the account books. But if she married into the Shin family, there would be no chance for her to become the mistress. Unexpectedly, after being exiled, she became the mistress of the house. "Mom, don't cry. I know 3 strings of cash is not much, and the main thing for a family is firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. But don't worry, I will work hard to make more money. Buy a big yard, hire a lot of servants, and let you be a real mistress of a wealthy family." Shin Qingtang is not afraid of poverty or hardship, but she is afraid of her mother crying. Not only Shin Qingtang was afraid, but Shin Qingka and Shin Yuji were also afraid. The father and son nodded repeatedly to agree with Shin Qingtang. "Yes, ma'am. Let's all work hard to build a big house as soon as possible. Mom, when the house is built, I will study hard and strive to pass the imperial examination to earn you a first-class imperial title in the future." Lee burst into laughter and accepted the 3 copper coins, as well as the trust and love of the 3 men. How can I manage such a big family business? I am so grateful that I can manage you 3 well. Shin Xingtang took out 200 yuan from his entrepreneurial capital and said, "We, a family of 4, have worked hard for half a month. Isn't it too much to reward ourselves with a meal today?" Shin Chinka had no objection. Shin Yuji licked his lips and hesitated to speak. "I didn't know that a penny can't kill a hero before, but now I know that if you want to make a penny, you have to sweat first." Ms. Lee, who had just been promoted to housekeeper, shook her head. "It's too expensive to eat out. Let's buy groceries and cook them at home."
But
Shin Qingtang whispered the truth. "Our family doesn't even have a kitchen stove. How about just one meal?" She pointed to her belly and said, "Your grandson said he wants to eat." What else could Lee say? He poked Shin Qingtang lightly on the forehead and scolded with a smile. "You even used an unborn child as a cover. You are so embarrassed to be a mother." Shin Qingtang chuckled. What's more enjoyable than eating is that her family can now accept her pregnancy and childbirth out of wedlock. Dagon, who buried countless women under the chastity arch, was more difficult for the Shin family to accept than to be exiled. A family of 4 chose a small, clean restaurant, ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup. A plate of dry stirred winter bamboo shoots, braised cold mushrooms, and crispy braised meat. The soup is cabbage and tofu soup. I also ordered a big cake, 4 portions each, a corner for each person. A total of 132 coins were spent. The restaurant is not big, and the taste of the food is not outstanding, at least not as good as what the Shin family cooks cooked before the exile. But it was the most delicious meal they had ever eaten since their exile. The family of 4 cherished the meal, and there was no soup left. It was still dark when we returned to the valley. While the sun was still high, Lee cut cloth to make cotton clothes and quilts for everyone. Shin Qingtang is responsible for boiling lard. Under the guidance of Shin Qingtang, Shin Chinka and Shin Yuji made a wooden cart by hand. The cart is quite simple. I found a thick tree trunk, cut it into 5-centimeter thick wooden boards, and then spliced several boards together to form a whole rectangular board. The rectangular wooden board surrounds 3 sides, leaving 1 side. The remaining side is used as a handrail for pushing and pulling. The most troublesome thing is the wheels. It is easy to draw a circle. Find a wooden stick and stick it into the ground to form a circle. Choose a rope of appropriate length and draw a circle on the ground. The difficulty lies in cutting the wooden board into arc-shaped sections according to the size of the circle and then splicing them together. Each arc section is connected to the center of the circle with thin wooden boards. By the time the cart was finished, it was already dark. During the meal, the family of 4 discussed plans for tomorrow. "I make quilts and cotton-padded clothes,"
Lee said.
Shin Qingtang nodded. "Tomorrow should be very busy. I need to go into the city early in the morning to transport the small green tiles back. It may take 2 or 3 trips. In fact, the kiln factory said it could deliver the goods." But Shin Qingtang didn't want outsiders to know about this hot spring valley, which was a paradise for his family. "I also want to save some shipping costs." Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka nodded. "I know. I want to try making soap tomorrow. But making soap requires limestone. Second brother, please help me get 2 pieces of limestone back tomorrow, and then we can pound them together." A few days ago, they chose a slightly higher but very flat open space, cleared away the weeds, and leveled the land as a homestead for their new home. To build a house, you need adobe bricks, wood, tiles, etc. The building materials are all ready. The first step in building a house is tamping. Tamp down the soft ground with stones. To use a heavy stone that cannot be moved by 1 person, 2 sticks and a few ropes are often tied to the stone. One of the main force holds the stick and lifts it up, and the rest of the people work together to assist the main force by holding the rope and pulling it up. After beating once, pour water thoroughly and let it dry. Then proceed to the next round of pounding, watering, and drying. Just looking for something can keep the Shin family busy for a long time. For the current Shin family, there is endless work to do every day, and their lives are solid and fulfilling. Shin Chinka agreed immediately, and Shin Yuji had no objection to his daughter's arrangement. But in just a few days, their palms have become calluses, and they no longer get blisters frequently. Especially when it comes to cutting down trees, Shin Chinka, who is becoming more and more skilled and efficient, wants to cut down trees and sell them. They even found the way out. In the past, if the Sanfong people wanted to leave the valley, they would climb out of the cave and then go around to the city gate from the outside. 2 days ago, Shin Qingtang accidentally discovered a path while picking mountain goods. The two mountains look connected from a distance, but in fact when you get closer you will find a gap at the junction. The gap is to the mountains and to the Shin family. This is a road. Not far from the city gate, it is very convenient to enter the city. This is one of the reasons why they dare to tell the kiln factory that they can get the small green tiles themselves. After talking about tomorrow's work, the family of four chatted about today's market. When Shin Yuji said that, everyone in the yamen was shocked when they saw him going to pay back the money. Funny and sad at the same time. Mrs. Lee told how when she went to sell mulberry huang, she met a kind-hearted doctor who rescued people on the street, and she even gave him some mulberry huang for free. Shin Chinka said how lively the family in Shisan was. Seeing Shin Qingtang, who usually talked the most, lowering his head and not speaking, Shin Chinka wondered, "Qingtang, why don't you speak? Are you tired?" Shin Qingtang shook his head. "I just didn't know how to tell you. I saw Shunyan today." The Shin family immediately became nervous. Lee put down her chopsticks and said, "Is he making things difficult for you?" Shin Chinka rolled up his sleeves. "Why didn't you say anything at the market today? I'll beat him up." Shin Yuji slapped the table. "How dare a rascal bully my daughter? I'm just splitting up and living alone. I'm not being kicked out of the Shin family. I'll go find my eldest brother tomorrow." Shin Qingtang hurriedly stopped them. "Don't get excited. Shunyan didn't bully me. He also separated from his family and became independent. Only then did the Shin family sit down." Shin Yuji frowned. "He, a junior, dares to break up the family?" Shin Chinka snorted. "According to uncle's behavior, Shunyan should have committed something and been treated as an outcast, right? Why don't you help him?" Shin Qingtang nodded. "It seems to be because Shunyan's mother is ill. The uncle refused to pay for medical treatment and said that her mother had an infectious disease and would throw her out to fend for herself. Shunyan couldn't bear to leave his mother and begged for a family separation, but was kicked out by his uncle." Mrs. Lee sighed. "Although we are concubines, my elder brother and sister-in-law are a bit too ruthless to do this." Shin Yuji was not surprised and only praised Shunyan. "I didn't expect that boy to be a filial son and a good-hearted son." Shin Chinka looked at Shin Qingtang suspiciously. "Just helping Shunyan is so embarrassing for you?" "No, it's because..." Shin Qingtang wanted to tell her what Shunyan told her about the child's father, but judging from the protective attitude of her parents and brother towards her, she was afraid that if she told her, they would blame themselves for not protecting themselves well. The mood was ruined. When the words came to his lips, he changed his words. "I feel a little sorry for my second brother. The original owner might care about who the child's father is, but Shin Qingtang really doesn't care. It was her ideal before time travel to leave her father and keep her son."
Huh?
Shin Chinka raised his eyebrows. "Why are you sorry for me? I saw that Shunyan was sitting there dryly for a long time without anyone looking for him to write letters for him, so I shouted a few words for him and took some jobs. But second brother, your handwriting is more beautiful than Shunyan. If I can help you can definitely make money by shouting, which is much easier than cutting down trees."
Hey.
Shin Chinka waved his hand. "What am I talking about? After the house is built, I just want to write letters and set up a stall. There are so many letter writers in Beichuan, not one more than him, not one less than him." "Phew." Lee nodded and said, "Your brother is right. Shunyan is anxious to make money to save his mother. We can now provide for food and clothing, so we don't want to compete with him for this moment." Shinyu looked at Shin Qingtang fondly and praised, "My daughter is kind." When they got up early in the morning, Shin Chinka and his son went to the city to pull green tiles. Shin Qingtang is responsible for making breakfast. Lee was busy cutting cloth in the morning. When Shin Chinka and his son came back, Shin Qingtang had already cooked rice porridge with egg pancakes. "The eggs are small eggs I bought last time. Shin Qingdang placed the newly purchased hen's eggs in a nest made of hay next to the hot spring. The closer you are to the hot spring, the higher the temperature. Shin Yuji is good at growing flowers and plants, but he didn't expect that he is also good at growing vegetables. The vegetables that were planted in just a few days have already sprouted up, and their green shoots are stretching out like soldiers waiting for review, and they are lined up on the shore in rows and rows. After dinner, Shin Yuji was busy tying stones and preparing for tamping. Shin Qingka and Shin Qingtang went to find limestone. Shin Qingtang used shells when he recorded the video of making soap. At that time, she did not expect that a blogger who traveled to ancient times to make a living would one day travel to ancient times himself. And we still traveled to Beichuan, a place with only mountains and no sea. Fortunately, limestone can also be used. Limestone is divided into marine deposits and continental deposits. To put it simply, one type comes from the sea, and the other type comes from the mountains. Luckily, they happen to be in the mountains. Even more fortunately, one of the mountains has a cave, and this limestone is inside the cave. Under Shin Qingtang's command, Shin Qingka carried 2 not too heavy pieces of limestone onto the flatbed truck, then returned to move 2 more pieces. A total of 10 pieces of limestone of similar size were brought back. After a short rest, the family started to tamp the soil. Shin Qingka was the main laborer, responsible for lifting large stones and keeping track of the direction, while the others provided their full assistance. The family of 4 shouted slogans, move stones and play stones. 1, 2, 3, up. An area of about 50 square meters was tamped horizontally and then vertically. After tamping once, take a short break and start the second time. Shin Qingtang did not participate the second time. Tamping puts too much pressure on the abdomen, which is not friendly to pregnant women. Shin Qingtang couldn't bear it. I don't know if it's because I'm too thin, but my belly is getting bigger and bigger like a balloon. The 3 of them progressed a little slower, and by the time they finished the second time, it was already lunchtime. For lunch, we had dompa pork made by Shin Qingtang. It is also one of the must-have recipes for time travelers. Put the whole piece of meat into the pot and cook it. Rinse the cooked meat in cold water and cut into cubes. And green onions should be placed at the bottom of the pot. But in order to save money, Shin Qingtang did not buy unnecessary seasonings. I only added salt, soy sauce, sugar, and a little white wine I just bought today and started stewing. The recipe Shin Qingtang learned requires steaming after stewing. It was not until my father, mother, and second brother finished making it for the second time that it was finally done. After working all morning, eating white flour steamed buns and taking a bite of soft and salty dompa pork is satisfying from body to heart. Mrs. Lee glared at Shin Qingka and pretended to be angry. If your sister really opens a restaurant, I'm afraid you and your son will eat her up first. Shin Yuji swallowed the meat in his mouth before retorting. Look at you, mother and son. Qingtang's business hasn't even started yet, and one of you says Lee said bah. 3 times, the bad ones don't work, the good ones work. If we Qingtang really want to open a restaurant, the business must be good. Shin Qingtang held his stomach and smiled. Smiling and smiling, he lowered his head to prevent them from seeing the tears falling into the bowl. In her previous life, before she became an internet celebrity, she had a very difficult time. She became seriously ill and was forced to use a wheelchair to earn a living alone. Not only did her parents refuse to treat her illness, they also demanded alimony from her. Later, after becoming popular and making money, he cured his illness. Unexpectedly, an accident happened while traveling. When she first came here, she complained that God was unfair and always treated her so cruelly. Only now do I know that it was to make up for the home and family she never had. In the afternoon, Lee continued to make bedding and cotton-padded clothes. Shin Yuji first watered the land that had been compacted in the morning and then did carpentry with Shin Qingka. There are many parts that require carpentry when building a house, such as beams, doors, and windows. In addition to the main beams, there are also cross beams. Crossbars are the easiest to make. After determining the width of the house, select suitable trees, peel and level them, and make them into round wooden pillars with uniform length and diameter as much as possible. The main beam requires one or several pieces of wood to form an isosceles triangle, and there must also be a vertical line in the middle of the triangle. The wood used for the main beam is quite particular, and not just any tree can be used as a main beam. The main beam cannot be too thin or too thick. If it is too thin, it cannot support the roof, and if it is too thick, it may crush the wall. There is a saying that goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked. The upper beam refers to the upper triangular main beam. While others were busy, Shin Qingtang was not idle either. During the busy days in the past few days, Shin Qingke and Shin Yuji helped her use local materials and converted a small cave at the foot of the mountain into a brick kiln. Put the limestone into the hole, build the reserved door with homemade bricks, and seal the outside with fine mud. Put firewood into the stove hole at the bottom and start burning. Under high temperatures, gases such as carbon dioxide inside the rocks will be expelled. This changes the composition of the rock. The former calcium carbonate will be converted into calcium oxide. If you need slaked lime, you need to pour clean water in this step. As we all know, once clean water is added, a chemical reaction will occur and it will boil. After the chemical reaction is complete, the dried white powder is slaked lime. Quicklime can be used to build walls and also to make soap. Shin Qingtang weighed out 1 kilogram of wood ash using a beam scale. Wood ash is the ashes left after burning wood and is alkaline. A pound in Beichuan County weighs about 600 grams. For Shin Qingtang, a soul from the 21st century, he still needs to convert the formula in his mind into the measurement of Dakian. Crush the plant ash, add water, and add 200 grams of slaked lime. Stir and react. After the reaction is completed, filter the liquid out to obtain a potassium hydroxide solution. Then pour potassium hydroxide into 500 grams of cooled lard and stir evenly while heating. Then pour it into the small mold prepared in advance and wait for saponification. There are square and rectangular molds, both made of wood. Because they had limited tools, wood was best shaped. What you end up with is potassium soap. Potassium soap is simply a reaction between oil and alkali. Because he didn't have gloves, Shin Qingtang was burned by the lye splashed out while stirring and filtering. There were a few small red spots burned on the back of my hand. Fortunately, it's not serious. In fact, soap can be made using only wood ash solution and lard, but soaps with potassium hydroxide are of superior quality, and those of good quality can be supplied to the royal family as luxury goods. Of course, chemical soaps are somewhat harmful to the skin, but it would be irresponsible to talk about the harm without considering the dosage. It's cold in winter and saponification happens quickly. That evening, the soap was successfully demolded and made into white solid soap. When taking a bath at night, Shin Qingtang used it to bathe, wash hair, and clothes. It's good for removing dirt and oil, but the smell is not very pleasant.
Need to add some spice.
Shin Qingtang was still thinking about how to improve the soap formula. Li, who was wiping Shin Qingtang's hair, praised him repeatedly. Qingtang, you're fat. Soap is better than bath beans. Harder than bath beans, but not as greasy as bath beans. It's cleaner than bath beans. Shin Qingtang smiled and said, this soap is not as safe as the ingredients in bath beans. It needs to be left for a while to completely saponify. It will be better after the chemicals evaporate. Each has its own advantages. Li didn't understand. She just nodded proudly. Yeah, our Qingtang is really amazing. Seeing Li squatting awkwardly on the shore, Shin Qingtang said, Mom, when our new house is built, we will dig a pond behind the yard and divert the spring water there. Then we can lie in the pond and admire the moon. We can also put 2 small floating tables and put fruits and vegetables on them. TSK, that would be so beautiful. This hot spring is natural, with mud all around and under your feet. So soaking in the hot spring is no different from taking a bath in a river in the wild. There is no privacy, security is low, and comfort is also not high. The point is that Mr. Li was deeply poisoned by feudal ideology and would rather die of filth than take a bath in this open-air hot spring. Their current conditions are limited, there is not enough change of clothes, and they cannot go into the water with their clothes on. Li always gave Shin Qingtang a break on the shore, and occasionally helped her take a bath. Ms. Lee smiled even more heartily. Well, I'm looking forward to it. She is the only one in the family of 4 who has never been to a hot spring. When Shin Yuji encouraged her, he said that after taking a bath in the hot spring and sleeping, she would be more energetic the next day, and the fatigue from the previous day's work would disappear completely. Shin Chinka also said that after soaking in the hot springs, the blisters from the previous day and the red marks on the ribs from carrying wood on the shoulders will feel much better and the pain will disappear. Shin Qingtang even popularized to her the 101 benefits of hot spring bathing. However, even though she knew that they were the only family of 4 in the valley, Lee still felt awkward and couldn't let go. Listening to Shin Qingtang saying that hot spring water could be brought indoors, Lee was not only looking forward to it, but also moved. When I was in the capital before, I envied your aunt and second aunt. They all have a husband who is the male head of the household and holds the power in the house. He usually deals with the mistresses of various families and is very impressive. Your second uncle is a businessman, and your second aunt wears a variety of silks and silks all day long, and her hair and makeup are all the most popular styles in the capital. She shows off everywhere all day long. Sometimes your eldest aunt has to borrow money from her. Lee shook her head and didn't say how she used to feel sorry for herself and blame others. Now that I'm in trouble, I know that it's easy to share wealth, but it's hard to share hardship. I also know that I'm the happiest because I have you. Our life may seem poor, but we have enough food and clothing, and we are considerate of each other. Your uncles and second uncles may seem wealthy, but they may not have a better life than us. Shin Qingtang thought of what he had said to scare Shin Qingming today, as well as the past behavior of his eldest and second uncle, and said with a smile, maybe the eldest and second bedroom are having a separation right now. Shin Qingming was indeed frightened by Shin Qingtang's words. He rushed home all the way, clamoring to see the doctor, and asking the doctor to be invited home to give everyone a safe pulse. Shin Qingming was the youngest of 2 children and was spoiled to the point of being lawless. To be more precise, it's a nest. I only dare to be lawless in the second room. Now is also the person who makes trouble in the second room. Of course, Shin Xianji and his wife knew the whole story and didn't want to talk to Shin Qingming. But Shin Qingming's mother, Wang, suddenly had a thought in her mind and asked Shin Xianji in a low voice, "Husband, I think Minger's trouble this time is not unreasonable. It just so happens that we can find the big house to pay some money." Shin Xianji frowned. If the money in the account is enough to treat a large family, why would the eldest brother expel the concubine and the concubine from the house? Mrs. Wang pouted. What expulsion? Shun Yan is obviously begging for a family separation. Husband, don't you also want to separate the family? We have benefits if we get the money, but we can do it without giving money, right? Shun Xianji hesitated. He really didn't want to be burdened by such a big family. But the separation of families is not honorable. Besides, if his mother is still alive, people will laugh at her if they separate the family. He is not the third child who is so generous that he breaks up the family just because of a loser. The old lady was still carried on a stretcher when she arrived in Beichuan. It has only been a few days since she was able to sit up. It can be seen that she will be able to go to the ground in a few days. Shin Xianji also suspected that the old lady also hid a lot of gold and silver. Otherwise, a Philistine like the eldest brother would have not cared about the old lady's life or death. Mrs. Wang could tell at a glance what Shin Xianji cared about and persuaded her softly. Husband, I know you can't let go of the old lady. We are just separating our families, not severing our relationship. Beichuan City is so big that you can't see it when you look up, but you can't see it when you look down. Are you afraid that you won't have the chance to honor the old lady? Shin Xianji said nothing, his expression obviously relaxed. Mrs. Wang thought there was something interesting and continued. Husband, the number of people in our second room is nearly half that of the first room. You are also good at doing business. If we separate, our life will definitely be better than now. Shin Xian thought so and nodded. The couple took Shin Qingming to their elder brother Shin Qiji to ask for money for medical treatment. More than 30 people from 2 families were crowded together in such a small courtyard, almost facing each other. In this way, Shin Chiji still maintained his airs and set up a table as a study room in the corner of the main room where discussions, hospitality, and meals were integrated. When the family of 3 from the second room arrived, Shin Chiji was sitting at the desk pretending to be. The wavering in Shin Xianji's heart completely disappeared when he saw the 4 newly bought 4 treasures of the study on Shin Chiji's table. Now it's hard to eat, brother. Is he still thinking about playing with the 4 treasures of the study? What's more, he has money to buy the 4 treasures of the study, but no money to treat his family members. When Shin Chiji saw Shin Xianji, he and his wife subconsciously wanted to hide the 4 treasures of the study. But the room is so big, there's not even a bookshelf where to hide it. I could only pretend to be nonchalant, cough twice, and say with an air of dignity, "Boy, what's the matter?" Shin Qingming took advantage of his parents who were rushing to speak. "Uncle, I want to hire a doctor." When Shin Chiji heard that it was about spending money, Shin Chiji refused without thinking. "What kind of doctor do you want to hire? Your grandmother is so sick that she didn't even hire a doctor. You are young. Just drink some hot water, cover yourself with a quilt, and sleep." Shin Qingming had always been afraid of his uncle, so he subconsciously wanted to comply. Wang poked Shin Qingming hard in the back. Shin Qingming made a sound in pain. Shin Chiji frowned and looked at Shin Qingming. "Really sick? He looks rosy, doesn't he?" After receiving her mother's instructions, Shin Qingming had to bite the bullet and said, "Uncle, there are so many of us now, and only 3 of us have a torn quilt. How can we sleep well? Besides, just because there are so many of us, once it is spread, 10 aren't they all sick?" Hearing this, Shin Chiji looked at Shin Xianji, second brother. "You taught me this? You clearly know that Shin Yan's mother." Seeing Shin Qingming's excited eyes, Shin Chiji changed his words. "Second brother, you just let Qingming play around with you on weekdays. Now you bring him to mess with me? What do you mean?" Shin Xianji said with a smile. "Brother, please don't be angry. At first I thought Qingming was making a fuss out of a molehill. But then I thought about it. We people suffered so much from the capital to Beichuan, and suffered so much. He looked healthy on the outside, but he was afraid that it might hurt his inner self, so he asked the doctor to come and show it to everyone, and he knew something about it. You can't have an accident and have your families separated once, right?" Shin Chiji's expression softened slightly after hearing the last sentence, and he let out a long sigh. "Why don't I want to hire a doctor for everyone? If you don't become a doctor, you don't know how difficult it is to be a doctor. But you know how much money the family has. Do you think it's okay? Can you hire a doctor with these few copper coins? Second child, let me tell you, I've been so anxious these days that I can't even sleep. People in their 20s or 30s spend money when they open their eyes." Shin Chiji pinched his eyebrows and said, "Headache." Shin Xianji refused to accept Shin Chiji's advice and pointed to the 4 treasures of the study on the table. "Brother, you have money to buy the 4 treasures of the study, but do you have the money to hire a doctor for everyone? The lives of so many of us are not as valuable as pen and ink. This is borrowed. I just wanted to write a letter to my old friend in Beijing to see if I could borrow some money for an emergency. By the way, second brother, did you borrow a lot of money from other countries before? Otherwise, you can also write a letter to them and see if you can get it back?" Shin Chiji said deliberately. Shin Xianji shook his head. "When I was on the road to exile, I had long ago asked the officials for help in sending letters. However, without exception, they all came to nothing. Brother, if you have the money to send letters, why don't you use it to treat everyone?" Shin Chiji saw that Shin Xianji had gone around the topic in a few words, and his face darkened. "Second brother, you have to force me, right? I have no money. If you want to pay for everyone's medical treatment, you have to pay for it. Anyway, when I'm in the capital, at home, your business is in charge. Brother, you are the head of the family. Who should I look for if I don't look for you? In the past, I was indeed in charge of the family's business, but all the money earned was handed over to the government, right? Otherwise, brother, please give me another sum of money now, and I will continue to do business to support everyone. Where did I get the money?" Shin Chiji sneered as he glanced at the second family and his family of 3. "You guys came prepared. If you don't need money, you can split up the family." Wang couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Shin Qingming's eyes also lit up. Only Shin Xianji did not move. He knew that his elder brother had not finished speaking. Sure enough, Shin Qiji continued, "But you have to pay 2 taels of silver before you can leave." Wang's smile froze and she asked anxiously, "Why? Why don't we have to pay when the 3 houses are divided, but we have to pay when the time comes?" Shun Qiji snorted. "With the money you got from the county government on credit, you spent it but didn't get the 3rd bedroom. When the 3rd house was about to be divided, we had just arrived in Beichuan and were penniless." Shin Xianji had no objection. He and his eldest brother both knew that Lao San was being taken care of by them in the capital. They all hid some private money during their exile, and only Lao San's family was truly penniless. Shin Qiji stood up and glared at Shin Xianji across the desk. "Second brother, your abacus is falling on my face? You spent the money you borrowed from the yamen, you also ate the wheat, and you still don't want to give out a penny? What a wonderful idea you have." "Brother, it depends on what you said. You are the head of the family. It is you who borrowed money from the yamen, and you are the one who repays the money." Shin Xianji simply acted like a rogue. "Anyway, I don't need money." Shin Qiji raised his finger to Shin Xianji, and the tip of his index finger almost poked Shin Xianji's face. "Oh, you Shin Xianji. So you are waiting for me here? When you were in the capital, you often used the name of the Shin family to line your own pockets when doing business, right? As far as I know, the number of shops in your sister-in-law's dowry is 30% more than when you first got married." Shin Xianji was lucky and could keep his face steady. Wang looked away guiltily and defended, "Where can I get 30%? Besides, my house has been confiscated, so how can I still have a dowry?" "Yes, the properties in your name have been confiscated. But I know that some of your shops are in the names of your younger siblings and your distant relatives. Those have not been confiscated yet. Now that the Shin family is in trouble, you want to live a good life solo after lying on my body and blood? You are really my good brother. Pity." Shin Qiji curled his lips sarcastically. "Don't blame me for being unjust if you are unkind. When I borrowed money from the yamen, I also signed your name. Brothers from the same mother. Who doesn't know who?" Shin Xianji was not a brother who could share joys and sorrows with him, and he had long been wary of him. Shin Xianji and his wife looked at each other. Mrs. Wang angrily asked, "Brother, why are you like this? As the head of the family, you borrow materials and write the name of your second wife? You are in the 1st year of junior high school, and you don't allow me to be in the 15th year?" Shan Qiji retorted, "I still say the same thing. If you want to separate the family, you can pay 2 taels of silver first. In addition, the old lady doesn't only have my son. If you want to separate the family, you have to take the old lady with you."
"Why?"
Shan Xian was angry. "You are the boss. Why should I support you? It's just because you're breaking up the family at this time. The 3rd child has already separated. Why not let him raise her? Then we can find the 3rd child."
"Who knows where he is?"
Shin Qingming said weakly. "It seems that Samba's family still lives outside the city. They must be hiding in a cave somewhere. I saw Shin Qingtang come to sell mountain products twice. She said she picked them herself. The valley outside Beichuan City. The valley formed by the surrounding mountains resembles half of a butterfly wing. The biting cold wind was isolated from the wings. Especially close to the hot springs, it can almost be described as warm as spring. In addition, tamping was a physical job, so Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka even took off their cotton-padded clothes. Li was too embarrassed to take off her cotton-padded clothes, so she had to wipe the sweat from her forehead from time to time. "Father, mother, second brother, can you drink some water and take a rest?" Shin Qingtang brought the freshly boiled hot water and placed it on a nearby stone. The weeds near the homestead were also cleared away, leaving only a large stone as a temporary table. Shin Qingtang also picked some wild fruits and put them in a wooden tray. In the winter, there are not many wild fruits that can be eaten, and the most common ones are red fruits. There are also a few natural frozen pears. In fact, there are many kinds of wild fruit trees in the mountains. But after autumn, the wild fruits either fell to the ground or rotted on the trees. Occasionally, the few that did not fall were pecked by birds. Shin Chinka made the wooden tray himself. Now that he has free time, He will use the remaining wood to do some small carpentry. Mrs. Lee responded, "Come right away. After this time we can build a house?" Shun Qingtang nodded, yes. The family of four didn't go anywhere these days, and just focused on tamping. Over and over again, splashing water and waiting for drying, Lee made cotton-padded clothes and mattresses for the family of four. Shin Yuji went to collect hay, and Shin Chinka went to the cave to quarry limestone, and came back to bake slaked lime. Shun Qingtang is not idle. In addition to being responsible for logistical support tasks such as cooking and laundry, he is also working hard to make money. There are fewer and fewer wild products to pick. The mountains here are quite steep, so locals rarely come here. Shin Qingtang was a pregnant woman, which was already inconvenient for her. The mountain products she picked up in the past few days were only half of what she had picked up before. Fortunately, Shin Qingtang was lucky enough. The trap she made caught another rabbit, which gave her another meal. A family of four sat around a rock, drinking the sweet stream water, taking a break, and discussing how to build a house. The first thing to do when building a house is to prevent moisture. Among the few pieces of knowledge Shin Qingtang knew about building a house, if there was no plastic sheeting, one could only lay a layer of slaked lime mixed with insect and snake repellent on the compacted ground. I bought the snake and insect repellent medicine when I first made money. Most animals hibernate in winter and have been idle, but now they are finally put to use. After spreading the lime, you can start building the wall. Polish the stones of similar size carefully selected from the mountain and make a circle along the newly compacted ground. Local people call this circle of stones root feet. Laying the foundation is also called laying the foundation in Beichuan, and it is the most important step in building a house. The most basic requirement is that in addition to being strong, it must be horizontal and vertical. The ink fountain I bought earlier came in handy. When the new ink fountain is not filled with ink, it still has a clean white line. Insert a wooden stick into the tamped corner first, insert a wooden stick into the other end, and straighten it with a bucket thread in the middle. In this way, the wall built along the bucket line will be straight. Shin Qingtang explained it clearly in a few sentences, but Shun Yuji and Shun Chinka found it extremely difficult to implement it. Stone is different from horizontal and vertical bricks. The unevenness is difficult to repair and level. Shin Qingtang looked around for a long time and suddenly remembered something very important. Dad, second brother, you first level the bottom floor and straighten the entire wall. The messy gaps and holes can be smoothed out with hydrated lime mixed with mud.
Forget about this.
Others don't understand. After focusing on the big picture without worrying about the details, Shin Yuji and Shun Chinka picked up their speed. Speed is only relative. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and building a house is no different. By the time the sun sets, only two sides, one long and one short, have been built. The one making the fastest progress is Lee. She finally drove out the new cotton-padded clothes and mattress. But both pieces of cloth have bottomed out. Even the cloth ends, Ms. Lee put them together to make socks for everyone. Lee also took out some cotton and made a pair of cotton shoes by herself. The upper is made from old clothes, and the sole is the sole of old cotton shoes. When they first arrived in Beichuan, their prison uniforms were taken away, and each of them was given a set of cotton-padded clothes and cotton shoes. Exiling them to Beichuan was to enrich Beichuan's population rather than to kill them. However, the cotton-padded jackets and cotton shoes distributed were of very poor quality. The cotton-padded jackets were filled with old cotton covers instead of cotton. It's not warm at all. After buying new cotton this time, Lee took apart all of everyone's old cotton-padded clothes and shoes. The old cotton was taken apart to make a mattress for the family, and the saved cotton was used to add another layer to the quilts for the four people. The cloth from old clothes was also used to piece together two mattresses and several pillowcases. Each person has two sets of inner clothes and two sets of cotton-padded clothes, which are just enough for replacement. As a blogger specializing in ancient survival, Shin Qingtang knows that the earliest mushroom cultivation was using tree trunks. She found a tree on the mountain that had grown mushrooms and asked Shin Chinka to help her cut the tree back. The tree cut down to grow shiitake mushrooms is called a mast. After cutting down the tree, you need to use an axe to make marks and grooves on it. They should not be too deep or too shallow. This step is called chopping. Then find some branches and leaves to cover the groove, which is called clothing. Shiitake mushrooms don't like sunlight and need to be planted in a place sheltered from the wind. It has been almost 10 days since Shin Qingtang planted his first tree. At present, there are only a few mycelium. I don't know if it's because the trees were not chosen correctly, the weather was too cold, or the tree trunks needed to be beaten. The tree trunk really deserves a beating. I knocked it against the groove with a stick and scared the mushrooms away. She took the axe handle and struck the relevant part of the trunk. In the second tree, Shin Qingtang dug a small hole in it, stuffed the small section torn off the mushroom root, and filled it with sawdust. Making clothes again. Currently, no mushrooms have emerged. Shin Qingtang also planted some fungus on the tree. There is no movement yet. Shin Qingtang also knows a way to grow oyster mushrooms using cottonseed shells. She planned to buy some from a fellow villager when she went to the city and try it back. In fact, corn cobs are more useful, but I don't know if there is corn in Dakian at this time. Anyway, Shin Qingtang has never been seen in the county. Another 2 days passed. The foundation stones of the new house were finally leveled and leveled. The most critical step in building a house has been taken. Next is building the wall. When building a house, the width of the walls must be particular. Generally, it is the width of 2 adobe bricks or the length of 1 adobe brick. The earth bricks are built in the shape of a well, with 1 layer horizontal and 1 vertical. The gaps were smoothed and reinforced with mud, mixed with crushed grass and slaked lime. It is best to build it at a height of about 1 meter upward from the foundation stone. The father and son were working together, one laying mud and the other laying bricks. Making clay is a job for casual workers, while laying bricks is a skilled job. Shin Yuji never dreamed that the painting he had studied so hard to show off would now be useful. The adobe bricks he built were exactly the same size, and the brick walls he built were horizontal and vertical. The gaps between the 2 layers of bricks were almost the same size and width, which was very beautiful. Shin Yuji doesn't think this has anything to do with Danqing. Shin Qingtang has always said that this is the aesthetic feeling he cultivated while painting. Shin Yu once suspected that his daughter was deceiving him to get him to work. But it doesn't matter. You have to work anyway. It is another process from unfamiliar to familiar. The 2 mastered new skills again. During lunch break, Shin Qingtang spared no effort in praising them father and son. Dad, second brother, after the house is built, if you apply for the job of building the city wall, you will definitely succeed. Shin Yuji said angrily. Is it possible? We are both technicians, a bricklayer and a carpenter. When they were first exiled to the north, they could not lift it with their shoulders or pick it with their hands. It has only been less than a month, and calluses have grown on the palms of my hands, and I can carry water, mix mud, and build walls. If we build the city wall again, there will definitely be no problem at all. Shin Qingtang smiled and nodded. Yes, you earn 100 cash more than ordinary craftsmen. Those who build city walls are builders. Both bricklayers and carpenters are skilled workers, and their wages are higher than those of small laborers. Mrs. Lee counted on her fingers. Then you too can earn 700 or 800 silver in 1 day. That's 7 or 8 guan of money in 10 days. You can also make 20 guan of money in a month? Isn't that 20 taels of silver? Shin Yuji wiped the mud spots on Mrs. Lee's face with his sleeve. Since you became the master, you have become obsessed with money? Where did you get 20 guan of money? Now the city wall is not being built in winter. Even if spring starts for a month, we still have to do it. I have a few days off from bathing. Besides, they can't pay such high wages. Lee's face turned red with embarrassment and said angrily, I can't tell you any more? After a family of 4 lived in the valley, Shin Yuji became more and more intimate with her, unlike when she was in the capital, where she often couldn't see others. Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingke looked at each other, and the brother and sister lowered their heads to eat in tacit agreement, pretending not to notice. Shin Qingtang swallowed back his words to correctly. Lee's calculations are based on an ideal situation. As we all know, there is a big difference between reality and ideal. During the time he was in Beichuan, Shin Qingtang had been to the city several times and had a general understanding of the prices and wages in Beichuan. I can only say that the cheapest thing is people. There may even be a situation where a living person cannot be sold for the price of an animal. 1 tael of silver could buy a servant, while a grown pig cost 5 taels. Of course, the price varies with age. For example, a child could be sold for a maximum of 6 taels of silver, while an adult could be sold for anywhere from 4 to 20 taels of silver. The daily wage for hired labor in the private sector is approximately between 230 and 300 won. The government-employed laborers and the daily wages ranged from 170 to 200 won. A butcher who kills pigs in the city can earn about 3 taels of silver a month, while a street vendor who carries a load and sells oil can earn less than 2 taels of silver a month. The city wall was built by civilians hired by the military. Shin Qingtang didn't know the specific price and felt that it was impossible to earn 10 taels of silver a month. Xiaomu has no wages, and his wages will be deducted for lunch. If he does not do well, he will still be deducted. 5 taels of silver a month is a lot. The next day, Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka continued to build the wall. Shin Qingtang and Li entered the city. The first is to sell the collected mountain goods and caught fish for money, and the second is to purchase supplies. Mrs. Li is responsible for setting up a stall to sell the wild products that Shin Qingtang picked up. Shin Qingtang carried a load and went to the back alleys of the rich to sell fish. It has been more than a week since I last went to the city to sell fish, and I have saved 70 to 80 kilograms of fish. Shin Qingtang was sweet-spoken and good at talking, and she was also a pregnant woman, so anyone who opened the store would buy a few fish. All the fish were sold out in almost an hour. There are 4 or 5 kinds of fish, some big and some small, with different prices. The total profit was 5,168 coins. 5,000 coins are equivalent to 5 strings of copper coins. The monetary value of 5 strings of copper coins is equal to 5 taels of silver, but the weight of 5 strings of copper coins is not equal to 5 taels of silver. Holding the hand is heavy. On the way to Finally, Shin Qingtang passed by a money shop and exchanged 5 copper coins for a silver ingot of 5 taels, which he carefully put into his pocket. I was thinking about calling Li to buy some meat and vegetables to improve our lives. From a distance, I saw a group of people gathered together. At first, Shin Qingtang didn't care. This is the peak time for wealthy and free people to go shopping. It's normal to get together to watch something new and exciting. Until Shin Qingtang heard Li's crying. The person surrounded by the crowd was her mother, Li. Shin Qingtang's face suddenly changed. She stuck out her pregnant belly and forced her way into the crowd while shouting, "Excuse me." Li knelt on the ground, holding tightly to the bamboo basket of mountain products with both hands, and cried and repeated, "I have no money. I really have no money." The bamboo basket was given to me by someone when I bought eggs last time. In addition to Li, there were several other people surrounded in the crowd. The eldest uncle, the eldest aunt, the second uncle, the second aunt, as well as Shin Qingming and Shin Qingdan surrounded Li. The second aunt smiled, but her words were as sharp as a knife. Third sister-in-law, mother is sick and needs medical treatment. The third brother is also mother's son, so it is only natural for you to pay for it. You can't just keep crying poor and hide away and not show filial piety, right? Dakian attaches great importance to filial piety. These words are simply murderous and heartbreaking. Shin Qingtang walked quickly to Mrs. Li, bent down to help Mrs. Li up, and looked up and down. "Mom, are you okay?" Li shook her head and said with sobs, "They want to rob us of our mountain goods." Seeing that Mrs. Li was indeed uninjured, Shin Qingtang turned around and protected Mrs. Li behind him, facing the people in the first and second bedrooms, and said sarcastically, "Uncle, uncle, second uncle, second uncle, there are so many of you bullying my mother. Man, who doesn't want to show any respect at all?" Shin Qiji and Shin Xianji looked at each other and took a step back without saying a word. A few women were quarreling, and it was difficult for the 2 men to get involved. Shin Qingtang is a junior, and there is no reason for them to pay attention to him. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingdan pushed Shin Qingming aside and took a step forward, scolding Shin Qingdang. "Shin Qingdang, are you deaf? Second aunt just said that grandma is sick and needs to see a doctor, and the money for the doctor needs to be paid by our three families together. Why don't you go out?" Without saying a word, Shin Qingtang raised his hand and slapped Shin Qingdan. "My mother is your elder. How can you, a junior, give me instructions? How can you be a noble lady from the capital with your sarcastic face?" The crisp sound of a slap even drowned out the discussions of the crowd. Shin Qingdan covered her face and looked at Shin Qingtang in disbelief. "You dare to hit me? There are 3 girls in the Shin family who were born the same year as her." Shin Qingtang has always been trying to curry favor with her and her second uncles Shin Qingdong like a little maid. She really couldn't believe that Shin Qingtang, who had always been submissive to her in the capital and even in exile, dared to hit her. "I've already been beaten. Do you still dare?" Shin Qingtang retorted. Shin Qingdan is just a spoiled rich girl who has never really experienced the sufferings of life during her exile. "I'm going to beat you to death, you little." Shin Qingdan had never suffered such an injustice before, and she grabbed Shin Qingtang's hair with tears in her eyes. Shin Qingtang turned his head to avoid Shin Qingdan's hand and kicked Shin Qingdan in the lower abdomen. Shin Qingtang has been climbing mountains every day recently, and his leg strength is much stronger than before. Shin Qingdan flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. The eldest aunt hurried forward to help Shin Qingdan, cursing Shin Qingtang at the same time. "You shameless little. You have brought shame to your sisters at home, and you dare to hit others?" Shin Qiji didn't expect that Shin Qingtang would do anything at his word in front of so many of their elders, and angrily reprimanded him. "Shin Qingtang, how dare you hit someone under my nose? Do you still have an elder like me in your eyes?" Shin Qingtang rolled his eyes speechlessly. After she was beaten, they all asked her, how dare she? These people like to hold on to their fights and deserve to be beaten. She raised her lips and taunted Shin Qiji. "Oh, are you my elder again now? Didn't you push me out for your own daughter?" Shin Qiji did not expect that Shin Qingtang would dare to mention her loss of virginity in public, so she choked. However, Shin Qingdan seemed to have received a hint. He broke out of his aunt's arms and scolded Shin Qingtang. "Shin Qingtang, you shameless rascal. How dare you go out and wander around after getting pregnant with a wild man?" Shin Qingtang suddenly changed her previous aggressive attitude, covered her face and knelt on the ground, crying and shouting, "Fellow villagers of Beichuan County, in order to protect my cousin, my uncle secretly gave money to the official to let me replace my sister." The aunt was horrified and rushed over to cover Shin Qingtang's mouth, not letting her finish her words. She threatened Shin Qingtang fiercely and whispered in her ear, "Little hoof, you have no shame, but we still want you." I was wondering why Shin Qingtang had changed so much after the separation. Before, he threatened to hang himself because of a few insults he said to her, so why is he so reckless now? The Shin family will probably have to live in Beichuan for a long time in the future. If the people of Beichuan County knew that Shin Qingtang was impregnated by the officials because of Shin Qingdan, how would Shin Qingdan survive in Beichuan in the future? He was counting on her to marry back to the capital. Shin Qingtang thought, "You shout like that just because you want to save face." Second aunt also came over and half persuaded and half warnedly. "Third sister-in-law, you are a mother and you don't care about Qingtang. Let's not talk about other things. She is so pregnant and still runs out. What if something happens to her? She also has an unmarried daughter who must not be influenced by the first and third wives." Li had always been afraid of her 2 sisters-in-law, but as a mother, she was strong. Seeing that they openly or secretly disliked Shin Qingtang, she wiped away her tears, straightened her neck and retorted, "If it weren't for my eldest brother, how could our Qingtang have to come out to make a living with a big belly?" The eldest aunt and the second aunt, the 2 sisters-in-law, looked at each other and frowned. Second aunt was very smooth, and seeing that the mother and daughter of the third room didn't care about their face at all and were so bold, she quickly changed the subject. "Sister-in-law, no matter what misunderstandings there are between our 3 families, we are all children, and it is our duty to respect the elders, right? You know that mother's health was not very good during the journey. I felt better a few days ago after coming to Beichuan, but in the past 2 days I don't know whether it was due to the cold or the illness, but it became serious again. Our two families have spent all their money on mother's medical treatment. Now, we have no choice but to come to you. Thinking about it, you have been to the city several times to sell mountain products, and you have more money than the two of us. We don't want much, just 500 coins is enough. Although our families are separated, our two families contribute money and effort to take care of my mother. You can't just ignore it, right? Mrs. Lee is a traditional housewife who cares for her husband and raises her children. Being filial to the elderly is a dogma engraved in her bones. After hearing this, she felt that it made sense and wanted to pay for it. It's just that I used to listen to Shun Yu when things happened, but now I'm used to listening to Shin Qingtang. Besides, Shin Qingtang makes most of the family's money now, so he subconsciously looked at Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang cried even louder. He stood up while crying, bent over, and tried to hit his head against the wall. Woo-woo. You all want to kill me, I won't live like that. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shin Qingtang naturally could not commit suicide. The eldest uncle, the eldest aunt, the second uncle, and the second aunt were all so angry that their faces turned blue, and for a moment they didn't know how to deal with Shin Qingtang. Even Shin Qingdan and Shin Qingming were stunned and didn't know how to react. Among the crowd, a kind-hearted woman held Shin Qingtang and gently advised, "Young lady, you are still pregnant, and it is not appropriate to cry loudly. Don't hurt your body. If you have any grievances, please speak up. Yes, tell us, and we will decide for you." That's right. Our Beichuan County is not your capital city. We can't just bully others just because we have higher positions. Zhang family's third son, stop bragging. Do you think you can meet Prince Ning whenever you want? So what if I see him? I heard that Prince Ning broke his head when he was young and is a fool. It's no use looking for him. Young lady, you might as well believe me as much as he does. The aunt of my eldest uncle's third nephew's godson is a neighbor of the eldest aunt of the county magistrate's niece. I'll take you to the county government office to file a complaint. All of you, get out of the way. The woman who was supporting Shin Qingtang shouted, "Can't you see that this is a family matter? You're still complaining. How can the county magistrate have the time to deal with these trivial matters? We ordinary people only care about reason. Everyone must be reasonable. Young lady, don't be afraid." Shin Qingtang sobbed and said, "They say that family disgrace should not be made public, but I really can't stand it. You all know that we are exiled." The onlookers nodded one after another, not thinking that there was anything wrong with the exiles. In Beichuan County, 1/3 of the permanent population are now refugees. The stream of exile. The eldest uncle always wanted to show off his face and winked at the eldest aunt. The eldest aunt was very worried about Shin Qingtang, who was currently out of food and salt. After receiving Shun Qiji's signal, she could only warn, "Qingtang, you said that family scandals should not be publicized. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get home." Shin Qingtang turned around and looked at his eldest aunt with a sad face. His eyes were red and there were tears in the corners of his eyes. "Auntie, where can I still have a home?" "Because of..." Shin Qingtang lowered his head and touched his protruding belly. "You pushed me into a pit of fire to save your daughter, but when you saw that I was pregnant, you humiliated me over and over again, saying that I would bring down the reputation of other girls in the family, and you even wanted to force me to death." Hearing this, the woman supporting Shin Qingtang glanced at the people in the second room of the Shin family's main house. "Little lady, don't be sad. When you're older, you will know that some people look like humans and dogs, but they are actually worse than animals."
Bad.
"I want to take advantage of every good thing. Doing all the bad things will come to an end." "Yes. Don't be afraid, young lady. We don't have so many rules in Beichuan County. Women can hold up half the sky. What's the reputation? What's important is to live a good life." "That's right. You are much better than those people who want to be chaste, but are dirtier than prostitutes." The people from the first and second branches of the Shin family were extremely shocked and looked at each other in bewilderment. Beichuan doesn't care about the reputation of women being more important than anything else? Shin Qingtang was not surprised. She came to the city several times to sell mountain products and fish, and knew that the customs of the people in Beichuan County were very different from those in the capital. Beichuan is located at the border and there are wars all year round, so able-bodied men in the family are often conscripted. The rate of birth and replenishment of the population is far behind the rate of death. Most of the people who are in charge of the family are women. She is not the kind of head of the household like the noble ladies in Beijing, but she has to take responsibility for everything in the household. They have to take care of the elderly and children at home and also work in the fields or set up stalls to do business to support the family. A woman's chastity and reputation are worthless in the face of life. Otherwise, how could Shin Qingtang dare to talk about his own clean reputation? Second uncle was a businessman and had many thoughts. When he saw that things were not going well, he called second aunt and Shin Qingming. You should go home first. Mother still needs someone to take care of her. The second aunt nodded and forced the reluctant Shin Qingming out of the crowd. But he was blocked by the crowd again. You guys were so aggressive just now and blocked the young lady's way. Now she has just opened her mouth to say a few words. Why are you leaving? Do you even need to ask? It's because a thief is always guilty. Then we can't let them go. Anyway, we have to listen to what the young lady says first. Second aunt and Shin Qingming were pushed back. Shin Qingtang secretly pinched her thigh to make her tears flow faster. My father and mother were reluctant to let me die, and they didn't want me to drag down other sisters in the family, so they gritted their teeth and proposed to separate the family. Because my uncle made a mistake, our property was confiscated, and we were exiled. We were penniless when we arrived in Beichuan. Of course, we are the only ones who are penniless. My uncle and second uncle still have some money. Otherwise, how could they bribe the officials? Hearing this, the second aunt retorted, Your uncle's family is rich, but we are not. We are all exiled, but why are we so skinny and hungry because we have no money, while you are fat and plump? Shin Qingtang retorted. Everyone looked at the Shin family. Shin Qingtang and Li were indeed very thin. They had been working outdoors recently, and their faces looked a little haggard. Especially Shin Qingtang, who was so thin and weak with a big belly, which made people feel distressed. On the other hand, the first and second wives are not that fat but have rosy complexions and must not have suffered much injustice. Coupled with preconceived notions, everyone believed Shin Qingtang's words more. The second aunt choked and asked, Who is fat for nothing? She suffered a lot along the way. Unfortunately, the onlookers did not buy it. Shin Qingtang did not respond and continued, Speaking of dividing the family, our family of 4 did not get a penny. We have support for settling down in Beichuan County, but our family only got 100 coins and 2 dough of wheat, unlike you, uncle and second uncle, who got 1,000 coins and so many dough of wheat.
There are 4 people in my family.
I was pregnant with a big belly. My father and my brother were the only 2 laborers. They were still cutting trees in the mountains trying to build a house to live in. But you have more than 20 people, and a dozen laborers should earn more than us, right? The eldest aunt could not help but retort. We were exiled from the capital. We all started from scratch. We are all poor. This is not a reason for you to not care about your grandmother's life or death, right? Even if the people of Beichuan County don't care about women's reputation, can they not care about filial piety? Sure enough, the one-sided discussions in the crowd quieted down a lot. Even the woman who had been helping Shin Qingtang started to advise, Young lady, no matter what grudges you have with your uncle and second uncle's family, the old man still has to take care of it. Shin Qingtang nodded and wiped away her tears. Yes, we should be filial to our grandmother. But filial piety cannot be expressed only with words, right? The eldest and second uncle's families said they had no money, but they rented a yard in this city for 500 won a month. We are still living in a cave deep in the mountains outside the city. If I had money, why would I go around the mountains looking for mountain products with such a big belly? That's true. The woman nodded. It's really not easy to deal with. Other onlookers also started talking. Of course, you should be filial to the elderly no matter what. Otherwise, uncle and uncle, you will pay and our family will contribute so that grandma can live with us in a cave outside the city, and we will take care of grandma?
How can that be done?
Of course, Shin Qiji couldn't agree. If his mother really followed the third child to live in a cave, why not let others poke his spine? Going to Beijing in the future will also be a laughingstock. The second uncle Shin Xianji did not agree. We don't have money either. Girl Tang, you just said that we have a large population. Although we have a lot of labor, we also have a lot to eat and clothe. But we can't do it just because we don't have money. You won't treat your grandmother anymore, right?
You see.
Shun Xianji pointed to the baggage that Mrs. Li had been guarding. You have picked so many mountain products, and you will get a lot of money from selling them, right? I'll let the eldest and second uncles lend you money first. Let's go to your grandmother for medical treatment first. The onlookers all looked at Shin Qingtang. The kind-hearted woman also advised Shin Qingtang, you can pick up mountain products later, but it's more important to treat your grandma first. Shin Qingtang smiled at the woman who was supporting him. In the woman's eyes, it was a forced smile, which made her feel pitiful, and she immediately wanted to change her tone. Shin Qingtang didn't give her a chance. She parted her red lips, sighed softly, and said with embarrassment, in addition to the money from selling mountain products to feed our family of 4, I wanted to save the rest for having children. Even if you give birth to a child in a cave, you still need blankets and a midwife. The woman nodded repeatedly, yes. Buying bedding and hiring a midwife will cost money. Everyone started discussing the topic again. Should I pay for the old lady's medical treatment first or save money to have a baby first? Almost half support sending the old lady to medical treatment first, and half support saving money to have children first. Someone in the crowd shouted, of course it's to save money to have children. Shouldn't it be the responsibility of children to provide for their grandma in her old age? Why should the young lady use the money she had saved for having children to pay for her grandma's medical treatment? What should you children do then? That's right. They are all trying to covet a pregnant woman's money, and they are officials in the capital? How shameless. Alas. No wonder the young lady is so depressed. When something bad happened, she pushed the young lady away, and when things were calm, she wanted to force her to death. Now that she is alive, she is starting to miss the money she earned from selling mountain products with great effort. I also often pick up mountain products. Even as a grown man, I am still nervous when I go to the mountains, and I often get caught on cliffs by accident. If she wasn't in a hurry, why would a young lady go to the mountains to pick up mountain products while pregnant? Under the criticism from everyone, not only the people from the first and second wives were unable to speak, even Mrs. Li felt ashamed. It is because of their incompetence that their daughter has to suffer like this. Shin Qingka and Shin Yuji both had blisters on their hands, while Shin Qingtang had blisters on the soles of his feet. Especially since climbing mountains can damage shoes quickly, Shin Qingtang asked Shin Qingka to nail a thin layer of wood on the soles of her shoes to prevent them from being worn out. Shoes with wooden boards can prevent wear, but they will rub your feet badly. A pair of jade-like feet of an unmarried girl. The soles of her feet were often bloody, and Li would cry every time she picked blisters for Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang had to comfort her instead. It wasn't until 2 days ago when Shin Qingtang caught a wild rabbit and washed and dried the rabbit skin that she sewed a pair of rabbit leather soles for Shin Qingtang, and things got a little better. Even though she knew how difficult Shin Qingtang's life was, she still thought about the money, like her sisters-in-law. Thinking of this, Li wiped her face, picked up her bag and walked to Shin Qingtang, protecting her, and turned to face the Shun family. Brother, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, Shin Yuji and I are still alive, so it is not Tanger's turn to be filial to our mother. I will take our mother to the clinic with you. Even if we have to kowtow to the doctor, we will let the doctor examine our mother first. The medical expenses should be paid to the clinic first, and the 3 of us can split the debt equally. Is that okay? No one replied to her. No matter whether they are from the first or second branch of the Shun family, they just want to ask the third branch for money. After all, the old lady's poor health is due to her old age and exile, and now she just needs to recuperate slowly. Another high-pitched voice came from the crowd. I am a doctor. If you don't mind my inadequate medical skills, I can treat your mother. Just for the sake of this young lady, I will allow you to buy on credit. The 3 brothers will sign the IOU together. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingtang hurriedly stood up and bowed in the direction of the voice. Thank you, doctor. Qingtang will always remember your kindness. The eldest and second uncles winked at their wives. The second aunt-in-law looked left and right, pretending not to see the look in her husband's eyes. The eldest aunt had no choice but to speak, either to the doctor or to Lee. Third sister-in-law, I see that your clothes are all newly made. If you really have no money, how can you afford to make cotton clothes? Since we have money, why should we go to the doctor on credit? How about this? You can use the money to pay for Mom's medical treatment first, and we two families will lend it to you, okay? Lee responded quickly this time, sister-in-law. When we arrived in Beichuan, the county government gave us a set of clothes. We are in the mountains, not like you in the city. It's so cold that we will freeze to death if we don't wear cotton clothes. Besides, our cotton padded clothes are also thanks to Qingtang. The cotton padded clothes we are wearing now will have to be dismantled to make bedding for Qingtang when she gives birth in the spring. There is no other way. We really have no money now. Unlike you, you can wear a decent layer of clothes over your cotton padded clothes. The eldest aunt was choked. She didn't expect that the third brother's wife, who was always quiet and not good at arguing, would become so sharp-tongued. She was very angry. Before she could think of a response, she heard Shin Qingtang say, "Aunt, second aunt, although I am a grandchild, I am also willing to be filial to my grandmother. However, my ability is limited, and there is not much I can do. So, I am willing to lend you the money, but there are two conditions. First, the money must be returned to me before I give birth. Otherwise, you must agree to let me give birth and recuperate in the courtyard where you live. Second, if he can't pay back the money, Shin Qingtang pointed at Shin Qingming and said, Shin Qingming has to work for me for 3 months to pay me back. Then he will have to do whatever I say. If you agree, we will ask the elders and fellow villagers to be witnesses and sign the seal." Shin Qingming was the first to disagree. "You wish. Why should I work for you?"
I don't want to.
Shin Qingdan was unwilling. "Our yard is so small. Where is the space for you to give birth to a child? She hasn't even moved into a single room yet." The woman who had been protecting Shin Qingdang was not happy to hear this. "You still don't want it? Your parents haven't said anything yet. And you came from the capital? Aren't you so uneducated?" "Yes, the young lady is willing to take out the money to pay for Grandma's medical treatment. Are you still being spoiled? I don't think the young lady's request is excessive. It's not Najiao. They want the young lady's money. But they don't want to borrow it. They want it for free." "Really? I think the oldest of you is not that old, and the youngest is about the same age as the young lady. She can support herself with a pregnant belly, and you are all healthy and nimble, but you still want to rob the young lady of her money?" The ancient doctor said that he could treat the old lady on credit. But look at these people who would agree to it. In my opinion, most of the time the old lady is not sick, but is just looking for an excuse to bully the young lady's family. Don't tell me, I think so too. Otherwise, why don't you agree to lend the doctor money instead of the young lady? The young lady's offer is not excessive. Seeing that she is still quite active now, it should be some time before she gives birth. Isn't it enough for you to work hard and earn money to pay her back? If she really can't pay it back, shouldn't you give her a room for the production department? The Shin family's previous social circle consisted of celebrities and aristocrats. I have to go over a sentence in my mind 8 times before I say it out loud. When others say something, you need to mentally comprehend several layers of meaning to guess the true intention of the other person. Have you ever seen this situation before? No matter what you say, just say it. Ignorance. The Shin family members, who had never interacted with ordinary people, were all blushing when being criticized. They didn't know how to refute, so they could only feel contempt in their hearts. Shin Chiji was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. Suppressing his anger, he said to Shin Qingtang and Li, "I have nothing to say to your female relatives. Please call your third brother." Shin Qingtang said quietly, "Uncle, if you want to find my father, you have to go to the mountains outside the city. If you go now, you have to leave quickly, otherwise you may not be able to make it back to the city. The place we live is a bit far from the city." "What a mountain?" "It depends on how far you go." Shun Qiji repeated. "I mean, let the third child come to see me." Shun Qingtang blinked his eyes in confusion. "Why? You are only my father's eldest brother, not my father's father. Why do you order my father to come see you?" Just because the eldest brother is the father. I am his eldest brother, and I can't bear him to see me? Shen Qingtang curled his lips. You're saying elder brother is like a father again now? Why didn't you mention elder brother is like a father when you pushed me out? Why did you mention elder brother is like a father when you forced me to hang myself? Why didn't you mention elder brother is like a father when you laughed at us for having no money? We live in a cave and you live in the city. Why don't you mention elder brother is like a father? Why didn't you say that an elder brother is like a father when you were making things difficult for my mother? Why didn't you say that an elder brother is like a father when you were asking me to pay for my grandmother's medical treatment? So your elder brother is like a father to us and only puts on airs and acts in a dignified manner? Her voice wasn't angry. It just sounded like a wronged child complaining about the injustice of adults. It doesn't seem aggressive, but instead makes people feel distressed. So the onlookers began to speak up for Shen Qingtang. No wonder the family split up. I can't stand having a brother like this. I know the Shen family. They were recently exiled to our side. I helped them set up their tents the day they arrived. I heard that one of their censors spoke nonsense and angered the emperor, so they were confiscated and exiled. Judging from her behavior, this young lady's uncle is most likely the imperial censor. She is quite rude. Even an outsider likes to slap him. You caused your entire family to be exiled because of your own actions. I don't know how you have the nerve to look down on others. That's right. A criminal still despises the young lady's bad reputation. No, it sounds like he is the one who is causing trouble and harming the young lady. What a piece of...
Bah.
You can't say that. People in their family usually take advantage of Shin Yushir, so they must be prepared to suffer from him. Of course, I am not saying that he is right.
He is.
Really not a good person. Aren't you speaking for him just because you also caused your whole family to be exiled to Beichuan? Don't compare him to me. I didn't force my brothers to break up with me. I didn't ask my pregnant niece to lend money to my mother for medical treatment. Shen Qiji trembled with his hands, pointed at Shen Qingtang, and then, at the people watching, rolled his eyes and fainted. Shen Xianji hurriedly asked Shen Qiji, "Brother, what's wrong with you, brother?" "Qingming, hurry up, help me help your uncle go home." Shen Qingming wondered. "Go home? I shouldn't have gone to see you first."
Oops.
"Mom, why are you pinching me?" The second mother-in-law glared at Shen Qingming with hatred. "You will do whatever your father tells you to do. Why are you so long-winded?" This silly boy. His uncle was clearly pretending to be unconscious. How could he see a doctor? The aunt pulled Shen Qingdan and chased after him. "Husband, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Don't scare me." Shen Qingdan turned around and threatened Shen Qingtang. "Shen Qingtang, just wait for me. If anything happens to my father, I will never forgive you." Shen Qingtang was too lazy to even pay attention to her. They had all fainted, so people couldn't stop them anymore and made way for them to leave. The people from the first and second branches of the Shen family left, but the onlookers did not disperse. They all took the initiative to buy Shen Qingtang's mountain products. "It just so happens that my family wants to buy some mushroom stewed chicken today. I think your mushrooms are pretty good, so give me 2 pounds. I want some red fruits to make candied haws. My shop happens to be short of Corylus versicolor. Give me all yours." The person who spoke was the doctor, who had just said that he could buy on credit. Shen Qingtang gave the cordyceps sinensis to the doctor. "Doctor, thank you for being willing to treat my grandma just now. I'll give you this medicine. How can I take advantage of a little girl like you? Besides, you are waiting for money to have a child.
Just give me a little discount."
In a short while, all the mountain products and medicinal materials were sold out. Someone else told Shen Qingdang, "Young lady, next time if you have any more mountain products, please send them to the third household at the southern end of the street."
"I'll take as many as you have."
After Shen Qingdang thanked everyone one by one, he left with Li. Seeing Li hanging her head and looking unhappy, Shen Qingdang coaxed her. "Mother, look at that nice pearl hairpin over there. I'll go buy you one." Li hurriedly pulled Shen Qingdang back. "Don't waste your money. You have to save it for having a baby. I was just trying to scare my uncle and second uncle. Don't take it seriously."
"Look."
Shen Qingdang took out the 5 Liang silver ingot he had just exchanged, took Li's hand, and put it in her palm. This is the money I earned from selling fish today. We are not short of money anymore, and our lives will get better and better. Li hadn't seen silver for a long time, and even though it was just a small amount of 5 taels of silver, she was so shocked that she was speechless for a long time. I didn't give money to my uncle not because I couldn't afford it, but because my grandmother probably wasn't sick. It was my uncle and my second uncle who wanted the money. I don't know what those two families were up to. You don't have to blame yourself. If Grandma was really in trouble, how could they come to the market in such large numbers to block us? The eldest aunt and the second aunt should at least stay by my grandmother's side and show their filial piety. The noble ladies in the capital all like to portray themselves as filial. That's true. Li smiled bitterly. It's a pity that I've been agonizing over this for so long. If I really don't care about my mother-in-law's life or death, I will feel guilty about it. I couldn't bear to use my daughter's money to save my mother-in-law. Okay, let's not think about these unhappy things. They didn't succeed anyway. Let's go, buy some delicious food and drinks, and go home to improve our lives. Shin Qingtang forced Li to go shopping. The mountain products and medicinal herbs were sold for a total of 1,362 coins. A little less than the previous 2 times. Whether it's selling soap or growing mushrooms, new businesses have to be put on the agenda early. The mother and daughter first went to buy the necessary materials for Shin Qingtang. I bought 500 coins of spices first. Spices are a bit expensive, and Shin Qingtang bought more varieties. After leaving the cloth shop, he went to the butcher's stall and bought pork worth 100 coins. We packed up a few dishes from the restaurant where our family of 4 ate last time. Given Dakian's packaging conditions, we can only pack vegetables without soup, such as soy sauce beef. The total cost was 131. I also bought a small jar of liquor for 50 coins. I bought a few more tools named by Shunchinka, which cost 220 yuan. On the way out of the city, I also went to a nearby village to buy a large basket of cottonseed husks from a fellow villager for 2 cents. Shin Qingtang wants to try growing mushrooms in cottonseed shells again. Mushrooms are more expensive than meat in winter. Back in the valley, after calculating the accounts, Shin Qingtang's remaining money today plus the remaining 643 coins from last time totaled 1,061 coins. Shin Qingtang thought for a while, then threaded 1,000 copper coins into a thread and handed it to Li. A total of 9,000 coins were handed over to Li for safekeeping, but 5,000 of them were exchanged for the equivalent amount of silver. Li didn't want to accept the money. Aren't you going to do business? Business also requires capital. Shin Qingtang shook his head. I've already bought all the necessary materials. Just a few dozen copper coins will be enough. At present, there seems to be no smaller currency unit than the copper coin, so there is no need to worry about change. 5 taels of silver were kept as a deposit, and the remaining 4,000 strings of cash were kept as a reserve. Once the house is built, you have to buy some furniture. At the very least, you have to buy some white paper to seal the doors and windows. Shin Qingtang also plans to buy some materials to make glass greenhouses. In short, you need money to make money. If you want to make money, you must first invest capital. Shin Qingtang planned to sell the fish in the stream after a while. In this way, by fishing and raising fish at the same time, you can make some extra money during the Chinese New Year. There are not many rivers and lakes in Beichuan County, and there are very few unfrozen rivers. Fresh fish does fetch a good price. Things are rare and valuable. Get hunger marketing. During dinner in the evening, Mr. Li talked about what happened at the market during the day. Shin Yu became anxious. He put down his chopsticks and stood up to settle the score with Shin Qiji. Is he the eldest brother? What kind of brother can he be if he leads so many people to bully my wife and daughter? Shun Chinka also rolled up his sleeves and stood up. Dad, I'll go with you. Before Shin Qingtang could swallow the meat in his mouth, he stood up to stop them and said vaguely, Let's go. The wood will be damaged. Don't go. You won't suffer any loss. Mrs. Li also stopped her. Okay. The city gates are closed for you now, so you can't enter the city at all. Don't bother. Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka thought the same, and then sat down angrily. Don't worry, brother and his 2 families didn't take advantage today. Mrs. Lee rolled her eyes when she saw Shen Qingting choked. He poured a bowl of water into her hand and patted her on the back. We, Qingting, are so powerful now. With just a few words, the people in the first and second bedrooms can't stop talking. The people who were watching the excitement also helped us speak up, and in the end the eldest brother was carried away. The father and son were relieved to hear that their mother and daughter were okay. When Shin Yuji heard Shin Qiji being carried away, he hesitated and asked, "What's wrong, brother?" No matter how angry he was a brother from the same mother, and he still didn't like what happened to Shin Qiji. "It's okay." Shin Qingtang, who had recovered, replied, "My uncle can't get off the stage, so he's pretending to be faint." Shin Yuji. Shin Chinka gave a thumbs up to Shin Qingtang. The next day, a family of 4 divides labor and cooperates as usual. Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka were responsible for building the house. Mrs. Lee is responsible for making new clothes, shoes, and preparing stalls for everyone. At the same time, we provide logistical support for lighting, cooking, and laundry. They don't have much materials and can only make shoes with 1,000-layer soles. As the name suggests, milfai requires many layers of fabric. Put a pot on the fire and boil a pot of batter. Spread a rag on the wooden board, brush a layer of batter, and then paste a layer of cloth. Apply 5 or 6 layers to make it one set, put it aside to dry, and then continue to apply the next set. Wait until it is completely dry, cut the pasted cloth into suitable size and shape, stack every 5 or 6 groups together, and sew the soles with needle and thread, which is the 1,000-layer sole. Shin Qingtang did not go to the mountains to pick up wild products, but was busy making soap, toilet soap, and growing mushrooms in cottonseed shells. The soap has been almost tested. If you make a good mold and look at it, you can make high-quality soap. Toilet soap is a little more sophisticated than soap making and has more functions. Soap focuses on its ability to remove stains. In modern times, soap may have different functions such as skin toning and mite removal. In ancient times, there were not so many particularities. Shin Qingtang just adopted a slightly softer and milder version of the experimental soap recipe, reduced the proportion of lye, and added different spices and colors. Impatiens is the most commonly used nail dye for Dakian women. Take a little impatiens juice and add it to the soap. Depending on the concentration, it will appear in different shades of red. The spices Shin Qingtang bought had floral fragrance, a little musk, and some Chinese medicinal spices that the locals liked. While pouring various mixed soap solutions into molds and waiting for them to saponify, Shin Qingtang began to grow mushrooms using cottonseed shells. Cottonseed hulls need to be soaked in lime water. It just so happened that we were building a house recently and making soap and toilet soap required lime, so a lot of it was burned. 100 pounds of water is mixed with 1 pound of lime. 1 pound of lime is easy to weigh, and 100 pounds of water needs to be weighed several times with a steel scale before it is enough. Because there was no large enough container, Shin Qingtang could only dig a hole on the shore near the hot spring, then spread a layer of grass and pour lime water. The purpose of pouring lime water is to kill bacteria. You need to soak enough for a day and a night. Shin Qingtang was busy here, and so were Shin Yu's father and son. There are 4 walls. The walls on both sides are directly high, but there are still doors and windows on the front and back walls. Small windows are left on the back wall for ventilation and light transmission, and there are only a few windows for several rooms. Large windows and doors should be left on the front wall. Window frames and door frames both fall under the category of carpentry. The 2 men were drawing on the ground while discussing, and from time to time they had to point around the half-built house. Finally, after the 2 men reached an agreement, Shin Chinka started construction. When building the wall, Shin Chinka helped Shin Yuji to make doors and windows, and Shin Yuji helped Shin Chinka. Even so, I still failed several times before making the first window frame. There are 3 windows and 2 doors on the front wall, and 5 small windows on the back wall. The 2 men worked on just the doors and windows for 3 whole days. By the 3rd day, Shin Qingtang's soap had solidified. She planned to saponify it for 5 days before selling it at the market. Mushrooms have also been planted. Take out the soaked cottonseed hulls and drain the water. Find a shady but not cold place and spread them out, with a layer of cottonseed hulls and a layer of spontaneously grown oyster mushroom spawn. The oyster mushroom strain was originated by Shen Qingtang himself. There are often some black debris at the bottom of the oyster mushroom. Take those debris off and sprinkle them on the soaked softgrass seeds. Shen Qingtang started cultivating these mycelium as early as when he first arrived in the valley to collect oyster mushrooms. After spreading the fungus seeds, cover the top with a layer of hay and press it down with earth bricks. This process is quite long. Anyway, before traveling through time, Shen Qingtang used corn cobs to plant seeds when filming the video, which took him nearly 4 months. And it is planted in autumn. It's winter now, but with the help of hot springs, it should be possible to go out in about 3 months. If you are lucky, you can eat fresh mushrooms during the Chinese New Year. Since mushrooms take a long time to grow, Shen Qingtang decided to plant a portion every week. This can stagger the time of mushroom production. But don't plant too much. When spring comes and flowers bloom, mushrooms become common. Because from June to September, maggots may grow inside the mushrooms. If you are in the south, maggots may appear in March and April. A few more days passed. When Shen Qingtang wakes up in the morning, he patrols his territory like a mountain king. My belly was getting bigger and bigger, and I started to feel uncomfortable sleeping. There are fewer and fewer postures that can be used. I couldn't sleep on my stomach or on my back, so I had to start sleeping on my side. I also started getting up at night. It is not very convenient to go up and down the cave. Sometimes Shen Qingtang gets up early and is too lazy to go back for a nap. Just stroll around the hot spring when you have nothing to do. When I first got up, it was just daybreak and the view is still a little dark. However, you can still see that the vegetables planted next to the hot spring have grown green, especially the greens, water spinach, and lettuce, which have reached edible size. Sometimes when making hand-rolled noodles, Shen Qingtang would pick a handful of tender green vegetables and throw them into the hot spring. Among several types of green leafy vegetables, green vegetables have the shortest growth cycle, only 30 days. The growing period of water spinach and lettuce is the next shortest, 35 to 40 days. In a few days, we can pick them and sell them at the market. God knows how rare green leafy vegetables were in ancient times. However, Shen Qingtang had no plan to sell this batch of vegetables. I will eat some of it myself and save the rest for seeds. The hen eggs we bought lived up to our expectations and started to produce chicks. In the past 2 days, chicks have been hatching one after another. Perhaps it was because the chicks saw Shen Qingtang at first sight and mistook her for its mother, liked to follow her and chatter. Shen Qingtang was so scared that he quickly found some wooden boards and surrounded them. They are so small that they can easily be stepped on. It's so small, and if it falls down with one kick, I'm afraid there's no way to save it. Li was also very happy. Perhaps because it was the only living creature in the valley besides their family of 4, everyone treated the chick like a pet. Just play around when you have nothing to do. Sometimes I feed them some vegetable leaves, and sometimes I feed them some cooked rice porridge. Mrs. Li kept saying that she should feed them millet and buy some millet for them when she goes to the city again. I delayed going back to town because I wanted to wait for the soap to completely saponify. I also have to help build a house. After the frames of the doors and windows were completed, Shinyu's father and son completed the remaining wall in less than 3 days. The most important and difficult part for the house and the Shin family's 3 bedrooms is to install the beams. The beam itself is very heavy and has to be lifted to the height of the roof. There were only 4 of them, and they didn't have any large tools at their disposal, so it was really difficult. You can only try it with a pulley. 3 logs much taller than the house were buried inside and outside the house. After they were fixed, the pulleys Shen Qingtang bought when he went to the city for the last time were installed. Tie ropes to the left, middle, and right ends of the beam, and pull the pulley at the same time to pull the beam across the roof. There was only one person left, standing on the newly built wall to give instructions. The pulleys were Shin Yuji, Li Shi, and Shen Qingtang. The force required to pull the pulley is not friendly to pregnant women, but standing on a wall as high as one person is also dangerous. Choose the lesser of 2 evils. Shin Chinka shuttled back and forth above the earth wall to direct. Mom, please mention something more here. Qingtang, your side is a little behind. Dad, come a little more this way. A little higher. Okay. It took a long time to finally fix the most important beam. The whole family of 4 was exhausted and sweating. Really tired and happy. Regardless of ancient or modern times, going to Daliang is a major event. In addition to the importance of craftsmanship, there is also the importance of customs. For example, a string of copper coins would be hung on the beam and sacrifices would be performed. The general idea is to burn paper money, offer tributes, and pray to the ancestors and various gods to protect the house from collapsing or sinking and to keep the people living in the house safe and healthy. This is what Li is good at. The process is similar to that of ancestor worship in the capital city in the past. On the day of moving to Daliang, the family of 4 had a celebratory dinner. At least we managed to get 6 dishes and 1 soup. Braised lion head, braised pork, stir-fried rapeseed, stir-fried meat with mushrooms, braised prawns, steamed fish, and fresh fish soup. There were meat, fish, vegetables, and the jar of wine that Shin Qingtang had brought back earlier. No matter how strong the liquor is, it is still a low-alcohol liquor made using traditional methods. Shin Qingtang couldn't drink alcohol because she was pregnant. She thought that she could purify some strong liquor to sell after she gave birth. This is just Shin Qingtang's idea. Shin Yuji was still grinning from the heat. This wine is so strong. Li took a sip and said, "That's because you drank good wine in the past, and you had beautiful women as your company. Of course you don't think the wine is strong." The word beauty was bitten hard. Shin Yuji laughed guiltily. It's all in the past, so why bring it up? We have so much to look forward to in our days now. We don't have to worry about whether we will offend our eldest brother, nor are we afraid that our second brother will deprive us of our food and clothing expenses. He raised his hand and pointed at the half-completed house. Even the house was built by ourselves brick by brick. It truly belongs to us. Just forget about the past. Li's eyes circled around the valley, no longer trying to settle the scores of Shin Yuji's past affairs of lingering in the flowers. The days in the past were beautiful, but they were far less practical than they are now. Shin Qingtang's eyes fell on Shin Qingka. Shin Qingka lowered his head to eat, and occasionally drank, with a slight smile on his face, and there was no hint of unhappiness. But Shin Qingtang knows that today's life may be honey to Li, but it is arsenic to Shin Qingka. In the past, in the capital, Shinyu was neither engaged in politics nor business, so the third and second bedrooms were supported by the big and second bedrooms like rice bugs, so they naturally had to rely on others. But Shin Qingka is different. He is the most outstanding in his young life. Even his uncle treated him differently, saying that Shin Qingka was most likely to be the next generation of the Shin family to enter politics. When the children of aristocratic families in the capital become officials, they are usually promoted by the entire family. The same goes for the Shin family. The uncle's entry into the officialdom was paved by his grandfather. According to his grandfather's plan, he could be promoted to the second rank of the capital censor after 2 years of hard work in the position of deputy capital censor. My grandfather felt that my uncle was not tactful enough in his dealings with people and was not shrewd enough, so he went to great lengths to get in the position of censor, because the job of a censor is to offend people. Often offends people because of speaking frankly. However, even the emperor rarely punished the censors for speaking their mind. But my grandfather never expected that my uncle was even more unable to handle the responsibility than he thought. It's not that my uncle is not tactful enough, but that he is not suitable to be an official. An imperial censor actually dared to express his views on the issue of the prince's fight for the throne. The whole family was not executed because other censors tried their best to mediate for fear of being implicated. My grandfather, who had resigned from his official position to recuperate due to poor health, died of anger after receiving the news. Before he died, he held Shin Qingka's hand and said with hatred, "The Shin family depends on you." In fact, after realizing that his uncle was not suitable to be an official, my grandfather had already begun to look for the next generation of his grandchildren who was suitable to be an official. In Dakian, like the royal family, the eldest son has priority in inheritance. The eldest uncle is the eldest son. As long as he does not go too far, The grandfather cannot support the second uncle and father beyond him. It will be the same in the next generation. Priority should be given to the eldest son of the uncle. However, the uncle's sons are all concubines. What came out of the eldest uncle's belly were only 2 daughters. Shin Qingdai, who got married, and Shin Qingdan, who was exiled to Beichuan. It cannot be said that the several cousins in the eldest uncle's family are all incompetent, but they all follow the eldest uncle and have some shortcomings in their conduct. In modern terms, it is called low emotional intelligence. The second uncle's family has the eldest son and the second son, including Shin Qingming. It's just that several cousins from my second uncle's family have been spoiled by my second aunt's wife since childhood. They are all playboys who are good at eating, drinking, and having fun. It's better for them to be officials, so as not to harm others and themselves. Only Shin Qingka has a calm temperament at a young age, and his literary and military skills, as well as his ways of dealing with people, are far superior to his other cousins. He will surely lead the Shin family to a higher level in the future. Unfortunately, now I am exiled to Beichuan due to my uncle's influence, and can only cut trees and build houses in the valley, which has caused calluses on my hands. Shun Qingtang bit the tip of the chopsticks and secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he would not let Shin Qingka's talent be buried. Even if there is no ladder to heaven, she can still send her second brother to heaven. After a night's rest, Shin Qingka and Shin Yuji were busy erecting other wooden beams early in the morning with full energy. The father and son stood on the front and back walls respectively, each holding a rope. Shin Qingtang was responsible for putting the rope around the 2 ends of the wooden beam on the ground, and the father and son worked together to lift the wooden beam up. Pulleys are useful, but you can't dig holes and bury support rods all over the house. After the wooden beams are built, the straw thatch is then placed. In the south, you can start hanging tiles at this stage. But in Beichuan, because of the strong winds and heavy snow in winter, we have to lay straw mats under the tiles. Kaitangzi is the name used in Beichuan. Shin Qingtang also knows that it is called straw curtain or straw mat. For this purpose, Shin Qingka and Shin Qingtang made a special trip into the city. Shin Qingka went to farmers' homes to buy straw to weave thatches and mats. Shin Qingtang went to buy some millet, glue, and paper for pasting the doors and windows. The seasonings at home, such as salt and sugar, also need to be added. Add another 10 pounds of lard for making soap. A dough of millet costs 70 cents, and a piece of window paper costs 1 cent. All in all, I spent was 220 cents. I also bought 20 duck eggs and 10 goose eggs. Duck eggs are a little cheaper than chicken eggs, and you can buy one for 4 cents. People in Beichuan don't seem to like ducks very much. Ducks are 10 cents cheaper than chickens. On the contrary, goose is more expensive. A goose costs 181, which is about the same price as pork, or even slightly more expensive. Goose eggs are also expensive, 10 cents each. Shin Qingtang thought that if the chicks could be hatched, the ducklings and geese should also be able to be hatched. Another 160 coins were spent. He also bought a large iron pot, which cost him 150 coins. The pot I bought before was a small pot. Now buy a big pot and put it in the kitchen of the new house. Shin Qingtang bought too many things and couldn't carry them all by himself, so he sat outside the iron shop waiting for Shin Qingka to come and pick them up. Because he was in a hurry to build a house, Shin Qingtang did not sell soap or perfumed soap this time. He went to the city to buy things and waited for Shin Qingka after buying them. Almost every farmer has wheat straw, which is easy to buy and very cheap. You can buy a large cart for 10 cents. Shin Qingka spent another 20 cents to buy braiding thread, and then went to the city to pick up Shin Qingtang. The things Shin Qingtang bought were placed on top of the wheat straw. Shin Qingka pulled the cart in front, and Shin Qingtang pushed it from the back. The brother and sister quickly returned to the valley. 1 cart of straw is not enough to supply the mats for 5 rooms. Shin Qingka made 5 trips back and forth and bought back 5 cartloads of straw. After preparing the materials, the family of 4 divided the work and worked together. Li and Shin Qingtang were responsible for weaving thatch, while Shin Yuji and Shin Qingka continued to do carpentry. Doors and windows only have frames, and door panels and window sashes need to be made. In addition, papering doors and windows is not very weatherproof, and you need to make wooden boards for covering the doors and windows. Weaving thatch is also a technical job, and this technology is not within Shin Qingtang's skill range. But most farmers know how to do it. When buying wheat straw, the brother and sister took the opportunity to ask the farmer how to weave straw thatch. It's not that difficult. First, set up a workbench. The workbench is divided into 2 layers, both of which are wooden boards about 1 meter long. The height of the first layer of wooden boards is about 70 centimeters. An earth brick is erected at each end of the board, and then a wooden stick is placed on top of the earth bricks. The workbench is now built, with a total height of just over 1 meter. The length of the thatch is the width of the roof. The roof is triangular, with one side about 4 meters wide. Prepare several 12-meter-long ropes and tie heavy objects at both ends of the ropes. The heavy object doesn't need to be too heavy. A small stone will do. The first step is to wrap the 12-meter-long line around the stone, so the stone cannot be too small. When winding, make sure the ropes on both sides are the same length. Several lines with weights tied to them should be placed on the wooden stick with uniform width. The preparations are complete, and you can start knitting. First, weave straw to make the edges. Take 2 strands of wheat straw, slightly wet them and twist them into a straw rope, then braid them to the required length. Place the braided straw rope on the stick. Hold the straw rope with your left hand and pick up the bricks on the first line with your right hand and swap them back and forth. A knot is thus tied. Use the same method to tie the 3rd, 5th knot in turn. The edge of the straw thatch is now completed, and the next step is to officially begin. Take another piece of wheat straw and align the root of the straw with the mark on the stick. Tie a knot on the 2nd rope, and then tie a knot on the 4th and 6th ropes. If the straw is not long enough, you need to take another strand of straw and tie it to the knot where the previous strand of straw is about to end to make it a tight tie. Repeat the above steps, tying knots 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, and adding straw until you get the length you need. Finally, seal the edges. The edge sealing steps are the same as the beginning. As for the thickness of the straw thatch, it depends on how much wheat straw is used. If there is more wheat straw, the straw thatch will be thicker, otherwise the straw thatch will be thinner. Because the bottom of the tile does not need to be too thick, but a thin layer of mud needs to be applied upwards to hang the tile. It needs to bear a certain weight, and it cannot be too thin. A house that is 10 meters long requires 20 strips of weaving. By the time the house was built, Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingke had discovered that the number of tiles they bought was not enough, because the size of the house was wider than they had expected at the time. In addition, the number of tiles needed for the triangular roof should not have been calculated as they originally did. There are almost 30 square meters of green tiles missing. Shin Qingke and Shin Yuji pushed the cart to buy 30 square meters of tiles, spending 42 cents. Another 3 days passed. The straw thatch was finally finished. The doors and windows are also ready. As long as the 2 windows can be opened and closed and fit tightly when closed, they are considered qualified. The requirements are the same as door panels, or even lower than those for windows. A certain amount of space is left outside the window frames and door frames for the wooden boards. Take down the wooden board in the morning to let the sun shine into the house without affecting ventilation. At night or in windy, snowy, or rainy weather, the wooden boards are closed. However, Shin Qingke's carpentry work is becoming more and more beautiful, and he has even made some simple patterns on the partitions of the windows. The last step is to hang the tiles. Apply a layer of mud of even thickness on the straw thatch, and then stick the green tiles on it layer by layer. In fact, the structure of tiles is to be stacked together to be beautiful, waterproof, and wind-resistant. However, the wind is strong in Beichuan and tiles are often blown away. To be on the safe side, ordinary people added the step of fixing the roof with a thin layer of mud when building houses. Even though there was no wind in the valley, for the sake of safety and warmth, the 3-bedroom family of 4 unanimously decided to add this step. In fact, when hanging tiles, Shinyu's father and son and Li, who was responsible for cooking and washing, were busy. Shin Xingtang can free up time to sell soap and soap. However, because of the incident last time when the second wife was blocked in the market, neither Shin Yu's wife nor Shin Chinko agreed with Shin Xingtang, a pregnant woman, to enter the city on her own. Shin Xingtang can only do other things. I made some more lard and made a batch of soap and soap waiting to be saponified. A batch of hydrated lime was fired. During these 3 days of free time, Shin Xingtang began to study glass firing. Glassmaking is also one of the essential skills for time travelers. Dakian has begun to have glass, but it is not called glass, it is called colored glaze. They were all brought by Persian merchants, and only the dignitaries in the capital had seen them. When they were in the capital, the Shin family had several glass vessels, which were very small, contained many impurities, and had low transparency. Shin Xingtang actually doesn't like this skill very much. She once made glass from scratch during a live broadcast. I also checked a lot of information before the live broadcast. This includes but is not limited to referring to videos and notes of other internet celebrities and borrowing relevant books from a library, such as Yenshan Acrobatics and Glass and Guangzhou Travel Notes. Making glass with modern technology is indeed a piece of cake, but with the technology before the Ming and Qing dynasties, making glass is indeed very difficult. It is also difficult to produce glass with high transparency and few impurities. It is also time-consuming and laborious. Shin Xingtang wanted to make glass just because he wanted to build a greenhouse. You can't build a greenhouse and cover the windows with paper. In fact, Dakian's window paper is of good quality. It is oil paper mixed with leather and has good light transmittance and toughness. It's okay to use it in a small area, but it won't work if it's used in a large tent to stick to a greenhouse. A gust of wind will tear it all apart. No matter how rough the glass is, it will always be more transparent and translucent than wooden boards and straw thatch. If you want to burn glass, the first step is to dig out sand. There is no sand in the valley, but there is some by the river outside the city. Shin Xingtang dragged the cart to the river and dug some back. Leaving the valley, it is freezing cold. The cold wind was howling by the river, and there was thick ice on the river. It was difficult to dig out the sand. Shin Xingtang piled some firewood by the river, burned it for a while, and then thawed the bottom of the fire before digging out a bowl of sand with difficulty. It's enough for experiments. It is conceivable that the river sand dug in this way is not pure. So, it still needs to be purified. Wash away the unnecessary soil and burn the sand on fire. Try to remove as many impurities from the sand as possible, leaving quartz sand behind. Put into the clay bowl with the potassium carbonate. The clay bowl is the substitute for the crucible. The clay bowl is not made of ordinary clay. I asked the merchant for some refractory clay when I bought the green tiles and mixed it with a little graphite. Potassium carbonate was made by Shin Xingtang himself. I picked some alkaline soft grass and burned it into ashes, soaked it in cold water, and then filtered it repeatedly using linen as a filter. Boil the solution dry like boiling salt to obtain pure potassium carbonate. The most difficult thing is that the temperature for burning quartz sand must exceed 1000. Not to mention in the valley, even looking at the entire Dakian, I am afraid that the fire in the kiln cannot reach the required temperature. If you want to make glass, you can only extend the firing time. Shin Xingtang even burned some charcoal for this purpose. This is the advantage of living in the mountains. There is no shortage of wood. A small mud stove was built with mud, and the wood was chopped into suitable sizes with an axe. The wood was stuffed into the stove and sealed, and firewood was put into the stove below to ignite it. There is not much time left, so put out the fire and wait for it to cool down. Shin Xingtang pulled out a few sticks of charcoal from the burning clay stove and put a clay bowl filled with sand and potassium carbonate into it. The ratio of sand to potassium carbonate is 10:3. What follows is a long firing process, burning from dawn till bedtime. When the clay furnace was opened, it was found that liquid had been successfully produced. Shin Xingtang took a piece of green tile, used a thin wooden stick to pick up the clay bowl, and poured the liquid inside into the groove of the green tile. Because of the experiment, the amount of liquid was very small, and it didn't even fill the grooves of the green tiles. The next step is to wait for it to cool down. As soon as it dawned, Shen Qingting got up and looked at the fired glass expectantly. It doesn't work either. The result is a solid that looks like glass but is very opaque and even a bit like obsidian. After much thought, Shen Qingting still needed some fluoride. All she knew about ancient times was fluorite. Of course, fluorite had a beautiful name in ancient times, called luminous pearl. Night pearls were more valuable in ancient times, not because of scarcity, but because of hype. Just like an oyster, once it is given a certain function or meaning, it becomes valuable. In fact, it is very common in nature, found in rocks such as granite, pegmatite, and syenite. To put it simply, it is volcanic magma. During the cooling process, the fluorine in the soda solution rises and combines with the calcium ions in the surrounding rocks. After oxidation and cooling, it becomes fluorite. Coincidentally, this hot spring in the valley was produced by a volcanic eruption, an area of extinct volcanic terrain with volcanic activity where there is uncooled magma under the surface due to the movement of crustal plates. As groundwater rises due to heat, the pressure becomes higher and higher as it passes through rock strata so that hot water and steam will drill upwards as soon as there is a. Eventually it flows out of the ground to form hot springs. Due to the combination of high mountains and deep valleys, the bottom of the valley is where the hydrostatic pressure difference is the greatest, so most hot springs occur on the riverbed of the valley. It's not difficult to find some stones containing fluoride. The family of 4 happily walked around the house twice, imagining how to decorate the new house. Ms. Lee's eyes crinkled with joy. So this is how the house was built. We are so awesome. Shen Yuji nodded in agreement. I really don't know how much manpower, material, and financial resources those wealthy mansions in the capital consume. It's really not easy for the craftsmen. Shun Chinka also smiled and said nothing, with a sense of accomplishment and pride written on his face. This is the house he built. Shin Qingtang didn't want to throw cold water on everyone and waited until their excitement subsided a bit before speaking. The house has been built, but if you want to move in, it may take some time. The house is still some distance away from move-in. The adobe bricks don't like rain, so Shin Qingtang suggested nailing a circle of wooden boards outside the house. It's both weatherproof and beautiful. Of course, ordinary wooden boards will not work. They must be anti-corrosion. There is a stone foundation below and a roof above, which can avoid the contact of the exterior wall with soil or rainwater to the greatest extent. Some natural wood in the mountains has antiseptic properties, such as pine and cypress. Shin Qingtang inquired and found out that there were many wooden houses in Beichuan, and they all used different antiseptic methods. To put it bluntly, how to embalm depends on how much it costs. Needless to say, if you have money, you can soak it in tung oil, use fine wood, apply wax, etc. Those who have no money will use methods such as smoking and burning the skin. Stack the wood in a sealed space, then light the charcoal and let the smoke the wood to sterilize, prevent insects, and evaporate moisture. Also soak in special liquid. For example, soak in lime water, bronze water, or some plant water. Based on the natural conditions where Shin Qingtang and the others currently live, in addition to the smoke, they can also try soaking in lime water and applying some gum. Winter is not the time to collect gum, so the 4 people in the 3-bedroom house unanimously agreed to soak it in lime water, dry it in the shade, smoke it, and finally put it on the wall. Chopping wood, soaking in water, smoking, and building walls are all manual labor, and Shinchinka and Shinyu have to take the lead. The newly built house is a bit miserable inside. The earth wall is still an adobe wall, which is not very beautiful, and it has to be covered with a thin layer of grass mud. In ancient times, this step seemed to be called pepper room. The job of plastering mud must be done by Shinyuji. There are also roofs and floors that need to be treated, especially the ground. When the house was built, the reason why it was wider than the originally designed house was because it was increased by 1.5 feet. Shin Qingtang plans to introduce hot spring water to make floor heating. But large amounts of copper and iron were too expensive, and it would cost a lot of money to buy enough iron to make thin iron pipes. Moreover, iron is a strategic material, and buying so much iron would attract government investigation. Just like buying raw materials for explosives in modern times, you can't buy as much iron as you want. Shin Qingtang could only think of 2 types of water heating pipes that were easy to buy. One way, which doesn't cost any money, is to cut some bamboos from the mountains, open up the middle of the bamboo joints, and use them as water pipes. The second type is the intestinal tube, or the leather tube. Whether it is bamboo, intestines, or skin, there are hidden dangers when buried underground. If it gets bent or broken, there will probably be water all over the floor, and it will be difficult to repair. So Shin Qingtang thought about it again and decided to make a double-layer floor. The first layer was the ground they rammed and compacted, and on the ground they used earth bricks to build rows of water pipe troughs in the ratio of 3 walls to 1 foot wide, and then they placed strong wooden boards on top. There is a special maintenance opening on the outer wall, so that if the bamboo tube or porcelain tube underneath is broken, it can be easily replaced. The third branch of the Shin family currently has only one principle in doing things: saving money. So they unanimously decided to use bamboo tubes. At worst, I can replace the pipes with soft ones when I have money later. Li cut the bamboo, and Shin Qingtang was responsible for opening the bamboo joints to make bamboo tubes. After the problem of the hot water pipes was solved, there was still another problem: how to make the hot spring water circulate. In fact, the foundation is higher than the hot spring water, so it is difficult for it to flow into the hot water pipes. You also have to put pressure on the water. After much thought, Shin Qingtang thought of an agricultural tool, a water wheel. The water wheel is also on Shin Qingtang's list of essential survival skills when he travels back to ancient times.
It can be made with bamboo.
The water wheel pumps water from the hot springs and flows along the bamboo pipes into the room, then circles the room and comes out again. Shin Qingtang and Li took care of the floor heating, while Shin Qingke and Shin Yuji chopped down the wood and soaked it. Wait for the soaking process to begin, then plaster the interior walls with mud. The interior walls should be plastered with particularly fine mud onto the adobe walls. Whether it is mixed with fine mud or flatten the wall, it is not a problem for Shin Yuji now. The place where lime water is soaked must also be watched by someone. Except near hot springs, the water freezes. It needs to be warmed up from time to time. The soaked wood is put into the cave, where Shin Qingtang burned lime before and smoked. On the day of the roasting ceremony, Mrs. Li was responsible for lighting the fire and wiping the walls for Shin Yuji. Brothers and sisters Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingke entered the city. This busy work took more than 10 days. In addition to the soaps and scented soaps made by Shin Qingtang, there were also fish caught from the creek. I have collected a lot of fish over the past few days. The big fish will continue to be raised and sold to wealthy families during the Chinese New Year. The worthless small fish were loaded into wooden barrels and loaded onto flatbed trucks and taken to the market to be sold. Big fish cost 80 or 90 cents per pound, while small fish cost only 1/3 of that.
There are also some worthless small fish.
Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingke pushed the cart out of the valley at the right time when the city gate was opened. This way, by the time they arrive at the city gate, they will have missed the peak of the queue. When passing by the county government office, Shin Qingtang called out to Shin Qingke, "Second brother, wait a moment." As she said that, Shin Qingtang took out a bar of red soap and a bar of white soap from the small wooden box that Shin Qingke had made for her and handed them to Shin Qingke. Shin Qingke looked puzzled. "Why are you giving me these?" "Take the soap to the county magistrate. Tell him I made it myself, and give it to his wife to play with. Then give a few small pieces of soap to other county lieutenants, chief clerks, etc., to thank them for taking care of us. Also take a basket of small fish and let the yamen runners share it out." Shin Qingke understood what Shin Qingtang meant. It was different from selling mountain products at the market before. It was a temporary business. If you saw a patrolling yamen runner, you could just pick up your bag and run. Now, if you want to sell soap and soap, you probably have to go around the inner city every day. You have to run into these officers from time to time, which is considered a sign of goodwill in advance. Since you are doing business, you should follow them in. You have to make yourself familiar with the crowd. Shin Qingke returned the scented soap and soap to Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. She let Shin Qingke in so that he could get familiar with the government office and make things easier for him in the future. I didn't go because although Beichuan did not restrict women from going out to do business, it could not escape the unspoken rules of male superiority and female inferiority, and the class system of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. Shin Chinka understood what Shin Qingting meant, but didn't want to let her feel wronged. The county government office had not yet opened, and there were 2 long queues at the door. After all, it was not only the Shin family who were exiled to Beichuan. A new group of exiles would arrive every 3 to 5 days. Seeing this, Shin Chinka carried the basket of fish and headed for the back door. Let's go to the back door. There are many people here. There are many people, and many eyes. Shin Qingting grabbed Shin Chinka's arm and stopped him. No. Let's go through the main entrance. The more people there are, the better. Upon hearing this, Shin Chinka turned around and whispered to Shin Qingting, "Gifts are usually kept secret from others. How can it be given away in such a grand manner and in public? Whether or not to hide it depends on what gift we give. The most expensive gift we gave was soap, which is probably priceless in Beichuan right now. Besides, I made them all myself. The fish was caught in the stream, so it's not expensive and is far from being a bribe." Shin Qingting glanced at the crowd behind him and winked at Shin Chinka playfully. So, this gift must be given in public and with great fanfare. Shin Chinka thought for a moment and understood Shin Qingtang's intention. He said with a complicated expression, "If you were a man, grandfather would be very happy. My grandfather said that he was the best among the younger generation. In terms of how he dealt with people, not only was he better than my eldest uncle, but even my second uncle who was in business was not as good as him. But since she was exiled to Beichuan, or to be more precise, since Shin Qingtang's failed suicide attempt, she seemed like a different person. The learned acrobatics man said that his nanny taught him these skills. He felt ashamed of himself for the way he behaved, so it was definitely not his nanny who taught him these skills. Maybe this is what it means to be a strong mother." Shin Qingting didn't know that Shin Chinka had so many thoughts about her in an instant, and shook her head embarrassedly. "If my grandfather were still alive, I'm afraid I would still be a parasite in the Shin family." Given a choice, who would be willing to start from scratch as an exiled criminal? She would rather be a salted fish who eats nothing but waits for death. After Shin Qingting finished speaking, he went forward and knocked on the door. The people waiting nearby reminded them, "It's not time for the government to open yet." Since ancient times, common people have been waiting for government offices to open for business. Shin Qingting smiled at the man and said, "Thank you, Auntie, but I'm not here to do any work. We are here to thank the officer." As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened from the inside. A man dressed as a yamen runner stood at the door. The moment he saw Shin Qingting, the impatience on his face was replaced by a smile. "Young lady, if you have business, come back in a quarter of an hour." Shin Qingting bowed slightly to the yamen runner. "Sir, my brother and I came here specially to thank you. You are a forgetful person, and you probably don't remember that more than a month ago, we just came from the capital to Beichuan and owed some silver and wheat seeds to the yamen. We just paid it back a few days ago." No matter where they were exiled from, all the officials and wealthy families became poor people, but often less than half of them would pay off their debts after a year, not to mention paying back the money in advance. Naturally, the people in the yamen were particularly impressed by the third branch of the Shin family, the only one to repay the money in advance. The yamen runner who opened the door suddenly realized something and said in a more friendly tone, "It's you." Shin Chinka brought the basket of fish over at the right time. "Yes, it's us. In gratitude to the kindness of the county magistrate and the help of the officials, my sister and I are giving you some fish that we caught in the stream. Although the fish is not big, you can make fish soup or deep fry it when you get home, so don't be disgusted. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you, let alone someone who is giving you a gift." The yamen runner stretched out his hand to take it. "Give it to me." Shin Chinka dodged his hand and explained before the yamen runner changed his face. "Brother, you have to work soon, and it's hard to wash your hands with the fishy smell, so I'll take it in and put it in the yard for you." Shin Qingting opened the wooden box immediately and said, "I made some fragrant soap and soap myself, which are used in the same way as bath beans. I want to give them to the county magistrate's wife. Can we go in with them?" "You are quite considerate." The bailiff opened the door and waved his hand inside. "Follow me, come in." Shin Chinka went in first, followed by Shin Qingtang. Before entering the door, he turned to the people waiting outside and said, "Don't worry, our Beichuan County officials are all good people. We paid back the money we borrowed from the government office in advance, and the government office didn't even charge interest." The Yamen runners were grinning from ear to ear, praising Shin Chinka and Shin Qingtang to the people queuing outside. "You should learn from them." After they settled down in Beichuan, they paid back the money and seeds that the Yamen borrowed in just half a month. To encourage them, our county magistrate waived the interest for a year. Who are the people who were exiled here? Many of them were ministers who had seen the emperor before. How could they not hear the hidden meaning of the runner's words? They all praised the county magistrate. The county magistrate is kind and righteous. The county magistrate has good governance. It's my honor to be a citizen under the jurisdiction of the county magistrate. The Yamen runner leading the group straightened his back a little. Shin Chinka gave Shin Qingtang a thumbs up. Shin Qingtang smiled and pushed Shin Chinka forward. This way of expressing gratitude and giving gifts in an ostentatious manner was learned from patients who gave doctors banners and ballpoint pens. I heard that ballpoint pens are the favorite of all medical staff. A box of ballpoint pens can make the nurses smile at you. When sending a banner, you can't do it quietly. You have to do it with fanfare, preferably one that goes around the hospital. The same applies to writing a thank you letter. You must first call 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and ask the other party to convey it. I heard that it is more effective than simply sending a red envelope of a small amount. Shin Qingtang is now using this trick, beating gongs and drums to express his gratitude. Apparently, the effect is good. Shin Chinka moved the little fish in and placed it under the corridor. There is no need to worry about the fish going bad in the winter. The commotion at the door was so loud that the government officials could hear it. Now they came around with smiles and praised Shin Qingtang's brother and sister for being sensible. Shin Chinka took a few pieces of soap from Shin Qingtang's box and sent them to the county captain and chief bookkeeper. The magistrate, who happened to be neatly dressed, had just come out of the backyard. The Yamen officer who opened the door introduced Shin Chinka and Shin Qingtang to the county magistrate and mentioned their purpose of coming. "You're interested?" The county magistrate smiled very kindly and personally led Shin Qingtang to the door leading to the backyard. "My wife is in the backyard. You can go in by yourself." In Dakian, county magistrates are often not locals, and they will take care of their families when they take office. The backyard is the residence of the magistrate, and the front yard is the office. There were not only the wife but also the county magistrate's parents and brothers in the backyard. It can be said that he takes care of his family. Based on the geographical location of the room, it is not difficult to guess where the county magistrate and his wife live. Just as she was about to go forward, the maid heard the noise and came out, asking Shin Qingtang why she came. She glanced in the direction of the front yard in surprise, and after hesitating for a moment, she led her into the room. There is a floor heater in the room, so it is very warm. A woman in her 30s, dressed elegantly, was leaning on the couch, looking a little listless. "Madam, this is from the capital. She said she wanted to bring you some." The maid forgot the name of the soap and turned to look at Shin Qingtang.
"Soap,"
Shin Qingtang replied, and at the same time opened the wooden box and handed it to the maid. The maid held it for the lady. Coming from a capital is synonymous with exile in Beichuan. The county magistrate's wife picked up a piece of red soap and smelled it. "What is this soap used for? Incense?" Shin Qingtang shook his head. "Its uses are roughly the same as bath beans. What you have in your hand is called soap. I added a little fragrance and marigold to adjust the color. It can be used for bathing, washing hair, and washing face. The white square is called soap, which can be used to wash clothes. It is many times cleaner than starch and may even be cleaner than bath beans. It is mainly easier to store and carry than bath beans. Ordinary people cannot afford bath beans in their daily lives, so they mainly wash clothes by pounding them with a little help from soap beans. Some people who are more particular will throw the washed clothes into rice soup or noodle soup, soak them thoroughly, then take them out, wash them and dry them. In addition to making clothes cleaner, It also serves the purpose of ironing. The principle of pulp washing is probably the adsorption of starch. It's the same principle as adding some flour when washing ribs to wash the blood more cleanly. The wife of the county magistrate found this interesting and somewhat interested. She took out a piece of soap from the wooden box and sniffed it. Is this a popular thing in the capital? No, you probably couldn't bring anything with you when you came. Did you make this yourself? Shin Qingtang repeated the reasons why he was grateful to the county officials. You are so thoughtful, the magistrate's wife said as she tossed the scented soap and soap back into the box and leaned back on the couch. They were all trivial matters, and the gifts given were worthless. I don't know why my husband is so happy. This time even my eyes were closed. Obviously, he didn't like Shen Qingtang's soap and soap. Shen Qingtang did not explain much and took the initiative to say goodbye. Qingtang will not disturb Madam to rest. Anyway, just make the county magistrate happy. What's more, Shen Qingtang believed that as long as the county magistrate's wife used the soap, she would come to her again. The county magistrate's wife didn't even open her eyes. She waved at Shen Qingtang, signaling her to leave. Shen Qingtang came out of the inner courtyard and saw Shen Qingka standing in the yard waiting for her. As soon as Shen Qingka saw Shen Qingtang coming out, he came over with a smile on his face. As soon as he left the county government office, he said, "Everyone in the county government office is very satisfied. Qingtang, this trick of yours is really amazing. If it were any other time, I'm afraid we wouldn't even see the county magistrate's people."
Different times, different circumstances.
The Shin family is now just ordinary people in Beichuan County, and it is not easy for them to meet the county officials. Shen Qingka originally thought that Shen Qingtang brought the small fish and shrimps so that the yamen runners would remember them so that they could really pass the gifts to the county magistrate. Shen Qingtang also praised Shen Qingka. How can you be as good as you, second brother? Only those who can bend and endure are real men. In fact, my uncle caused such a big mess less than 3 years after he took power. Before that, my grandfather was in charge. My grandfather was a first-rank civil servant. Shen Qingka has been coaxed and pampered since he was born, and even his grandfather favors him. Suddenly, the clouds fell into the quagmire. Even if the hardships of exile can make people grow quickly, it is still difficult to be so calm and humble to a 7th-rank official. In particular, Shen Qingka is a scholar with a noble character at heart. Shen Qingka patted Shen Qingtang on the head. You can't get anything even if you're sweet-mouthed. Let's go. We won't be able to get a good seat soon. The shortcut in the valley only allowed them to be closer to the outer city gate. However, from the west outer city to the inner city, one has to cross half of the city, and having been delayed for such a long time in the government office, I am afraid there won't be a good seat at the market. When they arrived at the market, the brother and sister set up a stall next to each other. Shen Qingka took down the bucket containing the fish and placed it on the ground. Shen Qingtang placed the soap and soap on the outside of the cart. Soap for sale. Cheap and good soap. Soap for washing face and bathing, cheap and easy to use. Shen Qingtang shouted for a long time, but didn't sell many pieces. Scented soap is different from mountain soap. There is no shortage of mountain products in Beichuan, and everyone knows the quality. No one has ever seen soap or soap. There were quite a few people who were interested and gathered around Shen Qingtang's stall, but not many of them paid for anything. Can this thing of yours really wash clothes? It looks very beautiful. How much is it?
Someone asked.
Small bars of soap are 3 cents apiece, and 2 bars are 5 cents. Large bars are 5 cents apiece. Shen Qingtang calculated that the biggest cost of making soap and perfumed soap is lard. A pound of pork fat costs 10 cents. A pound of pork lard certainly cannot produce a pound of lard, but when making soap, wood ash water and lime will be added, and the total weight will be just about the same. A small soap weighs 2 liang per piece, and a large soap weighs 5 liang per piece. 1 kilogram of dagon is equal to 16 taels, about 600 grams. The small soap is quite modern at 75 grams, only 1.5. The raw materials for 8 pieces of soap cost less than 10 cents. Not counting labor, you can still make half of it. It's not expensive. The man hesitated. How to use this? Shin Qingtang did not perform anything physically, but also explained verbally. Wet the clothes first, rub the soap on the dirty areas a few times, and then scrub. Give me a piece to try. The man paid the money, with an expression on his face that said, I'm paying for a lesson. It was a good thing to open the business, but because of the expressions of the customers, Shin Qingtang was not only unhappy after selling his first order, but also felt a little stuck in his heart. Shin Qingtang thought for a while and asked Shin Qingka to help look at the stalls for a while. Then he found a nearby house and knocked on the door. After a while, someone answered the door. When the door opened, both of them were stunned. Shin Qingtang spoke first. Madam Wen? Aunt Wen is my second uncle's aunt. Shin Qingtang subconsciously poked his head into the door. Did you move? Are the first and second wives so rich? The monthly rent for this yard is probably more than 500 coins. Madam Wen shook her head and nodded, looking awkward. She obviously didn't want to talk about this issue. She asked Shin Qingtang, what do you want to talk to me about? Shin Qingtang thought to himself that I am not here to see you, and said, can I borrow the wooden basin and hot water from home? I know. Go somewhere else. Madam Wen refused and closed the door without waiting for Shin Qingtang to finish speaking. Shin Qingtang was not surprised. After all, the Shin family members were not very accepting of her big belly. Just as Shin Qingtang was about to leave, he heard another female voice in the yard. Nyangwen, who is it? It was not a voice that Shin Qingtang was familiar with. She turned around and looked through the door, which was not yet closed. A strange woman dressed in luxurious attire walked out. Madam Wen seemed to be very afraid of this woman and said timidly, no one, just asking for directions. Ask for directions? The woman sneered, obviously not believing him. You've only been in Beichuan for a few days? Can you still give directions? Is there anyone from your husband's family coming again?
No.
Really not. Madam Wen shuddered, her tone somewhat anxious. Shin Qingtang had no time to dodge and could only face the woman.
Who are you?
What are you doing in my house? Are you looking for Wen Yang? The woman asked 3 times in a row, her tone becoming increasingly worse. Shin Qingtang was tall, and he looked over the woman's head and saw Madam Wen behind her with an anxious look on her face, clasping her hands together and looking at him with pleading eyes. Shin Qingtang retracted his gaze and said to the woman, I want to borrow the wooden basin and hot water for washing clothes, but the lady who just opened the door said she would not lend it to me. The woman looked at Shin Qingtang suspiciously, her eyes fell on her bulging belly, and turned to question Aunt Wen. Didn't you say she came to ask for directions? Madam Wen was so frightened that she trembled and tears streamed down her face. Cry, cry, just cry. We want you to come here to expand our Wang family, not to bring bad luck. He rolled up his sleeves and turned around. It was obvious from the look on his face that they were going to deal with Madam Wen. Aunt Wen was so frightened that she fell to her knees and said, Madam, spare my life. Shin Qingtang said hurriedly, Madam, this lady told me that your family would not lend me one, so I asked her where to buy a new wooden basin. It is indeed asking for directions. Upon hearing this, Madam Wang turned around and looked between Shin Qingtang and Madam Wen with a suspicious look. Do you know each other? Shin Qingtang and Madam Wen shook their heads at the same time. Shin Qingtang pointed to the cart not far from the door and said, My brother and I set up a stall over there to sell soap. Soap is used for washing clothes and is much better than soap nuts. But no one has seen it and doesn't know how to use it, so I came to knock on the door to borrow a wooden basin. If you can lend it to me, I can help you wash a basin of dirty clothes. Madam Wang and Madam Wen both looked in the direction Shin Qingtang pointed. Shin Qingka was busy weighing fish for people. The cart next to me was piled with white and different shades of red squares, circles, and rectangles. There were quite a few people around. Mrs. Wang's expression eased a lot, and she asked Shin Qingtang, Will you really wash a basin of clothes for us? Shin Qingtang nodded. Of course. Mrs. Wang nodded and told Aunt Wen, Give her the basin and dirty clothes and a bucket of warm water. Soon, Madam Wen brought hot water to Shin Qingtang and brought over a wooden basin filled with dirty clothes. Mrs. Wang was curious and followed them out to see what was happening. She also called out to Anwen to follow. You should follow too, and keep an eye on them. Don't let them turn around and damage or take away our clothes. Madam Wen responded and followed to the stall. Shin Qingtang was seen dragging the wooden basin in front of the cart. Shin Qingka picked up the wooden bucket and poured the hot water into the basin. Shin Qingtang grabbed a piece of clothing and threw it into the basin. The weather in Beichuan is very cold. When you take out a bucket of water and pour it into the basin, most of the heat will dissipate. If you put it aside for a while, it won't be hot. Shin Qingtang tested the water temperature, and when he was ready to start, he held up the dirty clothes to show everyone. Fellow villagers, please take a look and see if the oil stains on collars and cuffs are the hardest to clean. Ancient people also had oily skin which would stain their collars, and they would accidentally get oil stains on their clothes when eating. Everyone nodded. Mrs. Wang looked a little unhappy. That dress was her outer garment. Shin Qingtang soaked his coat in a wooden basin, put soap on the collar, scrubbed it in front of everyone, wrung out the water, and showed it to everyone. Everyone, take a look. Is it clean now? This kind of sales promotion plan is also common in live broadcast rooms, which is a demonstration of the effect. Those standing at the front could see it most clearly and nodded one after another. It's indeed a lot cleaner. It's cleaner than when my wife washed it with bath beans. Only rich people would use bath beans to wash clothes. But if it's really cleaner than bath beans, then this soap is really cheap. Yes, 3 cents a piece, not expensive. Why don't you buy some and try? Give me a piece. I want 2. I want 1. I want 2. People in front of the stall rushed to grab the soap. Except for the soap and scented soap given to the county officials. Shin Qingtang sold a total of 80 small soaps and 10 large soaps, as well as 20 small scented soaps and 5 large scented soaps. What I just demonstrated was soap, and what everyone bought was also soap. Most of them were sold out in just 1 stick of incense. Seeing that Shin Qingtang's soap was sold out, Madam Wang hurriedly called her. Young lady, let's discuss something. How about this? I don't need you to wash clothes anymore. Can you give me a piece of soap after you use the basin? Shin Qingtang nodded and agreed, no problem. Mrs. Wang left contentedly with the remaining dirty clothes and soap, and before leaving, she told Aunt Wen, take good care of the things at home. Madam Wen agreed timidly. Shin Qingtang pretended not to see it and did not speak to Madam Wen. He was busy selling his own soap. The popularity gathered by Shin Qingtang also brought prosperity to Shin Qingka. His business is also very good at the moment, and he has no time to help Shin Qingtang. The crowd of onlookers is mobile. The person in front pays, gets the soap and leaves, and the person behind takes his place. But the newcomer had not seen Shin Qingtang's previous demonstration and started a new round of questions. What is the soap for? Shin Qingtang had to demonstrate again. Wash the collar and cuffs after washing. But the water in the basin was cold, and soon Shin Qingtang's hands turned red from the cold. Just when Shin Qingtang was about to demonstrate again, Madam Wen suddenly reached out to stop her. Let me do it. Shin Qingtang looked at Madam Wen in confusion. Madam Wen lowered her head and whispered, It hurts to have your hands frozen. You are still a pregnant woman and cannot be exposed to the cold. As he said this, he took the dirty clothes from Shin Qingtang's hands and put them in the basin. Shin Qingtang's eyes fell on Madam Wen's chilblained hands. He thanked her with a complicated expression and continued his explanation. Fortunately, this is the last demonstration. Soap sold out. Soap does not need to be demonstrated with clothes. Shin Qingtang showed the soap to everyone. This is called soap. It has similar ingredients to soap, but with some extra fragrances and other moisturizing ingredients. It can be used to wash your hair, bathe, and wash your face. The fragrance lasts long, and the most important thing is that it's cheaper than bath beans. Soon the soap was gone. The cost of soap is higher than that of bar soap. Different colors and scents have different prices. The cheapest bar of soap costs 5 cents, and the most expensive costs 10 cents. Much cheaper than bath beans. The profit is also more than half. The cheapest soap costs 10 cents, and the most expensive costs 20 cents. The total sale price was 525 coins. The cost of pork fat was 150 cents, and the spices were about 50 cents. Shin Qingtang only used 1/10 of the spices he had bought before. Net profit of 325 cents. I don't make as much as I did before selling mountain products, but this is a long-term business. And the first time it was just a trial sale, so the quantity of soaps and perfumed soaps made was not large. In the future, we can consider mass production or add some features to increase the price. Shin Qingtang couldn't take care of these things right now. She asked Shinchinka to go to the nearest pharmacy to buy some frostbite cream. Aunt Wen, who followed the second uncle, was a humble waiter and played the piano very well. My hands were once as white as gelatin, weak and boneless. Not to mention dark and rough now. How could it not hurt? Aunt Wen shook her head and refused to say anything. Shin Qingtang was not a gossip, so she stopped asking if Aunt Wen didn't want to talk. Shinchinka returned quickly and handed a small porcelain bottle to Aunt Wen. The doctor said, apply it to the frostbitten area twice a day. Soak your hands in warm water before applying. It's freezing in Beichuan and countless people suffer from frostbite every year. Frostbite medicine is not cheap. Aunt Wen waved her hand. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. A bottle of frostbite medicine at 20 cents might not be expensive for others, but for these penniless criminals who were exiled, 20 cents was a sky-high price. Shin Qingtang took the porcelain bottle from Shinchinka and stuffed it into Madame Wen's hand. We can make money, and we can afford to give you a bottle of frostbite medicine. You can keep it with peace of mind. Besides, you helped me wash clothes today, so consider it a thank you gift. Madame Wen smiled bitterly. I'm not helping you, you're helping me. I should be the one washing these clothes. Shinchinka was confused. Madame Wen, are you helping people wash clothes? He knows that doing laundry for others is also working. Madame Wen shook her head and glanced back and forth between Shinchinka and Shin Qingtang. They were all a little darker, their clothes were not good but very new, and most importantly, they looked in good spirits. Aunt Wen said enviously, luckily you two have separated. That's great. Shinchinka frowned and looked at Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang shook his head. Shinchinka said nothing. Aunt Wen had tears in her eyes and a smile on her lips. When we were in the capital before, let alone the legitimate children of the first and second wives, even we, the aunts, looked down on you, the third wife. The eldest master has power, the second master has money, but the third master has nothing. Now I know that the third master is affectionate. Madame Wen paused, her eyes falling on Shin Qingtang's belly. If it were an ordinary family, even if they knew you were harmed, they would still force you to death. Just like what happened outside Beichuan City. But the third master and the third madam didn't. They would rather split the family to protect you. You were born into a good family. Shin Qingtang nodded. I am indeed very lucky. However, after dying once, I feel that I am the only one who determines my own destiny. Aunt Wen. Nyang Wen, I don't know what you have been through. But if you don't want to do it, there are ways. You sold yourself to my second uncle, but as early as when we ransacked our house and exiled you, you were a criminal like us. When you arrive in Beichuan, you are one of the ordinary Beichuan people. You don't have to listen to my second uncle. Aunt Wen's tears fell. That's what I said. But he threatened me with my son's life. What can I do? Aunt Wen finally couldn't help but tell the truth. I'm not here to work for the Wang family. I'm here to pledge my wife. I signed a 3-year contract. Shin Xianji said that if I didn't agree, I would be expelled from the Shin family. But my son is only 10 years old. Shin Qingka took a breath. Shin Qingtang looked at Madame Wen blankly and wanted to ask something, but when he saw that Shin Qingka's face was not looking good, he swallowed back all his questions. Not only me, but also Yunyang was forced to work as a wet nurse in a wealthy family. Yunyang was also one of the second uncle's concubines. The difference between Yunyang and Madame Wen is that she is a good concubine. What puzzled Shin Qingtang was, didn't Yunyang's child die? Yunyang was a miserable person. Not long after she finished her confinement, her house was confiscated and she was exiled. There is no amnesty for everyone, young and old, men, women, and children alike. After finally raising the child to a certain age, he was killed by a cold. Antwin sighed. The child has been gone for a short time, and my milk has not yet returned. She couldn't continue, especially in front of the two juniors. Shen Qingke blushed, looked around, and took a step back. It's okay for Shen Qingtang. After all, her soul comes from the future and breastfeeding and other things are just pediatrics. She was more focused on the matter itself. Second uncle is going too far. Antwin nodded, who told us to meet unkind people. Unlike Xiaonyang and Qin Yang, they have a good life. The third master is good, and the third lady is also good. Xiaonyang and Qin Yang were my father's two aunts. They were driven away by Li and let go before the officials could arrest them. My father and mother are certainly good people, but they shouldn't be punished like this if they don't meet them. They can be separated from the family, like brother Shunyan. Antwin still shook her head. Shunyan and sister Lu can be separated because your uncle is an official and wants face. He is still dreaming of returning to the capital, so he won't go too far. Moreover, that was also the time when sister Lu fell ill. We just arrived in Beichuan. Now your uncle should not let sister Lu and Shun Yan separate. Your second uncle is different from your eldest uncle. He used to do business and valued profit over reputation. Let me tell you this. Even if I died right now, he would probably immediately find a family that needed a ghost wife and sell me to them. Shen Qingke really couldn't bear to listen anymore. Even if the eldest uncle and the second uncle didn't bring any money out, they still have some old friendships in the capital. How could they get to the point of selling their wives? Shen Qingtang also nodded. Even if the friends in the officialdom and business circles are unreliable after all, the families of my aunt and second aunt cannot be so clean, right? I don't know. Madame Wen shook her head. It was not her turn as a concubine to know such things. She only knew that the first and second wives were always arguing about dividing the family property, but they couldn't do it. Everyone wanted to spend more money, but didn't want to work. They quarreled every day until your grandmother got angry and decided to separate the family property, but not the courtyard. Because they couldn't figure out how to divide the property and kept arguing every day, the old lady finally made the decision that before the rent was due, each family would get half of the yard. The money owed to the government would be shared by each family, and the kitchen would be used in turns. Your eldest uncle is still in high esteem, so he only lets the loyal servants who came with us go out to work to support the whole family. Your second uncle. Madame Wen couldn't help crying again. Except for him, your second aunt, and a few brothers. All of them are out working now. Shen Qingtang didn't know how to comfort Madame Wen after hearing all this. When Mrs. Wang saw that Madame Wen had not returned yet after the crowd had dispersed, she started scolding her before she even reached the gate of the courtyard. Where the have you been, Wen Yang? Are you addicted to laziness? Wen Yang quickly put the frostbite cream into her sleeves, bent down, picked up the wooden basin, and ran back in a hurry without even saying goodbye. Second uncle is a piece of... Shen Qingke said angrily. Shen Qingtang didn't say anything, secretly congratulating himself on his good luck that his soul was transported to a good family. However, she was a little curious. Aunt Yu could be a wet nurse, because she still had milk. So, what did Aunt Wen do in the Wang family? It was almost noon when Shen Qingtang finished helping Shen Qingke sell the fish. The brother and sister picked a nearby wonton stall and ordered a bowl of wontons each. Shen Qingke rubbed his hands. It's so cold. The fish were not taken out of the water until they were sold, and my hands were red from the cold all morning. Shen Qingtang nodded. Let's go back and find a way to hunt 2 more rabbits in the mountains to make 2 pairs of gloves, so that we don't have to touch the water directly whether we are washing clothes in public or selling fish. Shen Qingke nodded and moved his gaze towards the Wang family's location. What do you think would happen if we didn't find the valley where we are now? Their family of 4 didn't even have the money to rent a house, and they would probably freeze to death if they slept on the streets at night. Living in a valley with hot springs, there is no howling cold wind. They have to deal with mud and water all day long when building a house, and their hands will be rough, but they are not like Aunt Wen, who is covered with injuries from the cold. Shen Qingtang rubbed his cold red ears and watched the stall owner throwing the wrapped wontons into the pot. Hearing Shen Qingke's words, he narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment anyway, it won't be worse than the second bedroom in the big house. Shinchinka's initial fear disappeared in an instant, and he laughed. Yes. With you, as a little lucky star, we will definitely live well. Probably you and your parents are the only ones who think I am a lucky star. Shin Qingtang is still self-aware. In Dakian, an unmarried and pregnant girl like her would either be killed or become a monk in a wealthy family. In short, it has nothing to do with lucky star. After dinner, the brother and sister pushed a cart to buy supplies. First, replenish raw materials for Shin Qingtang. I bought 20 pounds of pork suet. For much more, Shin Qingtang and the butcher bargained for half the sky-high price, spending 161. I bought some meat and big bones, by the way. Thanks to the pig suet, it was a little cheaper to buy meat. I gave him 5 kilograms of meat for 100 coins and a front leg bone as a gift. Beichuan pork bones are very cheap, and the meat on the pork bones is relatively clean, so people rarely buy them. Tung oil is required for the wooden floors and exterior wall panels at home. Tung oil costs 17 cents per caddy. I bought 50 caddies and spent 850 cents. I also want to buy some materials for oil lamps. Dakian candles are not cheap, and the most common candle costs 20 cents. Smokeless beeswax can only be used by the royal family and nobles. Ordinary people mostly use oil lamps. Shin Qingtang and his family have lived in the valley for more than a month, and they make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. You don't have to light a fire every day. Most of the time you just start a fire. For example, after you drilled 2 woods together to make fire for the first time, you lit a fire. If you want to cook, you can pull a burning piece of wood from the fire to start the fire. If there are embers left after the fire goes out, put some dry soft grass on them gently for a while or fan them, and the embers will reignite again. When we move into the house, we can't light a fire in the room. Lamp oil was not cheap, 50 cents per pound. Shin Qingtang bought a pound, thinking of trying to make some himself later. I bought some seasonings such as soy sauce, vinegar, salt, sugar, and peppercorns, which cost me 100 coins. A bushel of wheat costs 30 cents. After buying it, you have to go to the mill to grind it into flour. This time, the bran was not given to the mill. Shin Qingtang paid 3 cents as a processing fee and loaded the bran onto a cart. When the chicks are a little bigger, you can feed them. There are also ducks and geese. I bought some other things and the total cost was 78 cents. After leaving the mill, I went to the blacksmith shop and bought some carpentry tools and accessories. For example, nails, hammers, etc. It cost 370 coins. Finally, I went to the bookstore to buy pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. When moving into a new home, you should post wedding couplets. You will need an account book to do business in the future. The big pen and the small pen cost 10 cents each, and the small pen cost 5 cents each. I bought 2 of each, for a total of 30 cents. A pound of good ink costs 600 coins. I bought 2 ounces of ink ingot for 75 coins. 100 sheets of petition paper cost 200 coins. The red paper for the bowl was 30 cents per piece, and I bought 2, which cost 60 cents. On the way home, Shin Qingtang's calves were a little swollen from standing for a long time. Shin Qingka insisted on letting her sit on the cart and pushing her himself. Shin Qingtang couldn't refuse, so he sat in the car and started to settle the accounts. All the fish were sold for 1,875 won. But today, not counting the pork fat, it cost 1,949 won. I owe 74 cents. Shin Qingka listened to Shin Qingka's accounting. At first, he was very happy, thinking that he had earned nearly 2 strings of money. However, in the end, he found that his expenses were not enough to cover his income. He raised his brows and sighed. It's so hard to make money, but it's easy to spend money. It feels like I didn't buy anything and the money is gone. After deducting the money spent on buying lard from the 525 when Shin Qingtang earned from selling soap, he should have 365 when left. But when the brother and sister went out, they did not bring a penny with them, so the shortfall of 74 coins was made up from the 365 coins. Shin Qingtang counted out another 76 coins and wrapped them separately. Shin Qingka wondered, what is this money for? I want to keep the money from business separately, and the rest is the public account of the family. I made scented soap, and I spent a total of 150 won on pork fat and 500 won on spices. Today's 74 cents plus these 76 cents make exactly 150 cents, which is used to pay back the money I spent on pork fat. Next time when I have saved up 500 coins, I will return the money for spices to the public office. Shun Chinka frowned. Why should we divide our lives so clearly as a family? Besides, most of the money is earned by you yourself, so it's unnecessary, right? Shun Qingtang shook his head. In business, brothers should be clear about accounts. We eat, live, and share the joys and sorrows together, so there is no need to distinguish between you and me. But it is better to separate the business account books and the family money clearly from the beginning. In the future, if there is a need, I can take out a clean account book. In fact, she was just preparing for a rainy day. Now the family of 4 can work together, but what about the future? What if Shun Chinka's new sister-in-law wants to split the family property after he gets married? If her business grows big enough, and if there are new members in the family, will they still be as united as they are now? It is difficult for human hearts to withstand the test in the face of huge interests. At that time, a clear and clean account book can save a lot of trouble. Of course, Shin Qingtang doesn't want this day to come. When we returned to the valley, the sun was setting. Li and Shin Yuji are still busy. Li was carrying the mud bucket towards the room. Shin Chinka hurriedly put down the cart, told Shin Qingtang to get off, and ran to take the mud bucket from Li. Li did not refuse. After working with mud all day, she was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back. But he still insisted on going to the cart and packing up things with Shin Qingtang. TSK, have you 2 brothers made a fortune? Shin Qingtang smiled and said, the days of getting rich are still to come. This is just the beginning. However, I don't have much money to give you today. I reported today's income and expenditure to Li, including the idea of keeping separate accounts. Apart from these 76 cents, there has been more outflows than inflows into the family account recently. The 4 strings of money originally kept as a reserve now total 3,333 coins. After the house is cleaned up in a few days, I will buy some things. Li and Shin Qingtang put the supplies they had just bought in order and started to make a fire and cook. In the evening, we had stewed bone paste in an iron pot. Simple, convenient, and there is food and drink. During dinner in the evening, Shin Qingtang asked Li, Mom, we met Aunt Wen from the second uncle's family today. Shin Qingtang told what happened to Aunt Wen at the Wang family. Mom, what are Aunt Wen doing at the Wang family? Li and Shin Yuji looked at each other. Shin Yuji was indignant. Second brother really fell in love with money. How can I make this money? Mrs. Li shook her head, sighed softly, and said, Aunt Wen must have become a phantom wife. Shin Qingtang. Such a niche word. She knew that renting a wife meant renting a wife. The husband's family would rent out their legal wives, concubines too, to give birth to children to those in need. The ownership of the woman in the book still belongs to her husband's family, but it belongs to the renting family during the contract period and will return to her husband's family after the expiration of the contract period. Usually, the families who need to their wives are those whose wives or concubines are infertile or whose first wife cannot give birth to children, and the family has too much say to allow concubines, or those families have limited financial resources and cannot afford to marry a wife but want to leave offspring. Judging from Mrs. Wang's behavior, she must have rented concubine Wen because she did not allow her husband's family to take a concubine, but she herself could not give birth to a child. In fact, it is the ancient version of surrogacy. Surrogacy can also use technological means to directly implant the fertilized egg into the, while wife leasing requires actual with the buyer. Shin Qingtang didn't know whether his second uncle was really so short of money that he gave his concubine to other men, but he was definitely shameless enough. Otherwise, if a man wants to survive, he can take the initiative to plant green grassland on his head. The most pitiful one is Madam Wen. Mrs. Wang doesn't tolerate her now, and I'm afraid that in 3 years, my second uncle won't tolerate her either. It's not just Aunt Wen. Shen Chinka added, Aunt Yu also works as a nanny for a wealthy family in the inner city. Li was speechless for a long time, and then sighed again. Do evil. Shin Yuji said nothing. biting the cartilage, making a sound. Not long after, he slapped his chopsticks on the table and said angrily, "Second brother is really nothing. He can even sell a woman who has given birth to his own children for a few copper coins." Scared me. Ms. Lee gently stroked her heart. The second brother and second sister-in-law have always been mercenary. Doing such a thing makes people look disgusting, but it is also like their style. Why are you so angry? If you are so poor that you need to sell your wives and concubines, that's it. How can a second brother and second sister-in-law be so poor that they can't reveal the truth? However, I know that in the past, in order to embezzle money from Mr. Mo, the second brother secretly opened some small shops under the names of the second sister-in-law's distant relatives or close family members while running the Shin family's property. Most of these shops have business dealings with the Shin family, and it can be said that they are all supported by the Shin family. His private shop has nothing to do with the Shin family, so it should have been left untouched by the raid. Of course, if the shop is under someone else's name, someone may be taking advantage of it, or the business may have plummeted because of the Shin family's confiscation and exile, but no matter what, it's not like selling wives and concubines. Mrs. Lee said, "Huh?" I said that the food and clothing expenses in the house have become increasingly tight in the past 2 years. The second sister-in-law also said it is because business is not doing well. Does the eldest brother know this? I don't know if the eldest brother knows. Anyway, the eldest brother doesn't know how to do business, and he is too aloof. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be serious about finding excuses for the second brother. Anyway, no matter how nervous he is, he won't deduct the money from the elder brother. If you put it like that, it's better to be the eldest brother. It's better to let Shin Yen and the others live alone than to sell them out, said Lee. Brother just wants to save face. It's not that he doesn't want to, he just wants to make a comeback in the future and be transferred back to the capital. Shun Yuji snorted. If there ever comes a day, the excuse of poor enough to sell my concubine will be enough if his political opponents read a few of his books. They will be laughed at by his colleagues. If the eldest brother really gave up on returning to Beijing and was so poor, he would probably do more than the second brother. Hearing this, Mrs. Lee glanced around and laughed. In this way, our family is the best. A family of 4 can live simply, have enough to eat and drink, and have a place to live in the future. How nice is that? Shun Yuji nodded. Yes, when spring comes next year, I will open up 2 acres of wasteland and grow some food for us to eat. I will pick some wild fruits and hunt on weekdays. This life is no worse than when I was in the capital.
Yes.
Qingtang will give birth in the spring. Then you and I will make money to support my 3 mothers. I will do the laundry, cook, and take care of my grandson. Mrs. Lee is also very satisfied with her current life. Shin Qingtang looked at Shin Chinka and was about to speak. Shin Chinka rushed to say, "When Qingtang is in confinement, I will take over and sell soap." Dad, Mother, you don't know that the soap and soap made by Qingtang sell very well. There are still many people who haven't grabbed it today. After dinner, I will make some nice-looking molds. Shin Qingtang lowered his eyes. Qian did not say that those who were in exile were not allowed to take part in the imperial examination, but there was a sentence in the imperial edict when their homes were confiscated and they were exiled. Without the imperial edict, the Shin family will not be allowed to return to Beijing. The scientific examination begins with the college examination, which is the starting point of the imperial examination. Generally, the exam is taken in the county, and those who pass the exam are commonly known as scholars. Some people say it is equivalent to a modern high school graduate. Those who pass the academy examination would take part in the provincial examination, which was held every 3 years and was equivalent to the provincial examination. Those who passed the examination were called Jiren, and the provincial top scorer was called Jiuan. Like the college entrance examination, it is usually held in August and is also called autumn examination. However, the next examination for Jiren is the metropolitan examination, which requires going to Beijing to take. The top 3 can participate in the palace examination, and the top 3 are decided at this time. In other words, if he could not go to Beijing, Shin Chinka could at most pass the imperial examination and become a Jiren. If Beichuan had another regulation that exiled people were not allowed to leave Beichuan, Shunchinka would at most be a scholar. Shin Qingtang was about to say, "I'm sorry, second brother," but Shunchinka saw through him and interrupted him. Shin Qingtang was depressed for a while and then cheered up again. What a big deal. There are 3 years to open up the road from Beichuan to the capital. When the time comes, she will definitely let her second brother return to Beijing to take part in the imperial examination. On weekdays, the 3 rooms chat for a while after dinner and then take a rest. I had to work overtime on this day. They were all busy, with Shen Qingtang making soap and soap. Li helped boil the lard. Shinyu burns plant ashes and mixes them with lime water. Shin Qingka used a saw to cut a few small pieces of wood to make a new mold for Shin Qingtang. The bottom of the mold is engraved with patterns, and the soap produced has beautiful paintings. The pattern was painted by Shinyu and includes flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Shin Qingka is only responsible for carving wood with a carving knife. Before Shin Qingtang traveled through time, he didn't really learn these skills to survive in ancient times, just to gain traffic. When making soap and shooting short videos in modern times, Shin Qingtang used soda ash. After 5 days of saponification, the pH value of the soap basically reached the usable standard. Anyway, fans just watch and few people use it. Who doesn't have a bottle of cleanser? Shin Qingtang never dreamed that one day he would actually travel back to ancient times. I had successfully made the soap and scented soap according to the steps, and they could be used to wash clothes after 5 days of maturation. Freshly made soap is very alkaline and can damage the skin, so it needs to be left for a few days to allow the alkalinity to gradually dissipate and reduce irritation to the skin. In addition, the main component of soap is fat. The oil that has just reacted with alkaline water is just like oily skin and cannot be removed. That's why it needs to be left for a few days, and this process is called the aging period. Shin Qingtang originally planned to let the soap saponify for 5 days and then go to the city to sell it, but it happened that the house was being finished and her parents and brother were busy, so they were worried about her going to the city by herself. This delay lasted for more than 20 days. When Shin Qingtang demonstrated the function of soap on the street, he was pleasantly surprised to find that after these days of saponification, the soap's decontamination function was much stronger than at the beginning. That's why he dragged his family to stay up late and work overtime to make soap. The family worked until midnight to make all the soaps and scented soaps and poured them into the molds and waited for them to solidify. As a result of the rush work, the family of 3 slept until noon the next day. The chicks were so hungry that they kept chirping. 20 eggs produced 17 chicks. 1 chick died within 2 days of being born, leaving 16 chicks. Shin Qingtang called the chicks over, scattered millet on the ground, and watched them eagerly peck at the rice. Mrs. Li was busy making a late breakfast. Shinyu's father and son soaked the smoked wooden boards in tung oil and continued the mud wall. The originally reconciled mud was earthy in color, making the room not bright at all. Shin Qingtang suggested adding some lime to the mud, which would make it look whiter. When Mrs. Li made breakfast and called Shinyu's father and son to eat, she found that they had taken off their cotton-padded clothes and were only wearing single clothes. "Aren't you too afraid of freezing?" Shinyuji put on his cotton coat and drank a glass of water in one breath before speaking. "It's too hot in the room, even if you don't work." Li felt a sense of warmth as soon as she walked in. "It's indeed quite warm. Is it because of the floor heating provided by Qingtang? But we didn't feel so hot 2 days ago." Shin Qingka, who was washing his hands, explained it was probably because we didn't close the doors and windows at the beginning, so there was ventilation everywhere, and we didn't feel much warmth. "We just plastered the walls yesterday and wanted to dry them in the shade, so we closed the doors and windows at night, and the room became warmer." Shin Qingtang heard Shin Qingka praising him. "My second brother is really smart." In addition to closing the doors and windows, he also circulated the hot spring water. She pointed to the water wheel that had been working tirelessly. The hot spring water coming in from the water wheel may become cold at first, and then slowly become hot as the water wheel is washed over and over again by the hot spring water. The water flowing from the water wheel into the bamboo tube is also warm, but it will become cold on the road. Anyway, little by little, The hot spring water will continuously warm up the entire road, and the warm bamboo tube will continue to send the heat out. After a few days, the room naturally warmed up. Li didn't quite understand what he said, but that didn't stop her from being proud. Our Qingtang is amazing. He even understands this.
It was also taught by the nanny.
Shen Qingtang said skillfully. After breakfast and lunch, the family continued to work. Shen Yu's father and son mixed mud and mud walls, and Li cut the dried 1,000-layer cloth into different sizes according to each person's feet and began to make shoes for everyone. Living in the mountains requires a lot of walking and a lot of shoes. Shen Qingtang continued to study her glass. This time, every step is more detailed. In addition to adding plant ash as a combustion accelerant, some lime is also added as a stabilizer. The purpose of adding repeatedly purified plant ash water is to reduce the ignition point of sand. After all, the small earthen kiln can't even burn 1,000 degrees. After sealing the furnace, Shen Qingtang went out along the cave to the mountain again. I want to pick up some more mountain goods and see if the hunting trap has caught any wild animals. I was too busy these days and didn't come to inspect. The weather is getting colder. Coming out of the valley is like stepping from autumn into winter. When he opened his mouth, a cloud of white mist came out. Not many animals come out to look for food in such cold weather. Fortunately, we did not return empty-handed, as we caught 2 pheasants and a rabbit. Li cut half of the pheasant's wings and kept it in captivity. Recently, Shen Qingtang often buys a lot of lard to make soap. No matter how high the oil yield is, there is still a lot of oil residue. It is either used to make dumplings or stir-fry dishes. Almost every meal contains oil and meat. The complexion of the third room's family of 4 improved visibly, and everyone had a little more flesh on their cheeks. Since there is no shortage of oil and water, there is no need to slaughter the pheasants in a hurry. Although no pheasant was killed, the dinner was quite sumptuous. 3 vegetarian dishes: stir-fried rapeseed, boiled water spinach, and cold mushrooms. The meat dishes are simple and rough: grilled pork belly. Make a small clay oven and place 2 clean green tiles on it. Brush a thin layer of oil on the green tiles. After heating, place the sliced pork belly on it and grill it. During this period, turn over and sprinkle with salt. When the pork belly slices are browned on both sides and the meat is fragrant, you can sprinkle with seasonings. Dakian's condiments are not rich, including salt, plums, pepper, Sichuan peppercorns, and garlic, but no chili. Plums are used to remove the fishy smell and improve the freshness. My favorite seasoning for barbecue besides pepper is cumin, especially barbecue. Although cumin is not available in the condiment world, Shen Qingtang still bought it. When she went to the drugstore to sell mulberry, she found cumin in the drugstore. It is used to treat indigestion, cold stomach, and abdominal pain. Shen Qingtang bought back a little. The staple food is dumplings stuffed with oil residue and fennel. Everyone except Shen Qingtang had a glass of wine. Shen Yuji raised his glass first. As the head of the family, let me say a few words. As of today, our house is completely completed. The doors and windows are in place. The plumbing is in place, the interior walls are well plastered, and the floors are well oiled. The only thing missing is hanging wooden boards on the exterior walls. While the interior walls are drying, the wooden walls will be ready. Shen Qingtang took the lead in applauding, followed by Li and Shinchinka. From now on, we will have our own house to live in. Thank you for all the hard work. Everyone picked up their cups and touched them lightly with Shinyuji. The poorest quality ceramic cups were used, and the sound of clinking the cups was not clear and crisp, but the whole family of 4 had tears in their eyes. The past 2 years have been miserable. On the road to exile, every day was painful. The journey was rough, hungry and cold, scorching heat and cold. Officials made things difficult for them, and they were tortured by illness. After finally making it to Beichuan, I felt panicked and didn't know where to go in the future. Mrs. Li couldn't help crying softly. It's just a pain for you too. His official career ended at a young age. Yuning became a mother before she got married, and she didn't even know who the child's father was.
Her poor child.
Shinyuji took out the new handkerchief Li made for him and gently wiped her tears, but said disgustedly, What are you talking about on this big day? Mrs. Lee also knew that she was disappointed. She took the handkerchief and wiped her tears, trying to calm down her emotions, but she still couldn't hold it in. It's only the big day that makes me sad. The better the day went by, the more these two things pierced her heart like thorns.
I'm fine.
After all, there is still a chance. As for my sister, Shen Qingge glanced at Shen Qingdang just in time. I will take this opportunity to express my position today. We first arrived in Beichuan and lived in the valley. Few people in Beichuan knew us, just my uncle and his family. They won't talk nonsense about Qingdang. Even if they separate the family, they can't write 2 words of Chen in one. They all have unmarried daughters. Shen Qingge had been holding some words in his heart for a long time. When he couldn't sleep at night, what he thought about most was what Shen Qingdang would do in the future. My opinion is that now that the house has been built, we can move in with a little tidying up. At that time, Qingdang will be raising her baby at home and leave the business of selling soap to me. Anyway, try to stay out of the house as little as possible. When the child is born, he will be recorded in my name. As a grown man, having multiple children in my name is nothing. However, Qingdang could not accept the criticism and remarry. Li sure stop crying, that's a good idea. Shen Yuji nodded, I think it's okay. It's just a name, your mother, and I will take care of the child. I don't agree. Shen Qingdang shook his head. It's not that I don't know what's good and what's good. It's just that paper can't contain the fire. Our family has all appeared in Beichuan, and many people have met me. What's more, there are my eldest uncle and my second uncle's family. They won't say anything unless their interests are involved, but once their interests are involved, they will spare no effort to throw dirty water on me. Even if my eldest uncle and my second uncle don't cause trouble, even if we get married by deceiving others, if the incident comes to light one day, will my husband's family divorce me because of this? Shen Yuji, Li Shi, and Shen Qingge didn't speak.
Yes.
Paper cannot contain fire. How can deceit last forever? If we continue to live an ordinary life in the valley, it doesn't matter whose name the child is in. If you still want to fight, make life easier for the family, and let the second brother return to his official career with integrity and ability. Just don't plant hidden dangers at the beginning. In addition, the child is innocent. She did not choose us voluntarily. I don't feel there is any shame in giving birth to her. As for getting married, I have no idea at the moment. If I really want to get married in the future, I will probably find a bride-in-law. If our family is living well, are we still worried about not being able to find a husband? Shen Yu's father and son looked at each other and nodded. Mrs. Lee frowned. You don't know how harsh this world is to women. Mom, don't worry. Since I survived the disaster, no one can treat me harshly anymore. In the next few days, the focus of the 3-bedroom and 4-person family is still on the house. When Shen Yuji and Shen Qingge were hanging wooden boards for the exterior walls, Shen Qingdang and Li pushed the wooden cart into the city to purchase. We need to buy some cloth to make bed sheets, some cotton to make the mattress for the bed, and some pots and pans. Anyway, buy whatever comes to mind. It cost 1,372 coins. The distressed Ms. Lee's eyebrows were not relaxed all the way. Every time she bought something, she mumbled with distress, "It's so expensive." Shen Qingdang bought another 10 pounds of pork suet for 160 cents. She wanted to change the saponification time to 20 days, but she couldn't sell soap every 20 days. I need to make a batch of soap every now and then. When the first batch of soap is sold out, the second batch will follow closely. After buying daily necessities, Shen Qingdang forced Mr. Li to look at the furniture. They live in the mountains and have no shortage of wood, and Shen Qingge is getting better and better at carpentry work. But Shen Qingge is not a professional carpenter after all. If you want him to make a bed, you have to give him a design first. Shen Qingdang went to the furniture store mainly to see what kind of styles were simple and elegant, thinking of drawing them when he got home. Shen Qingdang carefully looked at the bed, tables and chairs, cabinets, dressing tables, wash basin racks, and even the bathtub. At first, when the shopkeeper saw Shen Qingdang and Li dragging a cart full of supplies, He thought they were potential buyers and welcomed them into the shop warmly. Seeing that Shin Qingting asked very carefully about every item of furniture, he was even more delighted and felt that the deal should be possible. Who knew that after introducing everything in detail, Shin Qingtang's mouth was dry, and he left after saying, "I'll think about it again." The shop owner's face turned green, and he kept scolding Shin Qingtang for being a spy sent from the shop opposite. Not to mention Li, a former noble lady in the capital. Even Shin Qingtang was so scolded that her face became hot. Probably because of a guilty conscience. A lesson learned. When he entered the next furniture store, Shin Qingtang no longer asked about every item in detail, but instead looked at one item and made a comparison. When you find out what you want to know, find some faults and switch to another company. Until I saw Shen Yan in a certain furniture shop. At that time, Shen Yan was talking to the shopkeeper. When the shopkeeper saw Shin Qingtang and his daughter coming in, he signaled Shen Yan to wait a moment and came forward with a smile on his face. "Madams, what furniture do you want to choose?" His eyes fell on the trolley outside the door, and he asked again, "But moving to a new house?" Shin Qingting nodded and was about to speak when she heard Shen Yan call her. "Qingtang?" Only then did Shin Qingtang and Li see Shen Yan walking towards them. "Cousin? Why are you here?" Shin Qingtang was surprised. Li also asked Shen Yan, "How is your mother?" Shen Yan bowed his hands to Ms. Li before replying, "Hello, third aunt. My mother has recovered and now has found a job washing clothes. Are you okay?" Li nodded. "That's good. We're all fine too." Shen Yan then replied to Shin Qingtang's words, "I am the accountant here." Shin Qingtang was also happy for Shen Yan. It's more stable and easier than writing letters for someone else. It's just a job for writing letters. Li asked, "What's going on?" "The main thing is to find out if there is any chance to find such an easy job for Shin Qingka." A thin layer of red appeared on Shen Yan's face. Just when he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of the shopkeeper next to him and closed his mouth again. The shopkeeper was also a sensible person and said hurriedly, "Since we are Mr. Shen's relatives, please take care of Mr. Shen while I go bring you some tea." After the shopkeeper left, Shen Yan continued sheepishly. "A girl asked me to write a letter home and asked me to send it to her parents in 3 days. She was going to elope with a man and wrote a farewell letter to her parents. I am too weak to speak out, and that girl doesn't look like she's taking advice." Shin Qingtang deeply believed that no matter ancient or modern, most women in love have poor IQ. Shen Yan is kind but not impulsive and is a thoughtful person. As soon as they left, I sent a letter to the girl's family. The girl's father immediately sent people to chase the girl back. The man was indeed a liar. He wanted to trick the girl into the city and sell her into a brothel. Fortunately, I caught up in time. My boss thanked me and gave me my current job. Li smiled. "This is a good thing. Good people will be rewarded with good things." Shin Qingtang asked Shen Yan, "The shop owner gave you an errand, but your original errand was messed up by his girl?" Shen Yan nodded and wondered, "How do you know?" Shin Qingtang smiled. "I guess. Any industry has professional ethics. The same goes for ghostwriting letters. Sometimes they write about other people's family secrets, such as love letters written by young girls to young boys. If his words are unreliable and word gets out to ruin the girl's reputation, who will dare to ask him to be a ghostwriter in the future?" What Shin Qingka did was just like the criminal's lawyer taking the criminal's evidence and backhandedly reporting it. It was morally correct and not allowed by industry rules. Shen Yan smiled bitterly. After the girl was rescued, she still thought that I ruined her good deeds. She flipped my table and insulted me. Although I had a clear conscience, I was short of money and eager to make money, so I couldn't get angry to argue with her. When her father found out, he wanted to give me a silver coin as a thank you gift, but I didn't ask for it. I didn't save people just for the sake of Thanksgiving. Later, I was made the accountant. In fact, when his boss asked him to be the accountant at first, he refused. I don't want to blackmail others. I went to find the girl. I just wanted them to pay for my pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. He didn't have the money to buy new ones. The boss said, "I don't use you as accountant because you saved my daughter, but because you are kind and righteous, thoughtful, well-formed, good at handwriting, and able to settle accounts. He was ashamed to say these words to Shin Qingtang and Li. Shin Qingtang probably guessed something else and teased Shin Yan. The owner of this store doesn't just want you to be the accountant, right? Shin Yan's face turned redder. Mrs. Li quickly realized, this store owner wants to recruit you as his son-in-law? Shan Yan nodded and shook his head. My boss had this idea, but I rejected it. I am so poor now. How can I afford to support a family? Besides, the girl is not happy either. Ms. Li advised, you are handsome and upright, so there is no need to belittle yourself. We are worthy of their girl. Of course, forceful melons are not sweet, and we will not force them if they don't want to. Shin Qingtang nodded, a little surprised. I didn't expect that her mother always seemed to be very well behaved and traditional. I didn't expect that her mother would be so open-minded about marriage. But she was surprised. After all, how could her family be pedantic if they could accept her pregnancy out of wedlock? The shopkeeper quickly came over with tea and snacks. Shen Yan led Shin Qingtang and Li to sit down at the table next to them. The shopkeeper put the tea and snacks on the table and stepped away. Third Aunt Qingtang, how are you doing lately? Ms. Li nodded. We're doing fine. Shin Qingtang also nodded. Shen Yan smiled. Yes. Qingtang is so smart and capable. I guess your life is not bad. I saw so much cotton, cloth, and pots and pans on your cart. Are you moving to a new house? Li said. The new house is real, but it's not demolition. We live in the mountains where we arrived in Beichuan.
Ah?
Shan Yan was surprised at first, then frowned. Is it dangerous to live in the mountains? It's not bad. Most animals hibernate in winter, so we generally don't encounter jackals, tigers, and leopards. At least Shin Qingtang has been wandering in the mountains for so long that he has rarely seen pheasants and hares. Even if there are no wild animals, it would still be very cold to sleep in the mountains in winter, right? Shin Qingtang said before Li. So, didn't we build our own house? There is no shortage of trees in the mountains. Shan Yan was even more surprised. You built your own house? It's really amazing. We are so poor. You also know that when we first arrived in Beichuan, the few coins we shared were not enough to rent a house for a month. We were forced to fumble our way here. Shen Yan understood deeply. Qingtang is right. If I were beaten to death before, I would never have imagined that one day I would be able to beat furniture. You know how to hit furniture? It was Shun Qingtang's turn to be surprised. Shen Yan smiled shyly. The accounting job is too easy, so I studied with the carpenter for a few days when I had nothing to do. If I don't do it well, it's enough for my family. That's great. Shun Qingtang said happily. To be honest, we came to see the furniture mainly to see the style, and we wanted to go back and explore how to make some furniture ourselves. Since I met you today, I won't mention it. Just a polite request, could you draw some drawings for me? No problem. Shen Yan agreed without thinking. You helped me so much before. It's because of you that I can earn money to get medicine for my mother. My mother also said that she must tell you when she sees you. Think. As he spoke, Shen Yan turned around and glanced at Kulu. Third Aunt, Qingtang, if you are not in a hurry to go back, why don't you go and have a look at the house? My mother and I live next door. I happen to have painted a few pieces of furniture before. If you think it's useful, you can just take it. Li hesitated. Will it delay you? Shen Yan shook his head. Usually after finishing the previous day's accounts in the morning, I don't have anything to do. If anything happens, just let the shopkeeper know and I won't come over. Of course Shin Qingtang and Li did not object and followed Shen Yan out of the store. Shen Yan took the initiative to help Shin Qingtang, and Li pushed the cart. On the way, Shin Qingtang bought a few apples and a pack of snacks as souvenirs. Originally, he wanted to buy some paper for Shen Yan to draw pictures, but Shen Yan refused. I am now the accountant. How can I be short of paper again? Shin Qingtang thought so and didn't force it anymore. Shen Yan's house is in the third alley behind the furniture store. The courtyards on both sides of the alley are small and a bit old. Shen Yan opened the door and said, my employer also helped us find this yard. It's 200 yuan a month. It's a little small, but it's enough for us, mother and son. The yard is really not big, just 3 cabins. The central hall integrates reception, dining room, and kitchen. Mom, who do you think is here? Shunyan started shouting as soon as he entered the yard. Aunt Sun came out after hearing the sound. She was startled for a moment, and then laughed. What day is it today? There are distinguished guests coming to the door. Third Madam, Miss Tang. Why are you here? Miss Li shook her head. Now we are just ordinary people in Beichuan. Where did the madam and young lady come from? If you don't mind, can I call you Sister Sun? The separation of Shunyan's family is different from his own separation. She was once the uncle's concubine, and it was Shunyan who got the separation, while Aunt Sun was divorced. Aunt Sun was startled for a moment. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Okay. Then I'll give you a big favor and make you Su Wen's sister. Aunt Sun had already prepared the meal, but because of the arrival of Shin Qingtang and his daughter, she added 2 more dishes. Li couldn't stop him, so he went to help. During this time, her cooking skills also improved. Aunt Sun was surprised and sad at the same time, and sighed, "You can even cook in the kitchen." Mrs. Li said cheerfully, "What's wrong with going to the kitchen? It feels good. It's so fulfilling when I'm busy. Especially when I see them eating up the food I made. I'm very happy." That's true. Aunt Sun also understood it deeply. While the 2 mothers were cooking, Shunyan took out the drawings he drew and gave them to Shin Qingtang, asking her to look at them while he went out. Shin Qingtang didn't think much and took the drawing. Not only does Shunyan's writing resemble his person, but his paintings are also straight and regular. Very detailed annotation. She flipped through it, and it was basically enough for daily life needs. Turning around to look at the small room, most of the furniture was old and should have been in the original room. There were only a few pieces in relatively new colors, as if they were newly made. Shin Qingtang looked carefully at Shunyan's newly made tables and chairs and found that they were all made of broken boards. It must have been pieced together using unwanted wood in a furniture store. It's hard to see why he was able to put it together so neatly. It's hard to see after painting it. Black paint is commonly used in Dakian furniture. Shin Qingtang didn't like the heavy color of the furniture, so he planned to use wood color to coat it with wood wax oil. Shunyan came back soon, carrying a roast chicken in his hand. Shin Qingtang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Both Shunyan and his son were very frugal at first glance. Everyone is starting from scratch, and Shunyan is even poorer, otherwise he wouldn't have the shamelessness to come looking for the broken 4 treasures of the study. It's not time to get paid yet, so where can I find the extra money to buy chickens? When they first walked in, there was only a plate of pickled radishes on the table and 2 steamed buns on the plate. However, Shin Qingtang didn't say anything, but quietly left 100 penny behind when he left. Mrs. Li was very supportive. You are right. 100 pennies is not a big sum of money for us now, but it may be a month's living expenses for the 2 of them. They treat us as guests and treat us sincerely, so we also don't let people suffer a big loss. Shin Qingtang held the drawings in his hands. These drawings are more than 100 words long. Mrs. Li nodded. You are all good children. It was Shin Qingtang who helped Shunyan first, and that was why Shunyan gave him all his money today. Shin Qingtang smiled, then remembered something and said suddenly, Mom, when others ask you in the future, don't say that you are Shin Li. What do you mean? Li was confused. In Dakian, married women are called this. First the husband's surname, and then the family name. In the family home, people are usually addressed by their surname. If they have the same surname, they are ranked according to their status or age. For example, De Zhang and Xiao Zhang. Call me Li Suan. Shin Qingtang said as a matter of course, you have a name, and it sounds very nice. Li was stunned. Since we have left the capital and settled down in Beichuan, then treat it as a rebirth. You are no longer anyone's appendage. You are just yourself, Li Suan. You don't need to use your husband's surname when others ask you about it. Will not using your husband's surname affect your relationship with my father?
This.
Li was obviously tempted, but years of habits and deep-rooted ideas were difficult to change. Don't be so fussy, it's decided. Shin Qingtang made the decision. We used to call you father and mother. Now it's easier to call you dad and mom, isn't it? Will you and dad love us less because of this? That's true. I think Daddy and Mommy are much more intimate than before when they called us father and mother. However, this is different from saying your own name. There's nothing different. Shin Qingtang interruptedly. Mom, listen to me. From today on, it's no longer Shin Li, it's Li Suan. Li Suan opened his mouth, but did not refute. Yes, Shin Yuji calls her madam and wife. Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingka call her mother. Mother, their future daughter-in-law calls her mother-in-law. The baby in Shin Qingtang's belly calls her grandmother, and outsiders call her Shin Li. Only Li Suan was missing. Back in the valley, Shin Yuji and Shin Qingka were still busy. Mrs. Li packed up the things she had just bought. Shin Qingtang ran to see the newly made glass. Before going out in the morning, she poured the fired glass of water on the tiles. It had already solidified by now. I've done it! Shin Qingtang shouted happily while holding the watery dark green glass. She really made glass. It's still not transparent enough, but it's a success. The next step is to solve the problem of making large areas of thin glass. With Shin Qingtang's half-baked skills, he could only think of secondary firing. She cooled the finished glass liquid and then re-fired it. One reason was to try to remove the bubbles in the glass again, and the other was that she wanted to try blowing glass. This time the glass is completely liquefied and then solidified. Glass blowing is to a lump of red-hot glass into the desired shape when the molten glass is simply cold. When Shin Qingtang was studying glass, he saw a tutorial that said that glass could be blown into a thin balloon shape and then cut in the middle and flattened to form a large piece of glass. Shin Qingtang wanted to give it a try, but the prerequisite was to build the greenhouse first. With only a few laborers in their family, it is impossible to schedule a work schedule. Hanging the boards along the exterior wall was quick and the job was done in 2 days. The next step is to make furniture. With Shun Yan's drawings, Shin Qingka saved a lot of things. Shin Yan's drawings detail how to cut a board in the most reasonable way with the least waste, and how many boards of any size can make what kind of furniture. Shin Yuji, who had freed up time, began to dig a pond to make a hot spring pool according to Shin Qingtang's instructions. Fortunately, the land in the valley was only slightly frozen on the surface and soft underneath, making it easy to dig. Since it is called a pond, it cannot be too small. Shin Yu dug it for 3 days. During these 3 days, Li was busy cutting cloth and making wall skirts. Because the inner wall is a mud wall, soil will inevitably rub against it when it dries, especially in the bedroom. Mrs. Li posted an 80-centimeter high wall skirt along the swing bed. For people 3 bedrooms, we have to do it all. Shin Qingtang boils lard and continues to make soap and soap. 3 days later, Mrs. Li had finished the wall skirts and bed curtains. Shin Yuji dug a large deep pit, cleaned up the floating soil, found some stones, and built them little by little against the edge, and filled the gaps with hydrated lime. After the hot spring pool is dug, pipes must be dug to bring water from the hot spring to the pool. The pipes were dug and buried in bamboo pipes as thick as a bowl, and the hot spring pool was initially completed. Mr. Li was not used to the open air, so he had to build a simple shed. The roof is not sealed. First of all, I usually soak in hot springs at night so I can enjoy the stars and the moon. Secondly, if necessary, you can cover it with straw thatch to prevent rainwater and other dirt from falling. If it is not needed, just roll it up, which is convenient and practical. So the mother and daughter started cutting grass and thatch again. Shin Yuji began to dig a second hot spring pool. He looked at the finished hot spring and thought it was pretty good. However, a family of 4, 2 men and 2 women, could not soak in the hot spring at the same time, so he dug a second hot spring right next to it. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The vegetables beside the hot springs are getting more and more mature. From a distance, they look green and full of spring. The little ducks and goslings also hatched out of their shells. About the first time I had experience hatching chickens artificially, I harvested 9 ducklings and 10 goslings. Very cute and furry. Shin Qingka was afraid that they would freeze to death if they left the hot spring, so he took the time to make a small nest for them. The chicks have grown up a lot, and the yellow down on their bodies has basically been replaced by big fur. During this period, one froze to death, leaving 15. The wood ear mushrooms grown with would have already broken through the sawdust and are poking their heads out. They will be ready for the table in 10 days or half a month. The mushrooms that were planted first finally began to show their heads. Although they were only sporadic, they still gave Shin Qingtang hope. In less than half a month, Shin Qingtang borrowed 1,000 coins from the public account and bought pork fat in batches. In total, he bought another 961 of lard, a full 120 kilograms, all of which was made into soap and scented soap. Try a new mix every time. In the end, 1 pound of lard can even make 2 pounds of soap or scented soap, with improved cleaning ability and fragrance. Shin Qingtang cleared a space in the valley to display these colorful soaps and scented soaps. Not only are the colors different, but the shapes and sizes are also different. It wasn't until the last 2 times that the final recipe was decided. The purpose of making soap before time travel is to gain traffic. I don't calculate the cost of making soap and don't care about the final effect of soap. Nowadays, if you want to make a living by selling soap, you naturally have to experiment repeatedly to maximize profits. The first batch of 20 kilograms of lard made about 30 kilograms of soap. 1 kilogram is equal to 16 taels, making a total of 480 taels of soap. With a product, you still have to calculate cost, selling price, and profit. Sold at 2 cents per 2 soaps, the total is 960 cents. After deducting the cost of lard, which is 160 cents, and the cost of spices, which is 100 cents, we can earn 700 cents excluding labor costs. After probably getting the numbers, Shin Qingtang still had to figure out how to set the price to ensure that the average selling price for each tael of soap could reach 2 cents. Soap is cheaper, soap is more expensive. It's more expensive to buy just 1 bar of soap, but it's cheaper to buy more. It took me a whole page of detailed calculations to come up with a reasonable price in mind, ensuring that the prices of soaps and perfumes were acceptable to the corresponding consumer groups and still guaranteed profitability. Because of a slight delay in renovating the house, the first batch of soaps had not yet been sold, and the second batch of soaps and the scented soaps had arrived and could be sold. The second batch of scented soap and soap still cost 161 for lard and 101 for spices, not including the cost of the vegetable juice grown by myself. This time, 20 pounds of lard produced 33 pounds of soap. However, Shin Qingtang did not plan to lower the price, so the profit would be slightly higher, probably an extra 101. The next 10 batches of soap and perfumed soap had the same raw materials, but because the proportions of oil, wood ash water, lime water, etc. were different, the weights of the soaps and perfumed soaps made were also different. By the 8th batch of soap, it had reached 40 kilograms, which could be sold for 1,281, leaving 1,021 after deducting the cost. At present, the last batch of soaps and soaps have begun to be saponified and queued up for sale. It stands to reason that we can buy new raw materials and continue to make soaps and soaps so as to ensure that new soaps and soaps can meet the sales standards every day. But the family no longer has money to buy raw materials for Shin Qingtang. There were 1 ingot, 5 taels of silver, 3 guans, and 311 copper coins left at home. Shin Qingtang and Li Suan went to the city and spent 1,372 on shopping, leaving 100 won for Shin Yan's family, and Shin Qingtang lent out 1,000 one after another. There are 839 copper coins left. During the renovation period, some items will be added from time to time. Some cost 3 or 5 cents, some cost 10 or 20 cents, and the most expensive ones cost 100 cents. Unknowingly, from the 839 coins, there were still 347 coins left on Nuanju's day. Of the 347 coins, we can't give another 260 coins to Shin Qingtang because there will be a banquet when moving to a new home. Everything is new in the new house. The tables, chairs, benches, beds, wardrobes, and dressing tables were all made by Shin Qingtang bit by bit and then painted with a layer of varnish. The bed curtains and bed skirts were made by Shin Qingtang and Li Suan themselves using fabrics of their own choice, and the bed was covered with a thick new mattress and a brand new quilt. Pots, pans, bowls, and tea sets are all carefully selected within the financial range. The room is painted in natural wood color from the floor to the furniture, making it look very bright. There is a terrace at the entrance where you can relax, drink tea, and enjoy the moon in your spare time. There is no time to build a yard yet, but a small space is cleared out at the door, which is raised with earth bricks and covered with wooden boards. The yard will be expanded in the spring of next year, and a few side rooms will be built to serve as warehouses, utility rooms, chicken coops, duck coops, etc. There is an oil lamp in each room, and one hanging at the door. In short, everything is ready for you to move in. Moving into a new house in Daekian also requires a sense of ritual and warmth. Wonju is also called a greenhouse. After the new house is completed, those who move to a new house or move into a new house after a family separation warmly invite relatives and friends to come and get to know the new home. Relatives and friends usually bring some gifts as congratulations, and the host family will host a banquet. The third bedroom can be regarded as a separate family move, but there are no plans to invite the people from the second bedroom to the second bedroom. Probably because this valley is too much like a paradise, and they are afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. Shin Xingtang and the others have a tacit understanding that they don't want others to find this place. The absence of relatives and friends does not prevent the 3-bedroom and 4-person households from warming up and living comfortably. On Wonju's day, the whole family got up early, put on brand new clothes and shoes, and wanted to go to the city to buy some fruits, vegetables, wine, meat, and incense. By the way, I sold the first batch of soaps and soaps I made. If we don't make money, we won't be able to buy raw materials, let alone vegetables. With the experience of selling soap last time, Shin Qingding planned to bring some hot water this time. Bring not only hot water, but also charcoal. Otherwise, it would be strange if your hands don't get frozen and cracked when playing in the water in the middle of winter. Shin Qingtang also asked Li to sew a pair of rabbit leather gloves for him, hoping that they would be waterproof. After entering the city, the troops split into 2 groups. Li and Shin Yuji set up stalls at the inner city market to sell their wares, while Shin Qingtang and Shin Chinka took the route of the wealthy and pushed carts along the streets to sell their wares. The 4 of them agreed that no matter how much they sold, they would meet at the market at 9 p.m. In wealthy families, servants are responsible for washing clothes, so soap might not be easy to sell. So Shin Qingtang mainly sold scented soap when he was shouting, "Soap for sale. Soap that's better than bath beans. It makes your wash smell good and clean. Wash your face with soap to make your face whiter, and take a bath with soap to attract butterflies. The only soap. The only one in Beichuan. Don't miss it if you pass by. Everyone can afford it, and every household can use it.
Soap.
I sell soap. It's cheaper and easier to use than bath beans." Seeing that Shin Qingtang's mouth was dry from shouting, Shin Qingka handed her a bowl of water that he brought with him and imitated his shouting. Beichuan doesn't have as many rules as the capital, and women don't have to leave the house without leaving the house. It is a woman's nature to love beauty. After hearing that soap can whiten skin, a little girl soon came out accompanied by a servant at home. Daekian girls have hairpins at the age of 15, after which they can be married to others. The little girl, who first called Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingka, was only about 10 years old. "Soap seller, wait." The little girl ran towards Shin Qingtang, and the maid behind her chased after her and shouted, "Third miss, wait for me." Shin Qingka stopped the cart, and Shin Qingtang quickly opened the wooden box containing the soap.
Wow.
The little girl was surprised by the colorful soaps of different shapes. "Are these all soaps?" Shin Qingtang nodded and explained with a smile. "Yes. Whether it is printed with flowers or animals, it is all soap. The colored ones are also the same price." "Can soap really be used to wash your face and body just like bath beans?" "Yes, it should be more effective than bath beans." "Smell, it smells better than bath beans." Shin Qingtang took a piece and put it in the little girl's hand. The little girl held it carefully, put it under her nose and sniffed it. Her eyes lit up. "It smells really good." Shin Qingtang saw that the little girl's forehead was shiny like sweat in the middle of winter, so he knew that the little girl had oily skin. He also noticed that the courtyard she just came out of was quite grand, so she must be a girl from a wealthy family. He said to her, You can take it home and wash your face with it first. If it washes clean, you can buy it. If it doesn't, you can return it to me and I won't charge you. Is it really okay? The little girl confirmed, with Shin Qingtang happily. The maid behind her frowned and advised, Miss San, you can't use things of unknown origin. The little girl pouted and retorted, I am a peddler, and I can't predict that I will come out in advance. Nanny, you are just too cautious. Then he picked up the soap and ran home. The wet nurse did not follow them back, but looked at Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingka with a wary look on her face. He had the attitude of arresting the two of them as soon as any bad noise happened in Daio's house. After a while, the little girl ran out, followed by a lot of people. They are all women. Shin Qingka subconsciously protected Shin Qingtang behind him. The wet nurse even took 2 steps in front of them to block their way. The alley was limited in width, and Shin Qingka and Shin Qingtang were stuck in the middle. Shin Qingtang patted the tense Shin Qingka, signaling him not to panic. She has confidence in what she does. Soap has been invented for thousands of years, and nothing has happened to it, not to mention that it doesn't use chemical additives. As soon as Shin Qingtang came out from behind Shin Qingka, she saw the little girl pointing at her and saying to the group of girls and maids following behind her, That's her. Shin Qingtang. A group of people ran over, picking and smelling the soaps. Miss Third, I told you that things of unknown origin cannot be used, right? Seeing so many people gathered around, the nurse said in a very tough tone, I will send them to see the official right away. What official do you want to see? The little girl looked puzzled. I asked my second sister, fourth sister, and Suehong to come here to pick out soap.
Ah?
The nurse opened her mouth in shock. The little girl pointed at her face and said, Nanny, look at my face.
Huh.
The nanny's eyes widened, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes became much smoother. The third girl's forehead is always oily. Not only does it look dirty, but it also makes it difficult to put on makeup. Other people's makeup lasts for a whole day, but Miss San looks like she has no makeup on in just an hour. It was the first time she saw the third Mrs. face so clean. The little girl didn't care about the nanny's expression after she finished speaking. She rushed to the cart and said, Don't fight over it. Leave some for me. I want a pink one with orchids printed on it. Pass me the white one with the puppy on it. I want the plum blossom one. Smell it. The jasmine scent is pretty good too. The girls chattered about which soap had the prettiest color, which soap had the prettiest pattern, and which soap smelled the best. Some girls quickly had 4 or 5 pieces in their hands. Shin Qingka breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was here to buy soap. Shin Qingtang had guessed it a long time ago, so it was not a surprise. He just moved aside slightly to avoid getting his stomach squeezed. The little guy in my belly probably felt the hustle and bustle outside, and moved a little. Shin Qingtang subconsciously protected her belly, lowered her head and whispered, Don't be afraid. Mother is here. The frequency of fetal movements has increased significantly recently, and Shin Qingtang has gone from being at a loss at first to getting used to it. When Shin Qingka heard this, he stepped forward and stood in front of Shin Qingtang. Young ladies from wealthy families all have an allowance, and they don't take the money for a few bars of soap seriously. Judging from their attire and complexion, the maids who came here should be serving the young lady. I guess their wages are higher than those of ordinary servants. Most people will also choose a bar of soap. Some people choose a small bar of soap, while others choose a large bar. The most exaggerated one was the little girl, who came out first. She bought 10 pieces by herself, some big and some small, with all kinds of colorful patterns. The little girl also bought a big bar of soap for her nurse. A girl who was also dressed elegantly and a little older than the little girl asked the little girl, Third sister, you have never been able to save your daily money. Why are you so generous today? The little girl said with a smile, Daddy is going to take another concubine, isn't he? He's afraid that I'll make trouble for him, so he gave me some money to let me go shopping. Daddy marries several concubines every year, and you have found a way to make money. The little girl smiled and said nothing. There was obvious sadness in his eyes. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Shin Qingtang's maternal love has been overflowing recently. She took out a candy from the cloth bag, she carried with her and handed it to the little girl, patting her head. My nanny said that eating candy will make people happy. I carry sugar with me because my belly is getting bigger, and I get hungry easily, and I get anxious when I get hungry. Thank you. The little girl ate the candy with her eyes curved as she looked at her nanny with disapproval. Children are easily distracted, and once they're distracted, they forget that they are unhappy. From this store alone, I bought a 2 liang soap for 27 yuan, a 5 liang soap for 12 yuan, and an 8 liang soap for 8 yuan. The total weight was 178 taels, and Xin Qingtang received 550 coins. The nurse also bought 2 bars of soap for 7 cents. After they paid and left, Xin Qingka smacked his lips. No wonder second uncle always said that women's money is the easiest to make. Xin Qingtang nodded. Yes. So when I get back, I have to study the formula again to keep buyers like this little girl. The girl's skin type is commonly found in modern times and is called oily skin. The T-zone in particular is the most prone to oiliness. Makeup fades quickly, which is a headache for girls who love beauty. Washing your face with soap only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Maybe try making some face masks? Whatever they thought, it did not stop Xin Qingtang and his sister from continuing to shout and move forward. At the end of the alley, he sold 6 bars of soap and 3 more soaps. Only 6 bars of soap were sold because that was all there was in the first batch, and they were all sold out. The brother and sister were about to push the cart to the market to reunite with their parents when they heard a woman's voice calling out from behind. Xin Qingtang and Xin Qingka turned around at the same time. A girl in light red and heavily made up rushed over from the road. She lifted her skirt and ran towards Xin Qingtang and Xin Qingka with a group of people chasing after her. Each of them had a red silk tied around their waist. One of them was a plump middle-aged woman, dressed in red and green, who was running and shouting while panting. Ninth aunt, why are you doing this? If you make such a scene on such a happy day and anger the master, you will suffer the consequences. Behind the fat woman there was a sedan chair with red silk flowers hanging on it. Xin Qingtang guessed that it was a powerful family that took in a concubine, but the concubine must not have been willing and wanted to escape halfway. Xin Qingtang and Xin Qingka looked at each other, and the brother and sister stood against the wall and moved the cart to the wall. No one intended to meddle in other people's business. It takes capital to take care of such trivial matters. They didn't. Unexpectedly, the bride ran to Xin Qingtang and Xin Qingka and knelt down. Mr. Ke, Miss Tang, please save me. Xin Qingtang was stunned. Is this an acquaintance? She tried hard to restore her original face through exaggerated makeup. Just this delay, the people chasing her caught up with her. Before Xin Qingtang and Xin Qingka could say anything, the bride was grabbed by the arms by 2 burly old women. The fat woman followed and told the maid, "Hurry up and put the person in the sedan chair. If we miss the auspicious time, we will all be in trouble." One day, the gagged bride said, "Ninth aunt, you are a daughter from a wealthy family in the capital. You should know why you married into the mansion of a wealthy man. Even if you were allowed to escape, where could you go? Can you go back to your parents' home? Or is there a place for you to stay in Beichuan?" The bride, who had been struggling hard, suddenly stopped resisting after hearing what the fat woman said. She just looked at Xin Qingtang and Xin Qingka. The expectation in her eyes gradually dimmed, and 2 lines of tears flowed down. Xin Qingtang couldn't bear it and was about to speak when he was stopped by Xin Qingka. The fat woman waited for the bride to be stuffed into the sedan chair, then turned around and grabbed a handful of candy for Xin Qingtang and Xin Qingka, saying with a smile, "Excuse me, eat some wedding candy to calm your nerves." Xin Qingtang turned to Xin Qingka and asked, "Did you recognize who she is? Is she from my eldest uncle's family or my second uncle's family?" Xin Qingka stuffed the candy in his hand into the cloth bag that Xin Qingtang was carrying, shook his head and pushed the cart. "I didn't recognize her, but I can roughly guess. She should be the concubine's daughter of my uncle." Xin Qingtang heard Xin Qingka say that it was a guess, but his tone was very firm and wondered, "How do you know?" "Because the eldest uncle and the second uncle behave differently. The second uncle wants money, and he always weighs how to maximize the benefits. Just like the concubine one who was a pawned wife and concubine Yu, who was a wet nurse. In the capital, the second uncle would have been more or less concerned about the Shin family's reputation, but now he only cares about money. Even if he wanted to marry a concubine's daughter, he would pay the most attention to who offered the most betrothal gifts. Even if the one offering the highest price was a brothel, he would sell the concubine's daughter to the brothel without hesitation. Shin Qingtang reacted quickly. Second uncle values profit, and eldest uncle values connections. So, he married off his concubine's daughter to pave the way for himself? She heard the matchmaker calling Mr. Yuan over and over again, and he must be the groom. The amount of betrothal gift required for taking a concubine depends on a variety of considerations, such as the concubine's appearance and the man's feelings for the concubine. If feelings are not considered, it depends on the strength of the Yu family and who has something to ask of whom between the man and the woman, etc. When we were selling soap just now, the third young lady kept saying that her father was taking a concubine. Looking at the route the girl took when she escaped, I guess the family the eldest wife's concubine was going to marry into as hers. When Shin Qingtang and Shun Qingke passed by, they did not see any festive decorations on the back door. They guessed that the treatment of the concubine's daughter in her uncle's family was not very high. Shun Qingke nodded. Yes, uncle is eager to return to Beijing, and he must want to establish good relations with the officials in Beichuan. Shin Qingtang sighed softly. I'm afraid all those illegitimate girls in my uncle's family will be unlucky. Shin Qingke turned his head and glanced at Shin Qingtang with a doting look in his eyes. I can't control them, but I am lucky enough to be able to control you. Shin Qingtang also laughed and stuffed a piece of candy into Shin Qingke's mouth. I am the happiest. I have the best brother and parents in the world. Shin Qingke and Shin Qingtang found Shin Yuji and Li Suan in the market. Shin Yuji wore sheepskin gloves and rubbed clothes in a wooden basin to demonstrate the performance of soap, while Li Suan shouted and collected money. Shin Qingtang whispered to Shin Qingke, Why do I feel that something is wrong between my parents? Shin Qingke nodded. Mom is angry. Shin Qingtang affirmed, Dad caused it. So the brother and sister took a step back, sat on the cart, and watched silently. Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages is not only the nature of animals but also of humans. It took a while before Li Suan saw the siblings and asked, When did you two come here? And you didn't come to help? Just arrived. I'm afraid it will disturb my mother. You can do your best. Shin Qingke said. Shin Qingtang also praised, Mom, from today on you are Beichuan's soap beauty. You are the most beautiful on the whole street. Li Suan was amused and his tone softened a lot. You two just have fun with your mother. Shin Qingtang quietly gestured to Shin Yuji, telling him to close the stall quickly. Shin Qingke went to help. Li Suan disagreed. There are so many people waiting to buy soap. Why are you so anxious to close the stall? Mom, I have a stomachache. Shin Qingtang touched his stomach and bent over. Let's go and see the doctor. Li Suan immediately compromised and turned to apologize to the crowd. I'm sorry, my daughter is not feeling well. We will close the stall today and come back tomorrow. Even so, many people are still chasing after me to buy soap. It took an extra quarter of an hour to load the remaining soap onto the cart. Li Suan couldn't help but drag Shin Qingtang to see the doctor. It was useless for Shin Qingtang to protest one after another that he was fine. Before, I either didn't have money or time. Now you are 6 months pregnant. You should have asked the doctor to check your pulse. Shin Yuji and Shin Qingke didn't have any objections and followed behind with the cart. Shin Qingtang tried to change the subject. Mom, did my father make you angry just now? Shin Yuji. He blew his beard and glared at Shin Qingtang. You are so heartless. Li Suan snorted. He thinks I'm in public. He turned to Shin Yuji and said angrily, Don't worry. From today on, I'm not Shin Li, I'm Li Suan. It's also a shame for me. With you, Shin Yu has nothing to do with it. Shin Yuji begged for mercy with a bitter face. You misunderstood. I just want to say that hawking is more suitable for men. Besides, I am just afraid that you will be too shy to shout. How can I dislike you? I don't dare. Shin Qingdang and Shin Qingke looked at each other and remained silent in a tacit agreement to avoid being affected by the flames of war. Li Suan took advantage of the situation and scolded Shin Yuji all the way to the door of the hospital before reluctantly forgiving Shin Yuji. Li Suan accompanied Shin Qingdang to find the doctor to take his pulse, while Shin Yuji and Shin Qingke were waiting at the door. The doctor said nothing and asked Shin Qingdang to change his hand. After a while, he let go of Shin Qingtang's hand and said to her, "The fetus is fine, but your energy and blood are somewhat deficient, and you need to take more supplements." Li Suan breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to ask the doctor to prescribe some nourishing medicine, but Shin Qingdang stopped him and dragged him out of the hospital. "You kid." Li Suan frowned. "You can't feel sorry for Inzi at this time." "Mom, I don't feel bad about spending money. It's just that the doctor made it very clear that I am malnourished. Think about it. We were exiled from the capital and suffered so much along the way. It would be difficult to survive. Our health there must be a deficit. Just make up for it slowly. Not only me, but you all must have a deficit if you ask him to check his pulse." Dakian's exile not only refers to the journey from the capital to Beichuan, but also stipulates how long it will take to arrive. Some 1 year, some 2 years, some even 3 years. Even walking 2,000 kilometers would take less than 2 years. The slow pace on the road was all to make the exiles suffer more torture. The Shin family was required to take 2 years to arrive. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many casualties on the road. Most of the bodies that survived were internally damaged and needed to be nursed back to health. What's more, Shin Qingtang is still a pregnant woman. Li Suan knew that Shin Qingtang was right, so he didn't insist anymore, but secretly made up his mind to cook more nutritious food in the future. When the mother and daughter arrived at the door, they saw Shin Yu's father and son leaning against each other. "What are you two doing?" Hearing this, Shin Yuji raised the thing in his hand and said happily, "I just picked up a firework." Qingke said it was probably a misfire, and they lost it. "I think they lost it accidentally. If it works, just put it on for a while and try it tonight, and you will know. Anyway, we are going to set off firecrackers in Winju today." Indeed, no one objected. Li Suan had already forgotten about the quarrel with Shin Yuji and happily took Shin Qingtang to buy ingredients for the hot pot. "How about an elbow? You have to buy a pressure cooker for this tofu, which means we are all blessed. You also have to buy 2 green onions so that the child in Qingtang's belly will be smart." Li was responsible for organizing the goods, Shin Qingtang followed behind to pay, and Shin Yuji and Shin Qingke were responsible for looking at the carts and carrying things. In a short time, the trolley was packed to the brim. Finally, Shin Qingtang bought some raw materials for making soap and toilet soap. This time Shin Qingtang planned to try sheep fat, so he bought some sheep tail, sheep tripe and intestines, and sheep suet. On weekdays, mutton is cheaper than pork, and cooking oil is mainly lard, so mutton oil is particularly cheap, costing 10 cents to 3 pounds. In addition to mutton fat, Shin Qingtang also bought some spices. "I also drank a pound of goat milk." A family of 4 happily went home from the city. As usual, Shin Qingtang was asked to sit on the trolley, and Shin Yuji and Shin Qingke pulled her. On the way, Shin Qingdang told him about meeting a concubine in an alley in the inner city. Shin Yuji, like Shin Qingke, was particularly certain that she was the concubine of her eldest brother's family. Shin Qingtang sighed. "I don't know who it is." When we arrived in Beichuan, there were the largest number of people left in the big house, a total of 18 people. In addition to the eldest uncle, aunt, and 3 aunts, there are 13 others, 3 legitimate children, 8 concubines, and 2 concubines. One of them is Shun Yan. If calculated by age, it should be Shun Qingzi, but 3 of these 8 concubines are not protected by their own mothers, so we don't know who it will be. Li shook his head. A child without a mother is like grass no matter in ancient or modern times. Shin Yuji didn't want to hear this. "Oh my. What are they going to do on our big day? Let's live a good life ourselves. Anyway, you two are doing well, and I have no regrets in the world." Those are the eldest and second brothers of his mother. What can he say? Out of sight is pure. When the family of 4 returned home, they began to be busy in Winju. Shin Yuji was responsible for lighting the fire, while Shin Qingke picked and washed vegetables. Shun Qingtang directs and Li takes charge. Vinegar yam slices, soy sauce braised pork ribs, fish soup, chicken stewed with mushrooms, cumin mutton cubes, boiled cabbage, pork stewed vermicelli. A table full. There is another ritual before the meal is served. Li Suan asked Shinchinka to move the table to the door and place the tributes he had just bought. Holding the lit incense, he pulled Shin Qingtang to kneel in front of the table and murmured something. Move to a new home. Good luck will come to you. You will be blessed with good fortune. Everything will go well, and you will be safe. God bless you. Ancestors, we have to separate our families out of necessity. Please bless Qingdang to give birth to her son smoothly, and bless the 3 families to be safe. Finally, after kowtowing 3 times, Li Suan put the incense on the incense burner. The table is to remain where it is. Li Suan said that this table is for ancestors and gods to eat, and they can only take it away after eating. Shin Qingtang didn't understand and asked, can the gods and the ancestors of the Shin family eat at the same table? What if they don't agree with each other?
Li Su asked.
If you weren't a pregnant woman, it would be up to you whether I would beat you today. Shin Qingtang chuckled. Shinchinka and Shin Yuji placed 2 strings of whips on the cleared space. The family of 4 sat around the table in the new house, all looking happy. For them, this is the beginning of a new life. It was said to be lunch, but the sun was already heading west when I put down my rice bowl. Li Suan put away the dishes and chopsticks, and Shin Yuji rushed to wash the dishes. Shin Chinka brewed a pot of tea and poured it for everyone. Shin Qingtang is responsible for counting and bookkeeping. Today, the total sales of scented soap were 620 won, and the sales of soap were 217 won, for a total of 837 won. It cost 230 won to buy raw materials and 500 won to pay the public account, leaving 107 won. There were 347 copper coins remaining in the public account, plus the 500 coins returned by Shin Qingtang, which equaled 847 coins. The purchase of food, firecrackers, etc. cost 223 won, leaving 624 won. As for the 5 taels of silver that had been exchanged before, Li Suan said that it could not be touched under any circumstances and must be kept for Shin Qingtang to use, for having a baby. Now we have food and shelter, and our lives will be much easier in the future. Li Suan was very content. Shin Yuji also nodded. We sell some soap every day, and the income is enough for a family of 4. When spring comes, I will open up Wasteland and plant 2 acres of land, and our family of 4 will have no worries about food and drink. Shin Qingtang shook his head. It's not enough to just eat and drink without worrying. The second brother has to take the exam. Let him concentrate on studying after the new year. I will take care of the money. In addition, most animals are hibernating in winter, whether it is insects, snakes, rats, or ants. Jackals, tigers, and leopards will not appear for the time being, and it is difficult to guarantee that they will not come to us for food in spring. So in the spring we still have to build the courtyard wall. Now, if you have time, Dad and second brother, you still have to go to the mountain to collect stones. Shin Chinka and Shin Yuji nodded at the same time. There must be a reason why no one lives in or outside this mountain. In addition, I also want to make glass and build a greenhouse for vegetables. Of course, even if the glass cannot be made, I still want to build a greenhouse to grow vegetables after the house is built. In this way, we can make a lot of money from vegetables from the beginning of the year to the beginning of the year and the beginning of spring. Li Suan frowned. We have enough to eat and drink now. You, as a pregnant woman, should rest assured and wait for the birth. We can make soap and perfumed soap, so let them worry about making money. Shun Chinka nodded. Mom is right. Shin Qingtang hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Today is the day we move into our new home. I don't want to spoil everyone's fun, but we can't just rest on our laurels.
Why?
Li Su asked, not understanding. Just now I told my second brother and father to go quarry stones and build a wall to protect the courtyard from wolves, tigers, and leopards. If they can protect us from them, that would be great. But what if they can't? Li's face changed and she opened her mouth but said nothing. Of course, I'm just saying to prevent the worst-case scenario. Also, Dad, When we first arrived in Beichuan, when you went to the Yamen to check things out, did the county government tell you that we should settle down within a time limit? Shin Yuji looked confused. No? Did I tell you when you have to apply for yellow or white citizenship? The yellow registration book is equivalent to the household registration book and must have a fixed address. White citizenship is equivalent to a temporary residence permit. Shin Yuji thought for a while and then slapped his forehead. Yes, that's what happened. I forgot. It is said that if you want to apply for yellow status, you need a fixed residence. If you can't afford to buy a house or land, you can rent a house. You can apply for white status after renting for half a year. If you can't afford to rent a house and live there to work, you can ask your employer to issue a letter of recommendation, and you can also apply for a white certificate. You must have worked for more than 3 months before you can write a letter of recommendation. Shin Qingtang spread his hands. There are 2 ways in front of our family. The first is that we work hard to make money and try to buy a yard in the city before the expiration date to obtain yellow registration. Or we work hard to make money and go to Panja's shop in the city to become the owner ourselves. Write a letter of recommendation to yourself to apply for a white certificate. A letter of recommendation is equivalent to a letter of guarantee. Unless you are working for the public sector, most employers are not willing to write this. How did you 2 know this? Do you need to apply for household registration? Li was confused. Shin Yuji frowned. How much money do you need to earn to buy a yard or a shop? Shin Qingtang went back to Li's family first. When I entered the city this morning, the guard I met told a refugee who arrived in Beichuan earlier than us and told him that his road guide was about to expire, and if he didn't apply for yellow and white registration, he would not be allowed to enter the city again. I asked more and found out about this. Shun Shinka returned to Shin Yuji, my sister, and I went to inquire specifically. A good courtyard in the city costs 100 taels of silver, and an average small courtyard costs 40 or 50 taels of silver. Shin Qingting added. I asked about the smallest set of courtyards. There are 4 rooms in front and back, and it costs 35 taels of silver. Li sighed. I thought I could live an easy life in the future, but I didn't expect that I would have to work hard to make money to buy a house in the city. Shin Qingtang smiled and hugged Ms. Li, resting his head on Ms. Li's shoulder. Mom, don't worry, I'm here, and you don't need to work hard. It's just that you may need to do some hard work in the early stage. Shin Yuji has recently become accustomed to working and accepts it well. It's not a big deal if your strength is inexhaustible. It's better than selling your sons and daughters. Li immediately gained a strong sense of happiness from the comparison. She straightened her back. That's right. We make money to live a good life. Speaking of which, I wonder how the second bedroom of the second house is doing now. The first and second bedrooms are very proud of themselves recently. The 2 families even reached a friendly separation agreement. The real meaning of separation of the family is like the 3-room house, with 1 courtyard for each family. The one that was moved out was the big house. Although the location of the yard they rented before was good, it was only in the refugee area close to the inner city. It is still some distance away from where the dignitaries live. Ever since the second wife took the step of pawning her wife, the first wife was inspired and successively married her 3 concubines' daughters to famous local gentry in Beichuan. What Shin Qingtang and the others saw was just one of them. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. In the past, a concubine's daughter in the first wife's house who married a 5th-rank official in Beijing was considered to be marrying down, but now she can only be a concubine in Beichuan. Fortunately, the betrothal gifts given by the wealthy gentry were not low in order to save their own face. The 3 daughters received a total of 50 taels of silver, which immediately solved the apparent economic crisis. Taking the 50 taels of silver, Dafeng immediately rented a house with 3 courtyards in the inner city, paying 1 tael of silver a month and paying an annual rent of 10 taels. In fact, 50 taels of silver is enough to buy a small courtyard in the inner city, but Dafeng firmly believes that he can still return to Beijing. He has never thought about staying there for a long time and has never planned to buy a house. Even if he married his daughter, Shin Qiji kept saying to his son-in-law, "How can I help you if I return to the capital?" The wealthy country squire felt that Shin Qiji had told him that he wanted to take a gamble. Anyway, He would not lose anything if he lost, and he would get a beautiful concubine from the capital. When the rent was due in January, Shinji moved into a new house with the big house and the little money left in the public account. The two families were completely separated. Coincidentally, the big house and the third house chose the same day to stay warm. The big house and the second house were divided peacefully, so people from the second house also came to congratulate them with gifts. A large family sat at 3 tables in a lively manner. Shinji raised a toast to Shinji. Brother, this courtyard is so lively. I wish you a bright future. If you become prosperous, don't forget your brothers. Shinji clinked glasses with Shinji with a smile. Of course. Brothers fighting tigers. Father and son go into battle. It's a pity I don't know where the third child is. Otherwise, my whole family will take advantage of it today. Shinji nodded. Yes. The third brother is so soft-tempered, I don't know which cave he is hiding in. I'm afraid I haven't eaten meat since he was exiled. Maybe I haven't even seen him. Yes. When I asked him for money last time, I forgot to ask him where he lived. What do you think he is doing now? You probably lead your wife and children like wild monkeys to look for mushrooms all over the mountains and plains, right?
Haha.
Shinji said without sincerity after laughing. The third child is so pitiful. Shinji sneezed twice and rubbed his nose. The two of them are eating and drinking in who knows where with the money from selling their sons and daughters. Maybe they are still scolding me. Lee Suin waved his hand. Let's not talk about them then. What should we eat for dinner? Shunchinka was speechless when he heard this. Mom, didn't we just give up our jobs? I just gave up my job because we had a late lunch. Look, the sun is almost setting. Isn't it time to have dinner? Shunchinka could not refute. Shin Qingtang suggested. Surround the fire at night? Surrounding the stove is eating hot pot. Beichuan is located in the north and has a cold climate, so hot pot is the most popular place. They bought a lot of mutton and cooked part of it at noon, but there was still a lot left. Fresh vegetables can be picked right next to the hot spring. The whole family of 4 had no objections. In order to be able to eat, Shen Qingtang also suggested that everyone do some exercise to eliminate food. The so-called activity is to dig sand by the river. After all, making large pieces of glass requires lots and lots of sand. The sand by the river is not difficult to dig this season. We didn't get a cart until the sun had completely set. Before dinner, Shinji was thinking about setting off the fireworks he picked up. He wanted to buy fireworks during the day, but neither Li Suin nor Shin Qingtang agreed. Setting off fireworks in the valley at night can easily attract attention. What if the city's defenders are attracted to it? Fireworks are not like firecrackers. When firecrackers are set off here, you may not be able to hear them at the city gate, but you can definitely see the fireworks. However, the fireworks Shinji picked up were very small, not to mention they might not be able to be lit. Shinyu lit up the fireworks excitedly and almost got his hands burned. The fireworks were launched very quickly, and they shot out almost as soon as the ring lit in Shinyu's hand touched the fuse. A red line quickly drew across the sky.
Then.
No more. Shinyuji.
Li Suen lauga kinli.
Shin Qingtang felt uncomfortable holding back his laughter, so he had to pretend to cough twice. This thing is comparable to the sky monkey she played with before time travel, and it is a silent version. Shinchinka looked at the red light that quickly disappeared and frowned. Why does this thing look like a messenger firework? However, messaging fireworks are mostly used at critical times, so no one would throw them on the street, right? The family of 4 quickly put this episode behind them and went into their room to cook a pot around the stove. Shinchinka's knife skills are now very good. He slices the fresh lamb he bought today into slices that are almost translucent. Just put it in the pot and blanch it. It will be cooked without leaving the chopsticks. It tastes so delicious when dipped in the sauce prepared by Shin Qingtang. I thought I wouldn't be able to eat much since lunch was so late, but I ended up finishing several plates of mutton. Even the vegetables picked from the hot spring were eaten up. In the end, the family of 4 sat in the same posture, with their hands behind their backs, half lying down. I still feel a little bloated after resting for half an hour. There is no wind in the valley, the moon is bright, and the stars are sparse, which is suitable for taking a hot spring bath and admiring the moon. Shen Qingtang proposed, and the other three seconded the proposal, then took some spare clothes and went to take a hot spring bath. The hot spring is like a double-flavored hot spring, with the man on the left and the woman on the right, separated not only by branches, but also by a thin layer of mud. Shen usually used plaster as the ink painting on it, which was used as a decoration and as a screen. Separated by a wooden wall, a family of four leaned against the steaming hot spring pool, drinking tea and chatting. Shen usually sighed. In the past, my life in the capital seemed carefree and unrestrained, but it was actually boring. Li Su asked to settle old scores. Boring? I think you are too happy to miss Shu. Why don't you miss Shu? You are jealous every day. When you see me, you accuse me of being a heartless person. I don't dare to go back to my home. Is it my fault that you are looking for flowers and willows? Li Suan sat up straight and turned to look at the next door. Even though he couldn't see it, his eyebrows were filled with anger. Mother, it's all over. Shen Qingtang hurriedly patted Li Suan on the back to comfort her. Everything has two sides. At that time, even if Dad didn't come home, you would still wear gold and silver. You were the boss of our third house. Now I am exiled to Beichuan. My father is working honestly in the valley, and I am the only wife. We are a family of four, soaking in hot springs, drinking tea, and admiring the moon. How happy it is. Why bother to dig up old scores to punish my father and torture myself? Li Suan thought about the same truth, borrowed the donkey from Thea and snorted, For the sake of my daughter, I won't argue with you. His mouth was fierce, but there was already a smile on his face. Qingtang is right. I used to live in a deep compound, like a bird in a cage. It's better to be at home in this valley. Why cling to the past? Even if you really have to care about the past, Shen Yuji is much better than most men in the capital. At least he loves his wife and children enough. Shen Qingtang hurriedly changed the subject. I've been working building a house recently, so why don't we go to bed early today? I was indeed tired after a whole day, and after soaking in the hot spring for a while, I felt sleepy. The two men in the house put on their clothes first and went back to the house because they were quick. Then Li Suan also went ashore. Shen Qingtang felt uncomfortable in his stomach, so he soaked for a while longer. Just as he was about to go ashore, he heard a splash. There was one more person in front of me. As soon as Shen Qingtang opened his mouth, a hand appeared on his neck. A strong man's hand that could strangle her. Li Suan heard the noise and asked her, Qingtang, what's wrong? Shen Qingtang tried to calm her uncontrollable heartbeat and forced herself to stay calm. Mom, it's okay. I just accidentally dropped the teapot into the hot spring. Then come up earlier. Your clothes are hung here. Li Suan hung Shen Qingtang's clothes on the fence, muttering in his heart, why would a teapot falling into a hot spring make such a loud noise? It's just that there have always been only 4 of them in this valley, so Li didn't think much about it. Shen Qingtang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Li Suan walk away. The moon was very bright that night, so bright that she could see the man's face clearly. His face was as handsome as jade, with distinct features, starry eyes that were brighter than the stars in the sky, and his lips were thin and rosy, which was very attractive. The distance between the two people was very close, so close that Shen Qingtang felt that he could bite the tempting red lips with his mouth, and could also see the man's unusually pale skin color. The sulfur smell in the hot spring could not cover up the bloody smell on the man. Shen Qingtang whispered, Are you injured? The man's grip suddenly tightened. Shen Qingtang suddenly had difficulty breathing and used both hands to pry open his big palms. This is my home. I can save you. The man looked at her hesitantly. My home is the only one in this valley. You won't survive even if you strangle me to death. Shen Qingtang said firmly. In fact, I was nervous. She didn't know how strong the man was or how serious his injuries were, but based on the novels or TV dramas she had read before, the men who appeared at this time were basically big shots. And he is a man at the end of his strength. Sure enough, the man's grip loosened a little. When the sound of Li Suan closing the door came, Shen Qingtang asked him in a low voice, Can you still leave? I have medicine for wounds in my room. The man nodded and motioned Shen Qingtang to go ashore first. Shen Qingtang pointed at the clothes hanging on the wooden fence and said, "Excuse me, can you help me take down the clothes?" The man raised his eyebrows and looked down. Shen Qingtang crossed his arms and glared at the man. The man turned his head and raised his hand. The clothes fell into his hands out of thin air. Shen Qingtang. This is the value of force. If the timing wasn't wrong, she would have liked to ask, "Will you accept a disciple?" The man actually didn't have any expression, but Shen Qingtang could see his impatience from it. Even so, Shen Qingtang hesitated and said, "Can you turn back?" If she was doomed to die, she could not care less about being seen by him in order to save her life. However, if she was sure her life was safe, she still did not want to be seen. The man glanced at her warningly and turned his back. Shen Qingtang. If she was not mistaken, was there still disgust in his eyes? Shen Qingtang angrily climbed ashore, put on his clothes, and called out like someone in a novel, "This hero." He stopped talking halfway. Since settling down in the valley, the family of 4 from the 3rd room had trouble sleeping all night. The culprit occupied Shen Qingtang's bed and was sleeping, unconscious. The man was so heavy that Shen Qingtang couldn't lift him, so he had to call Shen Qingke and Shen Yuji to help. Li Suin was so scared that he thought someone had died. The family discussed for a while and decided to do their best and leave the rest to fate. Doing one's best means giving the man whatever medicine is available at home. Whether he can survive depends on his luck. It's not that Shen Qingtang was reluctant to spend money to send him to the hospital. Who knows where he came from? The characters that appear in novels and TV dramas are not necessarily the male protagonists. They may also be the villain boss. What if he is a traitor or a wanted criminal or something like that? Then his family of 4 will be in trouble. When saving people, you should do what you can and focus on not offending or causing harm. Fortunately, Shen Qingtang collected a lot of medicinal herbs while looking for mountain products. There are not many of these medicinal materials, most of which are daily medicines for debridement, anti-inflammation, and antipyretic. Shen Qingtang felt that Shen Qingke and Shen Yuji were prone to injury while working and that people could easily get sick if they ate grains, so the family needed to prepare some common medicines, so he didn't sell them. I didn't expect that they were all used on a strange man. In the second half of the night, the man's bleeding stopped and the high fever caused by the inflammation of the wound gradually subsided. The family breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect the man to be grateful, but they really didn't want him to die in their new house. Shen Qingke urged Shen Qingtang and the other 2 to go to bed, and volunteered to take care of this man whose origins were unknown and whose injuries were unknown. He couldn't let the whole family endure it together. After a brief thought, Shen Qingtang pulled Li Suin to sleep. The man behaved decently before he fell asleep. He must be a gentleman. Anyway, his fighting power is so high that if he really wants to kill them, it doesn't matter whether they are awake or asleep. Shen Qingtang felt like he had just fallen asleep when he heard Shen Qingke yell, "What are you doing?" Shen Qingtang hurriedly got out of bed and rushed out. Li Suin and Shen Yuji also heard the noise and ran out. Shen Qingke fell down in front of the door, looking angrily in the direction of his room. I asked him if he was feeling better, and he threw me out? The window of his room was open. Apparently, he was thrown out of the window. Throw him out? Li Suin looked at the window in astonishment, and then at his son, who was sitting on the ground. He threw his savior out? And wasn't he injured? Shen Qingtang raised his hand and pinched his brows, muttering softly, "It's still unclear whether he will recognize this lifesaver." Li Suin was so excited to protect the calf that he couldn't care less about his fear. Just like when Shen Qingtang wanted to separate the family because he had hanged himself, he kicked the door open and asked loudly, "What's wrong with you? We saved you." "It's okay if you're not grateful." Before Li Shi finished speaking, the man meditating on the bed uttered one word, "Noisy." At the same time, Mrs. Li was also pushed out from the air, and the door was closed again. Li was confused, and later became frightened. "Who is he? Can you push her this far?" When Shen Yuji saw his wife and children being humiliated, he rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. You are so young and have no moral ethics. Shin Qingtang could see clearly this time. The man raised his hand gently, and Shin Yuji flew out and sat down on the chair. Shin Qingtang breathed a sigh of relief. The man acted in a measured manner and did not harm her family. He was probably just afraid of Noisy. Shin Qingtang persuaded Shin Qingka, who was still about to argue with him, and asked Li Suchen to prepare breakfast. Li Suchen was worried about Shin Qingtang. What should you do if he bullies you? Shin Qingtang shook his head. He is very good at martial arts, but he didn't really hurt us. He probably just didn't want people to bother him too much. Also, I heard that some people have bad tempers when they're hungry. Maybe they will become more talkative after eating something. Li Suchen left dubiously, while Shin Yuji went to help light the fire. Shin Qingka was worried and insisted on waiting outside the door. Shin Qingtang took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the door. Excuse me, can I go in and talk? After waiting for a while, there was no movement inside. Shin Qingtang knocked on the door again. I'll take it as your consent. After speaking, he opened the door. The man who was meditating with his eyes closed opened his eyes and saw her. His black eyes, as clear as spring water, flashed with confusion for a moment. Shin Qingtang, who seemed casual but was actually tense, noticed that the man curled his fingers and then retracted them. Didn't throw her? Shin Qingtang breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, our family of 4 is just ordinary people. We just want to live. We don't want to cause trouble, and we can't afford to cause trouble. We saved your life without asking for your gratitude. We just hope you won't repay us with evil. If your injuries are not serious, why don't you leave as soon as possible? If you are seriously injured, you should leave. After all, there are only 4 of us in this valley, and there is no doctor who can heal you. The man looked at Shin Qingtang and still said nothing. Eyes met. Shin Qingtang inexplicably thought of the description of college students' eyes on the internet. Clear yet stupid. This look. Is he losing his memory? Shin Qingka checked the man's injuries yesterday and said that he had a big bump on the back of his head, probably caused by hitting the rocks when he fell into the hot spring. Such a powerful person is so fragile. Judging from the appearance, the most serious injury was a wound on his back, which ran almost diagonally through his entire back and was deep enough to see the bone. There was an arrow wound on the heart, but there was only a wound, but no arrow. There is no need for her to pull out the arrow of life and death like in the TV series. None of Shin Qingtang's family members knew medicine, so they didn't know whether the arrow wound had hit any vital parts. Now it seems no. As for whether there were any internal injuries, they didn't know. Shin Qingtang thought about the possibility that the man had lost his memory and carefully probed. May I ask your name, hero? The man still looked at her straight, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, as if he was thinking. Really lost his memory? No way. Shin Qingtang was a little upset. Until breakfast, Shin Qingtang continued to test. Finally, was thrown out. Fortunately, the man just threw the person out every time and did not hurt anyone. When Shin Qingtang sat on the mat outside the door, he felt like he was flying in the clouds and didn't feel any pain at all. I forgave the man unwillingly. There is no way. She is just a beauty lover who made this guy grow up on the top of her heart. Anyway, she is a pregnant woman and will most likely not be able to get married in the future. Can't she just look at it if she can't eat? Of course, appreciation is based on the premise of ensuring safety. Obviously, the man had no intention of killing them. Shin Qingding thought about it seriously and realized that he was thrown out probably because he disturbed him while eating, so he walked back again, sat at the table, picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Li Suchen and the other 2 watched Shin Qingtang sit down to eat with trepidation. After waiting for a while, they saw that Shin Qingtang didn't say anything and was not thrown out again, so they all sat down at the table. Who knew the man suddenly started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one more. Before Shin Qingtang's family could react, Shin Qingka, the last person to sit down, was thrown out the door again. Shin family. Shin Qingtang's eyes fell on the man's bowl. He always put an even number of dishes into his bowl and held 2 steamed buns in his hands at the same time, one in his palm and the other held between his thumb and index finger. After a whole day of constant testing. After the family of 4 was thrown out one after another for the 101st time, Shin Qingtang was sure that the man had lost his memory. Not only is he suffering from amnesia, he also seems to have mental problems and is in the late stage of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Eat in even numbers, speak slowly to him, and don't speak loudly. He is more tolerant to women than men because Shin Qingtang and Li Suan were thrown around very rarely. Especially Shin Qingtang. Every time a man sees her protruding belly, his throwing motion will become softer, and she will definitely sit on a cushion or chair when she lands. Tolerant to the elderly than to the young. The number of times Shin Yuji was thrown was also less than that of Shin Chinka. Only Shin Chinka is always the first to be thrown out if he doesn't respond with a word or makes a wrong move. It's not like Shin Chinka never thought of fighting with him when his temper got worse. Can't he beat an injured person? Really can't beat it. He couldn't get close to the man's body at all. Men are also very particular about eating, including meat and vegetables. The meat and vegetables must be symmetrical, either 1 meat and 1 vegetable, or 2 meat and 2 vegetables. Not 2 meat and 1 vegetable, nor 2 meat or 2 vegetables. The total number must be an even number. You can eat 2 steamed buns but not 1. You can have 2 dishes but not 3. The number of people at the table must be 2. You cannot make any noise or talk during meals. If others finish their meal first, the 2 chopsticks must be placed neatly on the edge of the bowl. It will not work if one chopstick is longer than the other, the 2 chopsticks are not separated, and they are not placed at an angle. You can't touch his bed, not even get close to it. Shin Chinka protested several times. That's my bed. However, without exception, they were thrown out. These habits of men were summed up by the 4 members of the Shin family after being thrown out countless times. Having not slept well last night and having been busy all day today, Shin Qingtang's family of 4 were exhausted. After dinner, we sat around the small table on the terrace to discuss countermeasures. How about we report to the official? Li Suan said with a sad face. It's not an option if we continue like this. We can't support an ancestor of unknown origin at home. He will eat up our week's worth of food in 1 meal. Men have surprisingly big appetites, and they have to eat and drink well. How can their family afford the current conditions? Shin Chinka disagreed. It's easy to report to an official, but with his martial arts skills so high, how can those officials catch him? What if we can't catch him and come back to retaliate against us? Shin Yuji nodded. Even if we are captured, it will not be a good thing for us. Our valley will be exposed. If nothing else, this hot spring is enough for the dignitaries of Beichuan to drive us away. Hot springs are loved by people both ancient and modern. There are many benefits to soaking in hot springs. In the past, many dignitaries in the capital had springs in their farms in the suburbs. The valley is like spring all year round, and there are hot springs. If they were discovered, it would definitely not be the turn of the 4 of them, the exiled criminals, to settle down here. For them, reporting to the police would be like hurting the enemy 1,000 times while hurting themselves 800 times. Then what should we do? Li Su asked more anxiously. We can't keep worshipping such an ancestor, right? Where will Qingke sleep? Besides, we really can't afford to support him. Shin Qingtang, who had been silent the whole time, said, We'll take him to the city to get rid of him tomorrow. Thrown away? Li Su asked in confusion. How could a living person be thrown away? Besides, how could he go to the city with such serious injuries? After a day, you should be able to see that his mental state is damaged, whether it is congenital or caused by injuries. Although he is a martial arts expert and very difficult to serve, I found that he did not go out all day today. Mentally handicapped people like this generally have a poor sense of direction, so we took him to the city and ran away. If he can't be found, everything will be fine.
If he can be found.
We'll discuss it later. As for the injury, since they can throw it at us like this, it proves that the injury is not serious enough. Shin Qingtang's guess was unfounded, but the man gave her the impression of being a genius with autism, and most people like him have poor directions. The family of 4 discussed for a while and finally unanimously approved Shin Qingtang's proposal. Mainly, there is no better way. The next day, the weather was fine. Knowing that their lives were not in danger for the time being, the Shin family, after a good night's rest, began to pursue the handsome man who fell from the sky with full energy. However, no matter what they said, the man showed no intention of leaving the room. In fact, throughout the whole day yesterday, the man only went to the toilet and went out to take a hot spring bath in the evening. He came out after taking a hot spring bath. Shun Chinka got furious on the spot. Fortunately, Shun Chinka was the only one outside the door. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" "Dirty." Shun Chinka. He was originally waiting for someone to bring him clothes, so he stretched out his hand with frustration and handed him the clothes hanging on his elbow. "Hey, I'll let you wear my new clothes first." Who would have thought that the man would say with disgust? "Bad." Shun Chinka jumped up and down. "You are the one who is wrong. This is a new dress, what's wrong with it?" The man refused to compromise change. Shun Chinka clenched his fists, his face grim. "No, this is the only set you can wear if you want." The man had no intention of getting dressed and was going to walk around Shin Chinka and continue outside. Shin Chinka's teeth were grinding. If he couldn't beat him, he would have killed him right now. In the end, Shin Chinka compromised, washed his old clothes, and dried them over fire before the ancestor could put them on. On the way, Shin Chinka said, "This boy must have a complicated background. The material of his clothes is better than the brocade that the high officials in the capital like to wear." Shin Qingting nodded. "I also think his family must be either rich or noble. Look at him. He doesn't talk while eating or sleeping, and his table manners. If you ignore those fussy behaviors, he really doesn't look like a young master from an ordinary family." Li Suin was puzzled. How could such an important person fall into the valley for no reason? Shin Qingtang and Shin Yuji shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Shun Chinka hesitated and said, "It might be the firework that Dad picked up that caused the trouble." Shin Yuji said, "Huh?" with a surprised look on his face. "Can't you?" That thing disappeared in a swish, and the fireworks were neither big nor loud. This kind of fireworks is generally used to send signals, call for help, report location, or other things. Shin Yuji, with a look of annoyance on his face, "Blame it on me." Li Suin quickly comforted him. "We also made mistakes. If we agreed to let you buy fireworks, maybe we wouldn't have these troubles." Shin Qingting said, "Things have already happened, and Dad didn't do anything wrong. At the moment, solving the trouble is more important." Shin Chinka's voice came out from between his teeth. "We must not take him home again." Among the 4 members of his family, he suffered the most persecution. Shin Qingtang and the other 4 discussed openly how to throw the person out. They find that as long as they don't violate a man's bottom line, it doesn't matter if he scolds him unless the saliva splashes on his face. And the man didn't go with them. He thought the ground was dirty, so he used qinggong to float on the tree. Follow the cart at a moderate distance. Shin Qingtang inexplicably thought of the chickens and ducks raised at home. They saw her for the first time and always liked to follow her. Could it be that this girl also regarded her as their mother? Shin Qingtang's family came to the city not just to throw people away, but also to sell soap and soap. Originally, the family of 4 discussed that the 4 members should be divided into 2 groups like last time. One group would go hawking along the street, and the other group would stay at the market. On the way to the inner city, Shun Qingtang found that pedestrians coming and going would look at them. This was not their first time in the city, and these glances were obviously not directed at them, but at the men around them. Shun Qingtang had an idea, and came up with a new idea. She suggested that she and Shin Chinka set up a stall in the market and let Shin Yuji and Li Suin sell along the street. Since the separation of the family, all the major decisions in the family have been made by Shin Qingtang, not to mention that it was just a change in the way of selling soap, and the whole family had no objection. Only Shin Chinka noticed that Shin Qingtang was looking at the man with a calculating look and warned her, "It's easier to invite a god than to send him away. Don't get into trouble. Even if we deliver it, we have to deliver it outside the city. He's been in our house all day, and all the herbs and food we give him costs money. What's wrong with asking him for a small favor?" Shun Chinka nodded. "Indeed it should." As soon as they entered the inner city, Li Suin and Xinyuji pushed their carts to the back alleys where the wealthy families lived and sold their goods. Shin Chinka and Shin Qingtang found a busy intersection and set up their stall. Shin Chinka lit a fire and boiled water. Shin Qingtang opened the wooden box, took out some soap and closed the lid of the box, placed it on top, and started selling. Those of you who don't have clean clothes at home, look here. Those with oily hair and face, look here. People with acne-prone faces and dry skin, please take a look. The unique opening remarks quickly attracted a large crowd of people. Girl, what should I do if the clothes can't be washed clean? Can you cure oily hair? When Shin Qingtang heard the noisy inquiries, his left eye twitched wildly. He felt that something bad was going to happen until he saw the man beside him, out of the corner of his eye. My heart skipped a beat. I forgot about this ancestor. The man frowned slightly, obviously unhappy. Shin Qingtang didn't have time to think about it and hugged the man's arm as he was about to raise it. You can't throw it away. If you throw it away, you won't have money to buy meat or clothes. Do you still want to eat meat and buy new clothes? The man froze for a moment. Obviously, he could not accept Shin Qingtang's intimate body language more than the noisy sound, and he subconsciously raised his hand again. Shin Qingtang gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. It was better to throw her away than to scare everyone. The man lowered his eyes and paused in his attempt to throw Shin Qingtang when he caught a glimpse of her bulging belly. In the end, he just moved his forearm slightly. Shin Qingtang was forced to let go and looked at the man warily. The man still looked unhappy. Seeing this, Shin Qingtang hurriedly took out 2 small of cotton from his sleeves and handed them to the man, saying flatteringly, "Plug your ears with them, and you won't hear anything." The man took it, plugged his ears, and his expression calmed down a lot. Just as Shin Qingtang was about to call out his wares, he heard the man speak again. 1, 2, 3. Shin Qingtang. Seeing this, Shin Qingka stood up and walked aside. 23. The moment the man finished counting, Shin Qingka walked into the crowd. The man was satisfied. Shin Qingtang raised his hands at his waist and made a downward gesture, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone listen to me. Although I can't solve your problems, the soap in my house can. She first took a piece of soap and walked around the crowd. This is called soap. It not only smells good, but it can also be used to wash your face, hair, and bathe. It makes you clean without feeling tight. Do you know the family of the wealthy man in the third alley behind? All the girls in his family use this. Miss San took 10 bars of soap for me herself. You're talking about Mr. Wang? His family is rich, and they will use your few coins for their stuff. Don't brag. Hearing the doubt, Shin Qingtang immediately swore to break the situation. If you lie, your whole family will die. I believe this girl. The daughter-in-law of my maternal uncle's cousin's third aunt works in the family of Mr.
Wang.
She said that the young lady and the head maid of Mr. Wang's family all use scented blocks to wash their faces and hair, and they say it is better than bath beans. It turns out that they used your soap. How much is that little pink soap?
Give me 1.
This is 6 cents. Shin Qingtang took the money and handed the soap to the woman who was speaking. The woman smelled it and left satisfied. The man next to him spoke again. 23. Shin Qingka immediately left the crowd. More people gathered around to join in the fun, and Shin Qingka immediately left the crowd without waiting for the man to count them. If someone bought the soap and left, he would take their place. He didn't want to be so cowardly. Faced with an absolute disadvantage in force, resistance was the most unwise choice. Shin Qingtang frowned. This wouldn't work. She kept him around to use his good looks to sell soap. This was of no use, as he was still making trouble. So, Shin Qingtang became more and more bold, and picked out 2 pieces of soap and scented soap of similar weight, color, and pattern, and stuffed them into the man's hands. Before the man could make any move, he said, "If you want to eat meat, you have to hold it up."
Man.
The 2 of them were in a stalemate. Just when Shin Qingtang thought that either he or the soap was thrown out, the man stretched out his arms stiffly with his palms facing up. The 2 pieces of milky white soap and scented soap appeared even smaller and whiter in the man's palm. A woman's scream rang out in the crowd. The women and girls standing in the front all blushed, covered their faces with their sleeves, and secretly peeked out from their sleeves.
Look at the man.
Facts have proved that Shun Qingtang's decision to keep the man was a wise one. There was no need for her to shout at the top of her voice, and there was no need for Shin Chinka to demonstrate the soap's cleaning ability in a wooden basin in the cold weather. The onlookers rushed over to buy soap. Some brave young women specifically asked for the soap or perfumed soap held in the men's hands. Shun Qingtang always responded to requests and took one piece to replace it. Soon, all the soaps and perfumed soaps were sold out. Shin Chinka looked at the man with a complicated expression, not knowing whether to sympathize with him or be jealous of him. The man ignored Shin Chinka and looked at Shin Qingtang and spat out one word: meat. Okay, let's eat meat. Shin Qingtang smiled good-naturedly, packed up the stall with Shin Chinka, and led the man to a nearby restaurant. I ordered a plate of braised pork, a plate of pork elbow in sauce, and 2 steamed buns. Shin Chinka waited directly outside the restaurant. Anyway, even if he is the third person to go in, he will still be thrown out. Shin Qingtang ordered the dishes and asked the man to wait, then said she was going to the bathroom. She slipped out through the back door and told Shin Chinka to leave. Can't afford it. Shin Chinka was silent. Besides, he is a man of unknown origin. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse to keep him around. It's better to have less trouble than more.
We don't have any roots in Beichuan.
We just got a house to shelter us from the wind and rain. It's better not to take any risks. Shin Chinka sighed softly, knowing that Shin Qingtang kept looking for reasons to abandon the man in order to avoid feeling guilty. No matter how many reasons there are, the mere fact that men are mentally ill and can suppress their impatience and be forced to perform on the street for a piece of meat will make them feel guilty. The brother and sister said nothing and walked through the streets and alleys to find Shinyuji and his wife. Soon the brother and sister found their parents, who were surrounded by the women's army in the alley. I want that rose soap.
Give me the piece of phoenix flower.
Shin Qingtang clicked his tongue. Next time I see the third lady of the Wang family, I have to thank her properly.
Huh.
Shin Chinka didn't know why. Xia Wang-san, what are you doing? When in the capital, the ladies in the palace would wear whatever they liked, and soon the ladies of the government would follow suit, and then it would become popular in the homes of merchants, and finally ordinary people. It's the same in Beichuan now. The clothes used by Wang Yuan's wife and maids will naturally arouse the popularity of their circle. Shun Chinka nodded suddenly. It seems so. You seem to be very good at doing business? I've never done business since I was a child. Where did I get this idea? Aren't you forced to think blindly? It's the same for you. Who would have thought that you could become a carpenter after you put down your pen? Shin Qingtang retorted casually. Shun Chinka thought about it too. It would be great if the county magistrate's wife also used my soap. Then we don't have to bother shouting anymore. Shun Qingtang sighed. Last time, the county magistrate's wife obviously disdained her soap. Shun Qingtang wasn't afraid that she would look down on him. He was just afraid that she wouldn't use it. While the brother and sister were talking, Shen Yuji and Li Suan sold out the soap and soap on the trolley. A family of 4 walked towards the city gate. Li Suan couldn't bear to hear Shin Qingtang leave the man he picked up behind the restaurant and asked, "He has no money. Will he be embarrassed by the store?" Shin Qingtang shook his head. He has great martial arts skills and will be fine. Shin Yuji also said, "That boy does have some repayment of kindness, but his mind is obviously not sound, and we cannot ask him according to ordinary people's standards."
Sigh.
I don't know what's wrong. Why can't I bear it? That's because we are all kind-hearted people. We knew clearly that he was trouble, but because he was mentally, we still felt guilty when we lied to him. Li Suan nodded. Qingtang is right. However, we didn't do anything wrong. We don't owe him anything. We saved him and didn't expect him to repay him. We just don't want to continue helping. Shun Qingtang changed the topic. Next time I come, I'm afraid I have to prepare the stall fees and taxes.
Ah?
Li Su asked, not knowing why. We don't have a fixed stall. On the way my second brother and I came to see you, we happened to see some government officials posting notices saying that mobile stalls in the market will also start to collect stall fees and pay stall tax in the future. Shun Qingtang explained. Shun Qingka nodded. Yes, I also specifically stated that only cash is required. That's right. Li Suan nodded and didn't think much about it. In the past, they did not need to do business by themselves in the capital and did not understand business taxes. Shun Qingtang even changed his mind and knew nothing about ancient taxes. The matter of taxation was only briefly mentioned without much thought. On the way out of the city, I bought some pork bones, mutton oil, goat milk, etc., which cost 178 won. When I got home, as soon as I opened the door, a wave of heat hit my face. Li Suan sighed comfortably. It's better to be at home. Shinyuji took off his shoes at the door and stepped on the warm and clean floor with his bare feet. Yes. I feel like my whole body will be frozen to the bone this time I go out. Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingka also followed Shinyuji's example and took off their shoes indoors. A family of 4 sat around the table. Shinyuji washed his hands and brought water to make tea. Li Suan was responsible for arranging the ingredients he bought, and the ingredients Shin Qingtang used to make soap and toilet soap. Shin Qingka sharpened his ink and picked up a pen to keep accounts for Shin Qingtang. When the family had no money and no pen and ink, Shin Qingtang used a blackened wooden stick to keep accounts. The handwriting was ugly and scrawled. Shin Qingka thought it was a problem with the pen. Later, I bought pen and ink, but I didn't expect that Shin Qingtang's writing was still ugly. Obviously, when she was in the capital before, Shin Qingtang was pretty with his hairpins and small regular script. In this regard, Shin Qingtang explained that it was caused by pregnancy. It is said that pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years. Some people who don't eat acid can drink vinegar during pregnancy. I used to write well, but now it's normal for me to write ugly when I'm pregnant. Shin Qingka doesn't understand pregnant women, so if Shin Qingtang says so, then it's just a matter of course. However, he guessed in his heart that Shin Qingtang was afraid that he would be reluctant to use paper and ink to practice calligraphy, so he found an excuse to let him pick up the pen. From then on, he took the initiative to take charge of the accounting work. Today's soap and perfumed soap totaled 598 taels, and the income was 1,151. When Shin Qingka finished writing, Shin Qingtang counted out 500 coins and put them aside. This is the 500 coins I owe to the government. From now on, I will settle all my debts with the government. I spent 78 coins to buy pork today. Shin Qingtang counted out 78 coins from the 500 coins and put them back into another pile of copper coins, leaving 422 coins. Shin Qingka opened another account book and picked up a pen. They made the account book themselves by dividing the purchased white paper into appropriate sizes. The upper and lower covers are made of starched cloth used by Li to make 1,000-layer shoe soles, and the covers and paper pages are sewn together along the edges with needle and thread. There were 624 coins left in the last public account, and with an additional 422 coins left, the balance was 1,046 coins. After paying off the public accounts from the 1,150 cash earned today, there are still 728 cash left. After subtracting another 100 cash from raw materials such as sheep oil and goat milk, the remaining 628 cash is added to the remaining balance from last time. 107 articles, a total of 735 articles. After Shin Qingka finished accounting, he was about to put away his pen when he saw Shin Qingtang counting out another 400 pennies. What are you doing? Pay wages. Today is the last day of the winter lunar month, and tomorrow will be the first day of the 12th lunar month. Of course, if we have a surplus in our account, we must pay part of the wages first. Since there is not much money, we will pay 100 cents per person. We will pay monthly wages starting next month.
Salary.
As Shin Qingtang spoke, he had already counted 400 coins. Shinyuji happened to come over with a teapot, and he heard the smile and asked, "The whole family is so clear?" Shin Qingtang said seriously, "We have already agreed that brothers should settle accounts clearly. We all do the work together, so of course we should share the money. Lee Suin, who had just packed up his things, shook his head and disagreed. Isn't there a public account? What's the point of dividing it? When we were in the capital, our family also had a public account, and everyone had a certain amount of money. The only difference is that the public account used to be a joint account for the 3 branches of the Shin family, but now we are just a family of 4. A family of 4 is just the beginning, and there will be more and more people in the family in the future. Shin Qingtang will have children, Shin Qingke will get married, and Li is only in her 30s, so she may have more children. By then, the population will gradually increase, and redistribution will still be needed. It's better to separate at the beginning. The others thought it made sense and accepted 100 coins from each of them, but they insisted that Shin Qingtang give them 200 coins. Because she contributed the most. Shin Qingtang couldn't refuse, so he had to take another 100 coins. As soon as my hand touched the money, I heard a bang. Seeing the man staring at the money in his hand, Shin Qingtang acted faster than his brain. Put the 200 coins into your own pocket. The man said, money. Shin Qingtang covered his purse. This is my money. The man repeated in a calm voice, give me the money. Shin Qingtang pursed her lips and said nothing, looking conflicted. Why is he back? Don't people with mental problems in novels and TV dramas all like to get lost? How can he find it back? Just come back and steal our money? To give or not to give?
Give.
With a look of pain on his face, Shin Qingtang pushed the 200 coins he had just received in front of the man. Who made her lie to him first, and why couldn't she beat him? The man repeated again, give me money. Shin Qingtang was stunned. Lee Suin subconsciously took out the 100 coins he had just put away and placed them on the table. The man still repeated, give me money. This man spoke little, but his tone was almost always imperative. After repeating it 3 times in a row, he was already showing some impatience. Shin Qingke and Shen Yuji hurriedly took out the money they had on them and placed it on the table. Give me money. The man repeated again, his tone even colder. The 4 people looked at each other. Lee Suin asked quietly, how about we give him all the money in our family? Who asked them to lie to him? Shin Qingtang was annoyed. Relying on the fact that the man would not hurt a pregnant woman, she stood up and looked up at the man. Don't go too far. You can see that our family is poor, and we only have this much money. Although it's wrong to lie to you, aren't you repaying kindness with enmity? We are kind enough to save you, but you just beat us up and throw us away. To be honest, we don't know each other. We have no obligation to save you, let alone support you. After saying this, Shin Qingtang closed his eyes. The worst that can happen is that I'll be thrown out again. The man reached out to Shin Qingtang. Lee Suin, who had been the most afraid, suddenly rushed over and protected Shin Qingtang behind him like a hen protecting her chicks. Qingtang is right. We lied to you because you turned your back on us. The man probably didn't want to have any physical contact with Lee Suin, so he took a step back and withdrew his hand. At the same time, Shin Yuji and Shin Qingke grabbed the stools they were sitting on and blocked them in front of them to protect Shin Qingtang and his daughter. Shin Qingke stood at the front. Don't bully others too much. We have done our best to be benevolent and righteous. At worst, we will die together. The man frowned slightly, taking advantage of his height, looking over the heads of Shin Qingke, Shin Yuji, and Lee Suin, looking at Shin Qingtang. Give me money. Shin Qingtang had a flash of idea and suddenly realized that he was not asking for their money. He raised his hand to push away his parents and brother who were protecting him and walked up to the man. You mean to give money to the restaurant? The man looked down at Shin Qingtang, his dark eyes as pure as a child's, and seriously corrected Shin Qingtang, meet money. Shin Qingtang. I guessed it right.
Lee Suisked.
Shin Yuji. Shin Qingke said in disbelief. So you ran back just to ask Qingtang to pay for your meal? Why should you pay for your meal after you ran away? The man ignored Shin Qingke and stretched out his hand towards Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang took a step back and explained at the same time, the city gate will be closed in a while. We won't be able to come back if we go now. Can you do it tomorrow? Keep your word. I will go with you to pay for the meal tomorrow. The man shook his head and insisted. Give me money. Shin Qingtang suddenly felt a headache worse than before. This girl is still a stubborn person. Before Shin Qingtang could speak again, the man grabbed Shin Qingtang's shoulders, lifted her up, and flew out. Shin Qingka, Shin Yuji, and Li Suan chased them out. Come at me if you dare. Let go of my sister. Let go of my daughter, and I'll go with you to give you the money. Li Suan stamped her feet anxiously. The man had already jumped onto the treetop with Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang shouted, Stop, wait. If you want to give me money, you have to let me get the money first, right? Let me go down and get the money. The man paused for a moment, then jumped off the branch with Shin Qingtang. When it landed, it was very stable, which made Shin Qingtang, who had a big belly, breathe a sigh of relief. I'll fight with you. Shin Qingka grabbed the bench and threw it at the man. The man raised his hand gently. Don't hurt my brother. Otherwise I won't pay for your meat. Shin Qingka still flew out. When he landed, he sat firmly on the bench he held. Shin Qingtang was afraid that Shin Yuji and Li Suchin would still fight the man, so he hurriedly comforted him. Mom, Dad, second brother, don't worry. It seems like he just wants me to pay for lunch. I'll think about it after paying. Let him send me back. Li Suan looked worried, but entering the city now will definitely be late before leaving the city. What will you do when the city gate is closed? I can only bring more money and find an inn in the city to stay. I'll go with you.
Li asked.
Shin Yuji nodded, me too. Shin Qingka waited for the man unwillingly. I'll come too. Shin Qingtang couldn't laugh or cry and was filled with emotion. Mom, Dad, second brother, I'm just going to pay off my debt. Besides, will it cost more if our whole family goes to the city to stay in an inn? Have you forgotten? We have to stay there during the Chinese New Year. Buy a house in the city. How can money be important to anyone?
Li Suan insista.
Mom, you see he is taking me flying. Can you catch up? What if he is still willing to send me back? Is it safer to take me over the city wall alone than 4 people? In the end, the family of 3 was persuaded by Shin Qingtang, and they watched Shin Qingtang leave with the man with reluctant expressions. Li Suan chased a few steps and said, Don't worry about money when you stay in an inn. Find a room in a big inn and don't stay in a carriage shop. General horse and carriage shops are cheap, but there are so many good and bad people that it is not safe for a girl in Qingdang. Shin Yuji also raised his voice and shouted, Listen to your mother. When entering the city, Shin Qingtang threatened the man with no money in exchange for his freedom to walk. Although the man was reluctant, he didn't make things difficult for her. Shin Qingtang had to cross more than half of Beichuan City from the outer city gate to the inner city. Shin Qingtang was bored, so he chatted with the man. She remembered that when she was in the hot spring, the man's reaction was normal and not like this. What's going on? She asked tentatively. My hero, may I ask your name? The man didn't even look at Shin Qingtang. Do you remember where your home is? Have you always been like this, or have you lost your memory? All of Shin Qingtang's questions fell on deaf ears. Could it be because he has mental problems now and can only understand simple questions? After rolling his eyes, Shin Qingtang spoke again. What's your name? During the seasonal banquet. Shin Qingtang. It is true. Where is your home? At Ji Yan's table. A moment of confusion flashed across his face, followed by silence. Do you remember what happened before? The season banquet was still silent. Where do you live? During the Ji Yan, she pursed her lips and said nothing, showing a hint of unhappiness. Shin Qingtang realized that this unhappiness was because he disliked her being noisy, so he immediately raised his hand and made a zipper gesture on his lips. I won't ask anymore. By the time we arrived at the restaurant, the sun had already set. Strings of lanterns lit up along the main street in the inner city. The restaurant was not closed at noon. When Shin Qingtang and Ji Yanshi arrived at the door, the shopkeeper was bowing and begging for mercy. 5 or 6 men who looked like bad guys were sitting or standing in front of the counter. They held sticks or knives in their hands. The drawer for money was placed above the counter, with some copper coins and small change scattered inside. The man who looked like the leader was sitting on a bench in the middle of the aisle, 1 foot on the edge of the bench, his elbow on his knee, and playing with a dagger in his hanging hand. Hearing this, he snorted coldly. We came here 2 days ago, and you said we would be given 2 days grace. 2 days and 2 days, are you kidding me? The shopkeeper said with a bitter face. Master Tiger, what are you talking about? I wouldn't dare to play tricks on you even if you gave me 2 more guts. We could have gotten together today, but we ran into someone who ate without paying. Not only did we not make any money, but we also lost the cost of the meat and vegetables. That's why we are a little short. Tomorrow, I will definitely make it up to you tomorrow. Is that okay with you? One of them pulled out a knife from his waist and put it on the shopkeeper's neck. You can't even take care of yourself, yet you still treat others to a meal? Is that your money? That's our tiger lords. I tell you, if you lose a dime today, I'll cut off one of your arms. Sanner, don't be so rude. Tiger Master used a dagger to trim his nails without even looking at the shopkeeper. It's okay to make up for it tomorrow. But you said that your restaurant can only make 50 cents a day at most? The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. It's 50 cents at most, sometimes 20 or 30 cents. Tiger blew the debris off his nails. How dare you lie to me? The shopkeeper was about to burst into tears.
How can you say that? How dare I lie to you?
You only make 50 coins a day at most. How are you going to give me 100 coins tomorrow? Either you have money but don't want to give it to me, or you're lying to me by saying you make so little. The shopkeeper's frightened face showed doubt. Don't you owe 50 cents? 50 coins is today's amount. Don't we brothers have to go all the way here for you? You have to drink a cup of tea after coming all the way here, right? Shouldn't you pay for this? Besides, my money is not wasted. You have to pay back at least 60 coins a day if you owe me 50 coins. The shopkeeper suddenly knelt down in front of Lord Tiger and begged for mercy. Lord Tiger, please leave me a way out. Our Beichuan County is already poor, and most of the newcomers are exiled criminals. Most of them don't have much money to eat. I really can't pay so much money. Xin Qingtang had never thought that she would cause such a big trouble for the shopkeeper just to get rid of Ji Yan. She took out her purse and counted out 50 coins and said crisply, Shopkeeper, I'm here to give you the lunch money. Everyone in the room looked at her. When the leader, Tiger Lord, saw Xin Qingtang for the first time, his eyes lit up, but when he saw her obviously bulging belly, he was a little disappointed. When he saw Ji Yan following her, he lost most of his interest and winked at his subordinates. The man who threatened the shopkeeper with a knife before raised the knife towards Ji Yan again and asked, Who are you? What is your relationship with the shopkeeper? During the banquet, she didn't even glance at him. Xin Qingtang explained, My brother and I, she pointed at Ji Yanshi, came to eat at noon, but I left early because of something. My brother. She took her hand back and put it on her temple. It's not very clear here, so I didn't pay the shopkeeper for the meal. Now, I'm here to give him some money. The shopkeeper wanted to curse when he saw Ji Yan, but when he heard Xin Qingtang say that he was there to give money, his resentment turned into gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, young lady. As he said that, he got up from the ground and tried to take the money from Xin Qingtang. The bearded man who was closest to Xin Qingtang was tempted by her beauty and wanted to take the opportunity to touch Xin Qingtang's hand. Seeing this, Xin Qingtang quickly turned his palm downward and threw the copper coin into his hand. The bearded man was angry because he didn't get the upper hand. He threw the money around and ordered Xin Qingtang fiercely, Pick it up. Xin Qingtang took a step back and hid behind Ji Yanshi, giving the bearded man a look that said, May all your luck be with you. At the banquet, Ji looked at the bearded man and ordered, Give me the money. It's not like Xin Qingtang hasn't experienced Ji Yanshi's stubbornness before, and he didn't take Ji Yanshi seriously. He said bah and pointed the knife at Ji Yanshi. Look at your witch's whining face. You're pretty crazy? Xin Qingtang took another step back. When Ji Yan raised his hand slightly, the bearded man flew out. A bunch of tables and chairs were knocked down, and I couldn't even get up. Xin Qingtang suddenly felt that Ji Yanshi might not be ungrateful. At least he had thrown Xin Qingtang so many times, but had never let Xin Qingtang get hurt. Except for Xin Qingtang, everyone else in the restaurant was stunned by this sudden change. During the feast, he repeated to the bearded man who couldn't get up, Give me the money. Tiger Lord stood up suddenly and raised his hand to call his subordinates behind him. Beat him. Several people rushed forward. Shin Qingdang, who was standing behind Ji Yanshi, didn't even see Ji Yanshi take action, and several people were all sent flying. Some fell heavily on the floor, and some, like the bearded man, fell heavily on the tables, chairs, and benches. The tables, chairs, and benches were torn into pieces. The shopkeeper who was hiding behind the counter was so frightened that he had a very complicated expression. Is this a savior or a disaster? Ji Yanshi obviously didn't care about what others thought. He was only obsessed with what he wanted to do. He repeated to the bearded man, "Give me money." Seeing that Ji Yanshi had knocked down so many of them without him even making a move, the bearded man knew that he had met a tough guy. He endured the pain, grimaced, and got up from the ground, then took out his purse and handed it to Ji Yanshi. Ji Yanshi didn't answer it, looked at the counter, and repeated, "Give me the money." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately brought the cash box over and held it with both hands to Ji Yanshi. "Here." Shin Qingtang then spoke and said to the bearded man, "Give the money to the shopkeeper." The bearded man put the money in the shopkeeper's money box and watched the banquet. During the feast, Ji did not look at the bearded man, but turned to look at the leader, Tiger Lord, and said, "Pay me money." Perhaps these two words were not as difficult to understand as give money, so Tiger Master wisely took out his own purse and handed it to Ji Yanshi. See the shopkeeper during the seasonal banquet. This time, Shin Qingtang didn't need to say anything. Tiger Master threw the money bag into the shopkeeper's cash box. The shopkeeper held the money box with only fear and no joy. Shin Qingtang reminded Tiger Lord, "Are you waiting to be thrown out if you don't leave yet?" Mr. Tiger struggled to get up from the ground, holding his lower back and walking backwards toward the door, not forgetting to make harsh remarks. "Just wait for me." The shopkeeper held the money box and bowed to Shin Qingtang and Ji Yanshi to thank them. "Thank you for saving my life." Shin Qingtang could roughly guess what the shopkeeper was thinking. After this incident at the seasonal banquet, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do business in the future. I'm really sorry, brother. I've caused you trouble. Do you think the money in your pocket is enough to compensate you for your loss? The shopkeeper wanted to refuse, but then he changed his mind and shut his mouth. He deftly placed the cash box on the table next to him, which had only 3 legs left. He took the 2 purses and emptied them into the coin box. The bearded man's purse contained mostly copper coins, with a few small pieces of silver. A single copper coin costs more than 50 cents. Most of the money in Tiger Lord's purse was small change, including 2 gold leaves. It's enough to compensate the store for its losses. The shopkeeper picked up 2 gold leaves and handed them to Shin Qingtang. "Miss, I'm offering you flowers to thank you for your help." Shin Qingtang looked at Ji Yan, and then at Ji Yan, he looked at the shopkeeper. "We are the ones who brought you trouble first." Shin Qingtang waved his hand and refused. "Take this money and buy some new tables and chairs." The shopkeeper hesitated to speak just now, probably because he thought she wanted to divide the spoils. I swear to God, she was just concerned about whether the money given by Tiger Lord was enough. The shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. "After this incident, how can I keep my shop open? That tiger is the nephew of the county magistrate's uncle. He took advantage of this relationship to exploit us. Originally, this small restaurant could support my family, but in the past 2 years, the taxes have become heavier. The landlord has raised the rent, and with the protection fees, I can no longer make ends meet." He wiped his face and looked around the restaurant, his face showing both reluctance and relief. "I plan to move my family to another place. Then you'd better leave as soon as possible. I'm afraid they will come back to trouble you later." The shopkeeper thanked him profusely, put the money in the cash box into his purse, and left in a hurry. Before leaving, he told Shin Qingdang, "Miss, you guys should leave quickly too. I'm afraid that Tiger Master will bring people back soon." Shin Qingdang nodded in agreement, but had no intention of leaving. She plans to stay here tonight. Anyway, with this super bodyguard at the seasonal banquet, she would not suffer any loss and also saved the money of staying in an inn. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the copper coin on the ground, then bent down to pick it up. She didn't want ill-gotten gains, but the 50 copper coins on the ground were all earned through her hard work. As soon as I bent down, I heard the growling sound of my stomach coming from the quiet restaurant. Shin Qingtang raised his head from the gap between the table and chair and looked at Ji Yanshi. Ji Yanshi's reaction was not like that of an ordinary person. If an ordinary person were to blush at this moment, however, Ji Yanshi looked at Shin Qingtang with a pair of clear black eyes and said calmly, "Eat meat." Shin Qingtang. He can't be thrown away or gotten rid of, and he's still so stubborn. What can she do? Besides, it was already dark now, and all the inner and outer city gates were closed, so I couldn't go home even if I wanted to. Shin Qingtang pointed at the copper coins scattered everywhere and said, "Pick up the copper coins. I'll go cook." After walking 2 steps, he turned back and emphasized, 50 cents, not a cent less. Before Shin Qingtang could finish his words, Ji Yanshi raised his arm with his palm facing upwards, and the copper coins flew into his palm one by one, as if they had wings. 50 coins, not a penny less. Shin Qingtang. Take a deep breath and comfort yourself. Don't bother with fools. The restaurant's kitchen is not big and doesn't prepare many dishes. I don't know whether it was for his own consumption or to be used to entertain Tiger and the others. On the chopping board, there was a plate of sliced braised beef and a plate of peanuts and a pot of wine next to them. There was a small pot of chicken soup simmering on the stove, and a few steamed buns were warming in a steamer above the soup. Save her from having to do it. Shin Qingtang brought it out directly. After searching for a long time, I finally found a good table in the corner and put the food on it. When I greeted Ji Yan, I said, "Eat. During this seasonal banquet, wash your hands." Shin Qingtang rolled his eyes to the sky, his disdain evident in his words. "You are so picky." Since I couldn't defeat him anyway, I could only get a basin of water from the kitchen and bring out a towel. Even though he had only spent 1 day with Ji Yanshi, he had some understanding of his pampered young master's temperament and knew that when he said wash hands, he didn't mean wash them by himself, but rather have someone serve him. Shin Qingtang wrung out the soaked towel and roughly and carelessly wiped Ji Yanshi's face a few times, muttering, "Do your own thing. You are young and healthy. How can you let a pregnant woman wash your hands?" Ji Yan was not embarrassed, but when she heard Shin Qingtang mention the pregnant woman, she glanced at her belly and suddenly snatched the towel from Shin Qingtang's hand and started to wipe it herself. His movements were even more crude and clumsy than Shin Qingtang's. By the time Shin Qingtang reacted, Ji Yanshi's fair hands had been rubbed red by himself. Shin Qingtang. He snatched the towel from her hand and said, "Just wash it clean, and then wipe your bald skin. Let's eat." During the seasonal banquet, people still adhered to the rule of not talking while eating, and they ate very elegantly. Under the dim candlelight, Ji Yan's face seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light, which was charming. Shin Qingtang inexplicably recalled a sentence. 1 house, 2 people, 3 meals for seasons. Especially during the seasonal banquets, she wore gorgeous crimson clothes, which were so festive that it was easy for people to have wild thoughts. Shin Qingtang didn't have any wild thoughts, but was just curious. "Why are you wearing a red dress? It's not a festival. The style doesn't look like a real groom's outfit." During the banquet, the chopsticks moved and pushed Shin Qingtang and his stool 3 feet away as a warning. Shin Qingtang. "If you don't want to tell me, I don't want to know. Turn around and walk to the backyard. There is a small yard behind the kitchen where some miscellaneous items are piled up. There was a bed in a house at the back, and the bedding on it looked clean. Probably just for occasional overnight use." Shin Qingtang lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. She was just over 6 months pregnant and was already having trouble sleeping. Don't even think about lying on your back. Sleeping on your stomach is even more unrealistic. Sleeping on your side is only comfortable for a while, and your lower back will soon become uncomfortable. When they were in the valley, Lee made her a long, soft pillow so that she could sleep on her stomach to reduce the strain on her waist. Shin Qingtang was very uncomfortable with the sudden change of place. After tossing around for a while, Shin Qingtang stood up and walked back to the front hall. During the Ji banquet, he had already put down his chopsticks and closed his eyes in meditation. "I want to go home." Can you take me back? Shin Qingtang discussed with Ji Yanshi. Ji Yan was unmoved and did not answer her. Take me home, and I'll cook meat for you tomorrow.
Ouch.
Before Shin Qingtang could finish her words, the baby in her belly began to move. She habitually reached out to touch her belly, but unexpectedly felt warm skin. Shin Qingtang lowered his head. She stood and sat during the seasonal banquet. His face was facing his stomach. At this moment, what she felt was the hand that reached out to her belly during Ji Yan. Both of them were stunned. Ji Yanshi felt like he was electrocuted. He quickly withdrew his hand, stood up, turned around, and walked out the door. Shin Qingtang could only follow silently. After a while, he saw that they were heading towards the city gate, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm still holding on because I'm afraid I won't be able to leave the city. When you come in the early morning, you only need to pass through the west outer city gate. The inner city gate is open. At this time, the city gates were locked and guarded by soldiers. Before reaching the inner city gate, Shin Qingtang slowed down, with his hands on his lower back. Even though I had been hiking regularly for exercise over the past month, my malnourished body had not yet recovered, and I was pregnant, so walking so much in a day was a bit too much for me. At Ji Yanshi, maybe he couldn't hear her footsteps or something, he stopped and turned around to look at her. Shin Qingtang felt embarrassed and walked a few steps faster to catch up with him. I couldn't walk far before I slowed down again. After repeating this several times, Ji Yan probably felt that she was walking too slowly, so he reached out to grab her shoulder. Just as his hand was about to touch her shoulder, he paused for a moment, then moved it down again, then hugged her waist and jumped up. Shin Qingtang belatedly asked Ji Yan, "Are you being sympathetic to women? Are you afraid that I'll fall?" There was still no answer at the Ji Yan. Shin Qingtang didn't want to say anything more because she found that this position was not much more comfortable than being carried by the shoulders and flying. It was obvious that Ji Yan didn't like physical contact with others. Even though he was hugging her, he kept his body distance from her. Shin Qingtang didn't know whether he felt awkward or not, but she felt very awkward anyway. If she wasn't so exhausted, she would rather walk slowly by herself. During the seasonal banquet, he was very fast, jumping on the rooftops non-stop. For Shin Qingtang, it was almost like flying on a wire. After the initial panic, my heartbeat gradually stabilized, and I even dared to look down. Most of the houses in Beichuan are not tall, and the buildings in the inner city are only 2 or 3 stories high at most. It is easy to overlook the whole city. Of course, late at night the vision is obstructed, and one cannot see very far. This was the first time that Shin Qingtang looked at the county town where he would live for some time in the future from this perspective. The entire Beichuan is divided into 2 parts with the inner city as the center. Shin Qingtang is going to the west outer city, which means he can only see half of the city. Apart from the more prosperous streets in the inner city, there are the refugee areas, the exile areas. The refugee area is large, housing is sparsely populated, and polarization is severe. The residential areas in the streets close to the inner city are almost as luxurious as those in the inner city. Those who were convicted of exile were often people with high official positions in the family. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and a broken boat still has 3 pounds of nails. The culprit will have to endure hardships on the journey, but once he settles down in the place of exile, there will always be some relatives and friends who will send him some gold and silver valuables, so his life will not be too difficult. However, the others who were implicated, especially the side branches who did not have a good life in normal times, cried out to the heavens and the earth, but received no help when they arrived at the place of exile. Most of these people live in the slums a few blocks away. The houses in the slums include stone houses, wooden houses, and thatched houses. Perhaps people are reluctant to light candles or oil lamps, so most of the slums have only a few lights scattered around. Shin Qingtang saw Shin Qingdan in one of the courtyards as soon as he left the inner city. Did my uncle move? Before Shin Qingtang could take a closer look, Ji Yanshi had already picked her up and jumped onto the roof in front. When he looked back, Shin Qingdan was no longer there. Did I see it wrong? With Ji Yan, who has outstanding martial arts skills, the inner and outer city gates are no longer obstacles to returning home. Not long after, Ji Yanshi carried Shin Qingtang back to the valley. I could see the lights on in the house from a distance. Shin Qingtang's expression unconsciously relaxed. Her parents and second brother must have been worried about her, and that's why they haven't gone to bed yet. Sure enough, when Shin Qingtang opened the door, a family of 3 sat neatly around the table with sad faces. Father, mother, second brother, I'm back. Li Suan, Shin Yuji, and Shin Qingke were all overjoyed to see Shin Qingtang, and all spoke. Just come back. How did you come back so late at night when the city gates were locked? Where's that fool? As soon as Shin Qingke finished speaking, he saw Ji Yan standing behind Shin Qingtang and frowned in disgust. Why are you coming back like a dog skin plaster? Li Suan hurriedly pulled Shin Qingtang into the house. Why are your hands so cold? Come in and warm yourself up for a while. Didn't you agree to stay in the city for one night if you can't come back? Shin Qingtang sat at the table, and Shin Qingke thoughtfully poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to her. The Shin family tacitly ignored Ji Yanshi, but Ji Yanshi would not ignore themselves. He stretched out his long arm, and the hot tea that Shin Qingtang had just reached out to take was in his hand, and he started drinking it. After drinking, he put the tea bowl on the table, went back to Shin Qingke's room, and closed the door. Shin Qingke, why don't you burn him to death? The rest of the Shin family. I can't scold them, I can't beat them, so I can only turn a blind eye. Shin Qingke poured another cup of tea for Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang held the teacup to warm his hands and took a sip of the hot tea. Li Suan looked Shin Qingtang up and down carefully and was relieved to see that Shin Qingtang was unharmed. As long as you are okay. Why did you bring him back again? He brought me back. Shin Qingtang roughly recounted what happened in the restaurant. Li Suan turned pale with fright. Ba. Fortunately, I was there during the banquet. I didn't expect that his character is not bad. He knows that you have to pay for eating people's food, and you have to pay for breaking things. Shin Qingtang. Is it time for a feast? You don't have a bad character, but you still steal tea from others? Shin Yuji retorted. Except for him and Shin Qingke, anyone who treats his daughter well or badly is not a good thing. Shin Qingke thought further. If we go to the city to sell soap in the future and meet Mr. Tiger, I'm afraid there will be trouble. I just wanted to discuss this matter with you. Just in case, I want to take the banquet with me to sell soap in the next period of time. Shin Qingtang was thinking about how to deal with the banquet on the way. No. He often gets sick and throws people away. What if he throws you on the street? Then Master, who has seen you, but not us. From now on, you will raise babies at home and make soap. Dad, and I go to the city and set up a stall. Shin Yuji nodded. I think Qingke is right. From now on, you stay at home with your mother, and I go out with your brother. Making money to support the family is a man's business. Li Shi also echoed. Yes. Qingtang, you are now a month old, and you get tired easily from walking. It takes almost 20 miles to go to the city, which will be too much for you. Besides, it was the foreign man at the banquet, and the two of you were together. At the same time, it will bring bad reputation to you. Besides, his mind is also unreliable. Shin Qingtang had already expected that his family would object, so he explained unhurriedly, I have thought about what you said. Firstly, his martial arts skills can protect me. Secondly, if his family lives in the inner city, maybe he will see him. Thirdly, he is fed, clothed, and housed like a rich man, and his mentality is different from ordinary people. He throws people away when he doesn't get what he wants. We can't beat him, and we can't afford to support him. Then again, the Chinese New Year is just 1 month away. We need to make some money for the new year. In addition, building a greenhouse must also be put on the agenda. These physical tasks have to be done by my father and second brother. As for whether it would be bad for a single man and a single woman to be together, it was not within Shin Qingtang's consideration. What Shin Qingtang said was well-reasoned, and no one else could refute it. Finally, both sides took a step back. For the next 3 days, Shin Qingke accompanied Shin Qingtang and Ji Yanshi to the city to sell soap. If she gave up halfway through the banquet, Shin Qingtang, a pregnant woman, would not be forced to push a cart for 20 miles. After the family finished the discussion, they went back to their rooms to rest. Chinka slept on the floor in the hall. Fortunately, it's not cold because of the floor heating. It's snowing. Heavy snowfall. It has been more than a month since the Shin family came to Beichuan, and this is the first time it has snowed. Li Suan said, "It often snows in Beichuan in winter, but it didn't snow for more than a month before our house was built. It must be God's blessing for us. The snow should start falling at midnight." When I opened the door early in the morning, I saw a blanket of snow in the distance. The usually gray mountains turned into white snow-capped mountains. Very beautiful. Their house is close to a hot spring, and the fallen snow turns into water, making it as wet as if it had just rained. The snow is still falling. A family of 4 huddled on the small terrace to enjoy the snow. Shinyu's poems are booming. Plum blossoms without snow are not spiritual, but snow without poetry is. Li Suan followed closely. I love the clear snow in the East Mountains the most, and the silvery mountains in the soft red light. Chinka, as the leader among the younger generation, also opened his mouth and said, leaning on the stick and looking at the clear snow, "The stream clouds weigh tens of thousands." Shen Qingtang. As expected of a wealthy official family in the capital, look at all the exits. I don't know what was wrong with the ancients, but they had to compose poems even for big things. If you like writing poetry, just write it. After each person finished speaking, they all looked at her. Shen Qingtang racked his brains to come up with a line. When I opened the door in the morning, the mountains were covered with snow. The snow cleared and the clouds were light, and the sun was cold. You may be able to memorize the 300 Tang and Song poems when you are a child, but you will basically return them to school when you grow up. Among the ancient poems she could recite, there were not many related to snow. She was afraid that another round would come, so she was planning to find an excuse to avoid it when she heard a discordant voice behind her. "Eat meat." The family of 4 looked back together. It was both unexpected and not surprising to see Ji Yen suddenly appear at the door. Shin Chinka said unhappily, "You are born in the year of the cat? Who are you trying to scare to death by walking silently? I just can't stand this rascal." Of course, Ji Yen would ignore him and stare at Shin Qingtang and repeat, "Eat meat." Shin Qingtang then remembered that she had promised last night that she would cook meat for him as long as he took her home. She rejected it gently. It's too greasy to eat so early in the morning. Who is a good person who eats meat early in the morning? During the banquet, he stared at her and repeated, "Eat meat." Afraid that Shin Qingtang would be thrown out again, Li Suan hurriedly smoothed things over. "I'll do it. I have pork and mutton at home. What do you want to eat?" Shen Qingtang. She protested. "Mom, why are you still helping him? They brought you back last night. Why do you want to eat some meat?" Shen Qingka also had an angry look on his face, and when he remembered something, he suddenly gloated. "I'm afraid I won't be able to eat meat. I'm afraid the firewood outside will be wet with snow and won't burn." When Shin Yuji heard this, he glared at Shin Qingka. "Then why are you gloating? He can't eat meat without firewood, so can we have breakfast?" Shin Qingka. Staying with fools for too long can become contagious. The family of Fur no longer wanted to be arty, enjoy the snow and write poems, and began to worry about how to get breakfast. Not only was there no firewood, there was no cooking stove. Literally no indoor cooktop. The 5 rooms now built face north and south, and from east to west are the bedrooms of Shinyu and his wife, the main hall, Shin Qingtang's room, and Shin Qingka's room. Beyond the main hall is a terrace. The original plan was to build 2 side rooms after this period of work, one as a utility room and the other as a kitchen. During this time, I have been cooking in the yard. The pots and stoves are all made of mud bricks, and now they are soaked in snow and water, so I'm afraid they won't be able to cook. The most important thing is that firewood is needed for cooking, and the firewood piled near the stove is soaked. Ji Yen didn't care what they said. He just repeated to Shin Qingtang, "Eat meat." Shin Qingtang. What she owed was not a debt, but retribution. Li Suan peeked out from the edge of the terrace. "I'm afraid this snow won't stop anytime soon." Shin Qingtang also took 2 steps towards the edge of the terrace and sighed. "It's getting heavier. I could still see the distant mountains just now. But now the snowflakes are so big and dense that my vision is somewhat obstructed. During the Ji banquet, he followed Shen Qingtang and repeated, "Eat meat." Shen Qingtang pointed at the heavy snow outside and said, "Master, it's snowing outside. We need dry firewood to cook. I'm just thinking of a solution." During the banquet, Ji did not look outside and continued to repeat to Shen Qingtang, "Eat meat." Shen Qingtang. There's no need to talk to fools. Shen Yuji touched his chin and looked at the banquet thoughtfully. Has his temper gotten better? When Shen Qingka heard this and glanced sideways at the banquet, he turned back and asked, "Is there any?" Li Suan stepped back, sat at the table, and nodded. Yes. He used to repeat it 3 times at most before throwing someone away. Today he has repeated it 6 times and hasn't thrown Qingtang yet. I say he is not bad in nature. Shen Yuji. Shen Qingka. Shen Qingtang. You probably know how Stockholm Syndrome comes about. In the end, Shen Qingtang thought of a way. When she was making glass, she burned a lot of charcoal, which she now kept in the limestone cave. There was probably still some firewood left for making lime. The hole is not small, so cooking and eating in it is no problem. There were no oil paper umbrellas, so each person held a wooden board above their heads and quickly ran into a simple cave not far away. Excluding seasonal banquets, they reached the cave before they even touched the ground. There was no soft grass for ignition, but that was not a problem for the Shin family. They're very familiar with making fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. Find 2 small stones and put them together to make a simple wood-burning stove. You can put a pot on it and cook. A wooden board placed on top of a larger stone will become a dining table. Due to limited conditions, Shen Qingtang took charge of the cooking and made a pot of lean meat porridge. Shen Qingtang handed the bowl of porridge to Ji Yanshi. "It's yours." Ji Yan looked down and didn't answer. He repeated to Shen Qingtang, "Eat meat." "There's meat in this." "Eat meat." Shen Qingtang stretched out his hand to grab the hand of the seasonal banquet and put the porridge bowl into his palm. "Let's make do with it for now. Let's have hot boiled mutton for lunch." Holding the bowl during the banquet, he lowered his head in confusion and looked at the place where Shen Qingtang had just grabbed him. Shen Qingka found a flat stone for Shen Qingtang to sit on, while the others squatted at the temporary dining table and drank porridge. Li Suan was holding the bowl and looking directly at the banquet. "He won't throw us all out in a while, right? It's snowing outside." Shen Yuji lowered his head and looked at his muddy shoes. "Just throw them away. Otherwise, your clothes will get dirty again. The main thing is that they can't beat him, and he can't really hurt them." Shen Qingka stopped his chopsticks and glanced back at the banquet. He really doesn't seem to know how to throw Qingtang away now. The family of 3 looked at Shen Qingtang, seeking answers. Shen Qingtang lowered his head to pick up the rice, pretending not to notice. How would she know why? Li Suan suddenly turned his head and whispered in Shen Qingtang's ear, "He didn't really bully you, did he?" Shen Qingtang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put down his bowl and looked at the worried Li Suan and shook his head. "Mom, really not. Maybe you didn't throw mine away because I said I would give him meat to eat?" Li Suan breathed a sigh of relief and accepted the answer readily. "Yes, that should be it. I never thought that this young man who looked like a rich family at the banquet would be so greedy." After a while, Ji Yanshi started to eat while standing with his bowl in hand. He did not mention eating meat again, nor did he throw it at Shen Qingtang. After breakfast, the family of 4 got busy. Shen Qingka went out of the cave that he hadn't climbed for a long time and brought back some hay. The snow outside is not affected by the hot springs and has not melted. You can brush off the snow and pick up some hay. Li Suan prepared the ingredients for shabu-shabu at noon. Shen Yuji went to the hot spring to pick vegetables and feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. Shen Qingtang found the clay pot that he originally bought as a pot, put the charcoal in it, put the iron pot on top, and brought it back to the terrace with a small stone slab underneath to prevent the wooden floor from being burned. During the banquet, I was meditating. Apart from eating, he seemed to spend most of his time meditating. At noon, the snowflakes fell rapidly in clusters, like catkins falling from the sky. The snow on the ground did not melt as fast as the falling snow, and finally there was a shallow layer of snow. 5 people sat around the iron pot and ate hot pot mutton. Li Suan's knife skills have gotten better and better during this period. The slices of meat that come out are crystal clear and very thin. They can be cooked by scalding them in boiling water. Shin took a sip, grinning from the heat of the low-quality liquor, but still very satisfied. The steaming shabu-shabu goes best with the snow scene. After dinner, I go to the hot springs. These days, even if the gods come, I won't change them. However, Shin satisfaction with life only lasted 5 days. 5 days later, Shin woke up early in the morning and began to circle on the terrace like an ant on a hot pot. While spinning, I thought, when will this snow stop? Li Suan also frowned and looked out. Looking at the falling snow, I no longer have the joy of the first snowfall and the elegance of reciting poems. I am only filled with anxiety. If the snow doesn't stop, I'm afraid the family will not be able to open the fire. There was a sudden heavy snowfall, and the mountains were closed for 5 days. The family did not prepare much food. They had already eaten all the pork and mutton, so they were not very rich in rice and noodles. They can't just eat vegetables, even if they're willing to have a seasonal banquet that requires meat. Shunchinka leaned half of his body against the wall and looked up at the roof. Food is not a big deal, but I'm afraid if it snows like this again, our roof will collapse. The snow was already thick and compacted, making it difficult to clear with the tools they had. If this continues, the beams won't hold up. Shin Qingtang was also worried that the accumulated snow would damage the roof, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. When he saw Ji Yan still standing on the terrace in a daze, a plan came to his mind. Master. Shin Qingtang called him. Can you help me get the snow off the roof? He remained indifferent during the banquet. Shin Qingtang gritted his teeth and said, Master, get the snow off the roof, and I'll make you some meat for lunch. During the Ji banquet, he turned his head to look at Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang nodded, with a sincere look on his face. I will really cook meat for you. Ji Yanshi moved, rose into the air, and waved his long sleeves. Shin Qingtang instantly felt a large block of snow falling on his head, and hurriedly added, Throw the snow out, don't leave it in the yard. During the seasonal banquet, there was a pause in midair. Eat meat at night, too. Shin Qingtang shouted. Ji Yan waved his sleeves again, and the snow that had just fallen to the ground turned into flying snowflakes, as if caught by a tornado, and flew out of the yard. Shin Qingtang ran into the yard, covered his eyes with his hands, and looked up at the roof. The green tiles on the roof have already appeared, with only some snow water flowing down the grooves and dripping from the eaves. Shin Qingtang made a tisk sound and gave Ji Yanshi a thumbs up. Shin Qingka leaned against the wall and kindly reminded Shin Qingtang, this young master is not so easy to enslave. How are you going to conjure up meat for him to eat at noon? Shin Qingtang. She glanced at the chickens that were eager to come out of their nests to find food. Li Suan pointed at Shin Qingtang and warned, don't even think about it. Shin Qingtang. She jumped onto the terrace in 2 steps, hugged Li Suan's arm, and acted pitiful. Mom, love will disappear, right? In your heart, I am not even as good as a chicken. Li Suan supported Shin Qingtang with one hand and poked her forehead with the other hand. Stop it. How much meat can such a small chicken have? Why are you going to eat it? No. Also, you are so old, and you still dare to jump around. You are going to be a mother soon, so be steady. Shin Qingtang curled his lips and gave up eating chicken. But Ji Yan will not let her go. At noon, Shin Qingtang took out a fish from the stream that he had caught and kept, cooked it, and braised it on the table. During the feast, he looked at the fish and then at Shin Qingtang and said, let's eat meat. Shin Qingtang argued, fish is also meat. I only said I would treat you to meat, but I didn't promise you what kind of meat you would eat. During the Ji banquet, he stared at Shin Qingtang and repeated, eat meat. How come fish is a meat? Eat meat. This is meat. As soon as Shin Qingtang finished speaking, Shin Qingka flew out. As Shin Qingka sat on the ground in the yard, he held a piece of steaming fish between his chopsticks. The other members of the Shin family were stunned by this sudden change. Shin Qingka put the fish meat into his mouth before standing up from the ground. He slapped the snow water off his ace and protested to Ji Yanshi. Why did you throw me? The others also wanted to know, and all looked towards Ji Yanshi. At the Ji Yan, he didn't care what others thought. He just looked at Shen Qingtang and repeated, "Eat meat." Shen Qingtang pointed at the fish and said, "Then tell me if this is meat." During the seasonal banquet, "Eat meat." Shen Qingtang said angrily, "No." Shen Yuji flew out without warning. He had one more bowl in his hand than Shen Qingka, and he was standing in the yard. Shen Qingtang. She pointed her index finger at herself and said angrily, "Come on, throw me away if you can. I won't give you meat today. What can you do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Suan also flew out. She was also standing, holding a pair of chopsticks in her hands. The family realized that this was an act of anger during the seasonal banquet. Although I don't understand why Shen Qingtang is no longer thrown at the quarterly banquet, but if she makes him unhappy, he will throw her at others. Shen Qingtang was forced to calm down and tried to reason with him at the quarterly banquet. "Yes, I admit that it's not right for me to be clever and coax you. But what's wrong with you eating and living in my house and doing a little favor? If the roof collapses, you won't have a place to sleep." At the seasonal feast, it was repeated again, "Eat meat." Shen Qingtang. "You have to be kicked in the head by a donkey to try to reason with a fool." She said unhappily, "Okay, you want to eat meat, right? But we need meat first, right? Even if you throw our whole family into the valley, we can't make meat. If you have the ability, go get the meat yourself. There are plenty of pheasants and rabbits on this mountain. If you bring them back, I'll cook meat for you." She said this simply to vent her anger. Anyway, her whole family had been thrown out by him, so she wouldn't matter if she was the only one left. Li Suan turned his head and looked in the direction where Ji Yanshi left. What is Ji Yanshi going to do? He's not really going hunting, is he? Who knows? Shen Qingka walked back to the table with chopsticks in hand. With such heavy snow, the wild animals are all hibernating. Where can we go hunting? Shen Yuji put his arm around Li Suan's shoulder and walked back. He can go wherever he likes. It's best to leave and never come back. Save yourself from harming them every day. After lunch, Shen Qingtang started making suet soap. It's been snowing for a few days, and the mutton fat has been boiled for a long time, but I don't know whether it's a problem with the ancient materials or Shen Qingtang's misremembering of the proportions, but the effect is always not ideal. It wasn't until yesterday that I improved the suet soap recipe I was satisfied with. Shen Qingtang removed half of the water and replaced it with goat's milk. In the other half of the water, he put a small spoonful of sugar and a small spoonful of salt in advance and stirred it evenly before mixing it with the alkali. Shen Qingtang learned this recipe after seeing a chef using waste oil to make soap on the news. The chef said that salt can increase the hardness of soap and extend its service life, and sugar can stabilize the foam. The saponification time of sheep oil soap is relatively long, which takes about 2 months. It takes about 1 month after the first lunar month for the saponification to be completed. Pour the warm soap solution into the mold and place it in a cool place to solidify. After washing his hands, Shen Qingtang called Li Suan and took a bath in the hot spring pool in his home where the water had just been changed. The good thing about hot springs is that they are always warm no matter what the weather is outside. Li Suan leaned against the stone wall and looked at the falling snow with a bit of melancholy. "When do you think the snow will stop?" Shen Qingtang shook his head. "It's hard to say. If we don't stop, the flour at home will really run out. It's okay. At worst, we can just eat all the fish we keep by the stream."
No.
Li Suan sat up straight in an instant. "We're counting on those fish to be sold for the new year. During this period of time, I have collected hundreds of kilograms of fish. No matter what species they are all relatively large fish and very valuable." "Then kill the chicken?" Shen Qingtang leaned against the stone wall with his eyes closed and asked Li Su teasingly. "Don't even think about it." Li Suan reached out and gently twisted Shen Qingtang's arm. Shen Qingtang hissed, opened his eyes, rubbed his twisted forearm, and accused Li Suan, "Mother, am I so lowly in your heart that I am not as good as chickens and fish?" "Yes," Li Suan answered without hesitation, looking down at Shen Qingtang's bulging belly. "My little grandson will be born soon. When he comes out, the chickens will probably be able to lay eggs, which must be saved to provide nutrition for my grandson. By the way, when you go to sell fish in a few days, remember not to sell those crucian carps. You have to save them for making crucian carp soup. It helps with milk production. Don't let my grandson go hungry. Shin Qingting smiled, moved to Li Suan's side, and rested his head on her shoulder. Mom, you are so kind. How can a newborn baby eat eggs? Mother wants to keep the chicken for her confinement after childbirth. The ones that lay eggs will be kept, and the ones that don't lay eggs will probably become her confinement meals. Li Suan touched Shin Qingtang's hair and said, I only have 2 daughters. If I don't love you, who should I love? I wonder how your sister is doing now. Will she be treated harshly by her in-laws because of us? Shin Qingtang said nothing. She knew it would. Although a married daughter could be spared from exile without her parents' home, she would probably have a hard time in her husband's home. The family status of a woman in the inner chamber of a large mansion is closely related to her natal family. Shin Qingtang looked up, looked at Li Su and asked, if you miss your sister, it shouldn't be a problem to write her a letter, right? Since being exiled, only the 3rd room has never sent a single letter home. Not even once. Li Suan smiled bitterly and shook his head. The letter cannot be sent. Even if we didn't say anything, your sister-in-law's family will think too much. We are criminals now, and your brother-in-law is still an official. How could he be willing to have anything to do with the exile? If anything happens, our letter will be his talisman to get him fired. Shin Qingtang disagreed, but could understand, so you don't contact your grandmother's family because you're afraid of getting your uncle and his family into trouble? Li Suan nodded. I'm also afraid that they will know our address and empty their family's savings to subsidize me. Your grandmother's family is no longer what it used to be, and life is not easy. I'm afraid that your aunts will quarrel again, but there's no need. Then my father. Shin Qingtang stopped talking halfway. I'm afraid all of his father's cronies have dispersed now. Li Suan shook his head. I don't know. When we were in the capital, we lived as a large family, with men having their own circle and women having their own. She had never met many of Shin Yu's friends, and she didn't know their virtues. Shin Qingtang didn't ask any more questions, covered his mouth and yawned. In the 3rd trimester of pregnancy, sleep quality becomes worse and worse. Sometimes I'm a little envious of your eldest aunt and second aunt. They are probably doing well now. Many of your uncle's official connections were left behind by your grandfather at that time, and some of them may be willing to help. Your second uncle used to run the family business, and he often hid his secrets. He opened many shops to mop up the family's profits, and those shops were all under the name of the family's son. He should be on his way to send money now. Shin Qingtang sat up, turned around in the hot spring, and came face to face with Li Suan. Mom, believe me, our lives will get better and better, but their lives will definitely get worse. And maybe it won't be as good as you think. Network resources are limited in time. The most important thing is to exchange benefits. What can the uncle give to others now? The grandfather is gone. How can he return the favor? Even if he has the evidence against others, what can a criminal at the border use to overthrow the ministers in the court? It is easy to add icing on the cake, but it is difficult to help in times of trouble. As for second uncle, his shops are like leeches blood from the Shin family. If the Shin family goes bankrupt, how can their business be good? Even if I really make money, the account book I give to my second uncle will most likely not cover my expenses. Maybe I will give my second uncle a few melons and dates now, but after some time, I will definitely cry poor to him, not to mention giving him money. I will even want to ask him for money. That's human nature. Li Suan raised his hand and waved. I just said it casually. I don't really envy them. 2 grown men with hands and feet. Now one is selling his wife and the other is selling his daughter. What is there to envy? Hee, I knew my mother was the most insightful. If you say good things, I won't give you any meat tonight. Li Suan stretched out his hand and poked Shin Qingtang lightly on the forehead. Speaking of eating meat, where can you go during the seasonal banquet? Shin Qingtang shrugged. I don't know. Maybe he ran away because we didn't have any meat to eat? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard 2 exclamations coming from the yard. Ah! Shin Yuji screamed. At the quarterly banquet. Shin Chinka gritted his teeth. Shin Qingtang and Li Suan looked at each other and hurriedly got dressed. The culprit was a wild boar. Shin Yuji hid in the room and poked his head out of the window. Shin Qingka stood at the door, as if he was about to enter the room at any time. Probably due to hibernation, the wild boar is not too fat and there are no visible injuries, but it is obviously at the end of its life. Like a last gasp, it fluttered a few times, making a mess of the small yard and breaking several pieces of the wooden floor. Then he let out a mournful wail and lay on the ground without a sound. Shin Qingtang looked towards Ji Yanshi. His fine brocade clothes were torn by branches or wild boars, and there was some mud on them, making him look a little disheveled. But the man stood straight in the yard, and when he saw Shin Qingtang, the first thing he said was 2 words. "Eat meat." Shin Qingtang. He looked at Ji Yan in surprise and asked, "You caught it?" Li Suan looked down at the wild boar lying motionless on the ground. How much does this person like meat? Going to the mountains to catch wild boars in the heavy snow. Shin Qingtang had a complicated expression. The key is to catch him. How did he find the wild boar's den in the winter, when the mountains were covered with snow? Shin Qingka's expression was also very complicated. This wild boar weighs more than 200 pounds. During the quarterly banquet, he was dragged back alone. No, he didn't drag them back, he carried them back. Not to mention, he killed a wild boar with his bare hands. When facing the quarterly banquet in the future, whether you can endure it or not, you should endure it. A man can bend and stretch. Only Shinyuji saw that the wild boar stopped moving and jumped out of the room with a happy face. "We have wild boar to eat today. Let me tell you, I ate it once in the capital before. This wild boar has been running around in the mountains and forests all day long. More red meat and less white meat, and it's very chewy. TSK. He took a sip, he was in for a treat tonight. During the quarterly banquet, he still didn't care what others said. He just looked at Shin Qingtang and said, "Eat meat." Okay. Shin Qingtang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Eat meat tonight. Leave the quarterly banquet satisfied." Shin Qingtang looked at Shinyuji, who was surrounding the wild boar with a faint look. "Dad, can you kill pigs?" Shinyuji turned around with a puzzled look on his face. "Isn't this pig dead? I mean skinning, deboning, and removing the flesh." Shinyuji. Uncomfortably, he raised his hand and touched his temples, not being confident or strong, no. Both father and daughter looked at Shin Qingka. At this moment, whether he would or not didn't seem so important, because there is no choice. Is it possible that we can still expect to take action during the quarterly banquet? Shin Qingtang didn't dare to take action, but he knew some theoretical knowledge and served as an on-site guide. Shin Qingka and his son found a thick and long wooden stick, tied the wild boar with its hooves facing upward, and elevated it. Light a fire underneath and let the flames burn the boar's skin and burn the hair. Turn it over from time to time and turn it around like a suckling pig to burn off the hair. In fact, it will not be burned cleanly because the roots of the pig hair are still in the pig skin. I can only give up eating pig skin. There is no way, the conditions at home are limited, otherwise I can make some pigskin jelly. After most of the pig hair is burned out, light a torch and burn the remaining unburned parts one by one. After cleaning the pig hair, start deboning and peeling the meat. Li Suan placed the washed large wooden board on the ground in the yard. The whole pig looks golden in appearance, and there is a burning aroma in the air. Shinyuji and Shin Qingka worked together to lift the wild boar from above the fire into the small courtyard and put it on the wooden board. Shinyuji wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Fortunately, there are wild boars now. If I had just arrived in Beichuan, I might not be able to lift it." Shin Qingka nodded. "Not only can I lift it, but I also don't dare to do it. I still remember how frightened I was when I killed a pheasant for the first time. When they first arrived in Beichuan, they were still poor aristocrats in the capital and had never done the work of servants. During this period of time, I worked hard every day and my palms and fingertips grew thick calluses, which made me stronger and bolder. Now, even Li Suan dares to kill chickens and fish. The days are short in winter. After a while, the sky became dark. To be exact, the sky is already a bit dark on snowy days, but it is even darker now. Shin Qingtang and Li Suan each held an oil lamp to light up the scene. Li Suan muttered distressfully, "There's not much lamp oil left. If the snow continues to fall, I'm afraid I'll have to live by the fire again." As Shin Yuji untied the rope, he laughed at Li Suan. "I used to be willing to be the mistress of the house, but now you know what it feels like?" Li Suan glared at Shin Yuji. "Who do you think you are as a mistress? I work as a servant for you three. I eat, drink, and defecate every day when I open my eyes." Shin Qingtang hurriedly comforted her mother. "Mom, don't worry. I'll tear off the suet and keep it later. If the snow doesn't stop, I'll make it into candles." The lamp oil I bought before was cheap, but the quality was not good, the smoke was very loud, and the brightness was not enough. Shin Qingtang originally planned to wait until this batch of lamp oil was used up and make candles from pig suet or mutton fat. Shin Qingka did not participate in the chat. He frowned, holding the knife and not knowing how to start. Shin Qingtang recalled the pig-killing short video he had seen before traveling through time and pointed at the two front hooves of the wild boar. "Make a cut here, then make another cut below the pig's mouth, and make a cut vertically along the pig's neck so that the piece of meat near the neck can be removed." After all, Shin Qingka was not a professional butcher, and he was trembling when he started, and his strength was weak. The first cut didn't even cut through the charred skin. The second cut was slightly better and cut in, leaving a curved line. After great effort, I finally cut off the part of meat that Shin Qingtang mentioned. The pig's head can be removed by exposing the neck. Cut it all the way along the bone seam here. Shin Qingtang gestured and gave instructions. Just one word from her, and Shin Qingka would be busy sweating. Either you can't find the bone gap, or you use the wrong force. It was completely dark before he cut off the pig's head. Li looked up at the dark night sky, hung the oil lamp on a nearby tree, picked up the meat she had just cut, and said, "I'll go cook first." "I'll go." Shin Qingtang glanced in the direction of the room. "Don't work so hard for a long time, and then that person will cause trouble again. After all, that girl can be very serious sometimes during seasonal banquets. Pork belly with skin is perfect for braised pork. At most, I don't eat pig skin. The fresh pork belly is still warm, cut into pieces, and blanch. Wash the iron pan clean, heat oil and boil sugar color. Put the pork belly into the pan, fry until golden brown, put it on a plate and set aside. Wash the pan, pour oil. Stir-fry the scallion, garlic, and star anise when the oil is hot, then put in the good meat pieces. Pour water, soy sauce, sugar, a little salt, cover the pot, and simmer. The next step is to wait for the braised pork to be cooked until soft, then simmer over high heat until the sauce thickens. The firewood is put into the stove and burned slowly, without the need for anyone to watch over it. Shin Qingtang filled the stove and turned around to walk into the yard. When Shin Qingtang arrived, the skin and flesh on the pig's belly had been torn open, and the suet on it had also been torn off in one piece. The wild boar is on the thin side and doesn't have much suet. The next step is to eviscerate.
Ouch!
Shin Qingka exclaimed as soon as he put his hand into the pig's belly. "What's wrong?" Li Suan asked with concern. Shin Qingka didn't say anything. He just quickly dug a few handfuls into the pig's belly and took back his hand. No part of the pig's internal organs is intact. TSK. Shin Yuji touched his chin and sighed. Hiss. Shin Qingtang also took a breath. Li Su asked confused, "What's going on?" Shin Qingtang explained, "This pig died because its internal organs were shattered during the banquet. And he used some clever strength to make the pig hold on until it came back before dying."
Li Su asked.
He turned around and told Shin Qingka, "Don't provoke him in the future. If he throws you again, just bear with it. It's better to fall on your ace than to be killed." Shin Qingka. What a mother. However, he thought so too. All things are difficult at the beginning, but once you get started, things will become easier and easier. After removing the internal organs, peel off the skin of the whole body along the edges. Then the pig legs and trotters are separated. Finally, only a cavity frame was left. They cut it open along the center of the ribs, and Shin Qingka and Shin Yu each pushed down in their own direction at the same time. Snap. Divide into two. The family of four fell silent and looked towards Ji Yanshi. The boar's entrails were still in the wooden basin, and at this moment their awe of the seasonal banquet reached its peak in recent days. Did I yell too loudly and disturb him? During the banquet, he was only wearing a scarlet ceremonial robe. He picked up his torn clothes, trousers, and outer robe of the same color in his hands and threw them into the outer yard, saying a word at the same time.
Change.
The four members of the Shin family, who had already had experience in getting along with each other, easily understood what Ji Yanshi meant. Change to a new one. Shin Shinka relied on the knife in his hand and suddenly couldn't bear it anymore. We are not your maids and servants. Besides, we don't have new clothes for you to change into. As usual, he would not listen to others during the Ji Yen. He would just turn around and leave after expressing his demands. Shin Qingtang looked down at the clothes on the ground thoughtfully. Why are the clothes from head to toe in crimson colors worn during the seasonal banquet? In Dakian, Shin Qingtang knew that most people wore white or other light-colored clothes as shirts. There was something strange about him during the banquet. Li Suan looked at the door that was closed again, as if he was no longer as happy as he had been after sharing the wild boar meat. What should we do? Where can we get such good brocade to make clothes for him? Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka frowned at the same time and said nothing. When I first arrived in the valley during the seasonal banquet, I threw them away for the first time because their clothes were wrong. Shin Qingtang stepped forward and bent down to pick up all the clothes on the ground. Maybe what he insisted on was not the fabric, but the color. When he said bad, did he mean wrong? In Dakian, apart from bright yellow, black is the most respected color. Then there are sapphire blue, royal blue, etc. Ordinary people in Beichuan belong to the lower class of society, and most of them wear navy blue, brown, and other coarse cloth clothes. Red generally represents happiness. Most of them are bright red, rather than the crimson like they were during the seasonal banquet. Li Suan was a little worried. Even if it's the color, we don't have crimson cloth. Then find him a piece of white cotton cloth and make it red. We should thank him for sending a wild boar to our family. Shin Qingtang suggested. This wild boar must weigh more than 200 kilograms. At 20 cents per pound, it costs more than 4 guan, which is more than enough to buy 10 sets of cotton clothes. That's also a matter of tomorrow. What should we do today? We can't let him go out to eat in his middle coat. Shun Yuji frowned. There are women at home, and no matter what, we can't let them run around the house like this during the quarterly banquet. Shin Qingtang carried the clothes from the quarterly banquet and inspected them close to the oil lamp. There were scratches on the outer robe and signs of scratches from branches, but there was only a small hole in the gown under the outer robe. Shin Qingtang thought about it and made another small cut of the same size at a symmetrical position on the gown. He handed the gown to Shin Chinka. Give this to him and ask him to put it on first. He said the new clothes will be ready tomorrow. This. Will he agree to it? Li Suan felt that Shin Chinka would most likely be thrown out. Shin Qingtang added to Shin Chinka, who was picking up his clothes and walking towards the room, tell Ji Yanshi that if he doesn't wear clothes, he won't have meat to eat. She spoke in a loud voice, addressed to Shin Chinka, but for Ji Yanshi to hear. After saying that, he looked at Shin Chinka nervously as he knocked on the door and pushed it open. Li Suan held his breath and swallowed nervously. There's no way around it. During the Ji banquet, he would make trouble for people. Not only would he throw them out, he would also keep them awake. Soon, Shin Chinka was thrown out of the window. Shin Yuji closed his eyes in despair. It's over. Shin Qingtang shook his head. The clothes were not thrown out. Shin Chinka stood up, patted the dirt on his clothes, and snorted dissatisfied. He threw me because he probably didn't like me entering his room. No, that's obviously his room. The dove occupying the magpie's nest is still so arrogant. Shin Qingtang walked towards the stove. Ignore him. Let's eat. Dinner is soft braised pork with pot stickers. Shin Qingtang was too lazy to make other dishes to accompany the staple food, so he mixed some noodles and rolled a circle of pancakes against the edge of the pot. I was afraid that I would get tired of eating only meat, so I picked some lettuce and made some minced garlic and vinegar. During the banquet, he didn't know whether he smelled the meat or heard their voices. He walked out of the room without anyone shouting, sat down at the table and waited for someone to hand him a bowl. Knowing the rule of not talking while sleeping or eating during the seasonal banquet, the family ate in silence, trying hard to control the chopsticks from making any noise against the bowls.
Wow.
It's worthy of being a wild boar. The meat is so delicious. Shen Qingtang couldn't help but sigh out loud. Not talking while eating is indeed a good habit. The Shen family also had this habit in the past, but that was in the past. They are so used to chatting while eating that it would be a bit uncomfortable for them to eat in silence all the time. It lacks the liveliness of fireworks. As soon as she opened her mouth, Li Suan wanted to cover her mouth, but he put down his chopsticks a little too slowly. Shin Chinka resigned himself to his fate and put down his bowl and chopsticks and closed his eyes. Before Ji Yan raised his hand, Shin Qingtang said to him, "If you dare to throw us away, you will have no meat to eat in the future." Pause during the season banquet. The other three held their breath in concentration. After a while, the season banquet began. The whole family breathed a sigh of relief. Meat is still the best. Shin Qingtang also picked up his chopsticks again and said to Ji Yanshi before eating, "I don't know who you are or what kind of life you live, but this is my home and you have to abide by my rules when you come to my house. My family likes to chat over meals. We ordinary people work during the day and have dinner at night. This is the time we have to chat about family matters and exchange feelings. Besides, we don't have to spit all over the place when we talk. You see, we don't have food in our mouths when we talk, and we will avoid the table if we sneeze accidentally. Table manners don't have to be so rigid." Shin Qingtang muttered a few words, and Ji Yanshi frowned, noisy. "Shin Qingtang, shut up. Don't push too far. Don't be too greedy just because you have won the right to eat and speak. Food is eaten bite by bite. Life is changed step by step." After dinner, Shin Chinka and Shin Yuji took a short break and went to soak in the hot springs. Shin Qingtang and Li Suan soaked in the hot springs during the day and boiled lard to make candles at night. They tear off the lard themselves and then cut off the fascia wrapped inside. Cut into pieces and wash. Put a little water in the pot and put the suet into the pot and start cooking. When it boils, the bubbling white liquid emits steam. After boiling for a while, the heat became weaker and the white water became clearer. At this time, lard begins to be produced. You have to control the heat carefully. It can't be too high, otherwise the oil residue will be burned, but the oil is not refined dry. It can't be too low, otherwise not much oil will be produced. The mother and daughter have done the work of refining lard many times during this period. One lights the fire while the other watches the pot, and they work in perfect harmony. Take out a little of the boiled lard and use it to soak the cotton thread for the candle wick. Place the cotton thread on the greaseproof window paper to dry. Next, you need to find a mold and condensation equipment. The condensing device is easy to make. Just find a clay pot and fill it with snow. The mold is still made of bamboo tube. You know how to make candles this way. The higher the candle, the more difficult it is. Shin Qingtang chose a 10-centimeter tall thin bamboo tube. Wait for the oil-soaked candle wick to cool and harden before starting to fuse. Place a long cotton thread in the center of the bamboo tube and hang it up, making sure it is a straight line. Then leave a small extra section at the end that goes into the bamboo tube. Following the same method, I made 2 candles, placed them in a clay jar filled with snow, and moved it outside to wait for it to solidify. I have to dye the cloth to make clothes for the seasonal banquet. Dyeing cloth requires dye. Among the materials Shin Qingtang had in stock when making soap, there were 2 that could be dyed red. One is impatience pollen, and the other is lu. Lu is madder, and its root can be used to make red dye. This stuff can be found on the mountain. Shin Qingtang saw it by accident and found a way to dig some back, intending to use it to dye soap. The root system of Rubia cordifolia is relatively developed. Even in winter, when the stems above the ground are withered, the roots underneath are still intertwined. There are dozens of branch roots under the main root. Shin Qingtang put a lot of effort into digging. She found the madder roots, washed them, and peeled them. When the reddish-brown skin is peeled off, the yellow-red wood inside is revealed, and when it is broken, a light red cross-section can be seen. Soak in hot water, and it will turn light red after a while. Light red would definitely not work, so Shin Qingtang soaked all the madder roots and added some impatiens pollen. The water was clearly a deep red, and fearing that the color wasn't dark enough, Shin Qingtang found the inkstone, ground some ink, and added it in. As for what will happen to the ink-dyed clothes, we won't know until they are finished. When he felt the color was dark enough, Shin Qingtang tied the white cotton cloth tightly and soaked it in a wooden barrel, placing a stone on top to prevent the cotton cloth from floating to the surface and causing uneven dyeing. The next day, the snow finally stopped. When he opened the window in the morning and saw the sun rising, Shin Qingtang stretched lazily. It has been a week since the first day of snow, and the weather has finally cleared up. She was the first person in the family to wake up. I don't know if it's because the month is getting older, but she sleeps less, can't fall asleep at night, and wakes up early in the morning. Shin Qingtang lowered her head, looked at her bulging belly, and patted it gently. Baby, are you a boy or a girl? After asking myself, I smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether you are a boy or a girl, as long as you are healthy. As soon as I finished speaking, my stomach made a noise. I am almost 7 months pregnant now, and the baby in my belly is moving more and more vigorously. You can clearly feel the movement of the abdominal wall being touched. Shin Qingtang's eyes became more gentle. Before she traveled through time, she had few relatives. Not only were her parents treating her badly, she was also infertile. When Shin Qingtang was in high school, her menstrual periods were always irregular, so she went to see a doctor. She was too shy to go to a big hospital, so she found a small clinic. The doctor said that in this case, contraceptive pills should be taken to treat it. Being young and ignorant at that time, Shin Qingtang believed it and took it every time her period was delayed. It was not until I went to college that I realized I had met a quack doctor, but it was too late. Not to mention that she already has polycystic syndrome. Even a normal person would become infertile after taking medicine for such a long time. After Shin Qingtang became an internet celebrity, she sought medical treatment and sought medical advice many times, but was diagnosed with almost no possibility of having children. I had planned to be a dink for my whole life, but I didn't expect to become a mother after traveling through time. Shin Qingtang was not opposed to this child at all, and didn't care who the child's father was. I'm just afraid that I can't take good care of this little life. Shin Qingtang waited for the baby in her belly to calm down before looking up. I was startled by the staring eyes he had stared at me during the previous banquet. He stroked his chest and complained, Master, can you make some noise next time? If you scare someone, they will die. Ji Yan ignored her and looked at her belly. Shin Qingtang suddenly remembered that he seemed to want to touch her belly that night in the restaurant. From that day on, he never abandoned her again. Shin Qingtang was in a good mood at the moment and took the initiative to speak. You didn't abandon me because of the baby in my belly? Ji Yan sure didn't reply to her, still staring at her belly. You like children? He still didn't speak during the banquet. It's no use looking at it now. She won't be able to come out for a few months. Then we'll invite you to the wedding, so remember to prepare a small gift. He still didn't speak during the banquet. Shin Qingtang. It's so boring to perform a monologue. She no longer paid attention to the seasonal banquet, opened the door, and went out to the yard to look at the candles made last night. The candle is made of oil and is easy to release from the mold. The wick is slightly crooked, but it's not a big problem. Overall, it was a success. Shin Qingtang was very satisfied and thought about making another one after breakfast. Next, go for a walk around the hot springs. Look at the fruits and vegetables growing and the fish you raise. Free-range fish are not easy to dye, but occasionally they do die and have to be fished out. After turning around and coming back, Shin Yu and his wife had already gotten up one after another. Shin Yuji took the freshly mixed bran and the leftover lettuce leaves from last night to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. The little guys are getting bigger and bigger, and their appetites are getting bigger and bigger. In the past, I was fed millet and wheat. Now that food is in short supply, we can only mix bran into it. When Shin Yu saw Shin Qingtang coming back from the hot spring, he poured food into the trough and asked Shin Qingtang, "Are the dishes good?" Shen Qingting nodded. It's pretty good. I saw that the chrysanthemum should be edible right away, and the spinach and cabbage are growing very well, so I should be able to eat it in a few days. If you can't eat these dishes yourself, you can sell some more in 2 days. It just so happens that the Chinese New Year is coming soon, so I can make a small fortune. Li Suan was making a fire to cook. Hearing this, he said, "That's good. We can have a good harvest." Shen Qingting nodded and walked straight to the wooden basin for dyeing. The water in the tub was not frozen, but it was also cold. Shen Qingting didn't want to touch the cold water, so he challenged Bianqing to order the seasonal banquet. She waved to the quarterly banquet who was standing on the terrace in a daze. "Master, come and do me a favor and fish out the cloth." Shen Qingka stood up and happened to hear this. He sneered. "It's good enough that he doesn't order you around. Do you still want to order him around?" Shen Qingtang shrugged indifferently. "Everything depends on human effort. Anyway, you won't lose anything if you fail." He didn't even glance at her during the banquet. Shen Qingtang continued, "If you don't help me get the cloth out, I won't let my mother make clothes for you." He still didn't move during the seasonal banquet. Shen Qingtang was not discouraged and threatened again. "If you don't take out the cloth, you won't have meat for lunch." Floating over during the seasonal banquet, seeing that there was something going on, Shen Qingtang added, "Take it out and wring it dry, or I'll take a piece of your meat off." Shen Qingka, standing on the terrace with arms folded, watching the fun. When Ji Yan raised his hand, the dyed cloth flew out of the wooden basin, out of thin air. Shen Qingtan quickly hid aside to avoid having his clothes wet, mainly because the dye is difficult to wash. At the Ji Yan banquet, he turned his wrist and the cloth, still dripping with water, began to spin in the air. After a while, Shen Qingtang saw that the cloth was no longer dripping with water and took the initiative to stretch out his hands. "Okay, give it to me." When Ji Yan took his hand back, a piece of almost black cloth fell into Shen Qingtang's hand. Shen Qingtang pointed at the bucket and said, "Pour out the water and fetch me another bucket of water." Shen Qingka, who was halfway there, gave Shen Qingtang a thumbs up. He wanted to come over to pour or fetch water. We can't let Shen Qingtang, a pregnant woman, do this kind of work. Shen Qingtang swallowed nervously. Will he throw things at people when he's unhappy, or hit people when he's irritated? She couldn't bear a slap from him. Shen Qingka ran over and stood in front of Shen Qingtang, his whole body tense and his face defensive. During the season banquet, confusion appeared in his usually clear eyes. He doesn't seem to understand what the connection is between working and eating meat. It also seemed like he was wondering why he was given 1 piece of meat instead of 2. Just when Shen Qingtang was about to admit defeat, Ji Yanshi made a move. He hooked the bucket with 1 finger and floated to the hot spring, then floated back, carrying the bucket full of water. Shen Qingtang breathed a sigh of relief and stroked his chest gently. Fortunately, the tiger whiskers were stroked. Still feeling frightened, Shen Qingtang did not dare to order Ji Yanshi around again. Shen Qingka also took the initiative to help rinse the dyed cotton cloth. Before traveling through time, Shen Qingtang heard someone say that adding some vinegar could prevent discoloration, so he got some vinegar and dropped some. I don't know if it was useful, but the dyed cotton cloth was relatively successful. It was a darker red than the clothes he wore during the Ji banquet. After washing and drying, you can make clothes for the seasonal banquet. I don't know if he will wear it. Breakfast is eaten in the room. The family sat around the table and discussed going out to sell soap and buy supplies. There is a food shortage at home. Today is Laba Festival. I need to buy some grains to make laba porridge. Although they said they were discussing something, peeking was a serious matter, and the family was openly whispering. Shen Qingtang said softly, "If you want to enter the city, you have to clear the snow first." Shen Qingka lowered his voice and said, "It's warm in the valley, and there's not much snow. But on the road where we pushed the cart out of the valley, the snow was so thick that it was almost enough to cover people. It would take 2 days to clear that road." Shen Yuji glanced at the banquet and saw that he had no intention of objecting to their chat. He whispered like a thief, "Why don't we go out 2 days later? We don't have much food at home, so we have to buy soap and soap materials." Shen Qingtang still wanted to go to the city right away. "I'll think of a way." Shun Qingtang could think of two ways. The first one is to let them carry them out of the city during the quarterly banquet. It's just that this young master doesn't seem to like physical contact with others. The last time she hugged her back, both of them were awkward. If they're all sitting on the cart, I wonder if he can lift it? Shin Qingtang was thinking in his mind, and his eyes couldn't help but glance in the direction of the banquet. Take a look. Take another look. Another glance. After several times, I saw her during the quarterly banquet, eyes facing each other. Shin Qingtang hesitated and didn't have the courage to speak. During the banquet, he looked away and lowered his head to look at his bowl, then looked up at Shin Qingtang, then looked at his bowl again. After a moment's silence, he picked up 2 slices of meat from his bowl and put them into Shin Qingtang's bowl. Then he turned sideways with half his back facing Shin Qingtang, as if he was afraid that she was still missing his meat. Shin Qingtang. Li Suan stared at the meat in Shin Qingtang's bowl with his eyes wide open. He was willing to give you meat? Shin Qingtang was also surprised. She couldn't give the meat back. There was still more on the plate. Thank you, she began, but decided to just go straight to the point. Can you get us out of the valley at the feast? Of course, I wouldn't reply to him at the seasonal banquet. Li Su asked, flipping his chopsticks and pointing at the clothes he wore during the banquet. How could he go out with you without even an outer robe? In Dakian, a robe refers to a quilted coat. During the seasonal banquet, the coat is single layer. Probably because of his martial arts training, he was also wearing single clothes. Now, apart from the middle coat, I only have this long gown. Shin Qingtang gritted his teeth and said, when we get to the city, I'll buy him one. Shin Yuji put down his job and laughed at Shin Qingtang. Look at how you are obsessed with money. Actually, I have another way. Shin Qingtang took out the handkerchief and wiped his mouth. After all, it's not easy to negotiate during the quarterly banquet. To be on the safe side, let's make a sledge. Sledge? Shin Qingka wondered. Plowing? In the capital, we call it ice bed. Don't you often go to drag ice bed to play in winter? It's the same thing. It's just that dragging ice beds is generally used by noble children for fun in the capital. Sledges are considered the means of transportation in winter in Beichuan. The ground in Beichuan is cold, and 1/3 of it is in the ice and snow period. Outdoors, the mountains, rivers, ravines, and wild snow are so heavy that road openings are often filled up. Only sledges do not restrict the roads. Common people often use sledges to go to the market, transport grain, cut firewood, etc. The family now accepts Shin Qingtang's eruditeness very well. Is it too late to make a sledge now? Shun Yuji raised his head and looked at the sky through the window. You can estimate the time by looking at the position of the sun. It's too late to make things complicated, but it's okay to make things simple. Shin Qingting nodded and couldn't help but look at the banquet again. It's just that sledges often need animals to pull them, such as elk or large dogs. Shun Qingka wanted to laugh, but accidentally choked on his porridge. He turned around and avoided the dining table, coughing until his face turned red. Li Suan patted him on the back distressfully. Qingting didn't say anything. Why are you smiling like this? Shun Qingka. What hasn't she said yet? Just ask him to pull the sledge during the quarterly banquet, right? That picture. TSK. He didn't dare to think about it. After dinner, Shin Qingka and Shin Yuji made simple sledges under the command of Shin Qingting. The upper part of the sledge is easy. Just use wooden sticks of different lengths to build a low rectangular frame. The trouble was the 2 poles that were touching the snow. Shin Qingting chose to use bamboo tubes. They were in a hurry to get to town and didn't have much time to polish the smooth hardwood poles. The bamboo tubes were left over from the previous construction of the water wheel. I found a thicker bamboo tube and split it in half from the middle. Cut into appropriate length. Knock off excess bamboo knots. Pick an end at random and make an incision at a suitable distance to the inside without cutting it off. Put the front end on the fire to soften it, then bend it up and fix it for a while. The bamboo fibers soften at high temperatures and can be shaped. After the 2 bamboo strips are made, they are nailed to the bottom of the newly made wooden frame, and the simple sled is completed. Shin Qingka and Shin Yuji each made one. One pulls goods, the other pulls people. Shin Qingtang also found 2 long wooden sticks of suitable thickness and sturdiness to use as poles. They had no snow dogs, so they could only rely on themselves. And Ji Yanshi, if you don't cooperate during the banquet, you have to use the scale bar manually to slide out like skiing. Shin Qingtang still used meat as bait to lure Ji Yanshi into the city with them. Soap had a sled, Shin Qingka had a sled, and Shin Qingtang had a sled by himself. A long rope was tied to the sled, and the other end of the rope was in Ji Yanshi's hand. Shin Qingka wanted to laugh when he thought of what Shin Qingtang said about dog sled. I felt very uncomfortable all the way. When going out, we went out through the original cave. Compared to flat ground, sleds are more suitable for sliding from high to low. The journey was not very smooth. He was a human being at GN, but mentally impaired people sometimes behave worse than dogs. With a slight tap of his toes, he could go several feet away, and the sled would fly away if it exerted too much force. Luck is like a swing, falling from a high place. If you are unlucky, you will fall down. Shin Qingka and the wooden box containing the soap were thrown off the sled in turn. And Shin Qingtang sat firmly on the sled from beginning to end and never fell off. Shin Qingka couldn't help but think about this kind of differential treatment. After some twists and turns, the group of 3 finally arrived at the city gate. Maybe because the snow had just stopped, there were not many people entering the city, so I could enter the city without having to queue. The roads in the city were icy. The adults walked unsteadily and carefully for fear of slipping. The child ran a few steps, his legs spread out and sliding on the ice. Shin Qingka was walking at the end, dragging 2 sleds. Shin Qingtang was still sitting on the sled. Shin Qingka was afraid that she would fall, so he didn't let her come down. If she didn't have a big belly, she would also like to try sliding it. Ji Yanshi walked beside the sled, neither fast nor slow, keeping 1 step away from Shin Qingtang. It was only the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, but the market in the inner city was already very lively and full of the festive atmosphere. There are many more vendors setting up stalls than before. Shin Qingtang and the other 2 finally found an open space in a not-so-good location and used the sled as a shelf to display the soaps and perfumed soaps that needed to be displayed. The 3rd batch of soaps and perfumed soaps are on sale, with more colors and shapes than the first 2 batches. 274 tails of soap and 270 tails of scented soap, a total of 34 jin. Shin Qingtang rubbed his frozen hands and looked around. I came late today and the location is not very good, with few people. We have to find a way to attract some people here. Shin Qingka was so cold that he rubbed his hands and stamped his feet. When he opened his mouth, white air came out. I didn't bring a wooden basin, charcoal, or water today. How can I attract people? I didn't know what the road out of the mountain would be like, so I didn't dare bring too much stuff. Apart from the sled and the people, there was only this small wooden box of soap and scented soap. Shin Qingtang's gaze shifted to Ji Yanshi, who jumped onto the roof because he was annoyed by the noise. Shin Qingka. For some reason I felt a little sympathy for Ji Yanshi, being toyed with by my sister with 2 pieces of meat endlessly. Of course, there is more gloating. You deserve it. During the seasonal banquet, Shin Qingtang cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted to the roof, "Come on, I'll take you to buy meat." During the seasonal banquet, he floated down to catch Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang took a step back and avoided his hand. You can't walk on the roof. You have to go through the crowd. Otherwise, the butcher will think you are a monster and won't sell you meat. At the seasonal banquet, she turned her head to look at the surging crowd behind her and pursed her thin lips. Obviously resistant. Except for the night in the hot spring pool, this was the first time Shin Qingtang saw such an obvious expression on his face at a seasonal banquet. It was difficult for Chang Jian to deal with the situation, but Shin Qingtang had always been calm about it. It was because of him that he always turned against his family and bullied them. If you think about it carefully, except for the fact that he was injured and unconscious at the first night of the banquet and it was Shin Qingka and Shin Yuji who gave him medicine, he has been fine and can move freely since he woke up. Apart from eating, he spent most of his time meditating in his room. He was not seen taking or changing his medicine. The Shin family also habitually forgot about his injury. The day before yesterday, when Shin Qingka went to Ji Yanshi's room to deliver clothes and was thrown out, He said that he saw a mixture of new and old wounds on Ji Yencher's body, and the most serious one had not yet scabbed over after all these days. None of the Shin family members are doctors, and they don't let anyone get close to them during the seasonal banquet. In addition, they behave like ordinary people in their daily lives and have great martial arts skills, so it's hard for people to regard them as a wounded person. Especially during the seasonal banquets, she always wore crimson clothes, and you couldn't even see the blood on them. Why would a rich young man who is dressed elegantly be like this? Even though he didn't know the reason, Shin Qingtang felt that the environment in which Ji Yencher grew up might not be as good as they imagined. Suddenly feeling somewhat reluctant, Shin Qingtang stopped forcing Ji Yen. He waved at him and said, "Forget it. I'll go by myself." Then he left for the bustling crowd. After taking a few steps, I heard Shin Qingka shouting from behind, "Where are you going?" Shin Qingtang turned around and saw Ji Yencher following him at an arm's length away with a serious face. Shin Qingtang then remembered that he had threatened him just now, and hurriedly said, "You don't have to follow me. I can go buy the meat by myself." After saying that, he continued walking forward. After a few steps, he looked back and saw Ji Yencher was still following him closely. Shin Qingtang. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but emphasized to Ji Yencher, "You really don't need to follow me. I'll go buy the meat by myself and cook it for you when I get home." She raised her hand and pointed at the rooftop. "Since you're not used to it, you should go up there and stay there." Besides, he attracted too many heads back down there. At Ji Yencher's banquet, he had outstanding looks, noble temperament, and wore extremely eye-catching clothes. It was hard not to attract people. He would not speak easily during the Ji banquet, and he ignored Shin Qingtang this time as well. Shin Qingtang walked forward a few steps and then looked back. During the seasonal banquet, he still followed closely behind. Shin Qingtang. "Okay, follow if you want." After walking a few steps, Shin Qingtang found that the people passing by him gradually became all young girls and wives. It's easy to tell that the culprit is Ji Yencher, the real-life version of attracting bees and butterflies. Shin Qingtang had asked Ji Yen to follow him just to use the beauty trap. He did not intervene and just squeezed towards the crowded place. Who knew that after taking only 2 steps, I heard a panicked woman screaming, "Ah!" Shin Qingtang looked back and saw a woman flying into the air, then flying out of the crowd and falling to the ground. The woman cried out in pain, "Ouch! Ouch!" and was unable to get up for a long time. It was passers-by who couldn't bear to watch and helped her up. Shin Qingtang couldn't help but go to see Ji Yencher. Ji Yen was also looking at her, as if asking, "Why don't you leave?" Shin Qingtang smiled. It turned out that he had shown mercy to Shin Qingka during the Ji banquet. The woman was about 40 years old, and judging by her clothes and appearance, she was at least a nanny from a wealthy family, or the housewife of a wealthy family of humble origin. The passerby must have known this woman. After helping her up, he even teased her, "Sister-in-law, what happened? Did you take advantage of someone and get beaten?" Sister-in-law was so angry that her yellow and black face suddenly turned red. "Don't talk nonsense. If you ruin my reputation again, I will be angry with you." The passerby didn't know whether he felt that he had said too much or was afraid that Yu's sister-in-law would get angry, so he laughed, let go of Yu's hand, and walked away with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Someone in the crowd said, "If you're afraid of what people will say, don't do it. You're really acting like and pretending to be a saint." "Jia, who are you talking about?" Yu's sister-in-law turned around and glared at another woman in the crowd. "Just tell me what's wrong with you. Everyone knows that you, the widow Yu, can't walk when you see a man. You must have been beaten because you saw that the young master was handsome and took advantage of him." Yu's sister-in-law suddenly got angry and rushed over to wrestle with Jia. "You are full of nonsense. I will tear your mouth off." "Huh? Am I kidding? My man passed by your doorstep, and your eyes never missed a beat. Who in the alleys around here doesn't know how powerful you, the widow you are? Ouch, you dare to pinch me? I'll fight you." Jia was not willing to be outdone and reached out to grab Yu's sister-in-law's face. "Shin Qingtang." She glanced at Ji Yen, curled her lips, and muttered, Blue men are the root of trouble. Others might not be able to tell the truth from the false, but she was very sure that it must have been the widow Yu who touched Ji Yen, or at least tried to touch him. Otherwise, he wouldn't throw people for no reason. Two women were fighting over a man in the street, and soon attracted a lot of people. Everyone surrounded Yu's sister-in-law and his second wife, but no one stepped forward to stop the fight. At most, they would say, "Stop fighting. No pain or itching." That's not sincere. I didn't take it seriously. Shin Qingtang stood on tiptoe to watch the excitement for a while. Seeing that the crowd was getting bigger and bigger, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Man, isn't this already there? She protected her stomach with one hand and pushed away the people in front of her with the other hand and moved forward, shouting, "Excuse me." When they see that Shin Qingtang is a pregnant woman, they basically give way. Some people would complain, "You're still joining in the fun with a big belly." Soon, she squeezed to the front and raised her voice to stop them. "Two sisters, listen to my advice. Don't fight for now. I have something good to show you." Yu's sister-in-law and his wife both shut up. Yu's sister-in-law grabbed Hierja's hair, and Hierja grabbed Yu's sister-in-law's collar, and neither of them let go. The two looked at Shin Qingtang in a very awkward posture. Yu's sister-in-law looked Shin Qingtang up and down. "Who are you?" "Hierja, what stuff." Shin Qingtang took off the cotton gloves that only the thumbs were separated and took out two small and exquisite soaps from the cloth bag he was carrying.
"My two sisters, I sell soap.
This soap is better than bath beans. It makes your face, hair, and body clean without feeling tight. It is especially friendly to those sisters who have natural body odor. Although it cannot cure the root cause, it can ensure that you smell good every day without sweating." Shin Qingtang's last sentence was spoken in a low voice, and he really felt a little guilty. Soap is not effective in treating body odor. However, taking a shower every day can indeed reduce body odor. "Really?" Hierja immediately loosened Yu's sister-in-law's collar upon hearing this, walked over, picked up a piece of rose-red soap with peony patterns from Shin Qingtang's palm, put it close to his nose and sniffed it. "It really smells good." "How much is it?" 6 coins for 1, 10 coins for 2. "It's much cheaper than bath beans." Hierja confirmed with Shin Qingtang. Can it really cover up body odor? God knows how much she suffered for this. Especially in summer, people would stay away from it wherever it passed by. Even her own husband despised her, and would rather hang out with Widow Yu outside than go home and sleep on her bed. Originally, only her family and neighbors knew that she could still hold her head up when she went outside. Who would have thought that after she caught her husband having an affair with Widow Yu, that woman would spread the word that she had body odor. Now, everyone in the street knows about it. Let her live in the ridicule and disgust of others all the time. Even if others looked at her for a second, she felt that they were looking down on her. Only she knows the pain in her heart. If this soap is really good, she would buy it for not only 6 cents, but 60 cents. "Really?" Shin Qingtang nodded, looking sincere, "But if you don't sweat, you can only take a shower with soap for 2 or 3 days. If you sweat, you have to take a shower again, and you have to take a shower every 2 or 3 days. In addition, the bed covers at home should be changed frequently, at least once every 5 days. This is half true and half false. Soap has no effect on curing body odor. However, as long as it is not summer, people with body odor will take a bath regularly and keep their armpits dry, and the odor on their bodies will be reduced a lot, and some people can't even smell it unless they are very close. However, the summer in Beichuan is very short, and it is cold most of the time except in summer. Ordinary people are reluctant to burn charcoal at home, and because their homes are relatively cold, they are afraid to take a bath. Many people only take a bath once before the new year, except in summer. So troublesome? Hierja frowned. "I have to take a bath every 2 or 3 days.
How cold would that be?"
Shin Qingtang nodded. "As women, how can we not pay a price for our love of beauty? It takes an hour or 2 to put our hair up at the wedding. The ladies in the palace all look very graceful, but which one of them wasn't forced to behave like this by the old maids in the palace using the ruler?" "That's true." Hierja looked at the pink peach blossom pattern in Shin Qingtang's left hand, then looked at the plum blossom pattern in his own hand, seemingly unsure which one he wanted. Shen Qingtang continued, although body odor is not a disease, even if you go to see a doctor, there is no doctor who can guarantee that you can be cured. Body odor is mostly related to genetics. It can be cured by surgical removal of the sweat glands. How could there be surgery in ancient times? It definitely can't be cured. Hierja nodded. She had indeed seen a doctor several times, and he prescribed her some medicine, but it was of little use. You have to choose between taking a shower in the cold or being despised by others. Hierja gritted his teeth and said, I want both of them. Isn't it just taking a bath in winter? Just bear with it. Shen Qingdang handed the soap to Hierja, took 10 copper coins from her, and took out 2 bars of soap, one large and one small, from the cloth bag. I also have some soap that is especially good for washing clothes. The small one is 3 cents apiece, and the 2 are 5 cents. This big one costs 6 cents, and 2 of them cost 10 cents. Remember to change and wash your clothes and bedding regularly. Especially underwear, it is best to change it once a day. Hierja looked at Shen Qingtang suspiciously. Is this true? Are you a liar? I have never heard of any soap. I've bought soap from this girl. It's much cleaner than washing clothes with starch. Someone in the crowd shouted, Girl, give me 2 large bars of soap. The small soap I bought before is gone. Shen Qingtang shook his head and patted the cloth bag on his back. I didn't bring that much soap, but my stall is right in front, so you can go there and get it. It's only a dozen steps ahead. The man responded and left. Shen Qingtang turned around and said to Hierja with a smile, Sister He, is it worth it for me to come out and cheat people with a big belly? Hierja thought the same thing, so he happily paid the 6 cents, took the soap and left, and forgot about Yu's sister-in-law. Seeing this, Yu's sister-in-law also came up to Shen Qingtang and asked, What kind of soap did you use just now? It really makes people smell good after washing? Shen Qingtang opened the cloth bag she carried with her and took out a small piece of soap and handed it to Yu's sister-in-law. Sister, smell it first. Yu's sister-in-law put her nose close to the tip of the nose and sniffed it. Her eyes lit up. It smells really good. Taking a bath with soap will leave a scent on your body for a while, but it can't make you smell good. Shen Qingtang explained. She has to do business regularly and doesn't want to get into unnecessary trouble. The wording is rigorous. I know. Yu's sister-in-law glanced at the cloth bag on Shen Qingtang's waist. What other flavors and patterns do you have? Shen Qingtang was waiting for this sentence, pointing in the direction of Shinchinka. My soap stand is over there. You can go over and choose. Mrs. Yu nodded, returned the soap in her hand to Shen Qingtang, and turned to walk towards the soap stand. Shen Qingtang shouted to the crowd, Fellow villagers, you can come and have a look. It's free. Especially for sisters, aunts, and ladies who are responsible for washing clothes at home. Their hands are more likely to freeze and if they're soaked in water for a long time in winter. Soap washes clothes quickly, saving time and effort. It only costs 2 or 3 pennies. If you can't buy it, you will suffer a loss and you won't be fooled. Most of the people gathered around the quarterly banquet just now were women. After hearing Shen Qingtang's words, they all thought it made sense and walked towards a soap stall guarded by Shinchinka. Shen Qingtang was afraid of being squeezed by the crowd, so he stepped aside to avoid it. When I turned around, I found that during the banquet, I was still following myself at an arm's length, neither far nor near. Shen Qingtang turned around. Shen Yan supported Aunt Sun and stood not far behind her. Aunt Sun is carrying a basket in her hand. She should also come to the inner city to do some shopping. Sure enough, when Aunt Sun saw that she had called the wrong person, her face relaxed and she smiled. It's really you. There were too many people just now and we couldn't squeeze through. It sounded like your voice from a distance. Sunday Aunt. Shen Qingtang changed the aunt on her lips to Aunt. Why are you here? Aunt Sun was stunned for a moment. The corners of her lips slowly raised, and she responded, Hey. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were much lighter, and her tone was very soft. Today is not the Laba festival? A yen has received a lot of care from their boss these days, and he always wants to thank you. I heard from my sister who is doing laundry that Beichuan's Laba porridge is different from Beichuan's. He was thinking of buying some grains and cooking some porridge to give to his boss to try. Given our current conditions, the Lord really cannot give us any decent gifts. Shin Qingting shook his head. Auntie, don't belittle yourself so much. Cousin Shen Yan has a good character, can endure hardships, is smart, and will get better and better in the future. Just wait and enjoy the blessings. As for gift giving, generally the thought is more valuable than the value of the gift itself. You girl is getting better and better at talking. Aunt Sun was very happy to be coaxed. She turned her head and patted Shen Yan twice on his arm. If you have nothing to do, learn from your cousin. I won't. I'm worried that you can't find a wife.
Mom.
Shen Yan protested with a red face. Why did you say that in front of my cousin?
Look.
Aunt Sun pointed at Shen Yan and complained to Shin Qingting, you are so thin-skinned. If you really meet the girl you like, you won't be able to say anything. After a pause, he changed the subject. Who is this? She asked about the quarterly banquet. Shin Qingting didn't know how to introduce the banquet for a while, so he casually said, my new guy. Anyway, he won't care about her nonsense during the quarterly banquet. During the banquet, he didn't care what they said at all, so he followed Shin Qingting from far to near, eyes lowered, not knowing what to think. You've hired a clerk? Aunt Sun was surprised. I haven't seen you go into town these days. What big business are you doing? This guy seems a little arrogant and doesn't talk to anyone. I just sell soap and scented soap. I hired you to help for 2 days. Shin Qingting didn't want to talk about what happened at the banquet, mainly because she didn't know anything about it. She took out a small scented soap and a small soap from the cloth bag. Aunt, take it back and try it. We haven't been to the city these days because the mountains are blocked by heavy snow and we can't get out. Have you finished building your house? It's snowing so heavily. It must be very cold in the mountains. Aunt Sun's eyes were full of worry, and she waved her hands to refuse. You can keep the money and buy more cotton to keep warm. It's a waste for me to use such a good thing. It's okay in the mountains. Shin Qingting slapped the soap and scented soap into Aunt Sun's hands. Aunt, just take it. We are a family. Why are you being so polite? If you do this, do I still have to pay for my cousin's drawings? Only then did Aunt Sun accept it. After a few more pleasantries, they separated. Aunt Sun and Shen Yan moved forward, while Shin Qingting and Ji Yan moved backward. After walking a few feet away, Aunt Sun turned back and her eyes fell on the backs of Shin Qingting and Ji Yanshi with a look of regret on her face. What a pity for such a good girl like Qingting. If you get pregnant out of wedlock at a young age, how can you get married in the future? Shen Yan turned around and smiled. My cousin survived the catastrophe and will have good fortune in the future. Aunt Sun turned around and continued forward. You have to have a family first to be happy. But the guy next to her is so handsome, and he matches Qingting very well. Mom, can you please stop messing around? That young man is dressed in fine clothes. How can he be a buddy? Soaps and soaps sell quickly. In the beginning, they were all new buyers attracted by Shin Qingting. After a while, some old customers came over. Most new buyers prefer to buy small bars of soap or soap. I guess they think that even if it doesn't work, it's just a waste of a few cents. Repeat customers will usually buy a large bar of soap or 2 small bars of soap or 2 small bars of soap. There are only a few bars of soap and scented soap left before we can call it a day. Several officers squeezed to the front, shouting, make way. The first person standing in front of the bunk stretched out his hand to Shin Qingting. 50 cents for tooth money. So much? Shin Qingting wondered if he had heard it wrongly. 50 cents? She doesn't even know what tooth money is.
Yes.
Hurry up and get the money. We have to go to the next house. One of the officers urged impatiently.
Can it be cheaper?
Shin Qingting asked with a smile on his face. Sir, we're just a small business. Isn't 50 cents a bit too much? Can you bargain for the money you pay to the government? The man standing in the front patted the wooden box and urged, hurry up. If you delay any longer, you'll be fined another 50 coins. Shin Qingting hurriedly counted out 50 copper coins and handed them to the leading officer. She didn't know why they took the money, but these officers looked very familiar to her, like the ancient version of urban management. No matter what era, the people cannot defeat the officials, especially when they are wearing official uniforms. She just wants to do business and doesn't want to cause trouble. That's good enough. The man counted the coins, put them in his pocket, and called out to the person behind him, "Go. Next one." After the officials walked away, Shinchinka said angrily, "What a bunch of rascals. They should be doing things for the people, but they are more arrogant than the county magistrate." A buyer who was buying soap heard this and smiled bitterly. "They are the county magistrate's people." The peddler selling candy figurines nearby said, "They just want to pay more because there are so many people around you. For people like us who don't have much business, 10 copper coins are enough." A moment ago, Shin Qingting noticed that there were officials in front of the stall next to him, but there were a lot of people buying soap and shouting to ask the price, so he didn't hear what they said. Hearing this, Shin Qingting frowned and asked, "Is there no one to stop you from charging for dental care?" She has no objection to paying the booth fee, but isn't it a bit too much to charge random fees? "Who's in charge?" the candy seller asked, his face numb. "The money for teeth is collected by the government. The county magistrate has the final say on how much to collect. Even if it's an official collection, there should be a collection charter, right? You can't just collect as much as you want. Even if the county magistrate acts recklessly and oppresses the people, won't anyone sue him? Above the county magistrate is the prefect, above the prefect is the prefect, and above the prefect is the governor, so they can't all be in collusion, can they?" "You are still young." The lantern vendor on the right of Shin Qingtang swung the receipt for the 20 coins he had just exchanged for. "The county magistrate wants to pay tribute to the prefect. How can he pay tribute without extorting us? From top to bottom, we are all the same, who will care?" Shin Qingka still disagreed. "What about Prince Ning? As a vassal king, he tolerates the officials of his fiefdom to do whatever they want? Prince Ning? Is that a person that we ordinary people can see? Besides, he is nothing." The candy seller shook his head and pointed his index finger into the air. "Instead of pointing at those nobles who don't know the sufferings of the world, it's better for you to earn a few more copper coins. This way, you can have a little left after paying the tooth tax and buy 2 pounds of meat to make dumplings during the new year." "Who said it wasn't?" The lantern seller nodded in agreement, peeked into Shin Qingtang's wooden box, and advised her, "Girl, I see there aren't many soaps and perfumed soaps left in your wooden box. Why don't you just close the stall and go home? Don't stand here in the cold for half a day. The money you earn from selling the soap is not yours." Shin Qingtang was confused. "What do you mean?" The person who was buying the candy man looked in the direction where the official had just come from and said, "You guys don't come to Chaoshire often, do you? Just like modern street stalls like to be set up at major traffic intersections and places with heavy traffic, the same was true in ancient times. The place where many people set up stalls are concentrated is called Chaoshire. In fact, it is the so-called market. The market is not open every day. A small episode every 2 days, and a large episode every 3 days." Shin Qingting nodded. "I haven't been here many times." "No wonder." The lantern seller also looked out and said, "If you don't leave now, you'll probably run into someone who will collect your land fees." "What is land money?" Shin Qingtang wondered. Was there land money in ancient times? But she didn't buy any land either. The candy seller explained, "Before this year, we didn't collect tooth money, but those ruffians would come to collect some land money. Now we have to pay tooth money and land money. We are a small business, and we can't make a few copper coins a day. After deducting the capital, there is really not much money left, and we have to support these grandsons." The lantern seller shook his head repeatedly, who said it wasn't true. "The copper coins I earn today are not even enough to buy the tooth." Shin Qingtang listened with one ear, and then with the other, and finally figured out the difference between tooth money and land money. Tooth money is equivalent to business tax. The land fee is the stall management fee. She was right in her feeling. Those policemen just now were equivalent to Beichuan urban management. The candy seller didn't know what she saw, and hurriedly packed up her stall, looking flustered and saying in a hurried tone, "Hurry up. The rascals who collected the land money are coming. Girls, you guys should leave quickly too. The appetite of these rascals is bigger than that of the police." When the lantern buyers heard this, they hurriedly started packing their own lanterns. Be careful when collecting paper lanterns as they can easily break. If it breaks, all the work will be in vain. Shinchinka saw that the old man selling lanterns was in a hurry and came out quickly. However, the more anxious he became, the more his hands shook and he couldn't finish collecting the lanterns. He couldn't stand it anymore and walked over to help. The old man selling lanterns shook his head and refused. "Leave me alone. Just pack up your things and leave. Those scoundrels are more difficult to deal with than officials, and they dare to kill people." "How dare they kill people in broad daylight? Don't they all follow the law in Beichuan County?" Shinchinka insisted on helping, took off a lantern for display, loosened the supporting bamboo pieces, and slowly closed it. When Zili grew up in the capital, he had never seen such an arrogant and lawless scoundrel. Shinchinka was busy collecting soap and soap from his home. Hearing Shinchinka's words, I thought to myself, the young master who grew up in a honey pot still lacks the beatings from society. Not to mention the feudal society of the Great Qian dynasty, which is a new era of peace. Isn't there also an underworld that bullies men, dominates women, and behaves mischievously? In this world, there are many places where the sun doesn't shine. Shinchinka hurriedly threw the soap and perfume into the wooden box, closed the lid, and was done. The other vendors were all in their usual stalls. They would carry their loads of goods on their shoulders or push their wooden carts and escape into the alley with familiarity, turning a few corners and disappearing. Regular vendors refer to fixed vendors who set up stalls every day. The vendors are fixed, but the stalls are not necessarily fixed. A fixed stall is called a regular stall. After Shinchinka packed up his own things, he also helped the old man collect his lanterns. Due to this delay, the local tyrants who were collecting stall management fees arrived. After Shinchinka saw who was coming, he sighed. Beichuan is so small. It turned out to be Lord Tiger and his gang who came. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shinchinka helped the old man push his wooden wheelbarrow and ran into the alley behind him. As long as Ji Yanshi is around, Qingtang will not suffer any loss. Shinchinka prayed silently that Lord Tiger would not recognize them. "Is it you?" As soon as Mr. Tiger opened his mouth, Shinchinka's expectations were dashed. Lord Tiger's words were addressed to Ji Yanshi. Shinchinka was a little annoyed. He was careless. You should avoid the seasonal banquet. It would be hard not to recognize him in his conspicuous clothes. Just as he finished his complaints, Tiger Master pointed at Shinchinka and said, "And you?
I've caught you.
I was wondering how powerful you were. Turns out you're just a small vendor." Shinchinka lied with his eyes open. "Sir, have we met before?" Tiger Master pinched his waist and sneered. "Are you playing dumb in front of me? You can let me spare you if you want. Give me 10 taels of silver, kowtow 3 times, call me grandpa, and I will let you go. It seems we can't have a good chat now." Shinchinka clapped his hands, took a step back, and called Ji Yanshi. "Ji Yanshi, deal with them." Tiger Master had been treated violently by Ji Yanshi and was still frightened. Upon hearing this, he quickly hid behind his other brothers, leaving only one eye open to stare at Ji Yanshi warily. Ji Yanshi did not move at all, still as if it had nothing to do with him. He stood one step away from Shinchinka with his eyes downcast. Shinchinka. When enemies meet, aren't they jealous of each other? Seeing this, Tiger Master straightened his chest and raised his head again and walked out from behind his younger brother. Haha. That night, I thought this kid was a fool, and he really is. He walked up to Shinchinka, opened the wooden box, took a look, and pouted his lips in disdain. What kind of is this?
Bang!
Closed the wooden box. A malicious look swept over Shinchinka from head to toe. "Well, if you really can't come up with 100 taels of silver, I can change the conditions. How about you become my 6th concubine? Your face is very suitable for my taste, but being pregnant is a bit disappointing." Shinchinka, who had just run back from sending the old man home, happened to hear this. He pulled out the stick that served as a scale from the sled and hit Tiger Master hard. "Second brother." Shinchinka wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Lord Tiger was only concerned about Ji Yan's teasing of Shinchinka and didn't pay attention to Shinchinka, the weak scholar. He was caught off guard and hit on the forehead by a stick. He cried out in pain and covered his forehead. I felt my palms were wet, and when I put my hands down, I saw blood on them. Your ancestors. Tiger gritted his teeth and ordered the thugs behind him. Beat them up. Finished. Shin Qingtang pulled Shinshinka, who was about to move forward, to hide behind Ji Yanshi. Second brother, if you were a little slower, I would have shouted and ran to the county government office. Shinshinka. I didn't think that much. How could I bear to hear Lord Tiger insulting Shin Qingtang? Well, thank you, second brother. Let's fight. Shin Qingtang smiled at Shinshinka. When water comes, we can cover it with earth. When soldiers come, we can stop them with soldiers. Her second brother has changed a lot. Will doing too much hard labor make a scholar violent? Still. Shin Qingtang looked up at Ji Yanshi. Did my second brother become a bad person after being bullied during the Jian feast? The ruffians pulled out knives or iron bars from their backs and chopped and smashed at Ji Yanshi. Noisy, Ji Yanshi said with disgust. He waved his sleeves and all the scoundrels, including Tiger Master, fell to the ground, crying ouch. Ouch. Shin Qingtang looked on with envy. How does that sentence go? In the face of absolute strength, any calculation is futile. Their action made quite a stir. Tiger Lord became notorious again. The people who had dispersed far away gathered towards them again. People watching the fun didn't dare to get too close and stood far away. Seeing Tiger Lord and the others were knocked to the ground, someone in the crowd shouted good. The others followed suit and shouted yes. Many people also applauded spontaneously. Tiger Lord became more and more angry, and he struggled to get up from the ground. That night I didn't have enough people with me, and you ran away. Today, wait and see how I deal with you. He raised his foot and kicked the younger brother who was lying on the ground closest to him. Go. Tell the county magistrate that someone is beating up innocent people in the street. Ask him to send more people over. Shin Qingtang was shocked. How could he confuse right and wrong like this? I really saw what it means that the wicked are the first to complain. No action was taken during the seasonal banquet, as if Tiger Lord and the others didn't exist. Shin Qingtang had a better understanding of Ji Yanshi. It seems that this young master won't care if you just talk and don't do anything. The gangster who was kicked by Tiger Lord got up from the ground, covered his stomach, and was about to run away. Shin Qingtang immediately pointed at him and said to Ji Yanshi, "We can't let him go. Stop him, or I'll deduct a piece of meat from you at noon." See Shin Qingtang at the seasonal banquet. Shin Qingtang looked anxious. Hurry up. She had not forgotten that the restaurant owner said that Mr. Tiger was a relative of the county magistrate's wife. If they really take the case to the county government, just based on the wound on Tiger Lord's forehead, they will be unable to speak up even if they have reason to be afraid. He did not move during the Ji Yan banquet, as if protesting against Shin Qingtang's constant threat of deducting his flesh. Shin Qingtang was extremely anxious as he watched the little rascal running away. What if you fail at the critical moment? When Lord Tiger saw that Shin Qingtang was unable to control Ji Yan, he became even more arrogant and laughed arrogantly. Are you scared? Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now. How about I give you another chance? Shin Qingtang ignored Brother Hu. In modern times, many internet celebrities say that men are creatures that prefer softness to hardness. Otherwise, why do people say that women who act coquettishly have the best luck? She changed the words. Catch that rascal who ran away, and I'll give you an extra piece of meat for lunch. Ji Yanshi shook his head and said, 2 pieces. Shun Chinka. Will you still bargain? Shun Qingtang nodded. Deal. It floated away during the seasonal banquet. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the S shoulders, pulled him back and threw him to the ground. The gangster fainted on the spot. Both Mr. Tiger and the onlookers were frightened. Tiger Lord and his men usually bully the weak and fear the strong. Even though they are ruthless to innocent people, they are also cowardly and hide behind the tough guys who crushed them with force during the last banquet. At the Ji Yan banquet, he didn't care what kind of fright he had caused to others. He just lowered his head and looked at his hand that was grabbing people. It feels like there is something dirty on my hands. After looking for a long time, he opened his palm and wanted to wipe it on his clothes. He lowered his eyes and saw the handkerchief tucked on Shen Qingtang's waist. He reached out and pulled it over, wiping his palm vigorously and repeatedly. He didn't stop until his palms turned red. Lord Tiger was also frightened by Ji Yan's almost crazy actions. Some regrets. Why did he provoke this stupid lunatic? He quickly begged for mercy from Shen Qingtang. Miss, this is all a misunderstanding between us. In this way, we can say that we have known each other for a long time. Can I not accept your land money from now on? I secretly added in my heart, I won't accept it this time. I'll make it up next time. He decided that next time he saw Shen Qingtang and his friends setting up a stall, he would call more people. Let's see how arrogant they can be. Shen Qingtang ignored Master Hu and snatched his handkerchief from Ji Yanshi's hand. You'll scratch your skin again. At the Ji Yan, he stared at the handkerchief in Shen Qingtang's hand. Dirty. You have already wiped it clean, it's not dirty anymore. During the Ji Yan, he was still staring at the handkerchief in her hand. Dirty. Shen Qingtang. She raised the handkerchief in her hand and asked, You mean the handkerchief is dirty? He kept silent during the banquet. Shen Qingtang. She threw her handkerchief to the ground. Throw it away. At the banquet, he was satisfied and returned to his usual self. Shen Qingtang. How dirty can it be to just arrest one person? She put her hands behind her back and gestured to Shen Qingtang, asking him to help her pick it up while he was not paying attention during the banquet. In ancient times, if a woman threw her handkerchief around, it would cause trouble. Shen Qingtang then spoke coldly to Tiger Lord. Misunderstanding? You repeatedly bully and oppress innocent people. Is it a misunderstanding? You take advantage of your status as a scoundrel and don't even have the slightest bit of shame to wantonly collect protection fees, stall fees, and even some land money? If I let you go, wouldn't that be like letting a tiger go back into the mountains? How stupid would I be to wait for you to come back and take revenge on me? I think it's safer to kill you, what do you think? You. Tiger Lord was about to fight back, but when he saw that she was still looking down at the Ji Yan that he had collected, his voice dropped again. What a misunderstanding. From now on, I won't charge you for the booth, no, the land fee, okay? No. Shen Qingtang said, From today on, you can no longer collect land money from everyone, and you have to return the money you just collected to everyone. How can you let the duck fly away? Tiger Lord disagreed and gnashed his teeth and said, Don't push your luck. Beichuan is so small, it won't be easy to find you. When the time comes, it won't be me who will find you, but the police. I don't believe you dare to hit the police. Assaulting an officer is a felony. Shen Qingtang thought to himself, It's really not easy to find me. She didn't look at Tiger Lord, but glanced at the people watching the excitement from a distance and said loudly, Whether I will beat up the officials is my business. But if you don't agree to return the money today, don't even think about leaving here in one piece. Tiger Lord looked at Ji Yan warily, took small steps back, and swallowed nervously. What do you want to do? In broad daylight, with so many people watching you, do you really dare to kill someone? Did anyone see me beating and killing people? Shen Qingtang asked the onlookers. Did you see it? No. Everyone answered in unison. From this we can see how evil Lord Tiger does in his daily life to arouse public anger. Fellow villagers, if you want to get your money back or want to avenge the bullying by Tiger Lord, come together. Don't be afraid. The law does not punish the crowd. People looked at each other and no one moved. Don't worry. We are here. They can't escape. If you are worried, find me some sacks. I will put them over their heads, and then you can beat them. I have a sack here. Tiger Lord looked in the direction of the sound, wanting to see who was so bold as to deliver the sack. But I only saw the sack being handed out from the crowd, but I couldn't see the owner of the sack at all. Tiger Lord gritted his teeth and cursed. Let's see who dares to do it. Shen Qingtang took the stick from Shen Qingtang and hit Tiger Lord on the back of the head. Anyway, the hatred has become so great. Let's talk about the future later. Let's just be happy now. Tiger was caught off guard by her sudden attack and fainted before he could even turn his head, falling to the ground. I have to say, it feels really good to bully others by taking advantage of your power. Shen Qingtang started to beat Tiger Lord, But none of Tiger Lord's brothers dared to step forward to help. Not even one came to see if Tiger Lord was alive or dead. Chi-Chi looked at Ji Yen behind her and stepped back with a vigilant look on her face. The sack was passed from one person to another through the crowd. The crowd in the distance also slowly moved towards the side. Shen Qingtang, who was taking advantage of the power of others, picked up a sack, swung it in his hand, and said with a smile to the scoundrels who were alert, "Did you get into the sack by yourself? Or did I knock you out?" The ruffians looked at each other. Someone rolled his eyes and fell to the ground pretending to faint. Someone grabbed a sack and put it over his head. Shen Qingtang and Shen Qingke put sacks on the heads of several people who pretended to be unconscious, including Tiger Master. He silently said to the people who had gathered around him, "Fight. Everyone look at me, and I look at you. I don't know who kicked the first kick. It's like a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan. Exploded. You kick me, I punch you." They surrounded Tiger Master and a few thugs and beat them up. Lord Tiger woke up from his coma in pain.
Who hit me? Ouch.
Which rascal kicked me in the crotch? No one paid any attention to Lord Tiger. Everyone's punches and kicks became more violent. It seemed that Tiger Lord and a few thugs were about to break free from the sack. Shen Qingke took advantage of the chaos to pull Tiger Lord's money bag off his body, untied the rope, took out the copper coins inside, and threw them to the onlookers. This is everyone's money. Everyone bent down to pick up the money and dispersed. Shen Qingtang and Shen Qingke also took advantage of the chaos to drag their sleds away. Don't worry about it during the seasonal banquet. He will follow by himself. Tiger Lord's angry voice could be heard from afar. Who hit me just now? All of you just wait for me. Shen Qingke felt a little regretful. I really want to stay and see how miserable Tiger and the others are. Then I'm afraid we really can't leave. Even a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake, and we are not dragons. Shen Qingtang has always been very clear about his situation. I know. Shen Qingke walked side by side with Shen Qingtang in the alley. Where are we going now? Let's go back to the valley directly? We have caused so much trouble that we need to leave the city quickly. Shen Qingtang also wanted to return to the valley to avoid the limelight. But our family doesn't have much food left. We need to buy some grain, oil, rice and flour. We also need to buy some lard and sheep fat to make soap. We still have to buy ingredients for the Laba festival. Shen Qingke added, sighing, "What bad luck. We ran into such a group of jackals, tigers and leopards." Shen Qingtang shook his head, disagreeing. It's not a question of bad luck or not. It's that Beichuan is not as good as we imagined. I'm afraid there will be more such things in the future.
Yes.
Shen Qingke smiled bitterly. The first few times I went into the city, it was all smooth sailing. I thought the people in Beichuan were simple, warm, and honest. Now it seems that I was ignorant. If it is really a good place, how could it become a destination for exile? As the brother and sister talked, they walked through 2 more alleys. Shen Qingding thought it looked familiar. Have we been here before? I think it was in this alley where I sold soap last time. Shen Qingke said, I think with a very confident tone. Shen Qingtang remembered that this was the alley at the back door of Mr. Wang's house. It was here that the third lady bought a lot of soaps. Don't bother 2 people with the same thing. Let's see if we can sell the remaining scented soap and water to the third miss. Shen Qingtang walked to the back door and stopped. He raised his hand, held the ring on the door, and knocked gently. Who is it? Soon, a woman came to open the door. Shen Qingtang greeted with a smile. Auntie, excuse me. I sell soap and perfumed soap. Miss Sen liked it very much last time, and I wanted to ask if she wants more this time. So you're the one selling soap and scented soap. The old woman suddenly realized, now we all use your soap to wash clothes and scented soap to wash our faces. It's really useful. Come on, give me a piece of soap first. Shen Qingtang didn't expect to sell a bar of soap so easily. Yes, this soap is 3 cents, just give me 2 cents. The old woman paid the money without hesitation, took the soap, and was about to close the door, telling Shen Qingtang, wait at the door. Not long after, Shen Qingtang heard the sound of footsteps. It seems that there are quite a lot of people here. Where is she? Why don't you bring her in? What if she leaves? I promised Miss Song that I would give her 2 bars of soap as well. Shin Qingting knew it was the lively and lovely third miss just by hearing the voice. Girls who grew up in a honey pot are always so lively. The door opened from the inside. The first one is the third young lady. She is called a woman not because she is old, but because she wears her hair in a bun. This woman was none other than Shin Qingzi, the concubine's daughter of my uncle. The journey was long and the torture was severe during the exile. When they first arrived in Beichuan, except for the direct descendants of their eldest uncle and second uncle, the rest of the Shin family were almost all pale and thin. Shin Qingzi is now a little thinner than when she first arrived in Beichuan, like it would be blown away by the wind at any time. Her complexion was so bad that even thick makeup couldn't hide it. His face was numb and his eyes were lifeless. It looks like he has only one breath left in him. Standing next to the lively and beautiful Miss San, the contrast is sharp. Obviously, they are about the same age. When Shin Qingtang looked at Shin Qingzi was also looking at her. Her eyes were empty, without the liveliness that she had when she cried for help that day. In just a few days, everything has changed. Shin Qingtang's eyes flashed with his swaying white and tender fingers, accompanied by the dissatisfied protest of the third miss. Hey, I'm asking you a question. How many soaps do you have left? Not many. Shin Qingtang came back to his senses and waved to Shin Qingka, who was standing a little further away. Second brother, bring the wooden box over here. Shin Qingka stepped forward with a red face, handed the wooden box to Shin Qingtang, and returned to his original position. Men and women should not touch each other too closely to avoid suspicion. Even during the Ji banquet, the distance between him and Shin Qingtang increased from 1 step to 3 steps. Shin Qingtang put the wooden box on the ground, opened it, and motioned for the third miss to look at it. These are all we have. Are they enough? There were also 6 bars of soap and 3 bars of soap in the box. There are 2 large and 4 small soaps and 2 large and 1 small soaps. That's all? Miss San was a little disappointed. It's too far away. It's okay, just tell me how much you want and I'll send it to you. Shin Qingtang certainly wouldn't miss the request of a big customer, so he promised. Really? I also want to give 2 big bars of soap to my eldest aunt, second aunt, and 7th aunt, 3 big bars of soap to my grandmother, 2 small bars of soap to my great aunt and my eldest aunt, second aunt. The third girl counted on her fingers as she reported. When I counted to the end, I got confused. Huh? How many pieces are there? 20 large soaps, 36 small soaps, 10 small soaps, and 10 large soaps. The third girl stared at Shin Qingtang with eyes wide open. You are amazing. I only said it once and you were able to remember and calculate it? Shin Qingtang smiled modestly. When live streaming to sell goods, the family members asking questions on the public screen swiped the screen much faster than the third girl could count on her fingers. I have long developed the ability to multitask and can do mental arithmetic faster than arithmetic. When can you deliver it? The third girl asked. Unless there are special circumstances, then tomorrow. We live in Shiwai City, and it's not easy to go out if it snows. Shin Qingtang didn't say anything definite. In modern times, there must be a clause in the contract that no compensation is required for delays, postponements, etc. in delivery due to force majeure-related reasons. The third lady turned to the maid who opened the door for Shin Qingtang and said, Did you hear that? If she comes to deliver soap tomorrow, you will bring her to the mansion to find me. The maid behind the third lady came forward and handed the money for the soap to Shin Qingtang, a total of 73 coins. Shin Qingtang nodded. The maid counted out the copper coins and handed them to Shin Qingtang. When Shin Qingtang took the money, he left 13 copper coins in the maid's hand. The maid was just about to open her mouth to remind Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang said hush silently. The maid was stunned. Shin Qingtang winked at her. The maid reacted, closed her hands, and put them into her sleeves. I turned my head subconsciously, only to see that the third young lady had already led a group of people away in a hurry. Looking back, Shin Qingtang was also carrying a wooden box and walking towards the two men who were waiting for her not far away. She smiled and turned to chase the third young lady. Shin Qingka came over, took the wooden box from Shin Qingtang's hand and put it on the sled he was dragging behind him, and asked her, "Where are we going now?" Shin Qingtang glanced at Ji Yanshi and said, "Go buy some meat." Sure enough, Ji Yan raised his eyes to look at her, then took 2 steps forward, keeping a distance of 1 step between them. Shin Qingtang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that the seemingly otherworldly flower on the mountain top could be so? "For 2 pieces of meat, I can do this." When we went back to the market, Tiger Master and the others were nowhere to be seen. There are so many people on the street, and if you get beaten up and you don't know who the murderer is, it will only be more embarrassing if you don't leave. Besides, they were all injured. The external injuries are not serious, but it is hard to say about the internal injuries. Of course, Lord Tiger already remembered Shin Qingtang and the other 2. Shin Qingtang was not afraid of him. She believed that Lord Tiger would not be able to find his way into the valley. She never thought that he would dare to come back openly to buy things after causing trouble for herself. On the way to the meat stall, Shin Qingtang roughly counted the copper coins he earned that day. The income from perfumed soap was 831, and the income from soap was 295 won. The total amount is 1,145 cents. This does not include the 13 cents given to Aunt Sun and the bribe to the head maid. The price of mutton has gone up. The price rose to 18 won per pound. The price of pork rose to 22 cents per pound. We haven't eaten much wild boar meat at home, so we don't need to buy pork, we only need to buy pork fat. The price of pork fat rose to 11 cents per pound. New Year is coming soon and the prices of everything are going up. The butcher held a long thin iron rod in one hand and a knife in the other hand and rubbed it twice on the shiny iron rod. It seems like a subconscious behavior for the butcher to sharpen his knife. Shin Qingtang saw that several butchers at the meat stalls did the same thing. It turns out that annual price increases are an unspoken rule passed down for thousands of years. Shin Qingtang ordered 10 kilograms of mutton, 2 kilograms of lamb intestines and other parts that could be used to make oil, and also bought 20 kilograms of pork fat. "How much is it in total?" Shin Qingtang took out his purse. "The mutton costs 170 cents, and you only give me 15 cents for the mutton fat," the butcher said with a smile. Shin Qingtang said, "Huh?" and looked at the butcher in confusion. "Did you calculate wrongly? Mutton should cost 180 coins. "That's right," the butcher said with a smile. "You've helped us merchants to vent our anger today. I should treat you to meat. But I still have to support my family and can't afford to send you." He scratched his head embarrassedly. "I can't make money from you anyway." Shin Qingtang declined, thanked him, and handed the mutton and sheep intestines to Shin Qingka. The pork stall and the mutton stall are next to each other. The butcher had already wrapped the pork fat in oil paper for her. "Just give me 200 coins. My friend is right. You have helped us merchants to vent our anger today." The pork stall was run by a couple, and the female stall owner even gave Shin Qingtang 2 extra pig trotters. "Don't think it's too little. It's just a token of our appreciation. When the new year comes, the government asks for 1 part, the ruffians ask for 1 part, and you might even have to pay some additional temporary payments. No one is rich." Shin Qingtang thanked him again and took it. After leaving the pork stall, he went to buy 5 bushels of wheat and ground it into flour at the mill. "In case it snows again, and we can't go out, our family will run out of food." In addition, as the Chinese New Year is approaching, there are too many people coming to the mill for processing and they have to wait in line for a long time. 5 dough of wheat costs 150 won, and the processing fee is 10 won. A total of 51 jin, 1 liang, and 2 qian of flour were ground. Enough for the whole family to eat until the new year. While waiting in line at the mill to grind flour, Shin Qingka was in charge of queuing while Shin Qingtang and Ji Yanshi went to buy other food. "I bought some corn and sorghum. There are also miscellaneous grains for making 8 treasure porridge as well as red dates and sugar. I didn't buy mung beans, but I still have some at home. I originally wanted to buy some to make bath beans, but never used them. I bought some garlic and made a jar of vinegar." Shin Qingtang wanted to make some laba garlic. All the miscellaneous things I bought were food. The total cost was 173 coins. After buying the ingredients, Shin Qingtang led Ji Yanshi to the mill to meet Shinshinka. Shin Qingtang turned and looked at Ji Yanshi. Away from the bustling crowd, relax again during the seasonal banquet. He seemed to be particularly repulsive to crowds. Once he was in a crowded place, Shin Qingtang could clearly feel his uncontrollable anxiety. I just don't know why he insisted on following her at a close distance. She had obviously bought him meat. At the seasonal banquet, after waiting for a while and seeing no movement from Shin Qingtang, he raised his eyes to look at her. In those clear black eyes, there was only her reflection. Shin Qingtang looked away first. Which woman can stand being looked at by a pair of eyes like this that say you are the only one in the world? Even though he knew that Ji Yanshi was mentally impaired, Shin Qingtang's cheeks still felt hot. She raised her cold hands and patted her face, reminding herself quietly, "You are pregnant. You are pregnant." Shin Qingtang read it several times before he remembered why he stopped. She wanted to go to the cloth shop to have a look. If there is suitable cloth, buy a piece to make clothes for the seasonal banquet. I was afraid that he wouldn't want the dyed cotton cloth at home. A wild boar can be exchanged for a piece of fine cloth. Besides, it's not possible to go to the seasonal banquet without even an outer robe in such a cold weather. He is tall, has a good figure and good looks, but he is only wearing a single layer of clothes in the middle of winter. Walking on the street, how can you not get a lot of attention? Ji Yan didn't care, but Shin Qingtang cared a little. It's not pleasant to always live under the prying eyes of others. She had experienced this in her previous life, and in this life, she just wanted to keep a low profile. This cloth shop has a large storefront, and its signboards are more exquisite than those of the nearby shops. There were few customers in the store. It seems that luxury stores in ancient and modern times are the same, and there are thresholds for entering the stores. The shopkeeper came over to greet Shin Qingtang when he saw her coming in. After quickly glancing at her clothes, his attitude wasn't very enthusiastic, but it didn't make Shin Qingtang feel uncomfortable either. "Sir, what kind of cloth would you like to buy?" Shin Qingtang pointed at Ji Yan, who followed him into the store, and asked, "Do you have the same fabric as the one he's wearing?"
This.
The shopkeeper took a quick look, narrowed his eyes uncertainly, and moved closer to Ji Yanshi. "Don't get too close." Shin Qingtang reminded gently, "My brother has a bad temper." Shopkeeper. "I can't touch it or take a closer look." He asked, "Is this gentleman wearing yunjin?" Shin Qingtang nodded. "It seems so." The shopkeeper walked around Ji Yanshi and said uncertainly, "We do have brocade in our store, but brocade can be divided into high, medium, and low grades. The one on this young man should be the best quality brocade. We only have ordinary brocade in our store. Can you bring it over to me? I want scarlet color." "Of course." The shopkeeper told the waiter to go. Yunjin is placed in a relatively high position in the store and is well preserved. The guy was also very careful when taking it down. Shin Qingtang reached out and touched the edge of the brocade. The shopkeeper has a sharp eye. She had touched the clothes she wore at the seasonal banquet, and they were indeed softer and silkier than this one. "How much per foot?" Shin Qingtang asked. The shopkeeper held up 200 coins. Shin Qingtang asked, thinking, "Isn't that too expensive?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "Young lady, you are such a joker. Who can buy a foot of brocade for 200 coins? It's 2 taels of silver per foot." Shin Qingtang.
"So expensive? Can't afford it."
When she looked back at Ji Yan, she was confused again. Where did this fool come from? Although Shin Qingtang was in a complicated mood, he did not show it on his face. He nodded and touched the cloth again. 2 taels of silver per foot is not expensive. "Is this your best brocade?" The shopkeeper looked at Shin Qingtang anxiously, a little confused about her true intentions. It was obvious at first glance that Shin Qingtang's clothes were worthless, and his outer robe was made of the cheapest cotton cloth. Her whole temperament doesn't look like that of a country girl, and her eyes show that she is a capable person. The young man following behind her was wearing high-quality brocade that only extremely wealthy families could afford. but the price she offered was very stingy. The shopkeeper couldn't figure out the truth, so he simply treated Shin Qingdang as a distinguished guest. Anyway, whether you succeed or not, you won't lose anything. She immediately smiled and said, of course not. We have better brocade in the store, but it's more expensive. Shen Qingtang's fingers trembled slightly as he touched Yunjin. It's over. Is there really a better one? How can she continue? I could only pretend to be calm and nodded. Give it to me and let me take a look first. Please sit here and wait. The shopkeeper invited Shin Qingtang to the small compartment next to him. There were melon seeds, peanuts, candied fruits, and tea on the table. After Shin Qingtang took a seat, the shopkeeper looked at Ji Yanshi. During the seasonal banquet, he stood outside the compartment and did not enter. No need, brother. He has mysophobia. No, I didn't mean to say your store is unclean. It's just that the wood of these tables and chairs. No matter which field the internet celebrities are in, there are rarely any who don't sell goods. As long as you bring goods, it counts as sales. Shin Qingtang, who is well versed in the ins and outs of this, knows very well that sometimes it is more effective to leave the words half said and let the other party fill in the blanks on their own. Sure enough, the shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. The wood of our tables and chairs is indeed ordinary. It would be bad if they scratched her clothes. Please wait a moment, I will get you the brocade. When the shopkeeper went out, he told the waiter to come and serve water. Shin Qingtang pretended to drink tea, looking very stylish. He took a sip, frowned, put the cup down, and didn't move again. The waiter saw it clearly and understood that Shin Qingtang was complaining about the quality of the tea. He became a little more respectful towards Shin Qingtang. After a while, the shopkeeper finally brought down a piece of fabric wrapped in black cloth from upstairs. Before entering the compartment, the outer black cloth was removed, revealing the crimson brocade inside. Shin Qingtang glanced at the shopkeeper's fingertips calmly before his gaze fell on Yunjin. With Shen Qingtang's superficial understanding of fabrics, he couldn't actually see the trick. He only knew that it felt better than the brocade he had just worn, but still worse than the fabric he had been wearing at the Ji banquet. Is this your best, Yunjin? Shin Qingtang showed his dissatisfaction more obviously. Yes. The shopkeeper said hurriedly, Miss, you don't know, this is last year's tribute.
Our boss was lucky to get one.
But the color doesn't suit him, so he brought it to the store to sell. How many families in Beichuan can afford to buy Yunjin at 3 taels of silver per foot? Besides, not everyone can look as handsome as this young man and wear scarlet so elegantly. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and said, if you really want it, I'll give it to you at a lower price. 2 taels and 5 cents of silver per foot, how about that? Shen Qingtang shook his head, looking embarrassed. It's really not about the money. My brother is quite picky. I'm afraid your fabric won't please him. Is that so? The shopkeeper had no doubt about it and felt very sorry. Shin Qingtang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The pretending was successful.
Run.
She walked out of the compartment quickly and called out to Ji Yan. Let's go. He didn't move during the seasonal banquet. He looked at the brocade on the table and said, okay. The shopkeeper didn't understand what was going on and looked at Shin Qingtang and Ji Yanshi in confusion. Shin Qingtang cursed in his heart. I finally understand the mentality of many parents when they take their naughty children to the mall and the children make a fuss about asking for things that the parents don't want to buy. Really deserves a beating. Before Shin Qingtang could speak, the shopkeeper had already reacted, with a look of surprise on his face. Sir, are you saying that I can have this piece of Yunjin? The sky is falling. Shin Qingtang felt that all the blood rushed to his head in an instant. I can't tell whether I'm more angry or embarrassed. 3 taels of silver for 1 foot of cloth. Is he worthy of attending the seasonal banquet? The wild boars he hunted could not be sold for 5 strings of coins, which was enough to buy 2 feet of cloth at most. With his height at Ji Yen, I'm afraid even 10 feet of cloth might not be enough. Received 30 taels of silver. Even if he was worthy of her, she couldn't afford it.
What now?
During the Ji Yen, he ignored the shopkeeper and just looked at Shin Qingtang and repeated, okay. Shin Qingtang clenched his fists and calmed himself down. Now it is no longer a question of whether the shopkeeper will look down on you if you honestly admit that you can't afford it. But at the G banquet, if this stubborn donkey wanted something and he wasn't given it, he would make a scene. What if you hurt the owner or smash a shop? During the Ji Yen period, she was able to get into trouble and catch her to pay compensation. Shin Qingtang raised one eyebrow and asked Ji Yanshi, "Are you sure you want it?" When the shopkeeper came down with the cloth just now, I saw that the dust on his hands rubbed against the brocade. "Do you want this too?" During the banquet, he tilted his head, lowered his eyes, and looked at the shopkeeper's hand. Shopkeeper: "Not really? Just some loose soil." Judging from Ji Yan's expression, it seems very serious. The shopkeeper smiled awkwardly. The girl has a pair of sharp eyes. Seeing that Ji Yanshi didn't say anything, the shopkeeper got a little anxious and said, "Well, I'll just touch this little edge outside and tear off the cloth later. Can I give this piece to you too as a gift?" Shin Qingting glanced at the shopkeeper and laughed. "Shopkeeper, are you kidding me? If we are short-sighted, why would we buy yunjin to make clothes? You said that this piece of brocade is from last year and its style and pattern are outdated. Do you think people will praise us or laugh at us when we buy and wear them?"
This,
the shopkeeper said embarrassedly. Rich families or official families do prefer the styles and designs that were produced at that time. If you spend a lot of money to buy an old model, you will only be laughed at. The shopkeeper was even more certain that Shin Qingtang and Ji Yanshi were truly young masters and young ladies from wealthy families. Shin Qingtang was just bluffing. In modern times, any celebrity who wears out-of-season fashion in public will be criticized. I guess the issue of saving face is the same in ancient and modern times. Shin Qingtang said this just because he didn't want the shopkeeper to get involved. To Ji Yanshi, these were all nonsense. She came close to Ji Yanshi and said in a voice that only he could hear, "If you don't buy this piece of cloth, add 2 pieces of meat for lunch." During the banquet, he left without saying a word. Shin Qingtang walked a long way away, but couldn't help but look back at the cloth shop left behind. You don't have to spend money if you have it. I feel insecure when I don't have money. She has to work hard to make money. After meeting up with Shin Chinka, the 3 of them found a small restaurant nearby. It was so cold, so everyone ordered a bowl of steaming mutton soup. When Shin Qingtang specifically asked for an extra portion of mutton for Ji Yen, he counted it on purpose and found it was an even number. During the seasonal banquet, people only eat meat, and they are not picky about what kind of meat they eat. Seeing Shin Qingtang pushing the plate to him, he picked out 4 slices of meat and pushed the rest back to Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang. Shin Chinka wondered, what does he mean? Shin Qingtang briefly told him what happened in the cloth shop. "I think I told him to add 2 pieces of meat twice today." "Exactly 4 pieces. Shin Chinka." He looked up and down at Ji Yen, who was concentrating on drinking his soup. Curiously asked, "Who exactly is Ji Yanshi?" "He eats meat like a beggar who hasn't eaten meat for a long time, but his movements of eating meat are like those of a noble young man. He is obviously a fool who knows nothing, but he still knows to pay for food and pay for breaking things." "Who knows?" Shin Qingtang shook his head. "We made quite a commotion in the city today. Maybe his family will hear about it and come looking for him. Then I have to set off 2 strings of firecrackers to celebrate." Shin Chinka laughed. His room is still occupied. After dinner, Shin Qingtang ordered 3 more jars of wine, 2 large ones and 1 small one, which cost 50 cents. After loading the wine, the 3 men pulled the sled out of the city. When they arrived at the gate of the West Outer City, the soldiers guarding the city looked at them strangely. After checking their pass, one of them asked, "Why are you leaving the city so late? There's a lot of snow outside the city." Shin Qingtang smiled sweetly at the soldier guarding the city. "We live outside the city. Isn't today the Laba festival? We came to the city to visit relatives." She turned around, opened the wooden box where the soap was previously placed, took out a pot of wine from it, and stuffed it into the arms of the city guard. "It's so cold, and you've worked so hard to protect the people of Beichuan. This isn't a good wine, so don't despise it. Drink some to warm yourself up." The soldier guarding the city did not refuse. He said thank you, waved his hand, and signaled Shin Qingtang to leave quickly. Shin Qingtang smiled at him and said nothing. After leaving the sight of the city guards, Shin Qingke and Shin Qingtang got on the sled and let Ji Yanshi pull them into the valley. You can take a shortcut back. Probably because he had just eaten and enough at the seasonal banquet, he no longer threw Shin Qingke at will. Shin Qingke was in the mood to chat and asked Shin Qingtang in confusion, "Why are you giving gifts everywhere like a boy giving away money? Send it to Miss Wang San's maid, and also to the soldiers guarding the city. They are all completely unrelated people. We just arrived in Beichuan and had no foundation or connections. The foundation is built up slowly, and so are the connections." Shin Qingtang held the sled with one hand and raised the other hand to rub his eyes. If the sled goes too fast, it will stir up some flying snow. A bit confusing. Sending soap and perfumed soap to Ansun today is a way of returning a favor. Giving copper coins to Miss Wang San's maid is to win people's hearts. The same is true for giving a pot of wine to the soldiers guarding the city. Shin Qingke thought for a moment and asked, "When you poured wine, you were thinking of giving it to the soldiers guarding the city, right? Otherwise, there wouldn't be a small jar specially made for it." Shin Qingtang nodded. Yes. When entering the city, Shin Qingtang discovered that there were fewer and fewer people entering and leaving the city. When there are fewer people, frequent trips in and out of the city make it easier to be remembered. Shin Qingtang decided to make himself familiar to the soldiers guarding the city. "Maybe we'll come in handy someday. We have settled our family in the valley and frequently go in and out of the city. You manage the soldiers guarding the city, so you might need their help one day." "I understand. But why did you give money to Miss Wang San's maid?" "And she accepted it. She obviously doesn't look like someone who needs this little money." Shin Qingtang raised one hand to cover his face and walked against the wind, with snowflakes always flying into his eyes. Miss Wang San is innocent and naive and doesn't know much about the world. But there are many secrets in the backyard of the mansion. The maid beside her was obviously arranged by her family to protect Miss Wang San and take care of her trivial matters. Even Miss Wang San's daily allowance was in her charge. I'm afraid such a maid would have a say in front of Miss Wang San's parents. It depends on whether 13 copper coins are a lot or not. If you give it out individually as a gift to someone, it definitely wouldn't be much. Considering the 73 cents we charge for soap, 13 cents is almost 20%. Shin Qingke suddenly realized, "Are you telling her that you will give her a commission from the soap sales in the future? Is that why she accepted the 13 copper coins?" He said that the third young lady's personal maid was so short-sighted that she wanted 13 copper coins. "Yeah." Shin Qingtang nodded. "Mr. Wang seems to have a great reputation and influence in Beichuan. Building a good relationship with his family may not necessarily be beneficial to us, but it will definitely not harm us." Shin Qingke nodded, turned his head and squinted at Shin Qingtang, and said with emotion, "Qingtang, if you were a man, you would definitely be the most outstanding one in our generation." "What does this have to do with men and women? I am a girl, and also the most outstanding one in our generation." Shin Qingtang raised his chin, revealing his slender neck, with a proud look on his face. After just a moment, he retracted his neck. "Snow particles poured into my neck, making me feel cold." Shin Qingke nodded lovingly. "You're right. My sister is the best in the world. Only men can take the imperial examination and pursue a career in officialdom. With the talent and scheming that Qingtang has recently shown, doing business is a waste of his talent." As soon as he left the snow pile, Ji Yanshi loosened the rope and floated into the hot spring pool. There was a mountain of snow outside the valley, and it was mostly mud inside the valley. At the seasonal banquet, my clothes were splashed with mud. He couldn't stand it even a little bit. In comparison, Shin Qingke should take a shower. The original color of his clothes can hardly be seen. Shin Qingke felt that he was thrown into the mud in retaliation because he laughed at the banquet. As usual, Li was busy packing up the ingredients Shin Qingtang and the others bought. Shin Yuji is still working outside. He selected a place to build the greenhouse and cleared away the overgrown weeds. As usual, Shin Qingtang kept accounts first. Today's total income is 1,145 cents. The 50 cents paid for the tooth are not included. It cost 215 cents to buy pork suet and mutton intestine oil. There are still 930 coins left. Shin Qingtang credited half of the 465 articles to his account. The remaining half is recorded in the family account. The last soap business had already paid off the 500 when owed to the public account. From now on, half of the income will be paid to the public account each time. Otherwise, if there is no income in the public account, how can we maintain the daily expenses of the family? Keeping accounts is one thing, but counting the coins is another. Because Shin Qingtang had very few coins left. Today I spent 553 coins on food and drinks. 465 minus 553 equals negative 92 coins. Later she would have to ask Lee to give her another 92 copper coins to put into the business account. The last time there was a balance in the public account, there was 1,046 won. After deducting 92 won, there was a balance of 954 won. Shin Qingtang looked at the two account books spread out on the table and sighed deeply. The speed at which you make money cannot keep up with the speed at which you spend it. Have to find some other business. What should I do? Season's banquet. Shin Chinka, who was thrown into the yard during the seasonal banquet, gritted his teeth and cursed. After bathing, he had no new clothes to change into during the banquet, and he got angry because he didn't want to wear the cotton robe that Lee made for him. Shin Qingtang stopped at the door of his room, holding the scarlet cotton robe in his hand. His eyes were filled with anger. At the seasonal banquet, if you have the guts, throw me out. Otherwise, you will have to wear this cotton robe. When Shin Qingtang raised his hand during the banquet, the cotton robe in his hand moved without wind. Shin Qingtang threatened Ji Yan. If you dare to damage my clothes, from today on, don't even think about eating a piece of meat in my house. If you don't want to, just leave my house. The most I can do is let you destroy my house. At worst, we will all die together.
No.
Ji Yanshi hung his hands at his sides, as if he was trying hard to control himself. Shin Qingtang didn't know whether the no he said meant he didn't want to wear the cotton robe, didn't want to stop eating meat, or didn't want to fight to the death. If the hard approach doesn't work, you have to use the soft approach. Shin Qingtang discussed in a gentle voice. Put on your cotton robe and I'll give you 2 more pieces of meat tonight. Do not move during the seasonal banquet. Shin Qingtang's anger was replaced by surprise. It was the first time she had seen someone not be tempted by meat at a seasonal banquet. It can be seen how much he rejects this cotton robe. She asked tentatively, "Why don't you like cotton robes?" He opened his mouth at the banquet, but no words came out. Shin Qingtang thought for a moment and pointed at the old clothes he wore during the Ji Yan banquet. Then why do you like red? He still didn't speak during the banquet. Why do you only wear brocade clothes? He still didn't speak during the banquet. Shin Qingtang pinched his brows. It is really difficult to communicate with older children with intellectual disabilities. She changed the question, "Have you ever worn the fabric I took?" He still didn't speak during the banquet. "How do you feel wearing the clothes you are wearing?" Shin Qingtang continued. "Light, thin, non-abrasive." Shin Qingtang, who finally got the answer, actually felt a bit of joy as if he had won a small prize in the lottery. Then he frowned. She knew that Yunjin was frivolous. What the is Bumo? The outer robe he wore during the seasonal banquet has not yet been thrown away. Lee said that after washing the fine brocade fabric, she could cut out the parts that were not torn and make them into a belly band for her grandson. Shin Qingtang took out his outer robe and rubbed it gently on the inside of his wrist a few times as if he was trying perfume. Then I gently wiped the inside of my wrist with cotton cloth. Yunjin is silky and smooth, like a second skin. The cotton cloth is slightly rough, and there is a noticeable foreign body sensation when wiping it, but there is no other discomfort. Allergic to cotton during the season banquet. I didn't see him scratching his body or face. Unable to figure it out, he had to take the robe back to find Ji Yanshi. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Ji Yanshi taking off his shirt with his back to the door, revealing broad shoulders, narrow waist, and a back full of scars. The most serious one was a white wound with some bright red blood, probably because he had just been in a hot spring. Shin Qingtang subconsciously turned his back and shouted, "If you dare to take off all your clothes during the seasonal banquet, You won't get to eat a single piece of meat tonight." After saying this, he covered his eyes with one hand, turned around, and looked through his fingers to see if she was wearing any clothes for the banquet. It is worn during seasonal banquets. The way he dressed was just as rough as when he threw people. When he pulled up the front collar to tie the belt, he seemed to pause. Shun Qingtang turned his back again, then suddenly turned back around when he thought of something. At the Ji Yen banquet, he stopped tying his belt and looked up at Shun Qingtang. Perhaps this question is too straightforward and not difficult to understand. Ji Yanshi nodded quickly. "Shun Qingtang, you feel pain too?" "I really can't tell at all." Shun Qingtang felt that he might have guessed right. During the seasonal banquet, if someone is injured, they must apply medicine and bandage it. They cannot just let it bleed and heal on its own. Yunjin clothes cannot replace medicine and cloth. Shun Qingtang's earnest exhortation stopped at the eyes that were too clear during the last season's banquet. "What's the point of playing the lute to a cow?" Shun Qingtang changed to a simple and rough way of communication again. "Let my brother apply medicine to you. You cooperate obediently and don't throw him away. I will give you 2 more pieces of meat tonight." Shun Qingtang's proposal was rejected at the quarterly banquet. To be precise, he refused Shun Qingke to touch him during the quarterly banquet. Without saying a word, Shun Qingke was sent flying. Even if Shun Qingtang was so angry that he wanted to bite him, it would be useless. Shun Qingke couldn't do it, so he replaced Shun Yuji. Shun Yuji didn't fly, he was just thrown out the door. Only when Shun Qingtang approaches the banquet, he will not throw people away. Shun Qingtang is a modern person and doesn't mind seeing him shirtless during the banquet. Even if she wants to during the banquet, she doesn't mind if he even takes off his pants for her to admire. She had no reason to refuse something that was good for her eyes. But Li Suwen was determined not to allow Shun Qingtang to apply medicine at the banquet. No matter how mentally damaged he is still a man. "How can you, an unmarried girl, give him medicine?" "Mom, although I'm not married, I'm not a girl anymore, right? Besides, I don't plan to get married in the future. The baby is about to be born. What kind of girl do you think she is?" In her situation, according to Dagon's bad ideas, it would be difficult to find her husband's family. Li Suwen glared at Shun Qingtang and said with a rare force, "What are you talking about? You are forced to become a mother. It's not because you don't know how to behave. It's because those bad people bullied others too much. You are a girl who has not left the court. Why can't you get married?" On the matter of protecting one's shortcomings, Shun Yuji and Li Suwen were in step and nodded in agreement. Yes. Not only do you have to marry, you also have to marry in a glamorous manner. Even if you have bad character, you won't marry. Shun Qingtang. I feel like crying for no reason. Shun Qingtang made no more attempts to persuade Li Suwen. Her parents are doing her best. Furthermore, just as she still maintains modern thinking, Li Suwen has been poisoned by feudal ideas since childhood, and it is difficult to change her thinking. Shun Qingtang changed the subject. "Mom, it's getting late. Why don't you go make Buddhist porridge?" Buddha porridge is laba porridge, also called 8-treasure porridge. Li Suwen looked out the door and glanced at the sky. It's true. The sun is almost setting. I'll go right now. Then I'll light the fire. Shun Yuji followed Li Suwen towards the cave dwelling. Recently, their kitchen has been in a cave dwelling. Shun Qingke was sent by Shun Qingtang to cut pork. "Second brother, go and pick out the better meat. I want to eat pot-wrapped pork tonight." Shun Qingtang doesn't know if guabao pork is a Dakian recipe. Anyway, the Shun family now accepts guabao pork well and likes to eat it. I also like it during seasonal banquets. Okay. Shun Qingke took the knife and the ladder and climbed into the cave to cut the meat. Only Shun Qingtang and Ji Yanshi were left in the room. Shun Qingtang found the remaining herbs and crushed them. He tore off a piece of clean white cotton cloth and knocked on the door of the room where Ji Yan was staying. Knocking on the door is a courtesy and has no practical significance. During the seasonal banquet, the door would not be open nor would she be stopped from entering the house. Ji Yan was meditating when he heard some noise and opened his eyes. Shun Qingtang pointed to the herbs in his hand and said, "We agreed that you would take 2 pieces of meat with the medicine." Upon hearing this, Ji Yanshi turned around silently and faced Shin Qingding. During the Ji Yan period, her skin was cold and pale, with distinct texture, and looking at it made people feel
distressed.
As Shin Qingding said, he had a mixture of new and old wounds on his body during the banquet. Looking at the scar, it's not the same kind of injury. There are whip marks, burn scars, and wounds that look like they were caused by bites from some animal. The latest wound was the one that almost went diagonally through his back when he fell into the hot spring. The wound that was white just now is now red. Bloody red. It's shocking to watch. Shin Qingding took a breath and gently applied the crushed herbs to his wound. Herbs are not like medicinal powders. Some of the residues may the wound. Shin Qingding noticed that the muscles near Ji Yan's wound trembled slightly, so he moved closer to the wound and blew gently.
Call.
During the season banquet, the body tensed instantly. The fingers of the hands that were originally hanging on the legs curled up unconsciously. Curled up again. Finally clench into a fist. The veins on the back of my hands throbbed. If they were face to face, Shin Qingding would find that it was the first time that Ji Yan's expressions were so rich. Shin Qingding was too focused on applying medicine behind the scenes and didn't notice anything unusual during the banquet. She just carefully applied the herbs evenly on the wound that had not yet fully healed. First, I gently covered the wound with a piece of cotton cloth folded in 2 layers, and then used a long of cotton cloth to wrap it from back to front along the direction of the wound and tied a knot at his right shoulder. 2 people face each other when tying the knot. While sitting during the seasonal banquet, Shin Qingding stood, slightly bent over and with his head slightly tilted. The drooping hair swept across the side of Ji Yan's face. Maybe it was a little itchy, so he turned his head away during the banquet. Just happened to be almost face to face with Shin Qingding. His eyes were fixed on her beautiful red lips. Ji Yanshi stared at her for a while, then suddenly raised his hand to cover his heart and pushed Shin Qingding away from him with considerable force without hurting her, then stood up and floated away. Shin Qingding looked at Ji Yan's somewhat embarrassed back with a puzzled look on his face and cursed, "Ungrateful rascal." Bandaging his wound and pushing her? The dog bites Lu Dongbin. We had dinner in the living room. The candlesticks are placed on the windowsill. The dim candlelight could barely illuminate the dining table. Lard candles are not easy to burn and produce a lot of smoke. Shin Qingding knew that beeswax could be used to make smokeless candles, but it was a pity that it was difficult to get beeswax in the middle of winter. I'll try it next year when the weather warms up. There is more to eat than just laba porridge and sweet and sour pork. There are also stir-fried seasonal vegetables and sweet and sour fish. As usual, dinner is a time for the family of 4 to chat. There was just one more difficult banquet, and when the 4 of us chatted, we had to lower our voices to an acceptable volume for the banquet. Laba porridge is made according to the Beijing method. They are all called laba porridge, but the laba porridge in each place is slightly different. The laba porridge popular in Beijing is quite particular. There are white rice, red dates, lotus seeds, walnuts, chestnuts, etc. Normally, on the 7th night of the 12th lunar month, you should wash the rice, soak the fruits, remove the cores, etc. Since I couldn't leave town due to the snow, I can only make it today. Fortunately, there was enough firewood and the laba porridge was cooked soft. Shin Qingding told Shin Qingding what happened at the market during the day. Your mother is right. I walked around the valley twice today and found that there are many places that can be reclaimed and cultivated. Just planting a little is enough for our family of 4 to eat and drink. The main reason is that it's not very peaceful outside. Shin Yuji took a piece of pot-roasted meat and put it into his bowl. Shin Qingding sighed. Master, whose matter is still a small matter. If it gets really urgent, we will hide in the valley and farm. I was listening to other vendors discussing in the market that there were so many taxes in Beichuan that ordinary people could hardly afford them. When I first came to Beichuan, I heard that the daily wage was 200 to 300 cents, which seemed quite a lot. Now I find that what I earned is not the same as what I ended up with. For example, if you have an income of 200 yuan a day and 6 taels of silver a month, you will end up with less than 20/10 of what you can live on. First of all, we have to pay 3 wages. The 3 rates are military rates, border rates, and army rates. These 3 taxes and fees are levied on a household basis. These 3 wages are so heavy that they have peeled off a layer of the people's skin. Of the 200 cash wages, 50 cash must be used to pay the 3 wages. Shin Chinka put down the bowl of porridge, counted on his fingers, and continued. We also have to pay head tax, corvée, summer tax, autumn tax, miscellaneous taxes, etc. Those who farm the land have to pay land tax, and those who do business have to pay business tax. Most of these are official unified taxes, and there are also local taxes in private. For example, the tooth money that Qingtang and I paid today. Today, when I was standing in line at the mill grinding flour, I saw an old farmer mixing bran back into the flour. I asked him how he could eat it after that. The old farmer told me that they worked hard all year round, but when the autumn harvest came, they still owed the government 5 or 6 taels of silver. If you only eat noodles without adding bran, you won't live to see the beginning of next spring. Shin Chinka became angrier as he spoke, and his voice became much higher. When we were in the capital, there weren't so many taxes. It's only when they were added layer by layer in Beichuan that it became like this. If this continues, there will be chaos sooner or later. Shin Qingtang subconsciously looked towards Ji Yanshi. During the usual seasonal banquet, Shin Chinka had already thrown Shin Chinka out due to the noise. Now he was just staring at the pot of meat on the plate, seemingly not hearing what Shin Chinka said. Li Suan was very puzzled. We have been to the city a few times, and everything seems fine. There are many people selling things, and there are also people buying things. The market is lively, but it is not as prosperous as the capital city. Shin Qingtang explained. That's because we went to the most prosperous inner city. Most of the people selling things were poor people like us, and the people buying things were dignitaries from Beichuan County or local aborigines. No matter in the capital or Beichuan, there are always people who spend money like water and have no worries about food and drink, while there are also people who have nothing to eat and no clothes to cover their bodies. Shen Yuji raised his head, glanced around, and smiled. Fortunately, we have a little lucky star like Qingtang. In this valley, we have found, no matter whether it is enemies from outside the customs or civil strife in Beichuan, we can still have a place to stay. Li Suan nodded and told them, you guys should try to be careful not to be seen when entering and exiting the valley. Maybe this valley is really our last retreat. Shen Chinka disagreed. The lips are dead and the teeth are cold. If Beichuan is really in civil strife or is attacked by foreign enemies, what's the point of hiding here? Shinyuji picked up a piece of pot-roasted meat and bit it into his mouth, making a crisp sound. He narrowed his eyes with a look of enjoyment. After swallowing the pot meat, he said slowly, then what can you do now? Shun Chinka opened his mouth. Close it again. Yes. What can he do? He is now unable to protect himself. He has just enough to eat and a roof over his head. What can Daisin's body do for Beichuan Vida? Even if he can take part in the imperial examination as he wishes, he cannot leave Beichuan, and he is a scholar to the extreme. The sweet and sour, crispy, juicy guabao pork is suddenly hard to swallow. Shin Chinka tasted like chewing wax, swallowed the pot of pork in his mouth, put the remaining half-bowl of porridge on the table, and put his chopsticks on the bowl. It was a shameful waste, but he really had no appetite. Shin Yuji chewed the pot meat and turned his head to glance at Shin Chinka's lost face. He chuckled and shook his head. Silly son. You are still too young. If you see, hear, and experience this kind of thing too much in the future, just get used to it. Who hasn't been young yet? He also once dreamed of traveling to the end of the world with his sword. I thought about mounting a gun and beheading the enemy. In the court hall, he loudly recited good strategies for governing the country. The result? It was just a dream in Gulen Courtyard. A half-life spent in confusion is not as wanton as those crickets biting and fighting. Shin Qingtang hurriedly comforted Shin Chinka, second brother. Don't listen to daddy scaring you. It's appropriate for him to grow flowers and grass in the valley to retire in his old age. A man of your age should look at the world and compete in the Central Plains. Of course, you have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to see the world bit by bit. Let's make money to support our family of 4 first. If we are able, we will help more people. Just like beating Mr. Tiger today. One day, if we poor people all unite, we might not be able to overthrow the corrupt officials and tyrants from above. And you, now trapped in Beichuan, may not be able to step out of Beichuan next year and return to the capital in another year and become famous all over the world. Shen Qingke thought for a moment and picked up the porridge bowl again. Qingtang is right. You can't accomplish anything by giving up without working hard. You have to try before you are willing to give up. Even if I can't change Dakian, I can't change Beichuan. I can always change myself. After dinner, Shen Qingtang sat on the couch by the window, directing Shen Qingke and Shen Yuji to peel garlic cloves and pickle laba garlic. Li Suan sat aside and made clothes for Ji Yanshi. Shen Qingtang advised her to do it tomorrow, but she refused. No matter how bad the situation was at Ji Yan, he saved her twice, so it is not an exaggeration to make him a set of clothes. Shen Qingtang couldn't persuade him, so he had to do the same thing and lit a circle of candles around Li Suan and hung an oil lamp above his head. Those who know me do so because you feel sorry for my eyes. Those who don't know me would think you are trying to possess my body. Li Suan was left in tears and laughter and insisted on extinguishing several candles. In the end, only one candle and an oil lamp were left. Li Suan sewed the cut cotton cloth together bit by bit and asked Shen Qingtang, "How did you convince him to wear a cotton robe at the banquet?" "Of course I'm threatening him." Shen Qingtang opened his mouth and said, "I told him that if he doesn't wear a cotton robe, our family will eat vegetarian dishes from today on." Li Suan asked. He bit off the thread and said with a smile, "When you were with Ji Yan, he didn't know whether you were his disaster or he was your disaster." "Of course I am his disaster," Shen Qingtang said resolutely. "I would rather let the whole world fail me than let the whole world fail me." Not to mention Li Suan. Even Shen Yuji was amused, yes. We have to bully others and not let others bully us. Shen Qingtang also didn't explain that this negative was not the negative of bullying. As for the robe at the quarterly banquet, Shen Qingtang really didn't threaten him to wear it. The main threat was useless. Not long before dinner, I drifted out and came back again during the seasonal banquet. The two were in a stalemate for a while. It was only during the Ji Yan that he raised his hand to take the outer robe and put it on. Worn in a vacuum. When he first put it on, he twisted his neck uncomfortably, shrugged his shoulders, and raised his arms, trying to take off the cotton robe. Shen Qingtang lit half an incense stick and said, "If you want to take it off after this half an incense stick, I won't stop you." Half an incense stick later, he still did not take off his cotton robe during the banquet. "I only have the cotton robe, but I don't have the spare clothes to go inside it." Only then did Mrs. Li light candles and stay up late to make clothes for him. Laba garlic is easy to make. There are only 2 ingredients in total, garlic and vinegar. Peel the garlic cloves, wash and dry them. Put them into a jar, pour the cooked vinegar into the jar, seal it, and place it in a cool place. Slowly, the garlic cloves soaked in vinegar will turn green, and finally become as green as emerald green. The taste is sour and slightly spicy. It goes best with dumplings during Chinese New Year. On the morning of the 9th day, Shen Qingtang woke up to the sound of fetal movement. The little guy in my belly was moving restlessly. Shen Qingtang touched her belly and talked to her, for a while. I waited until the baby calmed down before I got dressed, got out of bed, and opened the window. The sun is shining brightly outside the window. No wonder the baby was so fussy today, it was because she got up late. Outside the window, Shen Qingke was packing boxes. I agreed to deliver soap and water to Miss Wang San today. Shen Qingtang held onto the window frame and called out to Shen Qingke, "Second brother, pack more. Go to the city once and sell more." Shen Qingke turned around when he heard this. "Are we going to sell soap today? We just offended Lord Tiger yesterday. Do you want to stay out of the spotlight?" Shen Qingtang pointed at Ji Yanshi, who was walking back and forth in the yard without meditating or being in a daze. "As long as Ji Yanshi is here, it's okay. It won't be too late for us to hide after his family comes looking for him." Shen Qingke thought so too. With Ji Yanshi around, he wouldn't suffer any loss. After packing enough soap and perfumed soap for Miss Wang San, She packed the remaining soap and perfumed soap from the fourth and fifth batches into another wooden box. Miss Wang Sen asked for 552 taels of soap and 75 taels of soap alone. After deducting the ones that Miss Wang San wanted, the fourth and fifth batches together only had 24 taels of soap left. There was quite a bit of soap left, more than 480 taels. When Ji Yan's name was called, she looked up at Shen Qingdang, who floated over and stood in front of her window, looking at her without saying a word. Shen Qingdang was puzzled. Today's feast seems a little too abnormal. What's wrong with him? Shen Qingdang took some time out of his busy schedule to look back and said, show off your clothes. I'm guessing he's waiting for you to praise him. Only then did Shen Qingdang realize that the clothes at the quarterly banquet had been changed inside and out by Li Suan. It doesn't cost money to praise people. Shen Qingdang gave a thumbs up during the extremely generous court banquet. Wow, you look really unique in this outfit. Thought. My mother is becoming more and more efficient at making clothes. It's not against your will to praise your words during the seasonal banquet. He is a walking clothes hanger, and cheap coarse clothes cannot hide his noble aura. During the quarterly banquet, he was probably waiting for Shen Qingdang's words and walked away with satisfaction. Li Suan saw Shen Qingdang get up and greeted everyone. Wash your hands and come over for breakfast. Shen Yuji also walked back from a short distance carrying a breakfast is relatively simple. It's the leftover laba porridge with salty radish strips from last night. There is also a plate of pork leg slices and sauce. In view of the fact that meat must be eaten during the seasonal banquet, Shen Qingdang simply asked Shen Qingdang to cut off a section of pig leg and stewing it whole. If you don't want to stir-fry every morning, just cut a plate. During the seasonal banquet, I don't eat much in the morning, just 2 pieces of meat. After dinner, the family of 4 went their separate ways. Li Suan wanted to boil lard to make soap and toilet soap. Shen Yu went to clean up the weeds and prepare to build a greenhouse. Shen Qingdang went to cut down the tree. You can't always sleep on the floor. When you can't win the quarterly banquet, you can only make another bed. In addition, wood must be used to build the kitchen, so it cannot always be built in a cave dwelling. Shen Qingdang first changed the medicine for the quarterly banquet. After one night, his wounds had obviously healed a lot. If the medicine had been applied earlier, the wound would have healed almost immediately. After changing the medicine, he called out to deliver soap and soap during the seasonal banquet. Only the 2 of them entered the city. Anyway, the Shen family now knows that no matter how powerful Ji Yanshi is, he cannot defeat Shen Qingdang. Mainly, he seemed to have a particularly high tolerance for Shen Qingdang. When Shen Qingdang and Ji Yan went out into the city, they still climbed to the cave first, crossed the mountain, and then slid down the hillside. Once out of the cave, it's like crossing the seasons. It went from spring to winter in an instant. Shen Qingdang shivered and sat down on the sled. During the seasonal banquet, he pulled the rope and floated down the mountain slowly. Shen Qingdang felt the joy of skiing for the first time in a long time. Before traveling through time, I had been in a wheelchair for a long time due to illness. Later, he gambled his life with God and won. Not only did he save his life, but he also stood up again. After my leg healed, the first money I earned was to travel. I have escaped death and just want to do what I like. This includes skiing. Shen Qingdang clamped his feet on the wooden frame to stabilize himself to avoid falling off the sled. He clenched his hands into a trumpet shape, put them to his mouth, and shouted loudly. Ah! Ah! The first ah was a long, screaming sound. The second ah was because of being frightened. During the banquet, no one expected Shen Qingdang to suddenly speak, and his voice was very high. The whole person shook. When his hands shook, the sled shook. The sled was shaking and Shen Qingdang almost fell off. During the banquet, he looked back at Shen Qingdang. Shen Qingdang blinked. Does my voice sound nice? During the season banquet, he turned back silently. Shen Qingdang. When entering the city, Shen Qingdang discovered that the guarding soldiers had been replaced by a new group, not the same ones from yesterday. Shen Qingdang took out 2 pig's trotters that had been braised last night from a wooden box, handed them to the captain, and said a few polite words. The general meaning is that they are standing guard in such a cold weather just to protect the people. As one of the people, they are very grateful, so they let them accept the small pig's trotter as a token of their gratitude. The captain on duty during the day was younger, not as steady as the one he was yesterday afternoon. I was so moved that I almost cried. He even forgot to check Shin Qingtang's pass. On the way into the inner city, we passed by the restaurant that was smashed during the G banquet. I happened to see the landlord hanging a for rent sign at the door. Shin Qingtang stopped and asked casually, "How do I rent the shop?" 5 ounces of silver a year. So expensive? Shin Qingtang smacked his lips. It would only be 50 taels if I bought it, right? She had looked at the restaurant inside and out. Although it had 2 floors, the space was not large, and the yard at the back was also very small. 50 taels? The boss glared. You can buy a shop like mine for 50 taels. I'll give it to you for free. Go away. If you don't want to rent it, don't make trouble. Shin Qingtang. Rare. Turn around and leave. Shin Qingtang lowered his head and took out Miss Wang San's order from the cloth bag he was carrying and checked the quantity and amount. Still, Mr. Wang stopped at the back door and knocked. The woman who came to open the door was the same one from yesterday. She smiled when she saw Shin Qingtang. Come in with me. Our third miss was just talking about you. While Shin Qingtang was coaxing Ji Yen by offering him 2 pieces of meat, he was looking at the sled and the wooden box of soap outside the door, and then he followed the old woman into Wang Yuanwai's house. Mr. Wang's house has 3 courtyards. Every courtyard is very large, with things stretching across the courtyard. The whole shape looks like a character, Wa. Miss Wang Sen lives in the last courtyard. She is the only one living in the entire West Wing. This shows how much she was favored by Mr. Wang. As soon as Shin Qingtang entered the West Wing, he saw Miss Wang Sen walking in circles in the yard. Miss Wang Sen also saw her and ran over happily. You are finally here, Shin Qingtang. The back door is on the wall in the northwest corner of the last courtyard. It is only a few steps away from the entrance, so there is no need to use the word finally. It can be seen that Miss Wang San is impatient. More than 552 taels of soap and soap, almost 35 kilograms. It was impossible for Shin Qingtang, a pregnant woman, to move the body, so the maid who opened the door helped to carry it in. Shin Qingtang gave her a small piece of soap as a thank you. Miss Wang Sen squatted beside the wooden box and started picking and choosing without saying a word. Wow. This milky white soap is so pretty. I love it so much. I also like this one with plum blossoms. What's this smell? It smells so good. Shin Qingtang stood aside with a smile, waiting for Miss Wang San. Although she didn't understand what Miss Wang San was doing, this box of soap and the soap are all hers. It took a while for Miss Wang San's excitement to wear off. He grabbed a few bars of soap and gave them as rewards to the people around him, including the woman who was moving the boxes. Only then did he talk to Shin Qingtang. Where did you buy these soaps and toiletries? I couldn't find them anywhere in Beichuan County. Miss Wang San pulled Shin Qingtang into the house. Anyone with a bit of common sense would not ask a vendor something like, "Where do you get your goods from?" Most vendors will never answer this kind of question. Miss Wang San is not scheming. Shin Qingtang is not an ordinary vendor. She smiled and said, I don't import goods. I make these soaps and perfumed soaps myself. It would be strange if Miss Wang San could find the formula brought from the distant 21st century. Wow. Miss Wang San tilted her head and stared at Shin Qingtang with shining eyes. Her admiration was beyond words. You are amazing. You can even do this? Can you teach me? Shin Qingtang. I finally understand the meaning of the words stupid and cute. The maid who collected Shin Qingtang's money yesterday brought a plate of fruit and a plate of candied fruit and placed them on the table. My dear lady, who goes to a restaurant to eat and asks the chef for a recipe just because the food is delicious. That's how they make a living. What's the point of learning it? If you like it, just buy more. That's right. Miss Wang San slapped the back of her head in annoyance, sat down at the table, and apologized to Shin Qingtang. I didn't mean to steal your formula. I just really like the soap you make. Yeah, I know. Thank you for liking it. Miss Wang San pulled the maid. Chuntao, please give me. She turned around and asked Shin Qingtang, "Yes, what's your name?"
My name is Shen Qingtang.
Qing from Qingshui, Tang from Begonia. Miss Wang San turned around and continued to tell Chundao, "Go get the money and give it to Miss Shen." In response, Chundao went back to the back room and took out a total of 750 copper coins and handed them to Shin Qingtang. "Miss Shen, please count them, okay?" Shin Qingtang counted briefly and nodded his thanks. "Thank you, Miss Third."
Thank you, Chuntao. That's right.
Miss Wang San took Shin Qingtang and chatted for a while and told Shin Qingtang to send her new soaps first. After Shin Qingtang agreed, he reluctantly let Shin Qingtang leave. Chuntao sent Shin Qingtang to the door of the courtyard. Shin Qingtang counted out 100 coins and stuffed it into Chuntao's sleeve. "Thank you, Miss Chuntao. Just send it here." Chuntao said to Shin Qingtang, "Miss Shun, walk slowly." As soon as Shin Qingtang left the courtyard, he saw Shun Qingzi standing under the eaves. Finally, entering the north house of the courtyard, there is a row of ridge houses. It is a long row of rooms connected together. Each room is not big. Shun Qingzi stood at the door of the room near the west wall, next to the corner door through which Shin Qingtang entered and exited. "No wonder I saw her in the crowd yesterday." Shin Qingtang saw no one else around, so he walked towards Shin Qingzi and called out, "Sister Azzy." The two are the same age, but not close to each other. They are not in the same room, and they are different from their concubines. They were just young and ignorant and often played together, which was a bit of a childhood friendship. Shin Qingzi reacted slowly and slowly looked towards Shin Qingtang. His face was still numb and his eyes were empty. "How are you?" Shin Qingtang couldn't ask. Even a fool can see that Shin Qingzi is not a good person at all. Shin Qingtang didn't know what else to say. She had neither the ability nor the obligation to save Shin Qingzi from the fire pit, and her words of comfort were just empty talk. After a moment of silence, Shin Qingtang turned and walked towards the corner door. After walking a few steps, he stopped and looked back. "Sister Az, there is hope only when you are alive. If you die, there will be no possibility." Shin Qingtang raised his hand, with his index finger pointing to the sky. "When we were in the capital, we were trapped in the high walls since we were young. Now that we have arrived in Beichuan, are you still willing to be trapped here? That day, you had the courage to escape the marriage. Why do you accept your fate now? You see me." Shin Qingtang took back his hand and placed it on his stomach. "If I had died when I arrived in Beichuan, how could I be so free today?" After saying that, he strode away without looking back. Shin Qingzi stared blankly in the direction where Shin Qingtang left. Ripples gradually appeared in the eyes that were like stagnant water. Most of what was left in the wooden box was soap, which had to be sold at the market. The wealthy families of Beichuan live on both sides of this back alley. There are more people coming and going in the market. Some wealthy families would go to the market for fun, and the Beichuan natives would also go there to buy things. Some new exiled people occasionally come to the market. In short, most of the people gathered here are Beichuan's middle class. During the delay at Mr. Wang's house, the sun had already moved from the east to the south. There are no good spots for stalls at the market anymore. Shin Qingtang was feeling worried when he heard someone calling from behind. Girl, this way. The girl who sells soap, come here." Shin Qing looked in the direction of the sound. Shin Qingtang pulled the sled over and thanked him. "Thank you, old man. If you hadn't helped me yesterday, you would have run away long ago." The old man looked guilty. "I'm the one who dragged you down. I hope you don't blame me." Shin Qingtang shook his head. "It was the bad guys who did the evil. Why should we blame ourselves? You are not wrong, and neither are we. It was Master Tiger who went too far. But you helped me and I ran away by myself." The old man hung his head, feeling very ashamed. "I'm sorry for you. You didn't run away voluntarily. My brother asked you to leave. Besides, if you stayed, you would just be one more person to be bullied by Tiger Lord. You don't have to take it to heart." Shin Qingtang really didn't mean to blame him. The old man had a face full of wrinkles, and most of his hair was white. If Shin Qingka hadn't helped him, he wouldn't have been able to run. "Luckily you're all okay. Seeing that Shen Qingting really didn't mind, the old man grinned. I heard from other vendors today that you guys vented their anger yesterday. You're all good people. Shen Qingting placed the sled upright so that it took up less space. He placed the wooden box at the front of the sled and stood in the front as well. He had just opened the wooden box and was about to put out the soap, but when he heard that, he closed the box again. I almost forgot about this. Old man, thank you for letting me have the stall. But I'd better leave now. That tiger lord will definitely come to the market to find me today. Don't let me cause trouble for you guys later. No need to go. The old man waved his hand. Master Tiger came to the market early in the morning to look for you, asking everyone he met. If he hadn't seen you, you would have been furious at the market. He just left not long ago, and he probably won't come back today. Shen Qingting nodded, then opened the wooden box and took out the soap and the few remaining bars of soap. While arranging the items, he chatted with the old man. Old man, how is your business today? The old man smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. I haven't sold a single lantern yet, but I've already paid 10 cents for the lantern, and I've asked Tiger Lord to take another 10 cents. Alas, it is so difficult to live in this world. Shen Qingting thought for a moment and said to the old man, Old man, how about this? Can you sell the lantern to me at a slightly lower price? The old man shook his head again, and again no.
Why?
If Shen Qingting doesn't lend the money, why don't you do the deal when he's so eager to help? I know you have a kind heart and want to help me. Can I, an old man, take advantage of your kindness and do something immoral? My lantern is not worth much. It is just a frame made of bamboo strips with a layer of paper pasted on the outside. It's useless if you buy it. Why spend this money? If you like them, I'll give you a pair later. The old man rubbed his frozen hands and refused in a very firm tone. Shen Qingting felt a little touched and a little sad when he heard this. Since ancient times, the lower-class people who live the hardest lives are often the group that is most persistent in their hearts and has the most conscience. She held her belly, straightened her back, and advised the old man, Don't worry, old man. We are all doing business. How can I do a business that loses money? In this way, you don't have to be cheap. Just sell it to me at the same price as you usually sell it, okay? I might be able to make some money by reselling it. Is this true? The old man looked at Shen Qingting suspiciously, not quite believing it. How can you make money by reselling something as worthless as a lantern? Yes. Shen Qingting said firmly, yes. The old man still didn't quite believe Shen Qingting and gently pushed the wooden cart towards Shen Qingting. Then you try it first. If you can sell it, give me the money. Shen Qingting nodded and agreed with a smile. Okay. Then you have to tell me the price of these lanterns, right? The old man's small wooden cart was topped with 4 layers of wooden frames. With shaking hands, he pointed from the bottom. The small lanterns on this layer are 3 cents each. The larger lanterns on the second layer are 5 cents each. The big lanterns on the top are 8 cents each. These 3 layers are all paper lanterns that my wife and I made ourselves. They are not fancy, and the workmanship is rough. I just thought that the Chinese New Year is coming soon and everyone might buy a couple of red lanterns to hang at home to add to the festive mood, so I can earn a few coins to buy some New Year goods. Shen Qingting nodded and took note, then curiously asked, How many lanterns can you make in a day? We are old, our hands and feet are slow, our eyesight is not very good, and we cannot pierce quickly. I can make a dozen lanterns by working from dawn to dusk. Shen Qingting frowned. Only 10 per day, and they're selling it so cheaply? The craft is my own, and I don't have to spend any money. The bamboo is grown in front of my house, but I need to spend some money to buy paper. Besides, at this price, I can't sell more than a few pieces a day. The old man drew back his hand and blew on it, then stretched it out again and pointed at the lanterns at the highest point. Those ones are a little more expensive. The carved wooden lanterns are 12 cents, and the sheepskin lanterns are 20 cents. Shen Qingting said, Is that all? There are only 2 sheepskin lanterns, and besides the 2 wooden lanterns hanging on the top. The old man pointed to the bottom of the wooden cart. There are 3 more inside, a total of 5. There are 10 of each type of paper lanterns. He sighed and said, I push them here in the morning and take them back in the evening. I can't sell many in a day. Sometimes I can't even afford to buy the coins. Luckily, that tiger lord doesn't come every day, otherwise I would rather starve at home than come out to suffer this. There are strings of small lanterns on the wooden cart surface. Although this string of lanterns is small, it is not easy to make, and one string costs 3 cents. Shin Qingtang counted them and found that there were exactly 6 small lanterns in the string. Are these small lanterns also in strings of 10? The old man nodded, yes. Shin Qingtang wrote it down and said to the old man, "Old man, please help me watch the stall. I'll be back soon." After waiting for the old man to respond, she turned around, picked up her skirt, jumped up the stairs, and ran to the nearest bookstore. While sitting on the roof at the banquet, he spontaneously jumped off the roof and followed Shin Qingtang. The bookstore is not big, and it not only sells books but also study items. It was here that Shin Qingtang bought pens, ink, and paper last time. Shin Qingtang discussed with the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, can I give you 2 cents to buy 2 sheets of paper and borrow your pen and ink to write a few words?" Shopkeeper: "I've never done this business before." Just when she was about to refuse, she saw Shin Qingtang with a big belly. She took out 2 pieces of white paper and gave them to her. She also dragged her own inkstone and brush in front of Shin Qingtang and said, "You came here in such a hurry. You must need something urgently. I'll forget about the 2 cents. Please come and take care of my business if you need anything in the future." "Of course. Thank you, shopkeeper." Shin Qingtang was not in a hurry to write. He first found the book he wanted on the bookshelf, took it to the counter, spread it out, picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and started writing. The shopkeeper had no intention of prying into anyone's privacy, but Shin Qingtang's writing posture was no different from that of a child who is just learning to write, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. He took a glance, and his eye twitched. The shopkeeper couldn't help but let out a tsk. A very subtle sound. Shin Qingtang raised his head and looked at the shopkeeper with resentment. "Is my handwriting so ugly?" The shopkeeper put his fist to his lips and coughed lightly, then opened his mouth but couldn't say anything against his will. Nowadays, the people of Beichuan are divided into extreme categories. Some are illiterate, while others are well-read. Most of those who are full of poetry and books are exiles. Most of those who are illiterate are native locals. People who are well-versed in poetry and literature usually have beautiful handwriting. There is a saying among the people that the handwriting reflects the character of the person. The shopkeeper looked at the words on the paper, then looked at Shin Qingtang's face, and turned his head away. "How about?" Shin Qingtang said quietly, "Boss, can you help me to the end? Can you help me write it?" The shopkeeper had just made fun of someone and felt a little guilty, so he agreed without much hesitation. Anyway, there are not many customers in the store at this time. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Shin Qingtang happily pushed the book, paper, and pen back to the shopkeeper standing behind the counter. The shopkeeper took it, glanced at the open page, and asked in confusion, "It's still a long way from the Lantern Festival. Why are you copying riddles?" Seeing Shin Qingtang running and hurriedly with a bulging belly to borrow paper, I thought she had something urgent to do. Selling lanterns. Shin Qingtang spread his hands. "It's hard to do business now. If you don't do something fancy, no one will buy." The shopkeeper nodded as he copied. "Who says it's not true? Our bookstore's business is getting worse day by day. We rely on the sons of the rich and powerful to support us. The money I earned with great difficulty is not even enough to pay the taxes. Look, in the first month of this year, I fired all the original accountants, and I have to do all the big and small jobs in the store by myself." The shopkeeper complained to Shin Qingtang and told him how difficult it was to do business. Shin Qingtang agreed from time to time, his eyes scanning the bookshelves in the store. This store must have been open for many years. The bookshelves are old, and the book catalog is extensive. She had an immature idea in her mind. The shopkeeper quickly wrote dozens of riddles of varying levels of difficulty. Shin Qingtang borrowed a pair of scissors from the shopkeeper and cut the riddles into strips. After thanking the shopkeeper again and again, he quickly walked back to the stall. The old man handed Shin Qingtang 3 copper coins and said, "I just sold a small piece of soap. It should be 3 cents, right?" Shin Qingtang nodded. but didn't take the money. Please take it first. I have to pay you for the lanterns later. Father-in-law, do you have any paste here? Yes, yes. You need glue to make lanterns. The old man bent down and took out a small clay jar from the bottom of the wooden cart and handed it to Shen Qingtang. When Shen Qingtang opened it, he found that the paste had not frozen yet. The old man saw Shen Qingtang's surprise and took the initiative to explain, I was afraid it would freeze, so I stirred it every once in a while. No wonder. Shen Qingtang nodded, picked up the wool brush, and pasted the notes with riddles on them above the lanterns one by one. Girl, what are you writing? The old man couldn't read. Lantern riddles. Although the old man was curious about why Yuan Shao had to write riddles, he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he helped Shen Qingtang stick the riddles on the lanterns for display. Only the lanterns hanging on the shelves were pasted, and no lanterns were pasted inside the wooden cart. Most lanterns are in a festive red color, and they look much better with a small piece of black riddle written on it. Shen Qingtang was very satisfied and walked to the stall and started shouting, Guess the riddles, and get a free soap. As soon as she shouted, the old man grabbed her and said, Oh, my dear girl, you can't give this to me. You will lose out if you can't help me make money. Girl is a nickname for girls in Beichuan. Don't worry. Shen Qingtang patted the old man's hand on his arm soothingly. It won't be a loss. It won't be a loss for you or me. Let's make money together. The old man hesitated and let go of his hand, and confirmed with Shen Qingtang anxiously, Is it really worth it? It's really worth it. Then I'll beat the gong for you. The old man took out a small gong and a wooden stick from under the wooden cart, holding the gong in one hand and the wooden stick in the other. Boom! Knocked once. Shen Qingtang was surprised. You still have this? At first, I wanted to ring the gong to attract some people. The old man smiled embarrassedly. I didn't attract anyone, and I got scolded. The vendors nearby thought I was noisy, so I stopped ringing the gong. It's okay, just scold me. I'm thick-skinned. Shen Qingtang took the gong, struck it, and shouted, Guess the riddle and get a soap. Soon a lot of people gathered around. Regardless of ancient or modern times, people are very keen on the word send. Someone asked Shen Qingtang, Miss, will you really give me soap if you guess the lantern riddles? Yes. Not only soap but also lanterns. However, it's not a free guess. Shen Qingtang held the gong in one hand and a wooden stick in the other to indicate the lanterns hanging above the shelf. Our lanterns are divided into 4 levels: easy, normal, somewhat difficult, and very difficult. The easy one is a small lantern, and if you guess correctly, you'll be given a small soap. The medium difficulty one will give you a medium-sized lantern and a medium-sized soap. The slightly difficult one will give you a large lantern and a large soap. The high difficulty one will give you a sheepskin lantern, a soap, and a scented soap. The prices for the 4 difficulty levels are different. They are 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents, and 20 cents. If anyone is willing to challenge a higher level of difficulty, we still have 30 cents per session. If you guess the riddles correctly, you'll get a prize. If you don't guess correctly, I will also give you a small lantern to change your fortune. Shen Qingtang pointed to the string of lanterns strung together. Someone shouted, Girl, you're overthinking. If you don't guess the riddles, the soap and lanterns will cost about the same, right? How is that possible? Shen Qingtang denied it. Many of you have bought soap from my shop. How much is this small soap? Someone shouted, Sanwen. Shen Qingtang nodded and pointed at the small paper lanterns on the old man's shelf. This costs 5 cents. 8 cents in total. Is it a loss to spend 5 cents to get something worth 8 cents? And the small lantern is a simple lantern riddle. Look at the top. The sheepskin lantern alone costs 50 cents, not to mention the free large soap and a bar of scented soap. How can you buy these with 30 cents? The old man's lanterns didn't sell well, and most people didn't know the price. In any case, in Shen Qingtang's opinion, the old man's price was too low. Why isn't labor counted as money? There are always sober people who refuse to be fooled. Soap can wash clothes, but this lantern is useless. Why is it useless? The new year is coming soon. Wouldn't it be festive to hang a red lantern at home? Besides, The words on this riddle are not written by ordinary people. Have you heard of Yunshan Academy? The Yunshan Academy in the capital? Let me tell you, the dean of Yunshan Academy is the grand tutor of Prince Ning. That's incredible knowledge. If you buy this lantern, you'll be considered as a fellow disciple of King Ning. If the dean of Yunshan Academy sees you in the future, he might actually accept your children as his disciples. Shen Qingtang raised his hand and pointed to the bottom row of small paper lanterns. You can choose which riddle to guess. The man pointed at one of them and read aloud. Sometimes it is round and round, sometimes it is curved and curved, sometimes it comes out at night, and sometimes it cannot be seen at night. After reading it, just say the answer. The moon. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Shen Qingtang applauded. The onlookers also followed suit and applauded. Shen Qingtang took out a bar of soap from the wooden box, took down the lantern, and handed it to him. I'll take one, too. I want to guess the 10-cent riddle. Shen Qingtang readily took the money and let the people choose. The riddle he chose was 2 small boats, without oars or sails. You take them everywhere during the day and stop them by the bed at night. After a brief thought, he asked uncertainly, is it a shoe? Shen Qingtang nodded. Congratulations, you guessed it right. She asked the old man to help take down the medium-sized paper lantern and handed him a 5 liang bar of soap. I want the 5-cent riddle, too. I want to guess the 10-cent riddle. I want to guess, too. Nowadays, most people have this mentality. Things bought with money are not rare, but if they win in a lottery, they will feel that they have picked up a great bargain. The ancients were the same. Guessing the riddles was already a great sense of accomplishment, and they could also win prizes. How could they not be happy? There is also a competitive mentality of, if he can do it, why can't I? Shen Qingtang struck the gong, waited for everyone to quiet down, and then said, don't worry, they are all here. Everyone line up first. Come one by one. The third person chose the riddle of 5 cents. This time, the riddles Shen Qingtang took out were not pasted on the lanterns, but were long and thin strips of paper. She twisted the paper like a fan and asked the third person to draw. Whoever you draw gets it. The third person finished smoking and muttered, the body is red, the heart is bright, it is hung at the door on holidays, and the face is full of smiles. Isn't this a lantern? Congratulations. You guessed it right. The old man hurriedly handed the small paper lantern and soap he had prepared earlier to the third person. When it is the fourth person's turn, he or she has to draw a riddle worth 10 cents. As usual, Shen Qingtang asked him to draw the riddle from a piece of paper. The man finished smoking and muttered, the fire is out and the furnace is cold, and my mind is full of wild thoughts. Guess a word. He frowned. What is this? Why are there's objects and mine words? That's not fair. Shen Qingtang smiled and said, you drew the riddle yourself. Besides, yours is also an object. An animal. The man frowned and thought for a while, then gave up. I can't guess. What is it?
Donkey.
Shen Qingtang announced the answer. The man pondered for a while, his face full of regret. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Shen Qingtang took one of the 3-cent lanterns and handed it to him. You are already very impressive for daring to stand up and challenge. I give you this lantern as encouragement. If you need it, bring it to me next time to buy soap, and I will give you a discount. The man was cheered up by Shen Qingtang and left with a smile, holding a mini lantern. There are more and more people queuing up. The fourth person who returned empty-handed not only did not deter the crowd, but instead inspired more people to give it a try. Many people want to do things that others cannot do in order to highlight their uniqueness. All the riddles were chosen by Shen Qingtang. The riddle of the 5-cent coin is basically simple enough for anyone to guess. 80% of people can guess the riddle about 10 cents. 50% of people can guess the riddle of 15 cents. 30% of people can guess the 20-cent riddle. At most 1 in 10 people can guess the 30-cent riddle. It's not that I'm reluctant to give out lanterns and soaps, but I want to maximize the sense of challenge. Soon, all the lanterns were sold out, and even the puzzles with the lowest difficulty level were solved. There are 47 lanterns in total, 10 small lanterns, which means 10 riddles. Then the 10-cent puzzles were also sold out. More and more people gathered to watch the fun, but fewer and fewer people lined up to guess the riddles. Some of them are reluctant to spend money, and some of them feel they can't guess the answer. Those who were still queuing up to guess the riddles were mostly scholars who were on day off. In Beichuan, most of the people who can go to school are the sons of wealthy families. They are not short of money and can at least read and write. One of the boys, a chubby teenager, chose the riddle worth 20 cents, but he got it wrong 10 times. The people behind him urged him to hurry up. Shin Qingtang couldn't bear it anymore, so he quietly let him go and gave him a simpler riddle. The 11th time, he guessed it. He was handed a wooden lantern and a large bar of soap. The rich young men don't care whether they can get lanterns and soap. They are more concerned about whether they can succeed in the challenge. Assuming the difficulty level is high, if you can successfully challenge and get the prize, that in itself is a reward. The fat young master happily waved the lantern and soap in his hand and shouted to the servants and servants around him, "I am in a good mood today. I will invite you to Yunkalai for dinner later." The servants and page boys who followed him were naturally cheering. Is it worth celebrating to guess a riddle? Shin Qingtang wanted to sigh when he heard this familiar and annoying voice. The only ones who owed this much were Shin Qingdan and Shin Qingming. Hearing the man's voice, Shin Qingming did not run away. Shin Qingtang turned his head and saw Shin Qingming squeezing in from the crowd. Just him. Shin Qingtang looked Shin Qingming up and down. Shin Qingming was wearing a brand new silk dress with a blue cloak with silver patterns on the outside, looking very stylish. Shin Qingtang lowered his eyes, trying to calm the contempt that was surging in his heart. Shin Qingming's gorgeous clothes were either earned by Madame when selling her body or by Madame Yu paying for breastfeeding. After all, it was bought with other people's hard-earned money. Shin Qingtang didn't want to pay attention to Shin Qingming, but Shin Qingming would not miss the opportunity to step on Shin Qingdang. In the middle of winter, waving a folding fan, he started to find fault. "Hey, isn't this Shin Qingdang? Now you are selling lanterns instead of mountain products? Is life so hard for the third house? TSK. I really don't know where you got the courage to split up in the first place." "No, you're courageous. After all." Shin Qingming glanced at Shin Qingtang's belly. TSK. "If you have the courage to live like this, what else would you not dare to do?" Shin Qingtang uttered a short ha. "You are a leech that blood from others and has the nerve to live. Why should I not dare?"
"You."
Shin Qingming's words were interrupted. The fat boy who hadn't walked far turned back and questioned Shin Qingming, "Who are you? Were you laughing at me just now?" The fat young man was big and just squeezed between Shin Qingdang and Shin Qingming, blocking Shin Qingdang. Shin Qingdang took a step back silently. Someone was going to deal with Shin Qingming, and she was happy to watch the fun. "Did I laugh at you?" Shin Qingming asked back. "I was just telling the truth." How difficult of a riddle could there be on her shabby stall? Is a 10 or 20-cent thing worth celebrating? Of course, I don't blame you. Who told you to live in this small town and never see the world? How are you talking to our master? The servant boy and the boy behind the fat man were about to rush over. The little fat man opened his arms to stop them. "Don't hit him. I want to see how powerful he is with such arrogance. If you dare, let's have a lantern riddle guessing competition. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who?" Shin Qingming pointed at Shin Qingtang with his fan. "You, give us a riddle and let's compete." Shin Qingtang stretched out his palm in front of Shin Qingming and said with a smile, "The cheapest puzzle is 15 cents each, and there are 4 left. How many do you want?" Shin Qingming's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want me money? What are you saying? I'm running a business, I clearly mark the prices, and I'm honest with everyone. How can I ask you for money? But I am you." Shin Qingming stopped talking halfway. Shin Qingtang seemed puzzled. "What about me?" I don't believe Shin Qingming has the courage to admit that he is her cousin. They have always thought she was embarrassing. The little fat man was getting impatient and urged Shin Qingming, "Do you want to compete or not? Our Beichuan is small, but the men in Beichuan are very straightforward and never fussy." Shin Qingtang was a little surprised. The fat boy was also good at talking. Shin Qingming straightened his neck. "Whoever dares not to is a grandson." Let's compete. The little fat man turned around and slapped a silver ingot on the wooden stall. It's more difficult than the 20-cent one. Okay. Shen Qingtang picked up the silver swiftly. It's not like in TV dramas where you have to bite the edges to test whether it's real or not. Just turn the silver ingot over and look at the official seal on it. It probably says the year, where it was made, and the unit of weight. 10 taels of silver. It was the first time Shen Qingtang had seen such a large piece of silver since coming to Beichuan. She touched it and reluctantly returned the silver to the fat boy. I don't have so many copper coins to give you as change. The little fat man waved his hand generously. You keep it first, and we'll settle the bill later. Shen Qingtang then put the silver into her sleeve pocket, turned around and stretched out her hand to Shen Qingming. What about yours? You can't let the young master pay for you to compete, right? Or, do you want to take advantage of me, a pregnant woman, because you can't afford it? Shen Qingming really didn't want to pay. In his eyes, Shen Qingtang's stall was his own stall. Why would he get any money by playing at his own stall? But after Shen Qingtang's pressure, he couldn't admit that he had taken advantage of her. Especially when I heard the word pregnant woman, I wanted to distance myself from her. He didn't want to have anything to do with a woman who was unfaithful to her husband and humiliated herself. Shen Qingming snorted. Who said I don't have money? He rummaged around in his waist pouch for a long time, took out 20 copper coins, and handed them to Shen Qingtang reluctantly. The little fat man laughed at him without hesitation. You have no money, but you are so arrogant. Who doesn't have money? I just want to pay it back one time at a time. Shen Qingming said stubbornly. Okay, you pay it one by one. If you win against me, I will pay for you. Who cares about you paying? Shen Qingming curled his lips. I was in a hurry to go out this morning and didn't have time to get the silver. Shen Qingtang raised his eyebrows, somewhat puzzled. Looking at Shen Qingming's outfit, he looks much more noble than before. Given his personality, he shouldn't be so stingy. Before Shen Qingtang could think about it, the little fat man turned around and urged Shen Qingtang, young lady, hurry up and solve the riddle. Shen Qingtang then took out a few simpler ones for the fat boy to draw. With the fat boy's IQ, it's not easy to answer the 10-cent question. She could only secretly release the water. The little fat boy drew a card and read the riddle in reverse. The fire is out and the furnace is cold, and the heart is full of wild thoughts. I know it's a donkey. After saying that, he muttered to himself, why do I feel like I've heard this before? It's so familiar? Congratulations, sir. You got it right. Shen Qingtang pretended not to hear him and handed the lantern and soap to the fat man. This riddle is the one left out of the 10 cents that no one else answered correctly. Shen Qingtang shuffled the remaining puzzles like a deck of cards, randomly changing their positions and leaving some for Shen Qingming to draw. Sir, it's your turn. It seems random, but in fact, it is just replacing high-difficulty cards with low-difficulty ones. Shen Qingming could only see the back of the note. He touched it left and right, took a little, and then let go, unable to make up his mind. 20 cents, his lunch money today. If you lose, not only will you be embarrassed, but you will also have to go hungry. I'm already regretting why I was so rude just now. Shen Qingtang was not in a hurry and waited for Shen Qingming with a smile. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't hit it. They are cousins, but she doesn't know how much he weighs. Shen Qingtang was not in a hurry, but the little fat boy couldn't wait. Why don't you hurry up? Can't you stand losing? Why are you taking so long to draw a riddle? Aren't you drawing it? Shen Qingming retorted, gritting his teeth and pulling out a card. There are only 5 words on it. 1 piece becomes 9 pieces. That's easy. Shen Qingming said happily. Money bank.
No.
Shen Qingtang shook his head. Shen Qingming's smile froze. Why is it wrong? If $1 becomes $9, isn't that a money house? Only a money house can make 1 become 2, 2 become 3, and 3 become 9. It's still gossip between the two yin and yang.
Who pays by the pound?
Shen Qingtang pointed at the bottom of the note with pity. Guess an idiom. Money house is not an idiom. The correct answer is torn into pieces. The little fat man was overjoyed and pointed at Shin Qingming and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. You are so awesome. Turns out you are just a poor rascal with a big mouth. This round doesn't count. Shin Qingming's face turned red. Let's play another round. Let's compete. Shin Qingtang didn't let the fat boy off this time and let him draw a 15-cent question. She is a businessman, not a referee. Making money is the goal. Everything else is just a means. The riddle drawn by the fat boy was even shorter, with only 3 people. The people in the painting. Hint. Type a word. The little fat boy scratched his head for a long time, gave up, and asked Shin Qingtang, "What's the answer?"
Tenant.
Tenant's tenant.
Tian?
The little fat man clenched his right fist and smashed it against the palm of his left hand.
Yes.
Why didn't I think of it? Seeing that the little fat boy didn't answer, Shin Qingming felt that he was doing well again, so he took the initiative to count out another 20 coins from his empty purse and handed them to Shin Qingtang. It's my turn. Shin Qingtang took the money and asked him to draw the riddle. Shin Qingming was quick this time. He quickly drew a card and read it out impatiently. Baoyang Silver buys a piece of skin. Guess the name of a Chinese medicine. He frowned. I'm not a Chinese medicine practitioner, so how can I know Chinese medicine? This puzzle doesn't count.
Give me a new one.
As he said this, he was about to it from Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang suddenly withdrew his hand to prevent him from succeeding. Shin Qingtang wanted to laugh. There is always someone who can defeat you. Shin Qingming is the type of person who cannot stand provocation. Shin Qingming was probably very angry because of losing. His face was red, and his neck was stiff. He said angrily, "Who can afford to lose? Is it appropriate for her to guess lantern riddles and make Chinese medicine? Shouldn't we change it to what we usually see, hear, and use?" She explained with a smile. "Don't worry, you have seen and eaten this puzzle before." "I have seen it? I have eaten it? 100 taels of silver for a piece of skin? What kind of skin is so expensive? Why don't I remember eating such expensive skin? The skin of some fish?" The little fat man scolded rudely. "Are you stupid? They're just talking about the names of Chinese medicines." Shen Qingming. He frowned and thought for a long time and guessed from the tree bark that it was ginseng skin. Under the urging of the fat boy, he gave up reluctantly. "I admit defeat. What do you think is the answer to the riddle?" "Cinnamon. Not only have you seen it, you often drink it in soups and eat it in dishes." Shin Qingming. So the word goe is this goe? He put the folding fan behind his waist and rolled up his sleeves. This round is a tie. Let's play again. No one answered the next 3 riddles correctly. Shin Qingming's face turned ugly. He only had his last 20 cents. Although the little fat boy never got the answer right, he won a game against Shin Qingming and had plenty of money, so of course he was happy. Shin Qingming reluctantly bet his last 20 cents and asked Shin Qingtang, "Don't come up with names of traditional Chinese medicines or anything like that. Didn't you come up with everyday objects and animals before? Just come up with something similar." "Okay." Shin Qingtang nodded in a friendly manner, without using the riddle on the paper. "Okay. What animal can sit when it stands, sit when it sits, and also sit when it walks?" Shin Qingming immediately became annoyed. "Are you making this up? Who made it up? Just tell me if you can guess it. Who could have guessed this? I have never seen an animal like this. If anyone could guess this, I would call him Daddy." At this moment, Shin Qingming's eyes were red with anger, and she was determined that there was no such animal in the world, and that Shin Qingtang must have made up the story deliberately to deceive her. Shin Qingtang shook his head with pity. "I'm afraid your father wouldn't want a son like you." She didn't want a cousin either. Fortunately, they separated early and were no longer considered a family according to the family tree. Without giving Shin Qingming a chance to regret, Shin Qingtang asked the people watching the excitement in a crisp voice, "Does anyone know the answer to the riddle? If you know, please raise your hand." Among the people watching the excitement, many raised their hands. Shin Qingtang gestured to a child with 2 buns on his head, sitting on his father's shoulders, and said, "Little boy, go ahead." The boy said in a baby voice, "Frog." "Is it a frog?" Shin Qingtang nodded. "Yes, it's a frog. You guessed it right." She took down a wooden lantern, handed a large bar of soap to the boy, and looked back at Shin Qingming. The expression is self-evident. Come on, call me daddy. Shin Qingming clenched his fists and glared at Shin Qingtang fiercely. The child was so scared that he hid behind his parents. The little fat guy laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Ha ha ha. This is making me laugh to death. There are people who don't even know what a frog is? And I have to call a kid daddy. Ha 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 ha. My tummy. I'm dying of laughter. There were people in the crowd making noises. Don't you want to call me daddy? Hurry up and admit it. The fat boy, who was laughing so hard that he had to hold his stomach, continued to provoke Shin Qingming. Can't you stand losing? A real man. How can you not admit defeat? Of course, Shin Qingming would not admit it and looked at the child with a ferocious face. The child's family of 3 were just ordinary people. When they saw that things were not going well, they quickly picked up the child and left. The little fat boy was still mocking Shin Qingming. Your father ran away. Go chase him. Ha ha ha. Shin Qingming looked around and felt that everyone was laughing at him, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Anger, grievance, and unwillingness mixed together and made his whole body begin to tremble. When his eyes fell on Shin Qingtang, it seemed as if all his emotions had an outlet. Pointing at Shin Qingtang, he said viciously, It's all because of you, the jinx. It's all your fault. Wait until the 16th day of the 12th lunar month and see how I'll deal with you. He uttered harsh words, threw away his folding fan to cover his face, turned around and ran out of the crowd. Shin Qingtang made money and watched the fun, so he happily split the 3-cent lanterns into small individual ones and threw them into the crowd like flowers from the sky. Thank you for your support. Today's lantern riddle guessing activity ends here. When the people who came to watch the fun saw that it was over, they picked up their lanterns and dispersed. After Shin Qingtang threw the lantern, he looked at the little fat boy who was laughing so hard that tears came out but still couldn't stop. Not wanting to rush him, he began to calculate in his mind and put the 10 liang silver ingot aside. The 5-cent riddle earns 50 cents. The 10-cent riddle earns 130 cents. The riddle is 15 cents, and the income is 135 cents, with 5 big lanterns left. The riddle is worth 20 coins, and the income is 460 coins. There are still 10 wooden lanterns left. The money for the 20-cent puzzle was basically contributed by the fat guy and Shin Qingming. Shin Qingming contributed 120 coins. The fat guy initially contributed 221 and then contributed 120 when like Shin Qingming, and the settlement has not yet begun. The total income from guessing riddles was 775 coins. The old man had a total of 47 lanterns, and according to his own price, the total cost was 290 coins. I gave away 2 liang of soap for 10 yuan, 5 liang of soap for 10 yuan, 8 liang of soap for 5 yuan, and 10 liang of soap for 2 yuan. The total price is about 150 coins. The total price of the soap and lantern was 440 coins. Shin Qingtang counted out 300 coins and handed them to the old man. Old man, I roughly calculated that these lanterns of yours can be sold for 290 coins. I'll give you 300 coins, okay? The old man was frightened and waved his hands repeatedly. I don't need so much. He turned around and pointed at the lanterns still hanging on the wooden rack. The lanterns you gave away were worthless. The valuable ones haven't been given away yet. I can't ask you for money. Can you give me 100 coins? If it's more, give me less. I can't figure it out. He had no idea how much the lanterns would cost if they were given away. Shin Qingtang glanced at the little fat boy who was still squatting on the ground and laughing, and felt a little sad again. Some people are born in Rome, while others spend their entire lives trying to get to Rome. She forcefully stuffed 300 copper coins into the old man's hand. Old man, just take it. You can see that it's not difficult for me to sell these lanterns. The ones that haven't been given away are considered my purchases. I'll continue giving away the items some other day. The old man accepted the money only after seeing Shin Qingtang's ability to make money with his own eyes. He bowed to Shin Qingtang repeatedly in gratitude and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes from time to time. The old man kept mumbling as he packed up the lanterns he had taken down and those stored under the wooden cart and put them in a wooden box for Shin Qingdang. My girl, I made a lot of money today thanks to you. I'm going to buy a chicken for your aunt. She's been talking about it for a long time. Shin Qingdang nodded. My aunt is really lucky. She has such a considerate partner like you. What blessing is there? You've only suffered by following me. The old man shook his head, thinking of something, and looked up at the roof. My daughter, I'm going to say something I shouldn't say. Even though it's said that a woman should obey her husband after marriage, you can't spoil your man like this. It's a man's job to support his family. The old man said in a somewhat angry tone. He's young, he has arms and legs, he's sitting on the rooftop basking in the sun, and you're allowed to set up a stall here with a big belly. It's outrageous. Only then did Shin Qingdang realize that the old man had mistaken Ji Yanshi for her husband. She couldn't explain, that's not my husband. I got pregnant before marriage, and I don't know who the father is. She just nodded and changed the subject. Old man, there's ice on the road. Go back slowly, and don't slip. The old man thought Shin Qingdang was still protecting Ji Yan and was a little angry. Shin Qingdang sighed without fighting, pushed the wooden cart, and staggered away, muttering, looking good doesn't make a living. Won't you still have wrinkles on your face when you get old? The happiness you enjoy and the sins you suffer are your own. Shin Qingdang saw the old man off, feeling both amused and helpless. She counted the soap left in her box, and there were about 350 taels. When I looked up at the sun again, it was already noon. In ancient times, there were many people in the market in the morning, but there were basically no people after noon, so it was quite difficult to sell all the soaps. The little fat boy finally stopped laughing. Shin Qingdang handed the silver ingot to the little fat man. Sir, just give me 120 coins. I can't change the silver. The little fat man took the silver and put it in his sleeve pocket and told the servant, give her 120 coins. Shin Qingdang. According to the novels and TV shows, shouldn't the little fat man say at this time, no need to look for it, the rest is yours. She even prepared a thank you speech, but no one was going to give it to her. Seeing the little fat man collecting the money and about to leave, Shin Qingdang hurriedly called out to him, young master. Sometimes you have to pluck the wool from one sheep. The fat boy looked back at her. Shin Qingdang pointed to the soap in the box. Do you need soap? The little fat boy looked puzzled. What do I need soap for? He doesn't have to do laundry. It has many uses. You can reward servants, bribe your parents' housekeepers when you get into trouble, or give it to your teachers or classmates.
They.
The little fat man looked at Shin Qingdang with a look of how could you say such a stupid thing? They should prefer to be rewarded with silver money, right? Shin Qingdang. Whose naughty child is this, so clever at such a young age? Shin Qingdang was angry. She just didn't believe that she couldn't handle a spoiled young master. How can that be the same? Everyone has copper coins. But the soap you make is only available here. Welcome me? The little fat boy tried to open his eyes wide to show his surprise, but his eyes were still just a slit that was not much wider. Yes, it's good for you. Think about it. Do you usually have such a flow of ideas in the school like today? You answered 2 difficult puzzles correctly at once. The person who just competed with you is a young man from the capital. He's been studying in the family school since he was young, and he is also full of poetry and books. But today he didn't answer any of them correctly. Does it bring you good luck? The little fat man thought about it and thought, you are right. This soap brings me good luck? Then, how do you sell this soap? Since you've done so well today, I'll give you a package deal, including these bars of soap for 500 coins. But you can't tell anyone else that I sold it to you at such a low price. Don't worry. The little fat man patted his chest and assured, I'm strict with my words. Shin Qingdang happily put away the 500 coins he had just received and waved at the backs of the little fat man and the others. Master, come and play again next time. She weighed her sleeve pockets. A total of 2,625 copper coins, which is indeed very valuable. Shin Qingdang tied the wooden box with only the lantern left to the sledge, raised his head and shouted towards the seasonal banquet on the roof. Come on during the seasonal banquet. I will treat you to meat. During the quarterly banquet, Shin Qingtang chose a small restaurant that looked very clean. I ordered a plate of green onion and vinegar chicken, a jade tofu soup, and 3 pancakes, totaling 46 yuan. After eating and drinking enough, my cold body warmed up. It is easy to feel sleepy when you are full and warm. Shin Qingtang really wanted to go home and lie down on his big bed to sleep. Unfortunately, I still have to buy the raw materials to make soap and mutton fat soap. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and head into the cold wind again. I bought 20 kilograms of pork fat, sheep intestines, and other miscellaneous parts for refining oil. Beichuan is bitterly cold, and most of the sheep are not fat enough and do not have much fat. A sheep doesn't produce much oil. Shin Qingtang basically took as much as he could get. Sometimes it's a dozen cents, sometimes it's more than 20 cents. If you are lucky and see the butcher killing more sheep, you can buy more. After leaving the meat stall, I went to get a pound of fresh goat milk. Finally, I bought some snacks and candied fruits. I don't know if it's because of the advanced stage of pregnancy, but Shin Qingtang now feels hungry shortly after eating. Even though I'm not hungry, I always want to eat something. I simply went to the snack shop and bought some snacks and some candied fruits. The total cost was 278 coins. Only after you finish shopping can you go home. Before leaving the city, Shin Qingtang passed by a pharmacy and went in to buy some medicine for external injuries, spending 13 cents. Shin Qingtang changed the medicine for Ji Yanshi directly in the pharmacy. Shin Qingtang was thinking as she was changing the dressing. She didn't seem to have mentioned adding meat when changing the dressing today, but she happily cooperated and took off her clothes during the banquet. This caused the boy in the pharmacy to keep looking at them. The clerk in the medicine shop even asked Shin Qingtang directly, "Why don't you go home and help your husband change the medicine?" How could Shin Qingtang not want to go home? Going home to change the medicine would cause chaos and commotion again. Her family didn't allow her to change Ji Yanshi's medicine, and Ji Yanshi didn't allow anyone to touch him. Shin Qingtang, who was caught in the middle, was always in a very difficult situation. I've been misunderstood so many times today, and I'm too lazy to explain. I just smiled and said, "Don't let my family know."
Man.
When I looked at them again, my expressions were a little complicated. Don't they want their family to know that they are together? Look at the two people's appearance, temperament, and dress. Is it elopement? The guy who thought he had guessed the shocking secret tried hard to hide the surprise on his face. I earned 2,150 coins from selling scented soap and soap. The final prize for guessing the riddles was 475 coins. The meal cost 46 won, and buying pork fat, sheep intestines, goat milk, etc. cost 241. The remaining 38 cents were for food that Shin Qingtang bought himself. Finally, he gave Ji Yanshi 13 cents to buy medicine for his injuries. The cost of pork fat is definitely included in the cost. Shin Qingtang paid 38 won for snacks and 13 won for medicine from his own 200 won savings. Shin Qingtang counted the 46 cents spent on lunch as a working meal and included it in the costs in the business account book. In this way, there was still 2,339 coins left in income. Shin Qingtang counted out 1,169 coins and put them aside, waiting to hand them over to Li Suan. The total balance of the 3 transactions in the business account book was 2,105 coins. The total balance in the public account now amounts to 2,123 coins. The remaining amount in Shin Qingtang's small treasury, 149 coins. Qingtang, why did you buy so many lanterns? Shin Qingtang turned his head and saw Li Suan standing on the small terrace outside the window, holding 2 open lanterns in his hands. The old man had good skills. The frame of the lantern was made very beautifully, and the red paper on the outside of the lantern was also pasted very straight. It's just that the paper used for the outer layer is relatively cheap, and there are no decorative paintings or words, so it looks very ordinary. No wonder fewer people buy it. What Shin Qingtang didn't quite understand was that the old man obviously didn't make much money and sometimes even lost money, but he still insisted on selling lanterns. Shin Qingtang thought about it and roughly explained the whole story of buying these lanterns. Li Suwen was very angry after hearing this. I think Qingming is really spoiled. Not only does he bully others, but he even bullies his cousin. And what nonsense, he said. I will tell your father when we have dinner later, and ask your father to beat him up next time we meet. He is talking nonsense. If your second uncle knew about it, he would be so angry that he would call the family law. Is it reasonable to recognize your father everywhere on the street? Mom, don't be angry. It's easy to get old in business. I didn't suffer a loss and even made a lot of money. Shin Qingtang put away his pen and ink and picked up the copper plate he was going to hand over to the public school. When Shin Qingtang counted the copper plates, they were threaded together like a bracelet. She walked to the window, stretched out a hand through the window, took the lantern in one of Li Suwen's hands, and gave Li Suwen a copper plate bracelet to wear on his hand. Mom, here, the copper plates given to the family today, a total of 1,169 cents.
Count it.
You kid, how much money do you need to live as a family? This is called business. The same goes for money. Even if you go to buy something, do you still have to count it in person? Li Suwen lowered his head. The money on his wrist was heavy, shook his head and sighed. It's because we are incompetent, and we let you, a pregnant woman, earn money to support your family. Not to mention Li Suwen, even Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka often felt guilty. He has been working very hard. Everyone wants to build a house as soon as possible so that they can free up time and energy to make money. Mom, why are you here again? Haven't we talked about this many times? We just settled down in Beichuan, and we have to rely on ourselves for everything. You, Daddy, and Brother too are not doing nothing like they were in the capital. Shin Qingtang stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air, indicating the whole house. You have worked hard to keep our house clean inside and out. You also wash all our clothes, and you cook most of the 3 meals a day. My father is in charge of the vegetables growing near the hot springs, and he also cleans most of the hot spring pools at home. Now he is clearing the wasteland to build the greenhouse I mentioned. My second brother has never been idle. He built the house and made the furniture. When the furniture is ready, isn't it? Shin Qingtang pointed at Shin Chinka, who was busy doing carpentry outside the yard, making beds again. Everyone is working and contributing to this family. I am also doing logistic support like you. At the end of the day, everyone must be able to eat hot meals and wear clean clothes after work. Look at the word home. Doesn't it look like our family? Some are in the valley, and some are going out. Although we are going in different directions, our goals are the same, and our hearts are together. In a family, it is not whoever makes money who is the hero. Li Suwen didn't understand the words logistic support and cooperation, but he understood what Shin Qingtang meant and smiled. You are our family's lucky star. Shin Qingtang raised her neck proudly. Of course. Don't you see whose daughter I am? Li Suwen burst out laughing. You're almost a mother, yet you're still so shameless. Shin Qingtang smiled and raised the lantern in his hand. Our house is still empty under the eaves, so it's just right to hang these red lanterns. Li Su asked, is this lantern a bit plain? In the past, the lantern hung at the door of Shun's house had the Chinese character Chen written on one side and the Shin family's emblem on the other. Shin Qingtang lifted the lantern in his hand, raised it up to the door frame, gestured, and nodded in agreement. It seems so. We can paint a picture on it for decoration. Mom, will you paint? Li Suwen shook his head. I have to prepare dinner. It's not difficult for you to make a few lantern paintings. You can do it yourself. He handed Shin Qingtang the other lantern in his hand and turned around very neatly. The pen and ink were so expensive that she couldn't bear to part with them. Shin Qingtang. She did know how to do it before, but now she can't even hold a brush. Shin Qingtang was just worrying about how to resolve this issue when he saw Ji Yan's door open from the inside. He floated out of the room and floated back in a few moments later. He should go to the toilet. When they were in the capital, the Shin family was considered a wealthy family, and Shin Qingtang's room had a special compartment for going to the toilet. It is the ancient version of the bathroom. Now we are in the valley, and we don't have the conditions to build an indoor bathroom. It was my first time building a house, so I didn't think things through. Wait until we build a bigger house and then study how to install a flush toilet. At present, There is only a temporary dry toilet not far behind the house. Although he was complaining in his heart, Shen Qingting stood at the door and stopped Ji Yanshi, who was about to float back to his room. Will you paint during the seasonal banquet? Often, the simpler and more straightforward the questions are, the easier it is to get answers here at the seasonal banquet. Sure enough, Ji Yanshi nodded.
Great.
Can you draw some lantern faces? Ji Yan said nothing and opened the door of his room. Add 2 pieces of meat. At the banquet, Ji turned around, took the lantern from Shen Qingtang's hand, and walked to the table. The paper and pen that Shen Qingtang had used to settle the accounts were still on the table. She recorded the accounts on paper and then copied them into the account book when Shen Qingtang came back in the evening. If Shen Qingtang is free, she will do the accounting and Shen Qingtang will keep the accounts. When Shen Qingtang picked up the brush during the banquet, he made a tisk sound. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not at one glance. Ji Yan's writing posture was even more upright than Shen Qingtang's. Shen Qingtang realized that he was asking her what she wanted to draw during the banquet. It's up to you. Write a word, Shen. Draw a landscape or a figure. You can draw whatever you want. Anyway, I only have a brush and ink at home, so you can do whatever you want. During the banquet, he still looked at her, neither speaking nor moving. Shen Qingtang. Okay, it was difficult for her to allow him to express himself freely. Shen Qingtang pointed to himself and then to the valley outside. How about you choose the same painting between me and the mountains outside? During the banquet, he glanced at Shen Qingtang again, lowered his head and started writing. The pen moves like a dragon and a snake, very fast. Shen Qingtang thought he was painting himself during the banquet, so he even posed specially. After a while, something didn't feel right. The paintings at the banquet don't look like people. Shen Qingtang sat back in the chair by the window in a sullen manner, propping up his chin and watching Ji Yanshi paint. During the seasonal banquet, he stood in front of the table, holding a lantern in one hand and quickly drawing on it with the other hand. Shen Qingtang put his thumbs and index fingers together, making a camera shape, and framed the painting of Ji Yanshi, dubbing it himself. Click. His painting is a painting in itself. Still a very exquisite painting. If Ji Yan were to travel through time to the modern era, he would definitely be a top star. No wonder the ancients said that food is the essence of life. Good-looking people look pleasing to the eye no matter what they do. Soon, Ji Yanshi put down his pen, turned around, and handed the lantern to Shen Qingtang. You draw pretty fast. Shen Qingtang sat up straight, took the lantern and lowered his head. At a glance, Shen Qingtang knew that the painting during Ji Yan's banquet was of the valley outside. It is still a valley with snow scenery. The painting is very realistic and beautiful. Shen Qingtang felt as if he were actually there just by looking at the painting. Counting the days, she has lived here for more than 2 months. I didn't know the valley was so beautiful. Surrounded by mountains. The waterfall cascades down and merges into a stream at the foot of the mountain. Next to the stream is the hot spring. There is a circle of vegetables planted on the shore near the spring, as well as a small ridge of rice. There are a few small nests next to the vegetables. There are chicks, ducklings, and geese foraging for food near the nest. There is a narrow path near the spring that extends to the courtyard. The origin of this road. There are no roads in the world, but when more people walk on it, it becomes a road. The whole courtyard is painted roughly, yet in detail. It is clearly just a sketch with a plain brush, but everything it should be is missing. Tiles on the roof, doors and windows, terrace, courtyard, tables and chairs. In the open window, there are a few human figures outlined. The man was leaning against the window, looking out, with a big belly. There was another person sitting on the ground with his legs spread out in the yard. Shen Qingtang. If Shen Qingtang saw this painting, he would be angry again. The area around the courtyard is wilderness except for the area near the hot spring. From the courtyard to the mountains, it seems like 4 seasons have passed. There are green plants and crops near the courtyard. A little further away is mud after the snow melted, and further away are dead grass and trees. Further away, falling snow could be seen on the dry branches. Further away, the snow was getting thicker. The trees looked like a mountain of pear blossoms. The mountains became snow-capped mountains. Very beautiful. It was so beautiful that Shun Qingtang felt that this was not the place where he lived, but the paradise described by Tao Yuanming. I didn't expect Ji Yanshur's painting skills to be so amazing. Shun Qingtang knew that most people had to make a draft before painting. Not during the seasonal banquet. He just picked up the brush and started painting, and it only took him a stick of incense to finish the painting. TSK. If I take this lantern to the market to sell, I'm afraid someone would want it for 20 cents. Shun Qingtang also praised Ji Yan generously and gave him a thumbs up. You draw really well. When Ji Yan heard this, he put down his pen and left. Shun Qingtang hurriedly stopped him. Don't leave in such a hurry. There is still a lantern. Who has a lantern hanging on their door? Do not move during the seasonal banquet. Add 2 more pieces of meat tonight. Shun Qingtang stood in front of Ji Yanshur, with one arm stretched out and the other raising towards him. Ji Yan hesitated for a moment, then turned around and started writing again. This time, before Ji Yanshur could speak, Shun Qingtang took the initiative to say, draw whatever you want. This painting is of the courtyard where you live now, and you can draw the places where you lived before. The person you just drew was me. You can draw someone else in your memory. This painting depicts winter. You can paint summer. Shun Qingtang patiently tried to persuade Ji Yanshur to draw something related to himself. In winter, the days are short. When Li Suan was cooking, the sun had not yet set, and it was already time to light the lamps when he was eating. During meals on weekdays, Li Suan was always afraid of angering Ji Yanshur, so he seldom spoke, and even if he did, he would speak in a very low voice. During dinner, he was like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, chattering non-stop. Remember to control your volume at the beginning, and slowly your voice will get louder and louder. It is said that Shun Qingming talks and does too much. They also recounted old scores and talked about how people with 2 bedrooms in a big house bullied those in 3 bedrooms in the past. Shun Yuji and Shun Qingge were also very angry when they heard this, and threatened to go to the city to settle the score with Shun Qingming tomorrow. While eating, Shun Qingtang looked at the banquet defensively, worried that he would throw someone away, and at the same time had to comfort her family members who were angry because of her. Dad, second brother, don't be angry when eating. It's easy for you to feel upset in your stomach. Don't get excited. Even if the city gate is closed now, even if it's not closed, you may not be able to find the second uncle's family if you go now. When I went into the city during the quarterly banquet, I seemed to see Shun Qingdan in a large courtyard. Maybe they had moved long ago. Shun Yuji snorted. Maybe it's a family separation. It's just your eldest uncle and second uncle. Forget it. Don't tell anyone's fault behind their backs. They're all his brothers, and it is not good to talk about their right and wrong in front of the children. Shun Qingge held the bowl and tapped Shun Qingtang lightly with his chopsticks. If you go to sell soap and soap tomorrow, I will go with you. If that kid comes to cause trouble again, see if I don't beat him. Where are we going? Li Suan glared. Qingtang is too tired. We have food and drink at home now. Let her rest for 2 days. If you must go, I will go to the city with your father. Your mother is right. Shun Yuji agreed. We have to go too. I must find that boy Shun Qingming and punish him. Shun Qingtang picked up the bowl and took the rice into his mouth, blinking his sour eyes. Before wearing it, she was bullied sometimes. The first thing parents say is, why does he bully you, but not others? Later, as soon as I graduated and entered the society, I encountered harassment in the workplace at my first job. She lost her job because she called the police. My parents' first sentence is still, why does he harass you when he doesn't harass others? You don't like it when you are asked to pay money at home. You spend all your time buying fancy clothes. You deserve to be recruited by a gangster. What they care about is not how she is, but whether she can pay the money on time. Gradually, she got used to relying on herself for everything and became stronger and stronger. But now, her father, mother, and brother were only concerned about whether she was injured and how to avenge her. Shun Qingtang had just finished speaking. Shun Yu's angry voice suddenly stopped. Li Suan glanced at Shun Yuji's face and sighed. You kid, Are you so busy that you forget such an important thing? The 16th day of the 12th lunar month is your grandmother's birthday, her 60th birthday. Shen Qingtang. It's not that she forgot, but that she didn't know. She took over the body like installing a new operating system on a computer. The original owner's memory becomes a history folder in the computer's hard drive. You can find it when you need it, and you won't have to browse it specifically when you don't need it. When they were in the capital, the grandparents' birthdays were a big event for the Shin family. The family started making preparations a month in advance. The people in their third room are fine, they just need to prepare birthday gifts. Birthday gifts are not so easy to prepare, and many aspects need to be considered. Firstly, it has to be liked by the grandparents. Secondly, it has to be within one's ability. And finally, it would be best if it outshines one's peers. This is just the trouble of a young person like the original owner. Like Lee Suin, they not only need to prepare gifts, but also care about more things such as family status, social status, who they cannot surpass, who they must surpass, etc. We also need to arrange matters related to the birthday banquet. Some families start making preparations half a year in advance. The Shin family usually arrives 3 months in advance. If it's grandfather's birthday, then you can ask grandmother for help. If it was my grandmother's birthday, my eldest aunt, my second aunt, and Lee Suin would usually discuss it together. Said it was a discussion. The eldest aunt-in-law came up with ideas and plans, the second aunt-in-law made the budget, and Lee Suin listened in. The aunt-in-law will propose what kind of dishes are needed to entertain what kind of guests, who will come, and which courtyard each of them will sit in. Preparing a banquet is a hassle, but it is also a symbol of the family status of the women in the harem. In fact, the most difficult part of a birthday banquet is not preparing gifts, eating and drinking, but arranging seats. In my grandfather's place, he and his grandmother celebrated their birthdays, and the guests who came were all respectable people. No one can be offended. First of all, there are separate seats for men and women. Generally, official guests will be in the courtyard of the eldest uncle's house. Guests in the hall will be in the courtyard of the second uncle's house, and juniors will usually be arranged in the third bedroom courtyard. Official guests refer to male guests, while hall guests refer to female relatives. Secondly, don't hold a banquet on the same day. Although birthdays only last one day, in Daekian, birthday banquets for seniors in their 60s are not just held for one day. Some families can entertain guests for as long as 10 days. The Shin family also has to entertain guests for 4 or 5 days. The Shin family needs a day of their own. A day for dignitaries. 1 day for relatives in each house, such as the eldest uncle's mother, the second uncle's mother, and Lee Suin's mother's family. There are also the uncle's classmates, the second uncle's business partners, and Shin Yuji's friends who also need a day. Meals will also be arranged according to distance and distance. This is true for ordinary birthday banquets, but when it comes to the 60th birthday, it has to be even more grand. Now he is not in the capital, but has been exiled to Beichuan. I'm afraid there won't even be 1% of the noodles that we had before. Shin Yuji put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "As we are talking about this matter, you should also take a look at what appropriate birthday gift should be given to your grandmother. Your mother and I have been discussing this for a long time and haven't made up our minds yet." Lee Suin nodded and put down his rice bowl. "Qingtang, you always have many ideas. What do you think we should give you as a gift for your grandmother's birthday party? Then it depends on whether you want face or dignity." Shin Qingtang said straightforwardly. "What do you mean?"
Lee Suin frowned.
"It's not like you're making quilts, so how can you still be dignified?" Shin Qingtang finished the rice in his bowl, put down his chopsticks, took out his handkerchief, and wiped his mouth before speaking. "Father, mother, second brother. We are all a family. If I have anything to say, I will say it directly. You all know our current conditions very well. All the copper plates that the family could take out were not enough to convert into silver." Lee Suin shook his head. "Where did you get the 10 taels? We agreed that the 5 taels of silver we had exchanged before was for you to give birth to your child. You should not touch it under any circumstances."
Shin Yuji said,
"Okay, after excluding the food rations for our family, there are only 4 guan of money left. Each of these 4 guan of money is divided into 1 guang. What kind of gift can I choose?" No one spoke. Only Shin Yuji, let out a long sigh. One tael of silver can last a long time for current living, so if you want to give a good birthday gift, I'm afraid you won't be able to do so. Shun Chinka sat upright, tapping the bowl wall with his right fingers, frowning. Shun Qingtang lowered his eyes and fixed his gaze on Shun Chinka's fingers. Normally, when Shun Chinka eats, he behaves like a young master from a wealthy family, but his manners are slightly worse than those at seasonal banquets. Generally, people would not do something rude like knocking on the rice bowl. It's just that he has a habit of tapping the table with his right index finger when he is thinking.
He must be worried right now.
Sometimes silence is the answer. Li Su looked at Shin Qingtang eagerly. What about the face and the inside you mentioned? Are you going to send a quilt to your grandmother? Shin Qingtang shook his head. What I mean is, if we want to save face, we can just take all the money and give a birthday gift together in the name of our family of four. 4 strings of cash should be enough to buy a decent birthday gift in Beichuan. If we want to be sincere, it means that no matter what others think, we should give each other a gift that best shows our love without affecting our daily lives. For example, I gave a piece of soap, my second brother made a small wooden sculpture or furniture, my father gave a basket of vegetables he grew himself, and my mother gave a cotton-padded jacket. The former doesn't necessarily mean you'll get a good outcome even if you spend money, but it won't be too bad after all. The latter is low cost, doesn't affect your life, and is a thoughtful gesture.
Li Suven frowned in embarrassment.
None of them seem very good. Shun Chinka made the choice the fastest. I choose substance. I think even if we are willing to spend all the money in the family to give Grandma a birthday gift for the sake of face, I'm afraid no one will really praise us. He pointed at his own clothes with his index finger upside down. We are all wearing coarse cloth clothes. But Qingtang just said that Shin Qingming was wearing brocade clothes. If Qingtang had seen it correctly that day, his uncle and his family had really moved to a bigger house. Going to celebrate Grandma's birthday is like a beggar entering the palace to have a feast. No matter how good the gift is, it will be a joke in the eyes of the eldest and second uncles. Shin Qingtang nodded. Second brother said exactly what I wanted to say. I also have another concern that you may think is unfilial. The last time I set up the stall, my eldest uncle and second uncle came to ask for money, saying they wanted money for my grandmother's medical treatment. Although my grandmother is not ill, and we have separated the family, my father, as her son, still has to fulfill his filial duties. One should be filial within one's ability. If we all give a gift of 4 strings of cash as a gift, and if the eldest and second uncles ask us to give this amount of money to our grandmother every month, we really can't afford it. At least it's not easy to get at the moment. The family was silent again. Every word Shin Qingtang said touched everyone's heart. As the saying goes, a penny can defeat a hero. Seeing that everyone was silent, Shin Qingtang continued to speak. The original meaning of birthday gifts is blessings and congratulations. I think the most important thing is the intention. Moreover, we will be laughed at no matter what, and if we can't save face, then we should choose to save the life we have now. As for the filial piety money given to our grandmother, we all do the same within our ability. Now that we have less money, we can give less. When your family becomes rich, you can give more. Li Suin felt that Shin Qingtang was right and subconsciously wanted to nod, but stopped mid-nodding and looked at Shin Yuji. Shin Yuji smiled self-deprecatingly. When did the eldest and second brothers look down on me? Qingtang is right. Since you can't avoid being looked down upon, of course you should choose what is beneficial to you. Let's do as Qingtang said. The head of the family said this, and the matter of giving birthday gifts is the last word. Except during the seasonal banquet, everyone else picked up their bowls to eat again. During the banquet, it was rare that the Shin family didn't throw someone away because of their remarks. After the meal, they just drifted away. Shun Chinka looked at the empty bowls at the quarterly banquet and asked Shin Qingtang, "You all went to the city several times, and each time you made different noises. Is this when no one comes to the quarterly banquet?" Shin Qingtang shook his head, probably not. He always sat on the roof when I set up the stall. Every time, many people would gather around the stall. He sat tall, was eye-catching, and was dressed in red. It stands to reason that it would be easy to find him. When Shin Yuji heard this, He paused with his chopsticks and moved his eyes towards the closed door of the quarterly banquet. During the quarterly banquet, this person looked weird inside and out. When I was in the capital, I didn't see many strange people either. Most mentally ill people are afraid of unfamiliar environments and will cry when they see strangers in unfamiliar environments. Even if, as Qingtang said, he might have amnesia and couldn't remember anything other than his own name. An ordinary person would also panic, right? He has none of that. Li Suan nodded. Indeed, but he doesn't seem to have any intention of hurting us. Throwing someone away is just a protest against them doing something that he cannot accept. Shen Qingtang stood up, went to the window, and picked up the lantern that was hanging outside to wait for the ink to dry. After entering the house, he lit the candle and put it into the lantern. He stood at the door, holding the lantern in his hand and motioning to the other 3 people. Look, this was painted during the seasonal feast before dinner. Shin Yuji happened to be full. Hearing this, he turned around and looked at the painting on the lantern carefully according to the candlelight in the room and the red light of the lantern. His expression was very surprised. Did he really paint it? This painter is very good. It's not as good as now. Famous people are bad. Look at this, the trend, the charm. TSK. I can't see that he has such ability. Li Suan first pointed to the lantern on Shin Qingtang's left hand and said, "It's not difficult to tell that the painting on this lantern is where we live now." She pointed to the lantern that had been moved to Shin Qingtang's right hand. "Where is this one painted?" Shin Qingtang shook his head, hung the lantern in his left hand on the back of the door, walked to the table with the lantern in his right hand, and stopped near the candle. I guess this should be the place where he lived before. There is also a courtyard in the painting. The yard is very big, and you can see the mountains outside, and it's also snowy. A woman and a boy were building a snowman. The same warm and beautiful scene as in the valley. Shin Qingtang looked at the mother and son and thought, why are there no servants in such a big yard? Not to mention the male host. On the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, there was light snow. Shin Yuji and his wife and Shin Qingka unanimously disagreed with Shin Qingtang going to the city in the snow and insisted that she rest at home for a day. Shin Qingtang sat boredly on the terrace, holding his chin in his hands and looking at the snow. The novelty of snow these days has passed, not to mention it is just light snow that does not affect everyone's work. After breakfast, Li Suan was busy making lard soap and suet soap. Shin Yuji had already cleared the first open space, which was more than 30 feet long and 15 feet wide, and started to clear the second open space. Shin Qingka is trying to make a foldable bed out of wood today. When you sleep at night, you can open it up to be a bed, and you can fold it up during the day to sit on it. The idea was provided by Shin Qingtang. As usual, we meditate in the room during the banquet. Only Shin Qingtang had nothing to do. Breakfast is really early. The sun hasn't even come up yet, and breakfast is already on the table. Probably because everyone goes to bed early at night. He lay on the table board and looked around. His eyes fell on the pigskin hanging on the snowy tree in the distance, and he sat up straight. Suddenly, I want to eat crystal pigskin jelly. If you want to eat frozen pigskin, you must first deal with the hair on this huge piece of pigskin. The surface part has been scorched by fire, and the rest is inside the skin. The principle of removing this kind of hair is the same as removing blackheads for girls. Either squeeze it out or apply a layer of adhesive film. Wait for the film to dry, and when you tear it off, the blackheads will be taken out. It is not realistic to squeeze it out. You have to use something to stick it out. In modern times, Shin Qingtang knew that in places where chickens and geese are slaughtered, they would wrap the chickens and ducks in boiling asphalt, and then pull off the remaining feathers after they cool down. There is no asphalt in the valley. At least Shin Qingtang doesn't know that there is asphalt here. Have to find a substitute. It was dark on the night the pig was slaughtered, so it was inconvenient to find it, but it is possible today. Light snow is intermittent. Sometimes it snows and sometimes it stops. When it is not snowing, the sun will occasionally come out. The sky is not particularly dark when it is snowing, unlike the gloomy sky when it is snowing heavily. Shin Qingtang searched for a long time among the things he could do or use after traveling back to ancient times, and he actually remembered one thing: resin. Rosin has strong adhesive properties and can be used as an ancient version of glue. Rosin is the resin secreted by the Chinese pine tree. Extracting rosin is the same as tapping rubber. You have to cut a circle on the tree to let the resin flow down, and then collect it in a container. Rosin has many uses. It can be used as medicine, applied on the back of a musical instrument to increase the sound, and mixed into ink. Shin Qingtang also knew that the super strong adhesiveness of rosin could remove hair just like asphalt. Generally, rosin in the north should be collected from June to September. It is already deep winter, and the time for collecting pine resin has long passed. However, Shin Qingtang wanted the rosin not to sell it, and he didn't care about its quality. He just wanted to cut some resin solidified on the outer layer of the bark and use it. When she was picking mountain products before, she found that there were not only Chinese pine but also red pine and black pine on the mountain. The snow on the mountain was so thick that Shin Qingtang might not be able to find it by himself. Even if he could find it, it would be very dangerous. It would be troublesome if he accidentally fell into a snow hole. Still need help. So Shin Qingtang knocked on the door of Ji Yanshi. Ji Yan, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, his eyes were no longer as clear as before, but turned dark and red. Shin Qingtang blinked, and Ji Yanshi's eyes became pure and clear again, as if it was just an illusion. After Shin Qingtang finished speaking, he raised his index and middle fingers and gestured. "It's not two pieces, it's two kinds." Ji Yan didn't hesitate and put on his shoes and got out of bed. Shin Qingtang brought Ji Yanshi out of the cave. He really disliked the cramped cave during the seasonal banquet and rarely showed his emotions. After leaving the cave, Shin Qingtang sat on the sled and let Ji Yanshi pull it. When he saw a tree with pine resin along the way, he would stop and cut it off along with the associated bark with the knife he carried with him. In less than half an hour, Shin Qingtang's cloth bag was full. After returning to the courtyard, Shin Qingtang used a small knife to pick the bark off the pine resin to minimize the amount of bark left. It is easy to turn this resin into usable rosin. Put it in a pot, add water, and boil it. After boiling, remove impurities, filter, and cool. The yellow substance after solidification is the needed resin. Shin Qingtang used the rosin only to remove hair, so it didn't need to be very pure. She cut off a small piece of the pig's skin and threw the rest into the snow. The temperature in the house is high, so things that need to be frozen have to be moved to the foot of the mountain and buried in the snow, or hung on branches that will freeze. After Shin Qingtang heated and melted the rosin, he spread it evenly on the pigskin, took the pigskin to a place with snow at the foot of the mountain, and froze it. The resin solidified quickly and was torn off with force, removing most of the hair from the pigskin. Then melt the rosin, apply it on the pigskin, and remove it after it solidifies. Repeat this several times, and the pigskin will be basically clean, with only a few bits and pieces remaining, and then use a needle to pick it out. After cleaning the pigskin, put it into cold water, add onion, pepper, and white wine. Cooking wine should be added, but cooking wine is not a condiment that Dagon should have. After the water in the pot boils, cook for a while, and then take out the pigskin. Cook until you can insert chopsticks into the pigskin. Remove the pork skin and let it warm. Use a knife to scrape off the fat on the inside, and then cut the skin into thin strips. Add salt and flour and scrub repeatedly, then rinse with water. Add the washed pigskin to water that has covered the pigskin and an appropriate amount of salt, then steam it in a pot for a little over 3/4 of an hour. During this period, you can prepare other ingredients that need to be placed in the pork rind jelly. For example, shredded carrots, cucumbers, or other green leafy vegetables. The cucumber maturity period is about 90 days, but it is only 70 days now, and the cucumbers have not yet formed. The maturity period of carrots is 70 to 90 days. Shin Qingtang tried to pull out 2 carrots. Edible, but not big enough. 2 carrots are enough to put in the pork skin jelly. Then cut the previously braised wild boar leg into small pieces and put them into the bowl. After mixing, cover the ceramic bowl with a clean wooden board and place in a cool place until it solidifies before eating. Ever since coming down from the mountain, Ji Yanshi never went into the house to meditate again and followed Shin Qingtang like a tail. watching Shin Qingtang cooking eagerly. Of course, I just watched. He wouldn't even touch the firewood. Shin Qingtang was very unhappy to see him like this. He was so busy at work that he broke out in sweat on his forehead in the middle of winter. He was neatly dressed and stood aside like a young master. I wanted to use meat as bait to light the fire during the seasonal feast. But fearing that he would not be able to control the heat and ruin the masterpiece he had been working on for a long time, Shin Qingtang could only endure his dissatisfaction. Shin Qingtang promised 2 types of meat for the quarterly banquet, and the frozen pork rinds were considered the same. There is another thing that is a must-have for the New Year sausage. In modern times, people usually buy ready-made casings when making enema. Most finished casings are synthetic. Of course, Dakian does not have synthetic casings, so it has to be rubbed by hand. Pig intestines are used to make casings. The first step is to clean the pig intestines. There is also some white oil on the pig intestine, but the quality is not as good as suet, and the oil yield is low. Shin Qingtang tore off the white oil on the intestines bit by bit, and then turned the small intestine over. Not upside down, but inside out. Turn it over, coat it with flour, soak it in a basin of water, and rub it to clean it. Change the water, add flour and salt, and wash again. Repeat several times until it is clean enough for you. Then turn it over again, and repeat the washing. After cleaning inside and out, proceed to the second step. Scrape the small intestine. Scraping the small intestine is a technical job. You need to use a thin piece of wood with a smooth edge or other tool to gently scrape the small intestine to thin the intestinal wall. Being thin but not broken is the technical difficulty. Shin Qingtang chose one end and tried twice, but both times ended in failure. Either you use too little force, which has no effect, or you use too much force and the casing is torn. It's just a small intestine, I can't practice with it. Shin Qingtang was feeling distressed when Ji Yanshi appeared before her eyes again. Like a leader coming to inspect the work, he walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. Finally, he stopped in front of Shin Qingtang and looked at her. It seems to be asking, "Why aren't you moving?" Shin Qingtang stared at Ji Yanshi. He can kill a wild boar from a distance, so rolling sausage casing shouldn't be a problem for him, right? Thinking of this, Shin Qingtang smiled at Ji Yan. Just when Ji Yan was about to come over, he tiptoed and changed direction. Even single-celled animals have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, let alone humans. Especially with Ji Yanshi's current mind, his simplicity enables him to more intuitively feel the good and evil of others. If you leave, there will be no sausage to eat. Afraid that people wouldn't know what grilled sausage was during the feast, Shin Qingtang added, "It's a kind of meat that is grilled and fragrant." Ji Yan stopped, turned around, and faced Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang pointed at the casing with a smile and raised the thin piece of wood in his hand. "Use this to scrape the casing. Be gentle. Don't tear it. If you tear it, there will be no meat to eat. Scrape it very thinly, but don't tear it." Shin Qingtang gestured and stated his requirements, listening quietly during the seasonal banquet. "Can you do it?" Shin Qingtang asked nervously. Ji Yan didn't say anything at the banquet. He took the scraper from Shin Qingtang's hand and placed it on one end of the pig's small intestine. The hand moves. There was a hole in the small intestine. Shin Qingtang was heartbroken, pointing at Ji Yanshi and said viciously, "I'll deduct 2 pieces of meat from you at noon." "No, 1 piece. Cutting off 2 pieces of flesh is physical torture, while cutting off 1 piece of flesh is psychological torture." During the seasonal banquet, wood chips were thrown down with a bang. Shin Qingtang thought he was going to go on strike, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Ji Yanshi lift up his left sleeve with his right hand, put his left hand close to the small intestine, and slide it from one end to the other. Visible thinning of the intestinal wall. After finishing the seasonal banquet, Shin Qingtang pulled up one end and pointed it towards the sun. The wall of the small intestine is as thin as a cicada's wing. As for whether it is damaged, we have to verify it. If you want to know if your small intestine is leaky, you have to inject water into it. Tie a knot at one end of the small intestine, stretch the other end, and put it on a thin bamboo tube and pour water into it. The small intestine bulged up little by little until it became round and round without any holes. Shin Qingtang turned the small intestine over again, cleaned it for the last time, soaked it in clean water with salt and a little white wine, and prepared the meat. The meat should be 20% fat and 80% lean. However, considering that Dakian is ancient rather than modern, people generally lack oil and water in their stomachs and prefer foods with more oil, so Shin Qingtang finally used fat and thin pork belly. About 4 fat and 6 thin. After selecting the meat, make the meat filling. Pork needs to be minced. Shin Qingtang still chose to take a shortcut, let the minced meat be minced during the banquet. During the banquet, I quickly picked up the knife this time. His fingers are long and slender, with well-defined joints. When I wrote last night, I looked like a graceful scholar. When I hold the knife today, I don't look like a butcher, but like a fallen general. His wrists flew so fast that Shin Qingtang couldn't catch up with his eyes. Not long after, Shin Qingtang shouted to stop. She was afraid of mincing the pork into minced meat during the seasonal feast. The meat filling still needs meat cubes to be more fragrant. The pieces of meat were still a bit big, so Shin Qingtang took the knife and chopped it for a while. There is no way, the friendly forces are too strong. After the pork is chopped, add salt, soy sauce, pepper, 5 spice powder, sugar, and white wine in turn. The 5 spice powder is made by myself. Stir-fry the purchased fennel, star anise, pepper, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other spices in a hot pan. After frying until dry, mash it, wrap it in cloth, and roll it back and forth with a rolling pin into powder. It's not authentic, but it's the best we can do under the current conditions. After mixing the meat filling evenly, you can fill it into the sausage casing. Shin Qingtang found a thin bamboo tube, smoothed the edges, smeared a layer of lard on it, and then put the casing on it. First, roll all the casings under the bamboo nodes and stack them together. Use a thin bamboo spoon to scoop up the meat filling and stuff it into the bamboo tube and into the casing. At the beginning, I was not very skilled and filled the tube slowly, and there were some holes in the tube. Once you have mastered the trick, speed and quality can be improved. The casing was cut into 2 by Shin Qingtang. Half is used for sausage making, and the other half is used for grilled sausage. When the sausage is about the length of a chopstick, tie it with cotton thread and divide it into sections. Tie the sausage into sections about half the length of a chopstick. When everything was done, it was noon. Li Su came over and asked Shin Qingtang if she still needed the stove because she wanted to cook. Mom, don't worry about it. I'll cook today, so we probably won't be able to eat until later. Li Suan frowned. Why can't you stay idle? When I was pregnant with you, my belly was so big that I didn't even want to get out of bed. I took 3 breaths every time I took a step, and my lower back ached after standing for a while. You, on the other hand, have been running up and down the mountain all day. I let you take a day off, but you are still busy running around without stopping. It's uncomfortable to be idle. I think more exercise is good for childbirth. Besides, the baby in my belly is very well behaved and she doesn't make trouble for me. Shin Qingtang is one of those pregnant women who suffers less during pregnancy. No morning sickness, no edema. Even though my belly is big now, I still don't have any stretch marks. Move freely. Although fetal movements are becoming more frequent, they are relatively regular. Fetal movement occurs before and after meals. It was like telling her that he was hungry or full. Fetal movement just after waking up. The fetal movements are becoming stronger and stronger. Since Shin Qingtang refused to listen, Li Suan had no choice but to help. What to do next? I'll do it. Shin Qingtang didn't bother to be polite with Li Suan, pointing at the sausages that were going to be roasted. These need to be steamed. All of them need to be steamed. After asking Li Su for some details, Shin Qingtang climbed into the cave carrying a wooden basin and hung the stuffed sausages in the cave to dry. When Shin Qingtang saw Baba following her to see Ji Yan hanging up her sausage, she asked him, "Is it fragrant?" It was such a simple question that Ji Yanshi easily understood and nodded. "You can't eat it even if it smells good." Shin Qingtang smirked. "This is raw meat." Ji Yan glanced deeply at Shin Qingtang, then turned around and jumped out of the cave. Shin Qingtang was still recalling the glance at the previous banquet. What does he mean? Is it a threat or a mockery? Before he could figure it out, Ji Yanshi came back and dragged Shin Qingtang down the cave. Shin Qingtang suspected that Ji Yanshi was taking revenge on her, but she had no evidence. Because the cave was so high, she didn't even feel the vibration when she landed. Asking is a woman's sixth sense. Coming down from the cave, Shin Qingtang picked up some smooth small stones, which should be volcanic rocks. Even the hot springs are the aftermath of volcanoes, so it is not difficult to pick up volcanic rocks. After finding the volcanic rocks, he put the charcoal into the clay pot and lit it. Shin Qingtang found a piece of green tile left over from building the house, washed it, and placed it on top of the clay pot. Then lay the volcanic rocks on top. After Shin Qingtang finished all this, the sausages in the pot were steamed. The moment Li Suan lifted the lid of the pot, Shin Qingtang felt his heart in his throat. When the foggy heat dissipated, Shin Qingtang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the plump white sausages on the bamboo tray. Her biggest worry was that the sausage would burst. Fortunately not. The volcanic rocks are being heated over there, and the sausages over here need to be cooled to room temperature. Like the sausages in the cave, they also need to be hung in a cool place. But the sausage doesn't need to hang that long. Just give up 6 hours, and you can roast it and eat it. Shin Qingtang couldn't wait, so he picked 6, put them on a plate, and took it to the path out of the valley. That was the wind vent, and the sausages quickly cooled down. What Shin Qingtang wanted was not for the sausage to be cold, but for the casing to become hard. The wind blows fastest. Not long after, Shin Qingtang came back with a few slightly hard sausages. He cut them along the cotton thread and placed them one by one on the volcanic rock. From the moment he lifted the lid of the pot, Ji Yanshi has been following Shin Qingtang. His eyes hardly left the sausage in her hand. Shin Qingtang was somewhat speechless and asked Ji Yanshi, "Tell me the truth, were the fancy clothes you are wearing stolen?" Such noble clothes and such a otherworldly face. But he looks like a typical foodie. The contrast is so great that Shin Qingtang wants to take pictures of the banquet. How great would it be if she also had the skills she had at the seasonal banquet? Unfortunately, she didn't, so she could only pretend she didn't see him. After such a long time, the volcanic rocks have become very hot. Shin Qingtang brushed a layer of oil on the surface of the volcanic stone the sausages sizzled when they were put on. The fragrance wafts far away. Li Suan swallowed his saliva. "What kind of food did you make? It smells so good." Shin Qingtang's Adam's apple rolled when he saw Ji Yan. "This is called volcanic stone grilled sausage." Li Suan wondered, "Where did you learn this from?" There is absolutely no way it was taught by the wet nurse this time. That day I went to deliver soap to Ms. Wang San, and she was reading a cookbook. I glanced at it twice and wrote down the recipe. Because they can't do it without volcanic stone, we do. Shin Qingtang compiled it casually. Li Su asked, no doubt that he was there, and nodded. "Then I'll make porridge and warm steamed buns." Li Suan and Shin Qingko were so frightened that they did not dare to touch the sausages in front of them. Even during the seasonal banquet, he looked at Shin Yuji, with the grilled sausage stuck in his chopsticks and holding it to his mouth without moving. Shin Qingtang. Co-author. Are you waiting for her father to test the poison? Shin Yuji hissed and swallowed the grilled sausage in his mouth, and then said, "It smells so good." The volcano grilled sausage is so fragrant. Try it, I have never eaten such delicious grilled sausage. Li Suan rolled his eyes at him. "I know you have lived a good life for half your life. You are well informed and have eaten a lot of delicacies in the world. You really think the grilled sausage is delicious, so you praise it. Those who don't know may think that you grew up among the poor and have never tasted pork. How can you say such useless words? Come to the valley. There are so many things you have never tasted so delicious." Having said that, Li Suan still covered his mouth with his hands and took a small bite of the grilled sausage. After living in the valley for so long, Li Suan has rarely been so particular. It was just when he saw Shin Yuji bite the grilled sausage that the oil juice splashed everywhere. She was afraid of being indecent and getting her clothes dirty. The clothes are stained with oil and are difficult to wash. Soon, Li Suan's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. "Your father didn't exaggerate this time. It's really delicious. It's tender and juicy, and the texture is oily but not dry. It's really fragrant. During the banquet, Shunchinka and Shinchinka put the grilled sausage into their mouths almost at the same time. Shinchinka was also so hot that he hissed. On the other hand, during the quarterly banquet, although the chewing movement could be seen to have slowed down, there was no hissing sound like Shinyu's father and son. Still elegant. I don't know if I'm not afraid of the heat or if I can tolerate it. Shin Qingtang imitated Li Suan and covered his mouth with his hand, then took a small bite and ate slowly. She was also afraid of oil splashing around. Take a bite, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Still juicy grilled sausage. In addition to the salty aroma that grilled sausage should have, it also has a strong texture that Shin Qingtang has never tasted before. Super elastic and chewy. Probably because the volcanic stone sausage I had before was not pure meat. Even if it is pure meat, the meat pigs raised are not of the same level as wild boars. Wild boar meat is very chewy, and the more you chew it, the more delicious it becomes. After eating one, I want another. Apparently, Shin Qingtang wasn't the only one who had this idea. Shin Qingka finished his meal and looked at the sausage left on the plate from the banquet. The elegant and noble manner in which he ate during the seasonal banquet was naturally not as fast as Shin Qingka's wolfing down of food, and there was still half a sausage left in his hand. During the banquet, he noticed Shin Qingka's eyes and stuffed the remaining small piece of sausage into his mouth while moving both hands at the same time. He picked up the sausage in front of him with one hand and threw Shin Qingka out with the other. This time, Shin Qingka was not thrown far away and fell flat on his back next to a stool. Shin Qingtang looked at Shin Qingka and then at Ji Yan, his face speechless. No wonder people say that men remain young until they die. The combined height of the two of them was almost as high as the cave they once lived in, and they were still fighting over food? Shin Qingtang glared at Ji Yan. Are you born in the year of the dog? Why are you protecting your food? You know there are all these sausages hanging outside. If you do this to my brother again, I won't give you any sausages. He used to be obsessed with eating only meat, but he didn't say he had to eat sausages as well. Besides, Shin Qingtang pointed at the pork skin jelly on the table. Why don't you try this? This is also delicious. The light-colored and transparent pigskin jelly is crystal clear, and you can see the white pigskin, pork, and brightly colored carrots and green vegetables inside. It is pleasing to the eyes and makes people's appetite increase just by looking at it. At the banquet, he took out his chopsticks and picked up a piece without saying a word. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingka also got up from the ground. He didn't bother to say any more harsh words to Ji Yanshi and went to grab the pork skin jelly. Li Suan shook his head and laughed. As usual, Shin Yuji is the reviewer. What is this called? It's delicious. It's soft but very chewy. It's salty and refreshing, not greasy, and it's a pleasure to look at. Shin Qingtang was afraid that there would be no crystals in Dakian, so he changed the name. Glazed pigskin jelly. Glazed pigskin jelly? Shin Yuji repeated. What a name. It's as delicious as the name. Li Suan put a piece of pigskin jelly into his mouth and nodded repeatedly. I didn't expect that pig skin could be made so delicious. She stopped her chopsticks and asked Shin Qingtang, can't we do this pig skin jelly business? It shouldn't be difficult to make some and sell them at the market. Shin Qingtang shook his head. I don't know. People in Dogon eat pig offal, so pig liver, pig lungs, and pig intestines are not cheap.
Pig skin. Hard to say.
The reason is the same as Shin Qingtang's concerns before. The hair on the pig skin is difficult to manage. There should be no asphalt in Dogon. The original owner was originally a daughter of a wealthy woman who had not seen much and was not well informed. If others really don't have a good way to remove pig hair, Shin Qingtang thought, maybe they can try to pick it up. Shun Yuji nodded repeatedly. I'll ask the butcher when I go to the market next time. If pig skins are cheap, you can buy some and make these glazed pig skin jelly to sell. Yes. There is also this volcanic stone sausage.
You can also try selling it.
Shin Qingtang shook his head. We'll talk about the sausages later. The price of pork has gone up now. 1 pound costs 22 cents. It's still the same price as yesterday. I heard from the butcher that it will continue to rise. The price of pork is high, The casings are troublesome to put away, and the meat is difficult to chop. It is time-consuming, laborious, and costly. If the business is good, you will still be successful. If the business is not good, you may lose money. The sausages are cooked quickly today, mainly when there is a seasonal banquet. If she made her own sausages, she might be too busy to eat them at night. If it were before he met Master Hu, Shen Qingtang would still want to try it, but not now. Although Lord Tiger is disgusting, he can still fight violence with violence, but he is afraid that the 50 cents will be doubled again. How can ordinary people defeat the government? Not to mention the tooth money, she would lose money even if each of the officials tasted one. Shen Qingke agreed with Shen Qingtang's words. Qingtang is right. I think the most important thing for our family right now is not to sell soap and pig skins, but to think about what birthday gift to give to my grandmother. Even if you don't want to lose face, you still have to think carefully about what to give that best represents your true feelings. If you don't insist on one gift per person, I can make a big birthday cake for Grandma. The birthday cake I make must be unique in Dakian. Shen Qingtang has thought about it for a long time. The longevity cake in Shen Qingtang's mouth naturally refers to the birthday cake. Of course, it is the only one. Shen Yuji shook his head. Isn't it too petty to give a birthday cake to a family? How about you give a birthday cake to Tang Qing, and others will think about it later? Li Suan nodded. Let's have one for each person this year. Your grandmother is celebrating her 60th birthday this year. This would be a big banquet in the capital. Even if the conditions are limited, we must let my mother-in-law know that we are all thinking of her. The 11th day of the 12th lunar month is sunny. For members of the Shin family, 5 members of the Shin family entered the city together. Before entering the city, Li Suan called everyone together. Since you let me take charge of the house now, I will not be polite to take charge of it. Li Suan waved the copper coins in his hand. In the past, everyone in the public school had regular coins every month. I originally thought that after the Chinese New Year, when my family had more money, I would give everyone regular money. Nowadays, when it comes to your grandmother's birthday party, you need to have some money to prepare it, so I will give it to you in advance. This month's regular silver is 200 coins. My grandson also has 101. I also want to give him 100 coins for the quarterly banquet. He is now considered a member of our family. Except for Shen Qingtang, everyone else supported Li Suan. Shen Qingtang refused to ask for the baby's 100 cents. She hasn't been born yet. What do you want for the money? It's not for you. It's for my grandson. He will have to pay for food and drink after he comes out. You save it for him first. Shen Yuji helped. Shen Qingke also had no objection. Here it is, just take it. How can anyone think it's too much money? Besides, you should take it too. Shen Qingtang couldn't refuse, so he had to accept. This was not just 100 cents, but also the love given to her by her parents and brother. When Li Suan handed the last 100 coins to Ji Yan, do you want it? During the banquet, he lowered his eyes and his eyes fell on the copper plate for a long time. Li Suan was about to take back his hand when he saw Ji Banquet reaching out to her. Palms facing up.
Li Su asked.
Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingke. Shen Yuji. The same question flashed through the family's mind. Will they ask for money during the seasonal banquet? Li Suan just thought that his family was sharing money here, so he was an outsider at the quarterly banquet, so he asked her symbolically for fear of embarrassment. I didn't expect that money would really be asked for during the quarterly banquet. He is not really someone who needs money on a daily basis. When Li Suan reached out to him during the banquet, he had no choice but to give him 100 copper coins. During the seasonal banquet, he immediately handed the copper coin to Shen Qingtang. Grilled sausages, 2. Shen Qingtang's first reaction. He actually said 4 words. Second reaction. Did he think she was a vendor? 2 grilled sausages. What about ordering food? Shen Qingtang took the money and returned it to Li Suan and said to Ji Yanshi, you can barely be considered a member of our family now. The kind that can't be driven away and is forced to join. You don't need to buy food for your family. But you can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. You need to work hard. Just like when making sausage, you help roll out the casing and chop the meat. You've worked hard, you can have sausages. During the Ji Yen banquet, he looked at Shen Qingtang with clear eyes. Shen Qingtang. Didn't you understand? Repeated at the season's feast. Sausage. Shen Qingtang. Okay. Teaching people with disabilities requires patience, and she doesn't have that. A family of 4 went to the city together during the seasonal banquet with huge sums of money and paupers. Except for Shen Qingtang, everyone brought all their personal money. Shen Yu's wife and Shen Qingka each have 300 articles. Shen Qingtang had a lot of money, but she only brought 200 coins. She felt that 200 coins would be enough material for a birthday gift. In addition to the copper plates, of course brings soap and soap. You can't just sit back and have nothing, you still have to make money. The family of 4 sat on 2 sledges and let them float down the mountain during the seasonal banquet. Several small wooden boxes were stuffed into the space in the middle of the sledge frame. In addition to boxes of scented soap and soap, there were also wooden boxes for pork skin jelly, lanterns, green vegetables, and a bunch of notes. In addition to the wooden box, there is also a large wooden board covered with words. After the last lantern riddle guessing game, Shen Qingtang's marketing ideas became more open. I went into town today and planned to try to organize a raffle. As the name suggests, a lottery event requires tickets and prizes. The lottery ticket was written by Shen Qingka according to Shen Qingtang's request. The lottery ticket says special prize, first prize, second prize, 10th prize. The number of tickets for each level is different. 2 first prizes. The prizes are a soap family portrait and a scented soap family portrait. The family set includes a set of soap and perfumed soap weighing 2 liang, 5 liang, and 8 liang respectively. The second prize is a soap family portrait. The third prize is a soap family portrait. The fourth prize is a large bar of soap. The fifth prize is a medium bar of soap. The sixth prize is a large bar of soap. The seventh prize is a small bar of soap. The eighth and ninth prizes are medium soap and small soap respectively. There are also some lucky prizes. The prize contents will be written directly on the lucky ticket, like a plate of crystal pork rind jelly, or a small basket of green vegetables, a lantern of a certain material. The lucky prizes are very few. Each prize box only contains a basket of vegetables and 2 plates of pork rind jelly, especially the pork rind jelly, which was brought to the lottery just to test the waters. Small baskets of leafy greens are meant to appeal. After all, there are no greenhouses in Dakian, and there are no green leafy vegetables on the market in the cold winter months. Although there is a palace, it is for exclusive use. Not to mention common people, even princes and nobles could hardly afford it. In Beichuan, green vegetables are in great demand and are in high price. Shen Qingtang really intended to try selling pork skin jelly in addition to soap. Vegetables are a real lucky prize. Recently, more and more vegetables have matured near the hot springs. They couldn't eat all of them, so they picked 2 baskets as lucky prizes. The lottery is 5 cents each. Free award. An empty prize means, thank you for your patronage. Originally, Shen Qingtang didn't plan to give up the prize, but after some calculation, he realized that if he didn't give up the prize, he would lose 5 cents each time, so it would be better to just sell soap and perfumed soap to make money. 2 prize boxes were prepared this time, and the number of prize tickets in each box was the number of soaps and perfumed soaps from the 6th and 7th batches respectively. The 6th batch of soap had 83 bars and 82 bars of perfumed soap, totaling nearly 600 taels. The 7th batch had 1 more soap bar than the 6th batch, which was a little more than 600 taels. Today's main task is to sell the 6th batch of soap. The 7th batch is a backup, in case the event is very popular and there are not enough prizes and coupons. Shen Qingtang calculated that if he set up the stall as usual, the 6th batch of soaps and scented soaps could probably be sold for a little more than 1 string of silver. If there are no empty prizes and the lucky prize is not counted, it is only 801 if it is counted as 160 times. Shen Qingtang thought about it again and again and added 1/3 of the empty prizes, placing 50 empty prizes. At the very least, we have to ensure that it is similar to our usual stall operations.